The Sickly Beauty Substitute called it quits. Chapter 251 to Chapter 290. At the beginning of spring, the northern desert sent envoys over. Fang Jiai, Jiang Huiqing, He Qingyu, and the others who had performed well had all stayed in the capital. The official appointment had also been made, and Fang Jiai had taken up a post in the Honglu Temple. When the envoys of the northern desert saw Fang Jiai and the other officials of Honglu Temple, they were stunned. Xinyu and Shang Junlin discussed this matter in the palace. The envoys of the northern desert have arrived in the capital, right? Xinyu handed Shang Junlin a cup of tea. The new tea was served in the palace. The weather was getting warmer in spring. Xinyu and Shang Junlin enjoyed the sunshine in the pavilion outside and tasted the new tea. They're here. They should have checked in at this time. Shang Junlin took a sip of the tea. The new emperor of the northern desert sent someone here to show his goodwill. It is said that there are also members of the royal family. Xinyu took the tea prepared for himself. Before he got close, he could smell the faint fragrance of the tea. It's a pair of twins. They are not old. They said that they were sent to the Great Huan Kingdom for exchange and study. In fact, they are here as hostages. The new emperor of the northern desert doesn't have much affection for the royal family of the northern desert. He is very tactful. Along with the envoys came a letter of credence from the new emperor of the northern desert. The content of the letter of credence almost promised that the northern desert would bow down to the Great Huan Kingdom. Xinyu had read the content of the letter of credence. It was not difficult to see that the new emperor of the northern desert did not have much affection for the northern desert. He was closer to the Great Huan Kingdom than the northern desert. This was understandable. After all, half of the blood of the Great Huan Kingdom flowed in his body. Moreover, his experience since childhood had doomed him to hate the northern desert. It's a good thing for the Great Huan Kingdom that the northern desert has such an emperor. The courtiers were also discussing this matter. They also knew the content of the letter of credence. Although they did not know the inside story, they felt that the attitude of the new emperor of the northern desert was very strange. Is the emperor of the northern desert plotting something? Everything in the letter of credence is biased towards the Great Huan Kingdom. Did he write this to lower our vigilance? Anyway, be careful. Did His Majesty say what to do with the two members of the royal family? Twins, but they are brother and sister. The northern desert's intention is that they admire the Great Huan Kingdom and want to learn more about the culture of the Great Huan Kingdom. In the end, they are the hostages sent by the northern desert. We have to ask His Majesty about the arrangements first. Xinyu was in the imperial study accompanying Shang Junlin to approve the memorials. After the authority was delegated to the cabinet, the number of memorials that Shang Junlin had to approve every day decreased by a lot. Recently, the ones that appeared the most were those that involved the northern desert. Shang Junlin quietly shared the power with him. Xinyu thought that the minister would make a fuss, but he didn't expect that it was calm for several days. Xinyu suspected that Shang Junlin suppressed the news. Only later did he find out that not many people were against it. Shang Junlin said that he would take care of this matter. He really didn't let this matter disturb Xinyu's good mood. Xinyu flipped through the memorials and saw a minister's proposal on how to arrange the people from the northern desert. Xinyu put it in front of Shang Junlin. Does His Majesty have any plans? Didn't you say that they are here to learn? Just send them to the academy. If they don't know much about the Great Huan Kingdom, they can go to the elementary school first. The elementary school in the capital had already started to accept students. What everyone didn't expect was that in addition to their own children, many adults also signed up to send the two princes and princesses. It didn't seem out of place. In the courier station, the envoy who had dealt with Fang Jiai was telling the other envoys to be cautious in their words and actions in the capital of the Great Huan Kingdom. They shouldn't offend the officials of the Great Huan Kingdom, especially that official Fang. Why? Someone didn't understand. After all, he won't harm you. Official Fang was in Subei before. Do you understand now? Hearing this, the remaining people's expressions became sad. Official Fang of Subei had left a heavy shadow in the northern desert, so much so that everyone in the northern desert's officialdom knew him. Regarding what official Fang said, we will be careful in our words and actions during this period. We won't do anything we shouldn't do. Yes, yes. We represent the face of the northern desert. We should pay attention to our words and actions so that no one can find fault with us. They quickly reached an agreement. The northern desert's envoys were too obedient. The officials of the Great Huan Kingdom were still a little unaccustomed to it. The officials who had experienced the visit of the northern desert's envoys felt even more enlightened. At that time, the northern desert's people were all arrogant, unlike now, where they didn't dare to cause any trouble. The official who came to the northern desert's envoys proposed His Majesty's suggestion to send the 2 princes and princesses from the northern desert to the elementary school. He thought that it would make the other party unhappy and be troubled, but he didn't expect the other party to be unexpectedly easy to talk to. When he left, the official still felt that it was unreal. The members of the northern desert's royal family who were sent to the Great Huan Kingdom were a pair of 15-year-old twins. They didn't have a good life in the northern desert, so they were thinner and smaller than their peers. They didn't have the right to speak. They acted as mascots in the entire team of envoys and didn't have a strong sense of presence. The news of the 2 was sent to the palace. Xianxia said, "The new emperor of the northern desert is quite interesting. He sent the people who may affect his throne in the future to the Great Huan Kingdom in advance. It not only shows his attitude to the Great Huan Kingdom, but also reduces the hidden dangers. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Shang Junlin said, "More than a year of internal strife caused the northern desert's royal family to wither. Those who had the power to compete for the throne died in the internal strife. The remaining ones are not a threat. Otherwise, the northern desert's people wouldn't worship a person who has half the blood of the Great Huan Kingdom in his body. The twins can survive because in the northern desert, twins are ominous." Xianxia asked, "Has your Majesty seen the 2 of them?" Shang Junlin said, "Not yet." "Ayu, why do you ask?" Xianxia said, "I'm a little curious. I don't know what kind of people can survive in the evil circle." Shang Junlin said, "In 2 days, the imperial court will hold a banquet. You will be able to see them then." 2 days later, Xianxia saw the twins. They learned the basic court etiquette. When they saluted Xianxia and Shang Junlin, they used the Great Huan Kingdom's etiquette. These 2 people were very good-looking. Although they were a little thin, they gave people a feeling of willows in the wind. The envoys presented the gifts they brought from the northern desert. They were very generous. When they left, they would also take some things from the Great Huan Kingdom. This was the deal that the new emperor of the northern desert had made when he borrowed the northern army. As Xianxia said before, the people of the Great Huan Kingdom who went to the northern desert would bring the seeds of the Great Huan Kingdom's culture to the northern desert. Under the subtle influence, the people of the northern desert would gradually lean towards the Great Huan Kingdom. When they spoke the language of the Great Huan Kingdom, wrote the characters of the Great Huan Kingdom, and approved of the Great Huan Kingdom in their hearts, what was the difference between them and the people of the Great Huan Kingdom? "Your Majesty, do you think that the new emperor of the northern desert knows about our plan?" "He knows." Shang Junlin held Xianxia in his arms. "He wrote another letter to me, saying that he hoped to return to the Great Huan Kingdom as a Great Huan citizen in the future with his mother's remains." Xianxia asked, "How did his mother come to the northern desert?" Shang Junlin said, "She was robbed from the northern desert." At that time, the people of the northern desert attacked the northern desert. They not only robbed the resources of the northern desert, but also many people of the northern desert. Most of them were women. Xianxia said, "With your Majesty around, such things will never happen again in the future." Shang Junlin lifted the chin of the person in his arms. "You trust me that much? Your Majesty has already done it, haven't you?" The Great Huan Kingdom was becoming more and more powerful. The attitude of the surrounding countries towards the Great Huan Kingdom was already different from before. They didn't dare to try to tear off a piece of meat from the Great Huan Kingdom like before, because as long as they made a move, what awaited them would be the Great Huan Kingdom's cavalry. Not only did they not dare to make a move, but some small countries even took the initiative to ask for protection. They volunteered to become the Great Huan Kingdom's subordinate countries to avoid being bullied by other countries. Xianxia believed that the Great Huan Kingdom's territory would continue to expand under the leadership of Shang Junlin. Before the arrival of summer, Xianxia's body was completely healed. Imperial Physician Wu retired, and Imperial Physician Gu smoothly took over his position. At this time, no one dared to say a word. Your Majesty, I want to open a free clinic among the people to treat the poor people. After recovering from his illness, Xianxia felt that he should do something. Even in the capital, there were a lot of people who couldn't afford to be treated, not to mention other remote places. Xianxia had been tortured by his illness for a long time. He knew how uncomfortable it was to be sick. After being reborn, he got rid of the illness that had troubled him for a long time. However, there were still many people in the world who didn't have the ability to treat their illness even though it wasn't serious. Yu can do whatever he wants to do. In the end, Xianxia used his own money to open a free clinic in the Great Huan Kingdom. Those that were close to the capital were treated by the imperial physicians of the imperial hospital. For those that were far away, Xianxia used his own money to invite the doctors from all over the country to spend 2 days each season to provide free clinic for the people. During these 2 days, Xianxia paid for the consultation and medicinal herbs. Many poor people who were tortured by the illness were treated. They remembered Xianxia in their hearts and spontaneously set up longevity plaques for Xianxia in their homes. They prayed that the heavens would bless the empress to be healthy and live in harmony with His Majesty. The scope of the examination that was originally only held in the Ministry of Works was expanded. Shang Junlin set up a new department in the imperial court, the Bureau of Natural Resources. It was independent of the imperial court and was only responsible for researching new things. People with skills were selected from all over the country to enter the Bureau of Natural Resources to display their strengths. The existence of the Bureau of Natural Resources would allow the future Great Huan Kingdom to lead the world in terms of technology. Everyone believed that under the governance of Xianxia and Shang Junlin, Great Huan Kingdom would become better and better. Shang Junlin also knew that all these changes were brought about by Xianxia. Xianxia had brought a miracle to him and Great Huan Kingdom. Knowing what Shang Junlin was thinking, Xianxia hugged his neck and said, "Your Majesty, do you think that I'm so amazing? Yu has always been amazing." Shang Junlin pulled her into his arms. "If it wasn't for Your Majesty's foresight and trust in me, I wouldn't be able to display even a little of my abilities. All of this is clearly due to Your Majesty's contributions. I'm just saying a lot of things, but it's Your Majesty who really put them into practice," Xianxia said seriously. After experiencing 2 lives, Xianxia knew better than anyone how precious this unconditional trust was. "I believe in Yu, and Yu also believes in me. I and Yu should be together." "Yes." Xianxia leaned into the man's arms and nodded slowly. In this world, there was no one who understood him better than Shang Junlin, who could accommodate him and tolerate him more. "It's so good to be with Your Majesty," Xianxia murmured. "Then Yu must always be with me." Shang Junlin hugged the person in his arms even tighter. "Good." Xianxia raised her head and pecked Shang Junlin's lips. "Lin will always belong to me, and I will always belong to Lin." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. It was another spring, and the students went to the capital for the imperial examinations. Xianxia and Shang Junlin changed into casual clothes and went out of the palace. The street was very lively, and the vendors were shouting. Students from all over the country stopped from time to time to buy 1 or 2 things. Xianxia, who was dressed in a green robe, was holding the hand of a tall man in a black robe as they walked in the crowd. "Lin, do you have any plans today? Let's walk around first. If we're hungry, we can go to the Yingxing Tower to eat. Then we can go to the newly built Mingyu Building." Mingyu Building was a library that collected a large number of famous works. There was even no lack of copies that were hidden in the hands of aristocratic families. People from all over the country could borrow and read there. Since the opening of Mingyu Building, it had become the favorite place of scholars. Here, they could read a lot of books that they couldn't read normally. There were many students coming and going. They were discussing the changes in Dahuan, the wisdom of the emperor, and their future dreams. Xianxia and Shang Junlin brushed past them. The sun was bright, and the warm velvet sprinkled on them, bringing the hope of spring. Xianxia and Shang Junlin walked into the alley that they had been to before. It was not much different from 3 years ago, but this time, the bookstall owner strongly recommended the articles written by He Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing, and Fang Jiayi. Xianxia and Shang Junlin found the familiar boss and walked to the front of the stall. Xinyu picked up a book from the stall. Boss, do you have any recommendations? This year, of course, I must recommend the articles written by the 3 officials who passed the imperial examinations last time. Who doesn't know that the 3 officials are valued by the emperor? They were promoted very quickly. After reading their articles, the bookstall owner took out a book from behind and suddenly opened his eyes wide. 2 young masters, long time no see. How have you been? You still remember us? Xinyu held the handle of his fan and pressed it against his chin. 2 young masters, I will never forget you. Since you are acquaintances, I can give you a discount on whatever you want to buy. Xinyu now knew that these stall owners had legitimate bookstores behind them. They had set up their stalls here because the students had spread the word of mouth and knew about this place. On the other hand, it was more convenient. Most of the books here were for students. Xinyu picked a few books and handed them to Shang Junlin. He asked, Boss, do you still have those storybooks from before? Young master, are you talking about the story of those 2? The bookstall owner pointed to the sky. Xinyu nodded. So the 2 young masters are also chasing after their stories. You've asked the right person. Here, we not only have the common ones on the market, but also the collector's edition. A collector's edition? The bookstall owner had a mysterious look on his face. You might not be able to buy this collector's edition just by having money. You have to be a regular customer. Xinyu's interest was piqued. Boss, do you have it here? We don't have it here. We only have it in the bookstore. If the 2 of you are interested, I can get my assistant to bring it over. Xinyu was curious about what was written in the collector's edition. He nodded. Sorry to trouble you, boss. Xinyu and Shang Junlin didn't leave immediately because they had to wait for the book to come back. Instead, they strolled around nearby. When they reached a corner, Xinyu stopped. Lin, do you still remember this place? Yes. Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's fingers. Xinyu looked around. There shouldn't be anyone coming this time. Lin, do you want to kiss? Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu directly. He answered with his actions. Xinyu's waist was held. He raised his arm and wrapped it around Shang Junlin's neck. He was immersed in this kiss. Their lips and teeth touched, and their breaths merged. Their senses of the outside world gradually faded away. They could only feel each other. 3 years ago, they kissed here. At that time, Xinyu didn't know that in the future, his eyes and heart would be filled with this man. 3 years later, they had experienced a lot. Their relationship had also stabilized. They returned to the same place and did the same thing. The feeling was completely different from the first time. A gentle breeze blew past, but it couldn't blow away the thick warmth. After a long time, Xinyu was released. Shang Junlin pressed his forehead against Xinyu's. You is now mine. No one can take it away. Even if someone comes to take it away, I won't go with him. From the beginning to the end, I will only choose Lin. Their breaths intertwined, and warmth flowed around them. Outside the alley, there were sounds of conversation from time to time. In the corner, there was only the 2 of them. No one disturbed them. When they returned to the bookstall, Xinyu's lips were a little brighter than before. There was also a light pink on his face. Shang Junlin was the same as before. The collector's edition was sealed in a brocade box. The price was much more expensive than the normal edition. Shang Junlin paid for it without hesitation. He took the book that Xinyu had chosen. After leaving the alley, the hidden dragon guards who were following behind them appeared. They took the book from Shang Junlin's hands and disappeared again. Xinyu and Shang Junlin continued to shop. The 2 of them walked and stopped. They bought a lot of things. They were all bought by Xinyu because he was in the mood to do so. There were some folk toys and snacks. Xiaoyu. Hearing someone call his name, Xinyu turned around. A young man in white stood in the crowd and looked at him. Ji Wuwang? Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and walked over. Your eyes. Xinyu looked at the young man in white who was slightly taller than him. The white cloth covering the young man's eyes was gone. Without the white cloth covering them, Xinyu realized that the 2 of them looked even more alike. My eyes are fine now. Ji Wuwang. raised his hand and touched his eyes. Let's talk somewhere else, Shang Junlin said. There were so many people on the street. It was not convenient. Just when it was time for lunch, the group went to the Yingxing Tower. They chose a private room on the second floor by the window. Ji Wuwang sat opposite the two of them. How is the Ji family now? Xinyu poured tea for the three of them and asked. Most of the family members have moved out. Now that the world is peaceful, they have adapted well. If there was a choice, no one would want to live a closed life. The Ji family moved to a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was not far from the capital. It could be reached by horse in half a day. The location was chosen by Ji Wuwang. He wanted to be closer to Xinyu. If Xinyu was wronged, he could help him in time. However, most of his worries were unnecessary. They had not seen each other for more than a year. Shang Junlin treated Xinyu the same as before. As the emperor of a country, it was easy for him to take care of his younger brother. Ji Wuwang and Xinyu talked about the Ji family. In the end, he said, you can let the family members participate in the free medical consultation. The Ji family is a medical family. This kind of opportunity can also let the younger generation learn a thing or two. Xinyu agreed. If they are interested, they can participate. Of course, I will not treat them unfairly. They will get what they deserve. The Ji family has a lot of medical books and herbs. If you need them, you can come and get them. Occasionally, Shang Junlin would also say a few words. The three of them chatted happily. Xinyu looked out of the window and saw a person he had seen before. The young man in the past had grown into an elegant young master. Under the care of Feng Jun, his official career was smooth sailing. Did you save a child in Subei? Xinyu turned back and looked at Ji Wuwang. The young man who was brought back by Feng Jun from Subei, could it be that he was saved by Ji Wuwang? I have indeed been to Subei before. It was many years ago in search of your mother's whereabouts. At that time, Subei was very chaotic. I saved many people along the way. I don't know if the person you are talking about is among them. It was a long time ago. Saving people was just a matter of convenience for Ji Wuwang at that time. He could not say who he saved now. Let me think. I did save a small child at that time. Did that child survive? Did you see him? Ji Wuwang felt that Xinyu would not ask this question for no reason. In a chaotic world, it was very difficult for a child who had no one to rely on to survive. If he really survived and met Xinyu, it must be a great fate. I did. He thought that I was the person who saved him. Now he has a position in the imperial court and is appreciated by official Feng. He has a bright future. Do you want to see him? Ji Wuwang thought for a while and nodded. He wanted to know what the child he saved was like now. Shang Junlin called the hidden dragon guards to invite that person over. After the meal, Xinyu and Shang Junlin left to give the two people some space. So that person was Ji Wuwang. Xinyu sighed. He was mistaken for you. That person looks similar to a Yu. It is not strange that he is a Yu's brother. Shang Junlin said. Xinyu turned around and looked at the Yingxing Tower. Back then, we first met Jiang Huiqing, He Qingyu, and Fang Jiai in the Yingxing Tower. In the blink of an eye, they have already gained a foothold in the imperial court and are realizing their dreams step by step. With Fang Jiai in the lead, there are many women who came to participate in the imperial examination this year. The opportunity had been given. It was up to them to see how far they could go. Xinyu and Shang Junlin did not return to the palace. Instead, they went to Xinyu's villa. The book they bought from the bookstall was already placed on the desk. Xinyu walked over and opened the box. There is a collector's edition. Your Majesty, have you seen it before? Shang Junlin shook his head. Xinyu was very curious about the contents of the book. He asked Shang Junlin to open the book and read it page by page. There was a painting beside the words. It was half hidden and half hidden. Coupled with the words beside it, one could not help but be immersed in the painting. Although the names were different, Xinyu knew that the content of the book was about him and Shang Junlin. This knowledge greatly magnified the embarrassment in his heart. The young man's face became redder and redder. His fingertips on the page turned crimson. Especially at this moment, he was still in the man's arms. Xinyu only felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. It was as if a fire was burning from the inside out. In fact, the content was not explicit. However, the author's writing was so good that he could not help but blush. Your Majesty. Don't read it. Feeling something, Xinyu panicked and pressed the book. Are you going to call me him even when we are outside? The man's voice was low and hoarse. If one listened carefully, there seemed to be a hint of bitterness. Xinyu suddenly widened his eyes. What? Now that we are not in the palace, you can only look at me and call me by my name, okay? The man's forehead was pressed against Xinyu's back. The warmth came through his clothes. Xinyu reacted. Wasn't this the content they had just read in the book? In the book, Her Majesty, who had lost her memory, did not know her identity. She thought that Her Majesty had someone else in her heart. From time to time, she would be jealous of her. Outside the book, Xinyu was held in the warm arms of the man. He was pleading over and over again. Could he look at him? He was like a lover who was raised outside and could not see the light of day. He longed for his lover's pity. Ever since Ayu entered the palace, he hasn't come to see me for a long time. Ayu also loves me, okay? He looked even more pitiful. Lin, what are you doing? Xinyu exclaimed. He was pressed against the bed by the man. Shang Junlin supported Xinyu's face with one hand and caressed Xinyu's face with the other hand. He rubbed it intimately. Ayu has become more beautiful after not seeing you for a while. You know that it's not easy for me to come out. Why are you still making a fuss with me? Since Shang Junlin wanted to act, Xinyu was happy to accompany him. I just want to see you more. The man lowered his eyes. I want to hug you more. Xinyu raised his hand and stroked the back of the man's neck. He comforted, am I not here to see you? I won't forget you. The man's hand kept moving downwards, causing a shiver. There were still red marks on her snow-white and delicate skin. The man's gaze swept across her, and his eyes became darker and darker. I will cover all the marks he left behind, okay? As he spoke, his hot breath sprayed on her skin. Xinyu's body trembled. Only leave my marks. The man lowered his head. Xinyu gasped, don't, what? Ayu doesn't want to? The man's voice was filled with jealousy. You still say that you don't care about him? I don't. Xinyu didn't know what Shang Junlin was doing to him, but now he was neither moving up nor down. He was very uncomfortable, and even his voice was trembling. What do you want to do? I want to keep you. The man's slender fingers stroked the marks one by one. I want to leave only my marks on this. The faded marks were dyed red one by one, covering another person's breath one by one. The young man seemed to be resisting, but also seemed to be unable to bear it. He couldn't help but hide to the side. Soon, he was pulled back. Where do you want to hide? The man's arms were strong and firmly shackled the person in his arms. Xinyu was in his arms and couldn't escape. I don't want to hide. Under the gravity, his voice even sounded like he was crying. This made the man even more excited. He hugged the young man in his arms tightly and left a string of kisses on his face. Xinyu liked the feeling of kissing. When he felt another person's warmth on his lips, he couldn't help but chase after him. His behavior pleased the man. The man moderated his strength to give Xinyu time to adapt. The kiss gradually became stronger. The wind set off stormy waves, and the lonely boat rose and fell with the waves. Ayu, you can only be mine. Not me, but me. It has nothing to do with identity, it's just me. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC. The people of the Imperial Hospital found that Imperial Physician Gu's state was not quite right recently. He would be distracted from time to time, and almost mix up the herbs when organizing them. These things would never happen in the past. Imperial Physician Gu was greatly respected by the imperial physicians and apprentices of the Imperial Hospital. On one hand, his medical skills were outstanding. On the other hand, he never put on airs and was willing to teach others. Everyone was worried about Imperial Physician Gu's situation. Imperial Physician Qian and Imperial Physician Gu were close and everyone went to ask about the situation. There was a pavilion in the Imperial Hospital for people to rest. Imperial Physician Qian invited Imperial Physician Gu here. There were fruits and tea on the stone table. When Imperial Physician Gu came close, he was welcomed into the pavilion by Imperial Physician Qian. No matter how busy you are, you cannot spend all your time in the medicine room. This was one of the areas where Imperial Physician Gu's behavior was not right. In this period of time, he had spent almost all his time in the Imperial Hospital. When General Gu Huai had returned to Jing, he had been on duty on time. I know. Why did Xianxia call me here? Gu Chong sat opposite Imperial Physician Qian. He was half a teacher to Imperial Physician Wu, so he called Imperial Physician Wu's disciple Xianxia. You don't look like you know. The entire Imperial Hospital knows that your state is not right in this period of time. Has something happened that is hard to solve? Imperial Physician Qian had a worried expression. If there is something, you can say it. Everyone can think of a way to solve it. Is it so obvious? Gu Chong finally realized that everyone had seen it. It is very obvious. Imperial Physician Qian poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Gu Chong. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If it is a small matter, you would not be so obvious. If it is a difficult matter, and we have no solution, we can go to the palace to beg the emperor. There will be a way. It really isn't a major matter, just a private matter. Gu Chong hadn't thought that his behavior would be so worrisome. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But because it involves someone close to me, I can't make a decision. There is no need to disturb the emperor. What Gu Chong did not say was that when he went to the palace to take the emperor's pulse, the emperor had also asked this question. But he thought, it was good to take care of his own matters. Also, this matter involved Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Thinking of this name, Gu Chong had a headache. He didn't know if there was something wrong with his teaching, causing this child to have thoughts about him that he shouldn't have. He had a bright future ahead of him, the Lin family's case had been overturned, and everything was going in the right direction. Yet, something like this happened. Gu Chong couldn't help but recall what had happened that day. As usual, he was making medicine in the pharmacy at home when Gu Huai suddenly barged in and hugged him from behind. At that time, Gu Chong didn't feel anything was wrong. Ever since he picked Gu Huai up, he and Gu Huai had become close friends. Gu Huai liked to hug him from behind when he was young. When he was younger, Gu Huai was very insecure due to his childhood experiences. He often woke up in the middle of the night and fell ill. At that time, Gu Huai would stay by his side the whole night. When he was about to wake up, Gu Chong would gently pat him on the back and coax him back to sleep. He didn't think much of it. He patted his grown brother's head and asked, "What's wrong?" "I miss you." Gu Huai's voice was muffled. "Why are you still acting like a spoiled child at this age?" Gu Chong smelled alcohol. "Have you been drinking?" "A little." Gu Huai rubbed against the back of Gu Chong's neck like a big puppy. Gu Chong felt itchy and couldn't help but move aside. He didn't see the intense emotions in the man's eyes because of his movement. "Why are you avoiding me?" The man's voice turned cold. Gu Chong didn't notice it. He thought Gu Huai was feeling unwell after drinking. He comforted him. "You're making me itchy. Are you uncomfortable? I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup." "I'm not uncomfortable." "Don't go." Feeling Gu Huai was about to leave, Gu Huai tightened his arms. Gu Chong had no choice but to let him hold him for a while. However, Gu Huai didn't intend to let go. Gu Chong sighed and said, "Let go of me first. I'll clean up here and then we'll go out together." "I'll go with you." Gu Huai seemed to realize that he was in trouble. His voice was low. "No need. You can wait for me." Gu Chong was almost done. Even if Gu Huai didn't come, he would have packed up and left in a while. Gu Huai hugged the person in his arms for a while and reluctantly let go. Gu Chong quickly packed up his things, took Gu Huai, who was following closely behind him, and walked out. He led Gu Huai to his room and put him on the bed. Gu Chong wanted to pour a glass of hot water for Gu Huai, but Gu Huai wouldn't let go. "I'll get you a glass of hot water." Gu Huai shook his head. I don't drink. The tall man sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him like a big dog afraid of being abandoned. Gu Chong surrendered and walked to Gu Huai and sat down. How much did you drink? Why did he feel that he was drunk? Gu Huai tilted his head and leaned on Gu Chong's shoulder. Brother, did someone ask for your hand in marriage today? There was nothing strange in his tone. His eyelids drooped, hiding the surging anger in his eyes. He knew that his brother was obsessed with medicine and had no interest in love. It would be an extravagant hope for his brother's feelings to be reciprocated. He didn't intend to force it. As long as they could stay like before, with no one between him and his brother, it would be fine. He would always be a good brother and shelter his brother from the wind and rain. He thought that was enough. However, he underestimated himself. The human heart was never satisfied. As long as he thought that one day, there would be a woman who would be intimate with his brother, he couldn't control the jealousy in his heart. He had nothing in his life except his brother. No matter what, he couldn't watch such a thing happen. Because he had nothing, he wanted to hold on to the only thing he had. His brother was too outstanding. This excellence would be seen by more and more people. Of course, part of this was because of him. His relationship with his brother was good. It was no secret in the capital. Those people thought that by marrying his brother, they would be able to establish a relationship with him. As he rose in the court, there would be more and more people like this. Yes, but I rejected them. Xiao Huai, are you unhappy because of this? Gu Chong suddenly remembered that he had noticed this before. That was many years ago. Gu Huai was just a powerless youth. He didn't have a firm foothold in the imperial hospital. Unlike now, who in the court didn't know that he had cured the empress's illness and was highly valued by the emperor and the empress. No one dared to make trouble for him. At that time, a young lady from an official's family had taken a fancy to his appearance and sent someone to be a matchmaker. After she was rejected, she tried to use her power to pressure him and force him to submit. It wasn't until the young lady's father was exposed for corruption that the matter was resolved. Gu Chong thought that Gu Huai was traumatized by this incident and comforted him, that kind of thing won't happen again. Xiao Huai, you're a general now. No one will force me to do anything. I know, Gu Huai closed his eyes. Brother, don't get married. Don't abandon me. No, Gu Chong patted his back. Xiao Huai is young and promising. I'm afraid that soon, there will be an endless stream of people coming to propose marriage. When Xiao Huai gets married, no. Before Gu Chong could finish, Gu Huai hurriedly interrupted, there won't be such a day. Xiao Huai will get married. You're the only bloodline left in the Lin family, brother, I won't get married. Gu Chong's words were interrupted again. Hearing the anger in Gu Huai's voice, Gu Chong softened his tone, alright, don't get married. Xiao Huai can do whatever he wants. These words seemed to give Gu Huai unlimited courage. He sat up straight and looked at Gu Chong, whatever I want. His gaze gave Gu Chong a strange feeling. Before he could speak, Gu Huai spoke first. What if I say, I want to be with brother forever? Won't we always be together? No, what I mean is, like His Majesty and the Empress together. Brother, I like you. The kind of like that I want to marry you. The man's eyes were burning. Gu Chong didn't see a trace of joking in them. He opened his mouth but found that he couldn't say a word. After a long while, he heard his own voice, Xiao Huai, you're just too dependent on me. You can't differentiate between different kinds of feelings. You'll understand in the future that these are different. Gu Huai stared at Gu Chong, the fire in his eyes seemed to set him on fire. No, brother, I'm very clear. If it's a normal brotherly love, would the younger brother want to kiss the older brother? Would he only think of the older brother in his dreams? Would he want to press the older brother down on the bed? Don't say any more. Gu Chong awkwardly turned his face away. His face was dyed red. Gu Huai's eyes darkened. He closed his eyes and restrained his aggressiveness. I won't force you to make a decision. I just want you to know what kind of feelings I have for you. If you can accept it, I'll naturally be happy. If you can't, I hope you won't distance yourself from me. I'll always be your obedient younger brother. Gu Chong was very embarrassed. He casually said a few words and hurriedly left. This time, Gu Huai didn't stop him. Gu Chong was still a bit embarrassed after being pulled out of his memories. How could he talk about this kind of thing to others? Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Imperial Physician Qian didn't make things difficult. I know you have your own ideas. If you can't solve it, you can tell us. After that, Imperial Physician Qian took the initiative to change the topic and talk about medicine. Gradually, Gu Chong was immersed in it and forgot about his previous awkwardness. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go off duty. Gu Chong packed his things and felt a bit awkward. He admitted that he was hiding from Gu Huai. Ever since Gu Huai revealed his feelings for him that night, he didn't know how to interact with him. He simply found an excuse to stay in the Imperial Physician's Hospital. But now that his colleagues in the Imperial Physician's Hospital could see that something was wrong with him, he couldn't continue to hide like this. It was snowing. It often snowed in Dahuan's capital during winter. Gu Chong walked out of the Imperial Physician's Hospital, thinking about how to spend the next 2 days. His gaze landed on a certain spot and suddenly paused. A tall man stood not far away with an umbrella, silently looking at him. There was a layer of snow on the umbrella. Gu Chong didn't know how long he had been standing there. His heartache suppressed his other emotions. Gu Chong hurriedly walked over and grabbed the hand holding the umbrella. How long have you been standing here? Are you cold? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC. The skin under his palm was cold. Gu Chong rubbed it for a while. You're a great general. Why wait outside? After all, he was the one who raised him. How could he not feel bad? Besides, other than that day, Gu Huai had always been obedient. He was a typical younger brother. Gu Chong was always glad to have such a person by his side. I'm afraid that you don't want to see me, Gu Huai replied in a low voice. I won't. Gu Chong sighed. He just didn't know how to face it. He didn't get angry at Gu Huai because of this. It's cold outside. Let's go home first, brother. Gu Huai walked over with Gu Chong. There was a carriage parked not far away. Gu Chong was touched by the words "go home." He followed Gu Huai into the carriage. Along the way, Gu Huai automatically kept a distance from Gu Chong, not crossing the line at all. The Imperial Academy of Medicine was not far from the Gu family. The carriage stopped and Gu Huai got off first. When Gu Chong got off, the snow above his head was blocked by a large umbrella. His bony hands held the umbrella handle. These hands were used to hold swords, but now they were willing to hold the umbrella for him. His movements were so familiar. Gu Chong suddenly realized that the child who needed his protection had grown up. He was standing in front of him, sheltering him from the wind and rain. The roles had changed. He went from being the protector to being protected. Brother, be careful. As he thought about this, Gu Chong stumbled and was supported by someone. The man's strong arm wrapped around his waist to help him stand firm. Gu Chong's ears turned red as the man's cold aura hit him. He was already an adult, but he almost fell while walking. Gu Chong was embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but Gu Huai had already let go of his hand. Silence spread between the two. Gu Chong pushed the door open and walked in. After a few steps, he turned around. The tall man stood outside the door with an umbrella in his hand, watching Gu Chong leave. He was like a dog abandoned by its owner. Why don't you come in? Gu Chong had to admit that he couldn't harden his heart towards Gu Huai. Brother, are you still willing to let me in? Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Seeing Gu Huai's cautious and hopeful eyes, Gu Chong's heart softened. This was the child he had raised. Even if he had made a mistake, he could not bear to punish him. Moreover, he had not done anything wrong. He had just fallen in love with him. No matter what happens, this will always be your home, Gu Chong said calmly, suppressing his thoughts. He and Gu Huai were not family, but they were family. For the past few days, he could not help but wonder why Gu Huai would fall in love with him. Putting aside the fact that they were both men, when he was with Gu Huai, he had always treated Gu Huai like a younger brother. Could it be that Gu Huai had misunderstood something and developed such feelings for him? Gu Chong made a decision in his heart. He would find a time to make it clear to Gu Huai that he would always be Gu Huai's brother. Nothing else. The two lived in peace for a period of time and tacitly did not bring up that topic again. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. The waves caused by the confession had calmed down. However, this was only what it looked like. When they were together, it was impossible to act as if nothing had happened. Gu Huai could feel that Gu Cheng was consciously distancing himself from him. It was not the kind of distance where he wanted to distance himself from him. Instead, it was the kind of distance where he wanted to pull him onto the right track and avoid intimacy. Although Gu Huai was right in front of him, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them, preventing him from touching the real person. After that day, Gu Huai also wondered if he should not have brought up this matter. However, he was unwilling. He did not want to see another intimate person appear by his brother's side one day. Whenever he thought that his brother's gaze and gentleness would be on that person, he would go crazy with jealousy. He could not bear the possible consequences. Therefore, he had to let his brother know his feelings. Without destruction, there would be no construction. Only by bringing up the matter could it develop in the direction he wanted. As the end of the year approached, Gu Cheng and Gu Huai went to buy the things they would need for the new year. In the past, they had done it together. Gu Cheng was in charge of choosing and Gu Huai was in charge of carrying things. Seeing a ready-made clothing store, Gu Cheng pulled Gu Huai into it. This year, Gu Huai had grown a lot taller. Gu Cheng had also made great contributions to the Empress and received many rewards. He had accumulated a lot of savings and wanted to make some new clothes for Gu Huai. Gu Huai saw Gu Cheng signal to the store staff to take his measurements. He asked, "Brother, are you going to make new clothes for me?" "Yes. You're growing fast. After spring, many of your old clothes can't be worn anymore. Since you're free now, let's make a few more. Brother, don't just focus on me. Make some for yourself too." In the end, both of them made a lot. After setting a date to collect the clothes, the two were happily sent out by the store owner who had received a large order. "Customers, don't worry. My store has made clothes for many high officials and nobles. The quality and style are guaranteed." After walking for a while, Gu Huai slowly came over. "Brother, what's wrong?" Gu Cheng was in a good mood. "Brother, do you want to take a look at the mansion His Majesty gave me?" That was the Lin family's mansion. After it was given to Gu Huai, the emperor had ordered people to renovate it. Gu Cheng had only been there at the beginning. Later, Gu Huai himself lived in the Gu family and would not go there. After coaxing and pestering, Gu Cheng agreed to take a look at Gu Huai. "After it was renovated, I always wanted to take you here." Gu Huai led Gu Cheng inside. The general's mansion was solemn. Walking inside, Gu Cheng suddenly felt like time was passing. "This is the martial arts field. His Majesty asked me what style I wanted. I thought that there were very few traces left of the Lin family, so I hope to restore it as much as possible. It's a pity that I was too young when the Lin family got into trouble. Many of my memories are blurry. This place is different from the Lin family of the past." Gu Huai's voice gradually became downcast. "As long as you're here, the Lin family will still be here. His Majesty has overturned the case for the Lin family. The Lin family's honor will still be there." Gu Cheng comforted him. The two sat at the edge of the martial arts field and looked at the empty field. It was as if they were looking at the lively scene of the Lin family through time. Father would practice martial arts here every day. Occasionally, Mother would bring me here to see him. She would tell me that in the future, I would become a great general like Father. I would risk my life for the great Huan kingdom. Father always told me that a general's greatest glory was to die on the battlefield, but the Lin family had been loyal for generations. In the end, they were framed by treacherous officials. Although they died on the battlefield, they didn't die at the hands of the enemy. They lost their lives in the conspiracy of their own people. It's all in the past. Gu Cheng patted Gu Huai's head. The wicked have been punished. The good have been vindicated. Everyone has returned to their rightful place. In the past, I was really scared. When I was sent away, I fainted. When I woke up, my dignified father, my mother who loved me dearly, my big sister who would make me laugh. Everything, including the Lin family, was gone. For a long time I thought I was dreaming. When I woke up, my father, mother, and the Lin family were still there. My mother would gently tell me, "Don't be afraid. It's just a nightmare." Gu Huai's tone was calm. But it was this calmness that made Gu Chong unable to bear it. Whoever raised a child would love him dearly. Gu Chong felt terrible that such a thing had happened to him at such a young age. This was the first time Gu Huai had spoken of his childhood. Gu Chong's heart tightened. Calculating the time, when he found Gu Huai, it had been some time since the Lin family's destruction. He didn't dare to imagine how a child like Gu Huai had lived before he found him. Gu Huai's hand was at his side. Gu Chong reached out to cover it, as if he wanted to warm this person up. Gu Chong turned to look at him. The man's side profile was handsome and firm. The current Gu Huai, compared to when he was first picked up, had really changed a lot. Gu Chong sighed in his heart. This was a child he had raised single-handedly. From a thin and sickly child, he had grown into a handsome man. His eyes were filled with pity and emotions that he didn't even realize. Gu Huai felt it. His lips curled up slightly. "Brother, do you remember? For a long time I didn't dare to sleep alone. I wasn't timid, I was afraid. I was afraid that when I woke up, I would be alone again. At that time I only had you. I was afraid that you would be gone when I woke up." Of course Gu Chong remembered. At that time, he was also poor. He had prepared a small bed for Gu Huai. Who would have thought that when he woke up in the middle of the night, he would find a small figure curled up beside him? After asking, he found out that the child often came to him in the middle of the night and left before he woke up. No wonder he didn't notice. "When I asked you, you only said you were afraid of the dark." "I didn't know, this has nothing to do with you." Gu Huai interrupted Gu Chong. "It's me who didn't tell you. How did you survive before you met me? Didn't you have servants to protect you? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Gu Chong remembered clearly that when he found Gu Huai, there was no adult by his side. On a rainy night, a child in tattered clothes had collapsed beside the house he rented at the time, suffering from a high fever. If he hadn't met him, he wouldn't have survived so easily. Something happened. A few people were disloyal and wanted to hand me over for a reward. I saw through them and escaped under the protection of a few loyal servants. Gu Huai made light of the situation, but the actual situation was far more dangerous than he made it out to be. At that time, someone leaked the news and the people who were supposed to help them were replaced. There weren't many people protecting him to begin with. It was a close shave that allowed him to escape from those people. Those who protected him were all dead. In the end, he was the only one left. He didn't want to accept his fate. He was protected by the Lin family. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to live. Only by living could he have a chance to take revenge. Those people poured basin after basin of dirty water on the Lin family. The souls of those who died in vain were wailing, but Gu Huai could do nothing. He could only protect himself, gather strength little by little, and wait for the best time to counterattack. He fell into the abyss in that fire and was pulled back to the human world by a pair of tender hands on a rainy night. He didn't want to implicate Gu Chong because of him, so he had to be very careful. Fortunately, Gu Chong didn't get involved in danger because of him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, M. bq50. CC. Under such circumstances, Gu Chong could not help but nod in agreement. Gu Huai was very happy, his face overflowing with joy. Gu Chong watched, seeing him emerge from his childhood memories, and smiled faintly. "Brother, don't hide from me anymore." Gu Huai suddenly turned around and hugged Gu Chong. Gu Chong instinctively wanted to push him away. Sensing his intention, Gu Huai said dejectedly, "Can't I even be close to my brother now? You used to let me hug you." Hearing the faint reproach in Gu Huai's tone, Gu Chong could not help but reflect on himself. Had he overreacted? Gu Huai had been clingy since he was young. Would his alienation have a bad influence on the child? Moreover, Gu Huai was just hugging him, there was nothing wrong with him. He was his only family, hugging him would not hurt him. Feeling Gu Cheng's loosening, Gu Huai's lips curled up. Gu Huai hugged Gu Huai. Gu Cheng could not see his expression, but he felt that this hug was very warm. Gu Huai did not have a family, and neither did he. Gu Huai was greedy for his warmth, and he also needed Gu Huai to entrust his feelings. He and Gu Huai were like two entwined vines, inseparable. Alright, you've hugged for long enough. Let go. After some time, Gu Cheng spoke. Gu Huai obediently let go. Brother, let me show you my sword. The training field was fully equipped. Gu Huai stood up, took the long sword, and walked to the middle of the field. Gu Cheng sat below, looking at the tall man. As they rose and fell, they both carried an extraordinary aura. It was as if he saw a young boy growing up bit by bit with the sword. This was the child he raised, and also his only family. Gu Huai's excellence made Gu Cheng proud. After a day at the general's residence, their relationship was no longer stiff. Gu Cheng no longer avoided Gu Huai intentionally or unintentionally. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when Gu Huai had not expressed his feelings. However, both of them knew that some things had quietly changed. The two spent the new year together. When Gu Huai was not busy, he would go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine to wait for Gu Cheng to finish his duty as usual. Then they would go home together. On the days off, Gu Huai would help Gu Cheng take care of the herbs at home. The courtyard where they lived had a special place to grow herbs. Before Gu Huai became an official, he took care of a lot of things. After Gu Huai became an official, in order to not tire his brother out, he sent a few meticulous and reliable servants to take care of the medicinal fields. Brother, you just need to focus on your medical studies. Leave these menial tasks to the servants. These were Gu Huai's words at that time. With the arrival of spring, the planted medicinal plants sprouted. As the weather warmed up, they gradually grew. Early in the morning, Gu Cheng waited for a long time, but Gu Huai, who had agreed to go out with him, did not appear. He went to the courtyard to look for him. Xiao Huai, you. Gu Cheng suddenly paused when he saw the person in the courtyard. By the well, Gu Huai was bare-chested and pouring water on himself. The young man's skin texture was very beautiful. The water droplets meandered down his muscles. It was a lively scene. Caught off guard, Gu Cheng quickly averted his gaze, but the image still formed in his mind. It turned out that in a place he did not notice, Xiao Huai had grown into a real man. At this moment, Gu Cheng clearly realized that the brother he spent time with was no longer the weak youth who needed his protection, but an adult who could shelter him from the wind and rain. Brother, why are you here? Did I keep you waiting for too long? Gu Huai broke the silence. I just sweated from practicing martial arts. I wanted to wash up before going to find you. Seeing the redness spreading from Gu Cheng's neck, Gu Huai touched the roof of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. Brother, wait for me for a while. Accompanying Gu Huai's voice was the sound of water splashing and the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other. Gu Cheng stood where he was, not knowing whether to leave or not. He did not know where to look. I'll wait for you outside. Brother, don't go. I'll be done soon. After waiting for a while, the sound of footsteps approached. Gu Huai walked to Gu Cheng's side. Brother, I'm done. After being blown by the cold wind for a while, the heat on Gu Cheng's face subsided. Gu Huai looked at Gu Cheng's recovered face and a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. Gu Cheng turned to look at Gu Huai. The man's face did not change. Gu Cheng could only suppress the strange feeling in his heart and pretend nothing had happened. The two went out and got on the carriage, heading straight out of the capital. A few days ago, Gu Cheng heard from his colleagues in the Imperial Academy of Medicine that a rare medicinal herb had appeared on a mountain outside the capital. They were going there for this herb. The mountain was quiet and secluded. Gu Cheng and Gu Huai walked on an unopened path. As they walked, Gu Huai brushed away the branches and leaves blocking the way for Gu Cheng. The sun was rising and they were getting closer to their destination. Gu Cheng was sweating. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, Xiao Huai, do you want to rest? Brother, drink some water. Gu Huai took out a water bottle and handed it to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng took it and drank a few mouthfuls. The two rested for a while and continued walking. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the herb grew. Gu Chong saw that a few of the herbs were not in good condition and wanted to bring them back to see if they could be saved. He told Gu Huai and went to dig for the herbs. "Brother, be careful." Gu Chong dug seriously and did not notice that a colorful poisonous snake was getting closer and closer to him. Hearing Gu Huai's voice, he subconsciously turned around and looked at the poisonous snake hanging on the branch. It was too close. Gu Chong recognized this type of snake. It was very poisonous. If he was bitten and did not treat it in time, he would most likely lose his life. Fear overpowered all reactions. He froze in place, afraid that any movement would cause the snake to attack. As he was thinking about how to avoid the snake's attack, a branch shot straight at him and pierced through the snake's body, nailing it to the tree trunk. It was Gu Huai. Gu Huai quickly ran to Gu Chong's side and pulled him aside. Only when he was sure that Gu Chong was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. Gu Huai held Gu Chong tightly in his arms. He raised his hand with difficulty and patted the man's back. "I'm fine. Don't be afraid. I'm fine now." Gu Huai did not say anything. His heart was still beating wildly. When he found that the snake was too close to Gu Chong, his hands were shaking. He had never been so scared before. After this incident, it was already late. Gu Chong packed up and went down the mountain with Gu Huai. He knew that Gu Huai was frightened. When he was held, he felt the man's body trembling. On the way back, Gu Huai held Gu Chong's hand and said in a low voice, "Brother, don't do such a dangerous thing next time. If you need any herbs, let me know. I'll get someone to pick them." "Okay." Gu Chong touched Gu Huai's head. He was just frightened at the time. Now he was fine. He had brought the snake back. The more poisonous the snake, the better the effect of the medicine. On the other hand, Gu Huai was still scared. In fact, before coming this time, Gu Huai had asked others to come. It was Gu Chong who insisted. Gu Huai could not persuade him and had to come along. Gu Chong didn't expect to encounter such a thing. After returning home, Gu Chong made Gu Huai a calming medicine and watched him take it. "Rest for a while. I'll go outside and clean up." "I'll go with you." Gu Huai followed behind Gu Chong like a little tail. He was very anxious and did not want Gu Chong to leave his sight. After this incident, Gu Chong found that Gu Huai was even more clingy to him. If not for Gu Chong's insistence, Gu Huai would have clung to him even at night. The moonlight shone on the ground. Gu Chong heard the sound of water. He followed the sound and saw Gu Huai waving at him from the water. Under the moonlight, everything was hazy and unpredictable. Gu Chong did not know why Gu Huai was in the water. He could not help but step in and walk to the man. "Brother," skin to skin, Gu Chong felt the firm muscles on Gu Huai's body. The man's low and hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Their fingers lingered and water droplets slid down. His body was getting hotter and hotter. The surrounding environment had changed. He lay under Gu Huai and kissed the direction of the water droplets. "Brother, do you like it?" Gu Chong's mind buzzed and he suddenly opened his eyes. So it was a dream. But why would he have such a dream? Gu Chong sat up with a wooden face. He was not an ignorant teenager. Of course, he knew what such a dream meant. He just could not understand why he had such a strange dream. The main characters in the dream were still Gu Huai and himself. His first reaction was that he was glad that he did not agree to Gu Huai's request to sleep with him. Gu Chong got up silently and changed into clean clothes. He threw away the dirty clothes. Out of sight, out of mind. Gu Huai found that Gu Chong was avoiding him again. But this time, there was a slight difference. He was not avoiding anything. He was just being awkward. He was considerate and did not ask much. He continued to get along with Gu Chong as before. Gu Chong was embarrassed for a few days. He tried not to show any abnormalities in their daily interactions. One day, Gu Chong was stopped by an imperial physician in the imperial hospital. Someone had asked him to ask for Gu Chong's opinion. They wanted to matchmake Gu Huai and his youngest daughter. Lord Yao only has this one daughter in his family. She's intelligent and well-mannered. Gu Chong knew that with Gu Huai's age and ability, this day would come sooner or later. But he did not expect it to come so soon. Later, Gu Huai came back from his shift. Seeing Gu Chong waiting for him in the courtyard, he smiled and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for me? There is something I want to talk to you about." Gu Chong chose his tone carefully. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Gu Huai was curious. "Lord Yao asked someone to find me today. He wants to matchmake you and his youngest daughter. Brother, you agreed?" Gu Huai's face turned cold. "How could I agree without asking you?" Gu Chong was embarrassed. When Gu Huai confessed to him, he swore that he only saw him as a younger brother. But now, hearing that someone wanted to marry Gu Huai, he actually felt uncomfortable in his heart, as if something that belonged to him was about to be taken away. "Brother, you were right not to agree. I don't want anyone else other than you." Gu Huai looked at Gu Chong and said directly. "I know. This is your own business. I won't make the decision for you." Hearing Gu Huai's answer, Gu Chong sighed in relief. His subtle change did not escape Gu Huai, who had been observing him. Thinking of a possibility, Gu Huai was startled. He said tentatively, "Brother, I don't want to be with anyone else. No matter how good they can't compare to you in my heart. If you can agree to be with me, what nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Chong interrupted in a panic. "Don't say that again." Gu Huai had an idea. He thought that he would need more time to see the result. He didn't expect it to come sooner than expected. "Brother, do you really dislike my feelings?" The man lowered his eyes, like a dog afraid of being abandoned by its owner. "Dislike it?" Gu Chong asked himself honestly. He didn't dislike it. He just, before he could think carefully, a pair of strong arms wrapped around his waist. The man leaned close to his ear. "Brother, do you feel disgusted by what I'm doing?" Gu Chong shook his head. "How about this?" Something touched his ear. Gu Chong continued to shake his head. The distance between them kept closing. Gu Huai's eyes darkened. He first kissed Gu Chong's earlobe. When he didn't feel any resistance, he slowly moved on. Cheeks, forehead, nose, all the way down. Finally, his hot breath stopped at his lips. Gu Chong felt his heart beating faster and faster. He didn't know if it was because he was afraid of the kiss or because he was looking forward to it. When their lips touched, a barrier in Gu Chong's heart collapsed. He hugged Gu Huai back. His action gave Gu Huai great encouragement. Gu Huai was overflowing with joy. His arms unconsciously tightened as if he wanted to rub the person in his arms into his body. The kiss was getting crazier. "Ugh." Gu Chong's lips hurt and he groaned. This sound woke Gu Huai up. He let go of Gu Huai. "Sorry, brother." Gu Chong had time to breathe. He leaned on the man's shoulder and breathed slowly. Gu Huai was still hugging him. He didn't want to let go. His lips lingered on Gu Chong's face, leaving a trail of wet marks. Gu Chong felt that Gu Huai was really like a spoiled and clingy dog. Especially now, it was hard to resist. "Brother, try it with me." Gu Chong grabbed his hand and gasped. "Don't touch me. If you don't object, I'll take it that you agree." Gu Huai knew Gu Chong's character, so he didn't force him to say it. "I'm so happy." Gu Huai kissed him again. "Brother," a breeze blew. The two of them, whose hearts were connected, hugged each other tightly. Their clothes were entwined. The rest of their lives were complete. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC. On the day he returned to Subei from the northern desert, Jiang Huiqing felt an indescribable sense of unease. He did not know where this feeling came from, nor did he know why. He could not figure it out, so he thought it was because he was homesick. Very few people knew about his movements. This time only He Qingyu, who had been covering for him, knew about his return. It was already late at night when he arrived. In order not to attract attention, the He residents did not make any big movements. Jiang Huiqing and the hidden dragon guards escorting him entered the He residence in the dark. "Brother Qingyu?" When Jiang Huiqing entered his courtyard, he saw an unexpected person. "Sorry, I cannot hold a welcome banquet for you. Huaiqing, you have worked hard. He Qingyu took 2 steps forward, as if he wanted to get closer to Jiang Huaiqing, but for some reason, he stopped halfway. There is no need for such trouble. Jiang Huaiqing stood in the same spot. I have troubled official he for this period of time. Huaiqing, why are you so distant from me? He Qingyu's fingers that were hanging in his sleeves curled up. Jiang Huaiqing did not know what to say. They had not seen each other for almost a year. Whether it was He Qingyu or him, they had changed a lot. The man standing in front of him had an imposing aura. Even in the northern desert, he had heard a lot of news about He Qingyu. After taking power in Subei, He Qingyu reorganized the government and reformed the old system. In the shortest time possible, he turned Subei back on the right path. Under his leadership, Subei had begun to flourish. Before they arrived at the He residence, Jiang Huaiqing had observed the lives of the people in Subei. Compared to when they had just arrived, it was completely different. Now, the people in Subei lived and worked in peace. They did not have to worry about being attacked by outsiders. They could live their own lives. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Everywhere was full of vitality. The man standing in front of him was the one who brought about this change in Subei. Jiang Huaiqing had always known that He Qingyu was very outstanding, but he had never expected him to achieve so much in such a short time. Little did he know that half of the reason why He Qingyu could achieve so much was because of him. The two of them looked at each other. It seemed like something had changed, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. He Qingyu struggled to suppress the feelings in his heart. In the end, he was defeated under Jiang Huaiqing's gaze. He strode forward quickly, not giving Jiang Huaiqing a chance to react, and directly pulled her into his arms. Let him be selfish this time. He Qingyu thought. Huaiqing, it's good that you came back safely. A hug dispelled the estrangement between the two of them. Jiang Huaiqing's eyes were hot, and he reached out to hug her. I'm back. I miss you, Huaiqing. He Qingyu's voice was lower than usual. Jiang Huaiqing wanted to see his expression, but he was held in the man's arms and couldn't move, so he had to give up. I miss you too. After being hugged for a while, Jiang Huaiqing whispered. He Qingyu was the first person he met who was so compatible with him. They were like-minded, knowledgeable, and had a pleasant conversation. If not for this, Jiang Huaiqing wouldn't have gone with He Qingyu just to help him out. He Qingyu's existence filled the gap between Jiang Huaiqing and Jiang Huaiqing after the death of his teacher. He Qingyu was a close friend to Jiang Huaiqing, an older brother, or perhaps, there were other feelings that the master hadn't discovered yet. Can you tell me about the northern desert? After a quarter of an hour, He Qingyu restrained himself and let go of her. Jiang Huaiqing was still a little reluctant. He hugged He Qingyu's waist and rubbed his shoulder. Back in Dahuan, he didn't need to be the flawless Mr. Yufeng anymore. He was just him, Jiang Huaiqing, a young man who had just entered the officialdom. He didn't need to be perfect. He Qingyu barely stopped himself from hugging Jiang Huaiqing again. The joy and excitement in his heart were much more than Jiang Huaiqing's. In this year, not only did his feelings for Jiang Huaiqing not disappear because they couldn't see each other, but it also deepened his feelings. It's late. Let's go inside first. He Qingyu's voice was slightly hoarse. That's right. It's not good to stand outside all the time. We haven't seen each other for so long. I have a lot to say to you. The two entered the house. The person who played Jiang Huaiqing had already left. Jiang Huaiqing looked around. The furnishings in the house were the same as when he left. Just tell me if there's anything you want. He Qingyu followed behind him. The decorations here are the same as when you left. If there's anything you don't like, just tell me directly. Everything is to my liking. It's already so late. Brother Qingyu, why don't you go and rest first? After entering the house, Jiang Huaiqing realized that it was already late. He was too excited to sleep because he returned to Dahuan, but He Qingyu was not necessarily not sleepy. It's okay. I'm usually busy with work until late. Besides, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I also want to talk to you more. Since He Qingyu said so, Jiang Huaiqing didn't refuse anymore. He picked some things that could be said to He Qingyu. After going deep into the northern desert, Jiang Huiqing realized how different the northern desert was from Dahuan. At first, I wasn't used to the lifestyle of the northern desert people. I thought that it would be best if I could come back as soon as possible. Later, I got used to it and felt that it was okay. I had too many things to think about and didn't have the energy to think about other things. Only when the situation stabilized could I breathe a sigh of relief. At that time, I really missed the days in Dahuan. Sometimes, when I encountered something interesting, I always wanted to share it with Brother Qingyu. Unfortunately, at that time, I couldn't even write a letter to Dahuan. There couldn't be any mistakes. I could only silently remember it in my heart. Maybe one day, I could travel the northern desert with Brother Qingyu. Qingyu's heart softened. He knew that Jiang Huiqing didn't have that kind of feelings for him at the moment. However, this didn't stop him from being happy about it. He was a special person in Jiang Huiqing's heart. This knowledge made Qingyu's heart boil. He told himself over and over again that he couldn't scare Jiang Huiqing. He had to do it step by step. Most of the time, it was Jiang Huiqing talking and Qingyu listening. Unknowingly, the outside of the window gradually brightened. The candles burned to the bottom and Jiang Huiqing stopped talking. It's daybreak. After daybreak, everything returned to normal. Jiang Huiqing slowly appeared in front of everyone after recovering from a serious illness. He was still living in the He manor. He also saw how busy Qingyu was. A few days later, the imperial court sent a message telling them to prepare to return to the capital. Jiang Huiqing didn't have many things on hand. Qingyu handed over to the other officials and the two of them stepped on the road back to the capital together. With Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing didn't find the journey boring. These days, he learned from Qingyu about what happened in Dahuan in the past year and the various changes in the imperial court. We're here. Qingyu's voice pulled Jiang Huiqing back from his thoughts. Jiang Huiqing lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. The streets were bustling with people. Compared to when they left, it seemed more prosperous. What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? Nothing. I just feel a bit unaccustomed to suddenly returning to the capital from the northern desert. Jiang Huiqing lowered the curtain and sat up straight. What's there to be unaccustomed to? Qingyu smiled and poured him a cup of tea. He handed it to him. This time, His Majesty will probably let you stay in the capital. For many years to come, you will live here. No matter what happens in the northern desert, this is the place where we should work together. Brother Qingyu is right. Jiang Huiqing took the tea and took a sip. I haven't seen you for a year. Brother Qingyu's tea skills have improved. It's good that you didn't disappoint me. The carriage passed through the bustling streets and quiet alleys. It stopped in front of a secluded courtyard. A servant who had already received the news was waiting in front of the courtyard. When he saw the carriage coming, he hurried forward. Sirs, it must have been a tiring journey. Hot water and food have been prepared inside. Sirs, wash up first. Qingyu, who loved cleanliness, couldn't stand the dust from the journey. After speaking, he helped Jiang Huiqing who was getting off the carriage. Where's Huiqing? I'm also going to wash up first. Along the way, the food was arranged by Qingyu. It wasn't mealtime now, so Jiang Huiqing wasn't hungry. The servant respectfully led Jiang Huiqing and Qingyu inside. This courtyard was where they had temporarily stayed to avoid the endless stream of matchmakers. This time, after asking Jiang Huiqing's opinion, they finally decided to stay here first. Their rooms were close to each other. When they reached his room, Jiang Huiqing bid farewell to Qingyu and entered his own room. The servant quickly prepared the hot water. Jiang Huiqing took off his clothes and soaked in the hot water. He sighed softly. The hot water washed away his tiredness. Jiang Huiqing soaked for a while and reluctantly got out of the bathtub. He changed into a clean set of clothes and went out. Qingyu had already tidied himself up and stood outside. When he saw Jiang Huiqing coming out, he walked over. Huiqing, do you want to rest at home or go out for a walk? I'll rest for today. I have to go to the palace later. He had to go to the palace and personally report to the emperor about the northern desert. Jiang Huiqing had made a great contribution to the northern desert. He went to the palace and brought back countless rewards. Xianxia accompanied him to pack up these things. In the future, I'll have to rely on Huiqing to take care of me. Brother Qingyu, what are you talking about? There's no need to be so polite between you and me. After returning to the capital, they didn't have a new position for the time being. After reporting what they had done last year, they had a long break. Xianxia received a letter from home saying that his sister had found a good husband and had given birth to a son this year. He was now an uncle and asked if he had time to go home. Xianxia had promised to celebrate the new year with Jiang Huiqing. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Jiang Huiqing didn't know about this because he had an appointment with Xianxia to buy something. When he didn't see Xianxia go out, he thought that he was delayed by something and went to find him. He didn't expect to hear the housekeeper talking to an unfamiliar servant in the courtyard. Sir doesn't want to go back. You can reply to the He family and say that Sir is busy this year. We shouldn't interfere in Sir's matters, but this time, there's a new member in the family. Sir should go back and see his own nephew. Previously, when Miss got married, Sir was in Subei and couldn't go back. Master, Madam, and the other young masters and young ladies were all very regretful. This time, I know what you mean, but we can't change Sir's decision. Jiang Huiqing was surprised to hear this news. He recalled that Xianxia had promised to spend the new year with him. He felt that Xianxia might have his own reasons for not wanting to leave. After thinking about it, he walked over and asked, what happened? The housekeeper knew Jiang Huiqing's position in Xianxia's heart, and also knew why Xianxia didn't want to go back. He originally wanted to change the topic, but who would have thought that the other person couldn't hold back and blurted out the truth in a few sentences. After confirming his suspicions, Jiang Huiqing said, I'll tell Brother Qingyu about this. Don't be in a hurry to reply to the He family. This is an important matter, so we should go back and take a look. Thank you, Sir Jiang. The servant was overjoyed. Seeing Xianxia, Jiang Huiqing said bluntly, Brother Qingyu, did something happen at home? It's nothing important. Xianxia didn't want Jiang Huiqing to know. I know. Your family sent a letter asking you to go back, so you should go back. Looking at the time, you haven't been back for more than 2 years. You should go back and take a look. You're free this year, otherwise, who knows when you'll have time next time. Jiang Huiqing advised. I've already promised you. How can a gentleman break his promise? Xianxia wasn't moved. You and I both have matters to attend to. Even if we can't be together this time, there will be many opportunities in the future. If you can't reunite with your family because of me, I will feel uneasy. But Xianxia seemed to be moved. Besides, don't you want to go back and see your nephew? You haven't seen him since he was born, right? Seeing that Xianxia's expression was becoming more and more relaxed, Jiang Huiqing wanted to continue his persuasion. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly spoke. How about Huiqing come with me? Xianxia seemed to think this method was feasible. He continued, this way, I won't fail to live up to my promise to Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing, Genius 1 second remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. Xianxia didn't give Jiang Huiqing a chance to refuse and quickly made a decision. By the time Jiang Huiqing reacted, the matter had already been settled. You're going back to see your family. It's not good for me to go, right? Jiang Huiqing tried to make a final struggle. What's not good about it? Huiqing, you said before that you wanted to be my younger brother. Since you and I are brothers, my family is naturally your family. Do you want me to be a person who breaks my promise? Xianxia said. Jiang Huiqing wanted to say that he really didn't mind being alone. He had been alone for so many years, but this year, he had some expectations and felt that he didn't need to be alone. Now that he had returned to his original state, it was nothing. But when he looked into Xianxia's eyes, they were filled with anticipation and the master was trying to hide his nervousness. Jiang Huiqing's heart suddenly softened. Brother Qingyu was afraid that he would refuse. In a daze, Jiang Huiqing agreed. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He quickly ordered the servants to pack up. If they wanted to go back, they had to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Huiqing didn't need to do anything. He Qingyu took care of everything very well. He even packed the luggage and took the carriage to Jiangnan. The He family of Jiangnan had already received the news in advance that He Qingyu was bringing someone back. In order to make Jiang Huiqing feel at ease in the He family, He Qingyu nagged a lot. He Qingyu's father was now the head of the He family. When he received his son's letter, the head of the He family was speechless. Look at your good son's letter. Most of it is telling us not to make his friend feel uncomfortable. He's been away from home for so long, but he doesn't know how to care about us. Madam, he snatched the letter and said disapprovingly, it's not easy for Qingyu to come back. You can't be like before, pulling a long face all the time. It's not easy for him to make friends. Look at all these years, when has he ever cared so much about anyone? That's true. Family head, he rubbed his chin. His letter was full of praises. I want to see if his friend is as good as he says. Qingyu has always had a good eye for people. He wouldn't be deceived. He said that he met this friend when he was rushing to the capital for the imperial examinations. He was young and came third in the imperial examinations. He looked like a good child. Madam, he trusted her eldest son's judgment. Family head, he had a headache and held his forehead. His wife was good in every way, but she liked good-looking children. All these years, family head, he had been jealous a lot because of this. Qingyu said to arrange for the child to stay in his own courtyard. Should we arrange a separate place for the child, or do we follow the instructions in the letter? Let's arrange for him to stay in Qingyu's courtyard. His courtyard is big enough. Moreover, the child is unfamiliar with this place. It will be easier to take care of him if he stays with Qingyu. Family head, he felt that Madam He's words were reasonable. Then let's do it this way. They will arrive in a few days. Tell the servants to be more efficient. The distance between the capital and the He family in Jiangnan wasn't too far. Other than the carriage, they still had to take a boat. It was Jiang Huiqing's first time on a boat. It was very refreshing. After getting off the carriage, the group of people arrived at the ferry. Jiang Huiqing saw the big boat docked by the river. His eyes were filled with amazement. Huiqing, do you like it? He Qingyu asked when he felt the change in his son's mood. It's my first time seeing such a big boat. Jiang Huiqing had always lived in the mountains with his teacher, but he had never seen such a big boat before. Jiangnan has a lot of water. When we arrive at the He family, I will take you on a boat tour. The kind of boat that is specially used for sightseeing is quite different from this kind of transport boat. Jiang Huiqing was indeed curious, so he gladly agreed. The group of people boarded the boat. The boat swayed, and Jiang Huiqing's excitement faded. His face became paler and paler. It was Jiang Huiqing's first time on a boat. As expected, he became seasick. Jiang Huiqing leaned on the table. He never knew that seasickness could be so unbearable. He Qingyu touched his forehead. His heart ached. The man's hand was cold. Jiang Huiqing sighed and rubbed his hand against the man's palm. How much longer do we have to sit for? Jiang Huiqing propped himself up and asked. There are still 2.5 days. I have already sent the servants to find medicine. Bear with it. He Qingyu sat down beside Jiang Huiqing. He picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. Jiang Huiqing leaned weakly on He Qingyu's shoulder. You said before that I might get seasick, but I didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect seasickness to be so unbearable. The servants came back with medicine, but it could only alleviate some of the symptoms. Jiang Huiqing still felt uncomfortable. He had no appetite for food. He vomited after eating, so he could only eat porridge. He Qingyu had been by his side the whole time, taking care of him in every detail, making Jiang Huiqing very embarrassed. Raise your head a little. He Qingyu wiped Jiang Huiqing's face with a soaked handkerchief. Jiang Huiqing obediently raised his head. His face was red. Half of it was because of seasickness, and the other half was because of embarrassment. We will arrive in half a day. I didn't think it through and made Huiqing feel uncomfortable. Even though he was so close to the person he liked, seeing Jiang Huiqing's uncomfortable appearance, He Qingyu didn't have the slightest bit of beautiful thoughts. He only wished that he could be in his place. It has nothing to do with brother Qingyu. Jiang Huiqing shook his head. Thank you for taking care of me these 2 days. You don't have to be so polite with me. Finally, it was time to disembark. With He Qingyu's help, Jiang Huiqing got off the boat weakly. The He family had already sent servants to wait for them. When they saw He Qingyu, they came to greet him. He Qingyu rested with Jiang Huiqing for a while before continuing on their journey. After leaving the boat, Jiang Huiqing regained his energy. Along the way, he couldn't help but look out. The scenery in Jiangnan was very different from that in the capital. This place was as prosperous as the capital, but there was a sense of gentleness everywhere. The He family mansion was located in a bustling area and occupied a large area. When they arrived, the other members of the He family had already been waiting for a long time. He Qingyu and his group were travel-worn. After a simple greeting with the He family, they returned to their courtyard to wash up and rest. Their life in the He family was very pleasant. The problem that Jiang Huiqing had been worried about didn't happen. The He family was very kind and easy to get along with, especially Madame He. She was very fond of Jiang Huiqing. The He family wasn't surprised at all. Jiang Huiqing's appearance was outstanding. He was well-behaved and had a good personality. Even if He Qingyu hadn't told them in advance, the He family felt that they would still like to get along with such a person. Jiang Huiqing saw He Qingyu's little nephew. The little guy was 3 months old. He was very cute and had a good personality. He rarely cried. With Madame He's help, Jiang Huiqing carefully picked up the little guy. The child was soft and had a milky fragrance. Jiang Huiqing didn't dare to move too much for fear of hurting him. The child wasn't shy with strangers. He smiled at Jiang Huiqing. He likes you too. Madam, he said from the side. He's so small. Jiang Huiqing carried the baby. He looks a little like brother Qingyu. The nephew looks like his uncle. He's so cute. Madam, he took out a small toy to play with the baby in Jiang Huiqing's arms. The baby giggled. Jiang Huiqing brought the toy. He didn't know what to give to He Qingyu's family, so he prepared a few things. They weren't very expensive, but they showed the effort of the person who prepared them. The He family was rich and didn't care about money. Jiang Huiqing's gift hit the nail on the head. The more they interacted with each other, the more they liked it. Was brother Qingyu like this when he was young? Jiang Huiqing asked as he played with the baby in his arms. It was hard to imagine He Qingyu when he was young. Qingyu is different. Madam, he said. Qingyu didn't like to smile when he was young. After he was appointed as the heir, he didn't have many expressions on his face. He also didn't like to interact with people. As his mother, I was very worried. Now that he's close to you, his father and I are relieved. It means that he didn't like the people he met before. He didn't have many friends since he was young. If he didn't do well, I hope you can forgive him. If he bullies you in the future, you can write a letter to his father and ask him to teach him a lesson. He didn't bully you. She looked as if she would teach him a lesson if he bullied you. Jiang Huiqing's ears turned red when he heard Madame He's protective words. He quickly said, No, brother Qingyu is very good. He knows how to take care of people. I was seasick when I came here. Thank you for taking care of me, it's good that you can get along well. Madame He was relieved when she heard that her eldest son knew how to take care of people. He Qingyu came back from outside. When he saw Jiang Huiqing holding his little nephew and talking to Madame he had the illusion that his mother was teaching her how to take care of a child. He Qingyu shook his head to get rid of the unrealistic thought in his mind. He sneered in his heart and thought that he must have been possessed. Jiang Huiqing looked up and saw He Qingyu walking in. Brother Qingyu, you're back. He Qingyu strode in. Jiang Huiqing wanted to show the baby to him. Brother Qingyu, look. The baby is looking for you. The little guy's eyes were round. As soon as He Qingyu came close, the little guy turned around. Jiang Huiqing was shocked. He really knows brother Qingyu. He Qingyu had just come back from outside. His body was cold, so he couldn't hold the baby. Jiang Huiqing could only hold the baby and play with him from a distance. After holding him for a while, the baby got tired and fell asleep in Jiang Huiqing's arms. Jiang Huiqing handed the baby to the wet nurse. After bidding farewell to Madame he left with Xianxia. Huiqing likes children? Xianxia asked when they returned to the courtyard. His heart sank. If Jiang Huiqing really liked children and wanted a child that was related to him by blood, what should he do? Was he willing to let go just like that? Xianxia asked himself in his heart, and the answer he received was that he was unwilling. He couldn't imagine the scene of Jiang Huiqing marrying and having children in the future. If such a day really came, in order to not do something irrational and harm Jiang Huiqing, he could only take the initiative to leave and stay far away. Huiqing, have you thought about when to get married? There are many officials in the imperial court who want to marry Huiqing. Their daughters are all very outstanding. If Huiqing has any plans, you have to tell me in advance. The jealousy in his heart spread like wild grass, but he didn't show it on his face. Even his tone was normal. He only silently planned in his heart. If that day really came, what should he do? No, he wouldn't allow that day to come. I haven't thought about it. Jiang Huiqing didn't know what dangerous thoughts were in his heart. He lowered his head and felt his face heat up. It's not that I like children. I just feel that he looks like Brother Xianxia. If Brother Xianxia has a child in the future, I think I'll like it very much too. Do you like it because it looks like me? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC. Now was not the time. Xianxia restrained himself. He had to wait a little longer. He couldn't let his feelings scare Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing had no idea what Xianxia was thinking. His hand was held by the other party. He struggled slightly but couldn't break free. He stopped moving and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Xianxia?" "Nothing. I'm just thinking that Huiqing's wish won't come true." "What?" Jiang Huiqing took a while to react. He asked tentatively, "Brother Xianxia, you don't plan to get married and have children?" Xianxia shook his head. "No, I don't." "Why? Does Huiqing want me to get married?" Jiang Huiqing didn't realize that when Xianxia said the answer, he felt a flash of joy in his heart. However, this emotion dissipated too quickly. Before he could realize it, his attention was attracted by the next sentence. "Does he want Brother Xianxia to get married?" Jiang Huiqing realized that he didn't know the answer. Logically speaking, he should want it, but when he thought of a woman being intimate with Xianxia, he felt very uncomfortable. Okay, whether Huiqing wants it or not, I won't get married. If I want to get married, it must be to the person I like. If I marry a woman I don't like, it's not good for either of us. Since we don't like each other, why waste her time?" Xianxia didn't plan to force Jiang Huiqing to say anything. He had finally gained something from this conversation. He had originally thought that Huiqing only treated him as a friend, but now it seemed that he had come to a conclusion too early. Since there were signs, there was no need for him to be impatient. After this conversation, Jiang Huiqing wanted to calm down and think about it. However, reality didn't give him much of a chance. The younger generation of the He family liked him and pestered him with questions from time to time. These juniors ranged from a few years old to over 10 years old. They were all members of the He family. They knew that Jiang Huiqing was the third flower of the last competition and were very curious about him. On the other hand, Xianxia was the one with whom no one of the younger generation dared to disturb him. This elder brother of his had accumulated a lot of power and influence. How could he be as easy to get along with as the good-tempered and patient Jiang Huiqing? Jiang Huiqing looked at the crowded scene on his side and then looked at Xianxia's side where no one showed any interest. He suddenly remembered what Xianxia had said to him, "None of my younger brothers and sisters are close to me." No wonder Brother Xianxia was so good to him. It turned out that no one appreciated his brotherly love, and could only pour it on him. Brother Xianxia was clearly a very competent and good elder brother. Jiang Huiqing felt that he should let the younger generation of the He family know this. Brother Xianxia also yearns for them to be close to each other. Family members do not need to be too distant. Of course, before this matter was completed, it was best not to let Brother Xianxia know. It was just nice to give him a surprise. Picking a day when Xianxia was not around, Jiang Huiqing gathered the little radishes of the He family together and told them about Xianxia. He rambled on a lot, which made the listeners feel more and more strange. Was he describing their dignified elder brother who made people tremble when they got close to him? They were not the same person at all. Okay, they did not know why Jiang Huiqing had such an understanding. They looked at each other and felt that they had to expose their elder brother's conspiracy and let Jiang Huiqing see their elder brother's true colors clearly. Don't be fooled by others and foolishly believe it to be true. After Jiang Huiqing finished speaking, he saw that the expressions of the little radishes around him were not right. He asked, "What's wrong? Why does Brother Jiang think that we don't want to play with our elder brother?" The little radishes pushed each other and pushed a representative out. Of course, Jiang Huiqing would not directly say that it was Qingyu who told him. He said, "It's easy to see that you usually only come to find me and not your elder brother. Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by our elder brother. It's not that we don't go find him, it's that he's too fierce." That's right, that's right. He's even scarier than the teacher. The children all started to complain at once. Originally, Jiang Huiqing wanted to let these children know about Brother Qingyu's intentions. Who would have thought that it would become a gathering of children complaining about their elder brother's evil deeds? Because of this, Jiang Huiqing discovered that his understanding and the truth seemed to be somewhat different. However, he could not figure out why Qingyu would lie to him about this matter. Yes, through the children's complaints, Jiang Huiqing had already realized that Qingyu's words were not true. However, he could not figure out why Qingyu would say such things. Jiang Huiqing decided to find a time to ask. The He family had a large business and many people, so it was very lively. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Huiqing. He lived in Qingyu's courtyard and no one would disturb him. Qingyu had left home for 2 years. After returning, he had a lot of things to do and often went out. At first, Qingyu was afraid that Jiang Huiqing would not be used to being alone in the He family and wanted to bring him along. However, Jiang Huiqing rejected him. The He family was very easy to get along with. He was not unaccustomed to being here. On the contrary, he felt a warmth that he had never felt before. Seeing that his expression did not seem forced, Qingyu did not insist. Remembering that he had a hot spring villa, Qingyu asked Jiang Huiqing if he wanted to go there. Jiang Huiqing had never soaked in a hot spring before and felt that it was very novel. After confirming that Qingyu was really done with his work, he agreed. The villa was under Madame He's name. Before going, Qingyu first went to see his mother. After hearing the purpose of his visit, Madame He said, "If you want to go, just go. You don't have to tell me. Huiqing is a good child. You are not allowed to bully him." "Why would I bully him?" Qingyu said. "Others might not be able to tell, but I can tell." Madame He looked at him unhappily. "Only Huiqing trusts you. That's why he didn't think in that direction." "I know, mother." Qingyu did not know what to do with his mother. "I promise that I won't bully him. Is that okay? We won't object to who you like. You have your own ideas since you were young. But you have to know that feelings are different from other things. You can't force it. Looking at you, you don't plan to hide it anymore. Have you thought about what you will do if Huiqing can't accept it?" Madame He's expression became serious. At first, Madame He did not think much of it. But after spending some time together, Qingyu's behavior became more obvious. It was hard not to know. She was wondering how good their relationship was before he brought her back. He even repeatedly reminded her to let her live comfortably. It turned out that he had other thoughts. She was very satisfied with Huiqing. Master He also praised him. Now, they were worried about their son. That child was obviously not enlightened. He was foolishly coaxed back by her son. Qingyu looked indifferent on the surface. Her son knew that once he really wanted something, he would get it no matter what. "Mother, don't worry. I know what to do." Qingyu could not bear to hurt Jiang Huiqing. Even if he hurt himself, he would not hurt Jiang Huiqing. After talking with his family, Qingyu brought Jiang Huiqing to the hot spring villa. It was Jiang Huiqing's first time here. He was very excited and talked a lot with Qingyu. Qingyu did not need to think too much when he was beside him. Instead, he was more youthful than usual. Qingyu was happy to see him like this. Naturally, he did not remind him. This was a side that only he could see. Knowing that someone was coming, the villa had already prepared everything. Jiang Huiqing followed behind He Qingyu. Everything was new. If you like it, I will bring you here again in the future. He Qingyu said as they walked. I can't come here often in the future. Jiang Huiqing shook his head. What's wrong with that? Huiqing, you can come whenever you want. He Qingyu brought Jiang Huiqing to the hot spring. This was a natural hot spring with a total of 6 springs. Because there were only 2 people, He Qingyu brought Jiang Huiqing to a pool that was not very big. The steam was dense. The servants brought clothes for the 2 of them to change into. Jiang Huiqing soaked in the hot spring. The hot steam rushed into his body. He sighed softly. There was a wooden tray on the surface of the water. On it were various snacks and drinks. He Qingyu poured a glass of wine and handed it to Jiang Huiqing. This is the best plum wine. Do you want to try it? Jiang Huiqing took it and took a sip. He Qingyu sat beside Jiang Huiqing and turned to look at Jiang Huiqing. The young man's face was faintly pink. It was steamed by the steam or because of the wine he just drank. He Qingyu's eyes darkened slightly. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved when his sweetheart sat beside him without any defense. He Qingyu silently chanted scriptures in his heart to suppress the possible reaction of his body. Brother Qingyu, my back is a little itchy. Can you help me? Jiang Huiqing was a little embarrassed. I'll help you later. As soon as he finished speaking, the person beside him did not move for a long time. Jiang Huiqing was a little nervous. He wondered if his request was too much. It's okay if you don't want to do it. I'm not, no. He Qingyu did not wait for him to finish his sentence. But for some reason, his voice was a little hoarse. As he spoke, He Qingyu grabbed Jiang Huiqing's shoulder and turned him so that his back was facing him. Where is it itchy? Back, shoulders. Jiang Huiqing's soaked clothes were removed, and his fair back was exposed. He Qingyu picked up a handkerchief and wiped his back with moderate strength. Jiang Huiqing sat upright for a while. He felt a little tired and lay down by the side of the pool. The steam was so hot that it made him sleepy. Suddenly, Jiang Huiqing felt his waist being touched and could not help but shrink inwards. Don't move. The man's voice seemed to be restraining something. Jiang Huiqing sensed the abnormal atmosphere around him. His body stiffened and he did not dare to move again. Okay, brother Qingyu, that's enough. This atmosphere made Jiang Huiqing very uneasy. His sleepiness was swept away, but his mind was a mess. He just wanted to get away. Huiqing, his palm was even hotter than the spring water. Wherever he touched, it was as if a fire had been lit and burned. Brother Qingyu, let go of me. I don't want to soak anymore. Jiang Huiqing panicked and wanted to escape. He did not know what had happened to He Qingyu. He was shackled by the man and could not turn back. Naturally, he could not see the intense emotions in the man's eyes. That was the look in the man's eyes when looking at prey, a look that wanted to tear him apart and eat him. He Qingyu closed his eyes. He had to admit that he had overestimated his self-control. When Jiang Huiqing was unguarded and had his back to him, it gave him the illusion that he could do whatever he wanted. They were so close that it was as if he could reach out and pull the other into his arms and get what he wanted. The temptation was too great. It was so great that He Qingyu wanted to take the risk. Jiang Huiqing was not completely without feelings for him, was he? Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC. Jiang Huiqing's mind went blank. He didn't even realize that he was in the arms of the man behind him. What was He Qingyu talking about? What did he mean by being in love with him? Did he mishear something? After a long while, Jiang Huiqing said as if he had just woken up from a dream, You're joking, right? Why did he suddenly fall in love with him? Jiang Huiqing couldn't understand. He had always treated He Qingyu as a close friend, confidant, and brother. Didn't He Qingyu treat him the same way? I'm not joking. Huiqing, do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke about such things? He Qingyu's tone was slightly nervous. But at this time, Jiang Huiqing couldn't tell. He was so shocked by this news that he was almost speechless. He and Hiqingyu had known each other for many years. Of course, he knew that Hiqingyu wouldn't joke about such things. Since it wasn't a joke, then it must be true. Brother Qingyu was in love with him. Jiang Huiqing's mind was in a mess. Jiang Huiqing really didn't know what to say in this situation. His whole body was stiff. Hiqingyu hugged him and could feel his reaction. His eyes darkened. Huiqing didn't break free from his arms. Did he not dislike his touch, or did he forget to react because of the shock? What about Huiqing? Do you hate me after knowing my feelings? I hate, Jiang Huiqing asked himself in his heart, and the answer he got was that he didn't hate it. Not only did he not hate it, but he was also secretly surprised. However, this joy was hidden too deep, and he didn't feel it in his current state. Jiang Huiqing shook his head and murmured, I don't hate you. Hiqingyu was delighted. He moved forward, and the distance between the two of them instantly shortened. Waves of heat came, and the young man's porcelain-white skin was dyed red. The skin under his palm was delicate. Hiqingyu loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. His remaining reason warned him not to do anything he shouldn't do. However, with his lover in his arms and in such a position, how could he not have any reaction at all? Hiqingyu restrained himself and planted a kiss on the side of the young man's face. Jiang Huiqing only felt something wet and warm touch the side of his face. He was dazed for a moment, then suddenly realized what it was, and his face turned red. The feeling just now, was it Brother Qingyu's lips? Was he kissed by Brother Qingyu? His train of thought that had yet to be sorted out became even more chaotic. He did not turn around to confirm. At this time, it was not that Hiqingyu did not want him to turn around, but he did not know how to face it, so he simply did not look. He couldn't see the love and desire in the eyes of the person behind him. Because he didn't turn around, that gaze was unbridled, sizing him up again and again like a predator looking for prey. The prey had already stepped into the hunter's carefully prepared trap, and was still unaware of it. Brother Qingyu, can you let go of me first? Belatedly, Jiang Huiqing finally realized that there was something wrong with their posture. They were too close, and their hot bodies were pressed against each other. Their thin clothes could not block anything at all, and their body heat was transmitted to each other. Also, there was the pair of hands around his waist. Jiang Huiqing's body was getting hotter and hotter, especially his face. He did not need to look to know how red his face was now. He buried his face in his arms, trying in vain to cool himself down. Hiqingyu silently let go and stepped back a little. He whispered, sorry, I couldn't control myself. After being let go, Jiang Huiqing felt the heat in his body dissipate a little. After what had happened, there was no way to soak in the hot spring. He panicked and wanted to leave. I don't want to soak, Brother Qingyu. His wrist was grabbed. It was not very forceful, but Jiang Huiqing still stopped in his tracks. Don't hate me, Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing nodded carelessly. Taking advantage of Hiqingyu's release, he hurriedly ran away. Hiqingyu stared at Jiang Huiqing's back with a faint gaze. He did not chase after him. He needed to calm down. If he chased after him, who knew what would happen? Jiang Huiqing was hiding from Hiqingyu. Everyone in the He residence had noticed. Ever since they returned from the hot spring villa that day, it had started. Jiang Huiqing thought that he had covered it up, but he did not know that everyone knew. Even the little radishes who often pestered him to play had noticed that something was wrong. A few of the little radishes gathered together and discussed in private. What happened between Brother Jiang and Big Brother? The two of them have not been together recently. Ever since Jiang Huiqing came to the He residence, except when Hiqingyu went out to do business, the two of them were almost inseparable. Everyone in the He residence knew how close their relationship was. Is it because we exposed Big Brother's lie last time, so Brother Jiang is angry with Big Brother? Then what should we do? If Big Brother knows, he will definitely punish us. Why don't we say more good things about Big Brother in front of Brother Jiang? We also have to tell Big Brother and let him admit his mistake in time to get Brother Jiang's forgiveness. That's right. After making up their minds, the little radishes divided into two groups and acted separately. The children who were chosen to go to Hiqingyu's side were pushed to Hiqingyu's door with a bitter face. He Qingyu opened the door and saw the unhappy children standing outside the room. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing?" "Big brother, we are here to apologize." The leading child took a deep breath and quickly told him what happened that day. The teacher said that if you know you are wrong, you are still a good child. Since Big Brother lied to Brother Jiang and made him unhappy, you should apologize. Brother Jiang is such a good person. He will not be angry with Big Brother. As he spoke, he carefully looked at Big Brother's expression. You are right. He Qingyu's mind was full of thoughts. You should apologize for doing something wrong. It had been so long. He could not let Huiqing continue to escape. These days, out of consideration for Jiang Huiqing's feelings, He Qingyu did not disturb him much. Jiang Huiqing wanted to avoid him, so he let him. He gave Jiang Huiqing enough time to react. It was time to see the results. Jiang Huiqing listened to the little radishes pleading for He Qingyu and was amused. Just at this time, He Qingyu stepped into the courtyard. How are you making up stories about me again? As He Qingyu's voice fell, the courtyard fell into silence. Big brother. The little radishes stood up and saluted He Qingyu. He Qingyu nodded. Go play somewhere else for a while. I have something to tell your brother Jiang. The little radishes thought that their big brother was here to apologize and sent them away because he could not forgive them. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were left in the courtyard. I'm here to apologize to Huiqing. He Qingyu went straight to the point. He did not expect that He Qingyu really came to apologize. Jiang Huiqing widened his eyes and swallowed the words he wanted to say. I was wrong. I should not have lied to Huiqing. He Qingyu admitted his mistake so quickly that Jiang Huiqing did not know what to say. Huiqing, do you want to know why I said that? Why? Because I wanted Huiqing to dote on me. Jiang Huiqing's face flushed red. He was shocked speechless by He Qingyu's straightforward words. Huiqing, you may not know, but I was already in love with you at that time. It was not a day or two, but 2 years. I knew that Huiqing was ambitious in the imperial court. I only wanted to be by Huiqing's side like before. I was already very satisfied to be able to occupy the identity of Huiqing's close friend. Another thunderclap struck Jiang Huiqing's heart. Jiang Huiqing was stunned and said blankly, 2 years ago, you already, yes. He Qingyu admitted it without hesitation. Tell me, you didn't intend to say it. Why did you say it now? Jiang Huiqing managed to regain his rationality. Because people are greedy. They can't help but want more. I am no longer satisfied with the identity of a close friend. I want to go further with Huiqing. This day was different from the day they soaked in the hot spring. Jiang Huiqing was facing He Qingyu. He could see the expression on He Qingyu's face the whole time. He could also feel that the other party's gaze was fixed on him. When did it start? Jiang Huiqing asked after a moment of silence. Maybe it started from the first time we met. He Qingyu smiled. When they first met, Jiang Huiqing appeared in He Qingyu's life like the warm winter sun. Since then, he could not let go of this warmth. At first, he thought it was a possessive desire for a friend. Later, he realized that he had never treated Jiang Huiqing as a friend. What about Huiqing? He Qingyu approached the young man and brushed the hair on his forehead. Has Huiqing thought about how to answer me these days? How could he have thought about it? Jiang Huiqing's mind was a mess. He stood there blankly with a blank expression. I don't know either. What were his feelings for He Qingyu? During this period, he kept asking himself this question, but he could not find the answer. That day, were you disgusted? He Qingyu saw that he was still in a daze and added, when I kissed you. Jiang Huiqing lowered his eyes and did not dare to look at the man standing in front of him. Under the man's questioning gaze, he gently shook his head. He Qingyu guessed that he would not be disgusted. Otherwise, he would not have such a reaction at that time. When he finally got the answer, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and lifted the young man's chin. Huiqing, I don't want to wait anymore. If you don't want to say it, let me do it. If you can't stand it, just tell me to stop, okay? A kiss with the unique scent of a man fell on Jiang Huiqing's forehead. Jiang Huiqing closed his eyes and his eyelashes trembled. He Qingyu looked at him with a gentle gaze. The young man's eyelashes were very long, like butterflies fluttering their wings. They were also telling the master's uneasiness. He kissed him carefully. He was not rejected. The kiss went all the way down. He felt the body under his palm tremble slightly, but the young man did not speak. The kiss landed on the corner of the lips. This time, it did not leave immediately. Instead, it paused for a moment, as if to give the young man time to react, but also as if to make a final reluctant to leave. Their breaths mingled and their lips touched. Jiang Huiqing's waist suddenly tightened. He staggered and fell into He Qingyu's arms. He was hugged by the waist and lost all his escape routes. I gave you a chance to refuse, Huiqing. He Qingyu's voice was hoarse. Jiang Huiqing grabbed the clothes under his hand. Before he could finish, his breath was taken away. Their lips and teeth met. This time, it was no longer a light kiss. This kiss was full of aggression, as if to tear him apart and eat him. The strength on his waist was also increasing. The two were tightly pressed together. After some time, Jiang Huiqing felt something and struggled violently. Don't move. I won't do anything. Let me kiss you properly, Huiqing. The person in his arms was gradually comforted and immersed in the kiss. When he regained consciousness again, Jiang Huiqing found himself lying on the bed. He Qingyu supported himself above and looked at him intently. Jiang Huiqing blushed and stammered, "You said you wouldn't do anything." He Qingyu chuckled and caressed his face. "I won't touch you. I didn't prepare anything here. Besides, these things should be left for the wedding night." Jiang Huiqing looked away. His heart was beating very fast. It had never been so fast before. This made him feel a little at a loss. Moreover, He Qingyu's new identity gave him a very different feeling. When that gaze landed on him, it was as if it wanted to burn him up. Don't look at me like that. It was a pity that the quilt was not at hand. Otherwise, Jiang Huiqing would have buried himself in it. He Qingyu did not restrain himself at all. His hand moved down. Let me help you. Jiang Huiqing bent his legs. He Qingyu did not give him a chance to refuse. I help Huiqing. Huiqing, help me, okay? Didn't you say no? His lips were blocked again. Yes, so I'm just helping. For the first time, Jiang Huiqing felt that He Qingyu had such a rogue side. At some point, the sky darkened. The sunset was covered by the curtain of night. A full moon rose high in the sky, sprinkling silver light. In the courtyard, clusters of well-grown flowers bloomed one after another. As the saying goes, flowers are good, the moon is round, and people are long. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Shang Junlin woke up from his dream and felt that his arms were empty. He stretched out his hand and tried to reach for the person in front of him. He was completely awake. The scene in front of him made him pause. Although it was also an imperial palace, it was obviously different from the one he was used to. It was closer to the one Xinyu had before he entered the palace. Eunuch Meng walked in carefully when he heard the commotion. Your Majesty? Where is Yu? Shang Junlin picked up the clothes beside him and asked. This. Your Majesty, may I know who you are asking about? Eunuch Meng was even more careful. The palace servants beside him were also tense. Recently, the emperor's temperament had become more and more violent. They could lose their lives if they made a mistake. They had to be extra careful. Shang Junlin sized him up without batting an eyelid. There were no traces of lying. He looked around. The layout of the bedchamber did not seem to be something that could be changed overnight. In addition, the palace servants' fearful expressions did not seem to be fake. All the signs pointed to the most impossible answer. He did not know how he came to a world without Yu. No, he could not make a conclusion now. It was possible that Yu was not by his side. He had to figure out the situation in front of him first before he made a decision. Soon, Shang Junlin understood his situation. In this world, the one who entered the palace was not Xinyu. It was Shen Qingran, the son of a concubine from the Count of North. He was not even seen before, let alone being loved by the emperor. He was directly thrown into the palace to fend for himself. Fortunately, there was no involvement. Shang Junlin sighed and raised his hand to signal eunuch Meng to continue. Young Master Shen was taken out of the palace. Your Majesty said not to care about him. I heard that he is now with King Yu. King Yu? Shang Junlin interrupted eunuch Meng. Yes, in this world, King Yu was not punished. Now that he had gathered a group of people, it was obvious that he wanted to rebel. Shang Junlin thought about how Shen Yu cared about King Yu in the beginning. He vaguely understood something. He summoned the hidden dragon guards. Go and investigate King Yu. Tell me everything about the people around him. Tell me everything. Yes. The hidden dragon guards accepted the order and left. After a few days, Shang Junlin figured out what had happened in this world. Because Shen Yu did not enter the palace, many things developed differently from his previous life. His actions became more and more brutal, causing the people to complain. The King of Yu took this opportunity to wantonly win the hearts of the people. The people behind the King of Yu had not revealed themselves yet. Shang Junlin already knew who the mastermind was. He was not afraid of these people. The most important thing now was to find Shen Yu. If he guessed correctly, at this time, Shen Yu should be beside King Yu. His Yu had chosen King Yu in this world. This realization set off a storm in Shang Junlin's heart. He wished he could destroy everything in front of him to vent his anger. While the hidden dragon guards were investigating the King of Yu, Shang Junlin purged the imperial court. He got rid of those who were disloyal and had a firm grasp of the imperial court's power. Shang Junlin's actions were too fast. Those who thought they were well hidden were uprooted before they could react. Shang Junlin did not even give them a chance to retaliate. After he dealt with these people swiftly, the hidden dragon guards also sent news back. After handing over the imperial court to the prime minister and Fang Jun, Shang Junlin secretly left the capital. He had obtained Shen Yu's location. He wanted to find him. At the same time, he also sent people to look for the Ji clan. He did not know if the seal on Shen Yu was still around in this life. It was better to be prepared if he could find the Ji clan. As for Imperial Physician Gu, Shang Junlin could not find him in the Imperial Physician Hospital. He only found out after he sent people to investigate. Imperial Physician Gu was implicated in a case from 4 years ago. Since then, Gu Huai had disappeared. Shang Junlin ordered people to look for Gu Huai. In his previous world, Gu Huai was already married to Imperial Physician Gu at this time. With Gu Huai's obsession with Imperial Physician Gu, Shang Junlin did not think that Imperial Physician Gu would watch his beloved die in prison. After sending people to investigate, they found some clues. The real Imperial Physician Gu should have been taken away by Gu Huai. King Yu's fief was located in the south of Yuezhou. It was not as cold as the capital during winter. It was just that there was a lot of rain. After Shen Yu came here, he was not used to the cold and wet weather. He was sick for a long time before he slowly recovered. After a few years, he was able to adapt to the climate here. Young master, His Highness King Yu sent a message saying that he has something to do today and can't come. The maid carefully handed the cloak to him. She could not help but complain about the injustice for her young master. How could King Yu have something to do? It was obvious that he was fascinated by the newcomer. Shen Yu's hands paused. He took the cloak and put it on. The weather is good today. I will go out for a walk. I don't need anyone to follow me. Yes. Shen Yu tidied himself up and left the residence. In fact, he knew that the King of Yu failed to keep the appointment mostly because of Shen Qingran. Since Shen Qingran came here, she liked to target him everywhere. She wanted to take away everything he cared about, including the King of Yu. Everyone thought that he would be angry, but in fact, he didn't feel much in his heart. Shen Yu was thinking about something and did not notice that someone was riding a horse in front of him. When he heard a cry of surprise, he fell into a warm embrace. Shen Yu was hugged and turned around. He looked up at the man who was tightly pursing his lips. Thank you for saving me, young master. Shang Junlin stared blankly at the person in his arms. He had been in this world for several months and finally found a Yu. A Yu in this world looked very sick. Her face was pale and her body was weak. It was as if she could be blown away by the wind. When the horse galloped towards them, his heart almost stopped. At that moment, his actions were faster than his thoughts and he carried her away from danger. She didn't care if she would leave a bad impression on Ayu if she did this for the first time. Sorry. Are the two young masters okay? I don't know why the horse was frightened and almost caused a disaster. At this time, the rider stopped the frightened horse and walked over. Shang Junlin woke up from his dream and let go of the person in his arms. Are you hurt? Xinyu shook her head. No matter what, the man on the horse had to stay and compensate. Xinyu didn't want to be in a deadlock with him, so he accepted the compensation. After the man left, only Xinyu and the man who saved him were left. May I know how to address you? Xinyu is a person who would repay kindness. This person saved him and he would not do nothing. My surname is Lin. In the end, it was the fief of the king of Yu. In order to not attract attention and to get closer to Xinyu, Shang Junlin changed his appearance and identity. He did not know what had happened in this world, but according to the information that the hidden dragon guards had found, his Ayu was completely devoted to the king of Yu. How could Shang Junlin allow this situation to continue? No matter how difficult it was, he would think of a way to get Ayu back to his side. Young Master Lin. Xinyu looked at the sky and saw that it was almost time for dinner. He invited Shang Junlin to have dinner together. To thank young Master Lin for saving my life, would you like to have dinner with me? Shang Junlin could not ask for more. Xinyu chose a restaurant he frequented and asked while walking, I often come here. Is there anything you don't eat? Shang Junlin shook his head. I'm fine with anything. Xinyu was a regular customer. The boss welcomed them personally and led them to the private room that Xinyu frequented. Young master, do you want to eat your usual food today? Xinyu ordered a few signature dishes and gave the choice to the man sitting opposite him. Shang Junlin ordered a few dishes. Xinyu was surprised to find that the man ordered all the dishes that he liked. There was wine on the table. Xinyu poured a cup for each of them. When she poured the wine, her wide sleeve slipped down and revealed a thin and white wrist. Shang Junlin looked at the wrist that was almost skinny and his heart ached. Xinyu put the wine cup in front of the man. He thought of something and said, this is fruit wine. It's not easy to get drunk. If young Master Lin wants to drink something stronger, I'll ask them to serve you again. No need. Fruit wine is very good. It's easy to forget yourself when you're drunk. Not long after, the dishes were served. The two ate and chatted. For the first time, Xinyu felt that there was someone in the world who could get along with him so well. During the meal, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. After the meal, the two walked out of the restaurant side by side. Shang Junlin looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, it's getting dark. Let me send you back. Perhaps the other party's gaze was too gentle, Xinyu did not refuse. His vigilance against strangers seemed to have no effect on this person. The two of them chatted as they walked, and the other party could pick up on any topic. It had been a long time since Xinyu had a simple chat with someone. When he talked with someone, it was mostly with a purpose. Today was the first time. When they talked excitedly, Xinyu's eyes became brighter and brighter. The way he addressed Shang Junlin also changed from the unfamiliar young Master Lin to the slightly intimate Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you said that you just came to Yuezhou. Do you have a place to stay? If you don't mind, you can stay here for a while. Shang Junlin did not expect that Xinyu would directly invite him to stay. He was stunned. When he spoke, Xinyu was looking at him. Naturally, he saw his movement. He realized that his words were inappropriate and hurriedly said, I was just kidding. It's not that I don't want to. How could Shang Junlin miss such a good opportunity? He interrupted Xinyu, I was afraid that you would find me troublesome. Why would I dislike you? To be honest, I just came to Yuezhou and I haven't found a suitable place to stay. I wonder if you can take me in for a few days? Xinyu pursed his lips, Brother Lin, you don't have to make up for me. I'm not making up for you. I'm the one who wants you to make things convenient for me. Xinyu liked peace and quiet. The place he lived in was a little remote. It was a small house, but the layout inside revealed the owner's care. The corridors, the pavilions, the terraces, and the attic were all pleasing to the eye. Xinyu took Shang Junlin to walk around the courtyard. Shang Junlin took the lantern from the maid and walked beside Xinyu. Sorry, I'm not used to being served. Xinyu waved his hand and asked the maid to leave. I don't like it either. Usually, Xinyu rarely let the maid serve him. He wouldn't let others do his personal things. The housekeeper received Xinyu's order and tidied up the place where Shang Junlin was going to live. He led him there. Xinyu also went back to his own courtyard to rest. The next morning, Xinyu woke up. What's that sound outside? It's Master Lin practicing swordsmanship. The maid answered. Xinyu changed his clothes and walked out. As expected, he saw the man practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Seeing him, the man put away his sword and walked over. Why are you up so early? As he spoke, he took the cloak from the maid and put it on Xinyu. His movements were so skillful as if he had done it thousands of times. Xinyu was stunned. I usually get up around this time. It's too early. Shang Junlin paused. You're not in good health. You should sleep more. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. Obviously, Shang Junlin felt that it was early. He told Xinyu that he didn't have to wake up so early if he had nothing to do. Xinyu wasn't busy these days. He stayed in the mansion all day. Shang Junlin wanted to spend all day with him. He still remembered his character and went out to work during the day. He told Xinyu that he was a merchant from the south. He had made some preparations before he came. However, with Xinyu's intelligence, he might have realized that something was wrong, especially when they were together all the time. Shang Junlin didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly when he came. He thought that he would have to put in a lot of effort to make friends with Xinyu. He didn't expect that he would be invited to stay in the mansion because of an accident. Wasn't it a little too easy? Shang Junlin thought as he talked to the hidden dragon guards who also disguised themselves and came to Yuezhou. Xinyu sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, reading a book in his hand. The sunlight shone on his face, making his skin look even fairer and more translucent. Shang Junlin, who was walking over, stopped in his tracks, but Xinyu had already raised his head. Brother Lin, you came back earlier than usual today. Shang Junlin strode over. What is it you doing? Reading. Xinyu waved the book in his hand. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance. He looked over. What's that smell? It smells so good. I brought you some snacks. Shang Junlin took out the wrapped snacks and joked, you have a good nose. What snacks? The fragrance was too tempting. Xinyu couldn't help but focus on the snacks. It's the new Fuyun cake from Jin Lu. Try it. Shang Junlin said as he opened the paper bag. Without the barrier, the fragrance was even stronger. The sweetness of the food mixed with the unique fragrance of flowers was so tempting that it made one salivate. Xinyu never mistreated himself when it came to food. Hearing this, he reached out to take it. Shang Junlin did not give it to him. Instead, he fed it directly to his mouth. I washed my hands before I came in. You still have to read later. This is more convenient. Xinyu paused for a moment and took a bite of the dessert in the man's hand. The outermost layer of the Fuyun cake was coated with a layer of white powdered sugar. The inside of the cake was soft and glutinous. With a bite, the sweet taste spread in the mouth. Xinyu's eyes lit up. Seeing Xinyu's attitude from the young man's expression, Shang Junlin felt relieved. He bought the lotus cloud cake according to Xinyu's preference. Seeing that he liked it, Shang Junlin smiled and said, there are many delicious snacks in this shop. If you like them, I'll bring more for you next time. After getting along with each other for a few days, Shang Junlin found that Xinyu did not like to go out. Perhaps, it was related to his illness. Shang Junlin planned to let Imperial Doctor Wu check Xinyu when the two of them got closer. After Xinyu finished eating a piece of lotus cloud cake, Shang Junlin took out another piece. The two of them fed each other and ate each other. Not long after, the pastries in the paper bag could be seen. Xinyu did not expect that he had unknowingly eaten so much. He was a little embarrassed and pushed away Shang Junlin's hand. Brother Lin, don't you want to eat? The man turned his hand and continued to feed the lotus cloud cake to Xianyu's mouth. I brought it back for you after I tasted it. Ayu likes it. Eat more. After eating, Shang Junlin took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the crumbs from Xianyu's mouth. His actions were too natural. Xianyu froze on the spot. Before he could say anything to refuse, the man had already taken back his hand. Xianyu unconsciously clenched his fingers that were holding the book. He looked at the man. The man acted as usual, as if he had just done something ordinary. But, Xianyu remembered very clearly that they had just met, but they were so familiar with each other that it was as if they had been together for many years. Whether it was the man's familiarity with him or his lack of resistance to the man's approach, it was not in line with his understanding. Since that day, the man had a new hobby. He brought back all kinds of delicious food to feed Xianyu. If Xianyu did not want to go out, it was okay. He could bring back all kinds of delicious and fun things. There were many new things in Xianyu's bedroom, small ornaments, books for relaxation, chess, all of them were brought back by Shang Junlin. It was spring, and the weather was getting warmer. Shang Junlin chose a location for his first shop in Yuezhou and invited Xianyu to take a look. You can't stay in his courtyard all day long. I have booked a shop there. I wonder if you can help me take a look. Xianyu thought for a while. He had not gone out for a long time. Moreover, the man's gaze on him was too hard to refuse. So he agreed. Shang Junlin took a cloak and draped it over Xianyu. Xianyu tilted his head slightly so that the man could tie the cloak for him. The two of them got on the carriage and went to the downtown area. The shop that Shang Junlin chose was located in the downtown area. It was a small two-story building that had already opened. It looked like there were many people coming in and out. Xianyu felt that the business should be very good. The carriage stopped at one side. Shang Junlin got off first and then reached out his hand. Xianyu looked at the hand that was reaching towards him. He was stunned for a moment, but then he put his hand on it. He was helped out of the carriage. Xianyu and Shang Junlin walked into the shop side by side. They found that most of the customers were women. They could not help but feel a little curious. Brother Lin, what kind of business is this? Xianyu did not have the hobby of inquiring about other people's business. Shang Junlin did not take the initiative to talk about business, so he did not ask. Their conversation had always been about eating, drinking, and playing. Neither of them rashly crossed the line. These are some things for women. Shang Junlin took Xianyu inside. He introduced them as they walked. This is lipstick. It comes in various colors. This is an eyebrow pencil. Xianyu looked at those items. They were placed on the shelves. They looked beautiful and had a variety of patterns. They were very suitable for women's preferences. I didn't expect Brother Lin to know so much about these things. Xianyu's tone was full of surprise. Not only those that the man introduced, Xianyu also saw a lot of other beautiful accessories. Just looking at them made people unable to put them down. In front of them, there were many madams and young ladies. Without stopping, the two of them went to the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. It seemed that the owner specially used it to receive guests. The waiter served hot tea and quietly left. Shang Junlin went out for a while. When he came back, he held a brocade box in his hand. He handed the brocade box to Xianyu. This is a small gift for you. When the brocade box was opened, there was a jade pendant inside. It was completely white and warm to the touch. Xianyu subconsciously wanted to refuse. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Shang Junlin seemed to have predicted what he was going to say. He interrupted him. I've stayed in Ayu's house for so long. This jade pendant is a thank you gift. Shang Junlin took out the jade pendant. He did not allow Xianyu to refuse and fastened it on his waist. Xianyu looked down. He wanted to hold the jade pendant, but Shang Junlin's hand was still there. Their fingers touched. Xianyu retracted his hand like lightning. Under the cover of his wide sleeves, his fingers curled up. Shang Junlin straightened his body and looked at him. Ayu, don't talk. Xianyu raised his hand and put his index finger on Shang Junlin's lips. When their eyes met, Shang Junlin's eyes were filled with emotions that he could not understand. At this moment, Xianyu did not know what he was thinking. Or perhaps, he was not thinking at all. The two of them looked at each other and stood quietly for a while. Xianyu was the first to look away. Shang Junlin coughed and stepped back a little. Xianyu realized that the two of them were very close to each other. He never liked people to get close to him, but this time, he did not feel it at all. The distance between the two of them had crossed the line. Shang Junlin picked up another box on the table and said, "There's an auction today. Do you want to go and take a look?" Xianyu asked, "Auction?" Shang Junlin explained, "It's held by a famous chamber of commerce in Dahuan. This time, the location is in Yuezhou. I have a few invitation letters with me." Xianyu remembered that 2 days ago, someone had sent an invitation letter to his residence. He was not interested, so he asked the servant to put it aside. He worked for King Yu. His presence was not high, but it was not low either. Everyone who had some connections knew that he had a lot of power. His attitude towards him had always been to rope him in. However, very few people had seen him in person. Many people only knew that there was someone like him by King Yu's side. As long as he was in charge of anything, he would be able to solve it perfectly. As for what this person looked like, no one knew. In the beginning, Xianyu had suspected that the man had an ulterior motive for approaching him. He had asked Ding Hua to investigate the man's identity, but nothing had been found. When they interacted, he did not feel any ambition from the man. The two of them arrived at the auction house. After their identities were verified, they were brought to a private room upstairs. "If there's anything you want, you can buy it directly. Brother Lin is so rich?" Xianyu raised his eyebrows. "My family's business is not big, but it's enough to buy things for you," Shang Junlin said. "I can buy it myself." Since the two of them met, just like how Xianyu never asked about Shang Junlin's personal matters, Shang Junlin never asked about his. Xianyu thought that he was just an ordinary businessman who did not know his identity. That was why he said that he wanted to buy things for him. Xianyu did not want their relationship to involve power and interests, so he did not reveal his identity. He looked at the man and thought, Brother Lin has always been keen on buying things for him. Did he think that he was someone who did not have enough money? "I know," Shang Junlin smiled, "I just feel that I hit it off with a you, so I want to do something for a you. A you does not need to think too much." "Really?" Xianyu was doubtful. "Otherwise, what does a you think I am doing this for?" Xianyu did not know why this person was so nice to him for no reason, so he naturally could not answer. While they were talking, the auction had already started. The two of them were in a very good private room. Xianyu was not interested in the first few items until the auctioneer brought out a plant with thin branches and leaves. Xianyu's interest was piqued. Shang Junlin recognized the plant as Junling and began to bid for it. Later, only the people in the other private room bid for it. Shang Junlin was too lazy to waste his breath and directly said that no matter how much the other party bid, he would double it. The Junling successfully fell into his hands. The auctioneer brought the Junling into the private room and said that he wanted to see them. "There is nothing to see," Shang Junlin took the flower and said to Xianyu, "When we go back, let's raise it in a Yu's room, okay?" Xianyu calculated the money that the other party had spent and planned to give him a little more when they went back. Because the person in the other private room had increased the price, the man had spent far more than what he should have. After the auction ended, the two of them were about to leave when they were stopped by someone. "Young masters, please wait. My master wants to invite you to have a chat. Please." The person made an inviting gesture, obviously not wanting them to leave. "Who is your master?" Xianyu asked. "You will know when you go." The person's attitude was arrogant. Xianyu could roughly guess that the person's identity was probably not ordinary, but he was not someone that anyone could bully in Yuezhou. Since this person did not want him to leave, he might as well not leave. He stood there with his arms crossed. If he wants to see someone, shouldn't he come in person? Why is he asking us to go? He also refuses to tell us his identity. How precious must he be to make everyone listen to him? Well. The person hesitated. Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin out. "What is this? He wants to see us, not the other way around. If he doesn't come, then don't blame us for not wanting to see him." Hey, please wait. My master is from the lawn room. He wants to invite you over too, I said. If he wants to see us, then let him come. We don't have time to waste with him. Xianxia did not like this person who made Brother Lin spend so much money, so he directly interrupted him. At this time, the door of a private room not far away opened. Two men in luxurious clothes walked out. One of them was just about to speak when he saw Xianxia. Their eyes met. Xianxia twitched the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, the people who walked out were none other than Qingyu and Xianxia. Qingyu obviously did not expect to meet him here. He frowned. Why are you here? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Emperor. You knew how sharp Xianxu's mouth was, so he didn't want to argue with him here. He restrained his temper and said kindly, I didn't know the person in the private room was you, otherwise what, Emperor? You stopped talking. Xianxia became more and more unhappy. He finally escaped from the imperial palace and found someone who appreciated him. However, before he could be happy, he found that Xianxia, who he always disliked, was also here. He even became Emperor Yu's right-hand man and could participate in any of Emperor Yu's affairs. Xianxia was much more important than him. Xianxia was extremely dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the Prince of Yu sided with the other party. Even if the two of them met, he could only endure. This time, he finally won a round with great difficulty and made the Prince of Yu break his promise with Xianxia to accompany him. Who would have thought that he would meet the other party at the auction house, but no matter how unhappy he was, he didn't dare to show it. At the beginning, he tried to make trouble for Xianxia. Not only did he fail, but he was also severely taught a lesson. Even Emperor Yu, who had always been gentle to him, didn't stand on his side. From then on, he didn't dare to make trouble for Xianxia easily. Xianxia didn't want to waste more time with them, so he walked out with the man behind him. The servant next to him hesitated and wanted to stop him, but he was pulled by the hem of his clothes. Emperor Yu watched Xianxia leave with the man. His eyes fell on Xianxu's hand holding the strange man's hand. His eyes became gloomy and unclear. When the two figures disappeared, he said coldly, Go and find out the identity of the man who appeared beside him. After that, he turned to the servant who was sent to find the man, Take him away. Don't let him appear in front of me in the future. Yes. Emperor Yu left without looking at Xianxia. Xianxia was left behind. He gritted his teeth and followed. After walking out for a long time, Xianxia suddenly realized that he was still holding the man's wrist, and the man was pulled by him all the way. He let go of his hand. He didn't notice that the man looked at his hand with regret. You knows that person? Even though he knew that Xianxia was working for the King of Yu, Shang Junlin was still dissatisfied with the King of Yu. Of course, he also saw Xianxia standing beside King Yu. Shang Junlin only disliked this person. He would never forget how Yu had suffered because of this person. He had disguised himself and appeared in Yuezhou. Other than finding Xianxia, he also planned to get rid of King Yu and the others in one go. His men had already infiltrated Yuezhou. Before long, the results would be out. Before that, he had to get Xianxia out of the picture. I know him. You don't have to worry about him. He's not important, Xianxia said. It's very strange, Xianxia thought to himself. In the past, he had always thought that he liked King Yu, so much so that he was willing to leave his hometown for him and plan everything for him. But all of a sudden, this thought in his heart faded away. He couldn't even understand why he seemed to have been possessed. Xianxia and Shang Junlin didn't have the mood to continue strolling around. They proposed to go back to the residence first. Shang Junlin didn't ask much. He was a very calm person. After accompanying Xianxia back to the residence, he went out. The next morning, Xianxia found that he was sick. He didn't know if it was because of the cold wind or not. This was already a common occurrence for him. After instructing someone to call for a doctor, he fell into a deep sleep. Shang Junlin came to look for Xianxia. Before he got close, he heard the conversation of several maids in the corridor. Young master is sick again. It's only been a few days. Why is he sick again? Young master's body has always been like this. That person stood him up and even brought someone to show off. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. Our young master just doesn't like to go out. It's not like he doesn't know anything about the outside world. I heard that that person even brought someone to the auction house yesterday. Young master went out yesterday too. Could it be that he met that person? Young master's mood wasn't right when he came back yesterday. It's very likely that he met that person halfway. Young master did so much for that person and received such treatment. What do you think that person's new maid will do? She was favored and brought around all day long. And because of her, she even stood up for our young master. Shang Junlin stood in the same place. He roughly pieced together the truth from these maids. Xinyu was angered by the king of Yu yesterday and fell sick. It seemed that he had to speed up. Other things aside, Xinyu's body couldn't afford to be delayed. Shang Junlin contacted the people who came to Yuezhou with him and ordered them to act as soon as possible. He went to Xinyu's room alone. The servants in the residence knew that Xinyu had a good relationship with him, so they didn't stop him. After Shang Junlin entered the room, he saw the young man lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His face was pale and his heart ached. "Have you called for a doctor?" he asked. The maid beside him quickly replied, "I've sent someone to invite him. I know an old doctor with great medical skills. Take my token and go to this place to find him." Shang Junlin took out a jade tablet and gave it to the maid. He also told her a location. The maid took the jade tablet and didn't move at first. Shang Junlin frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Your young master is sick. What are you waiting for?" For some reason, the maid felt that young master Lin was more dignified than the king of Yu at this moment. She subconsciously followed his orders. The maid held the jade tablet and thought, young master's illness has been going on for so long. Maybe the doctor recommended by young master Lin can cure young master. After the maid left, Shang Junlin walked to the bedside and sat down. He tucked the young man in. "Isn't it just the king of Yu? Is it worth it for you to fall sick from anger?" Shang Junlin touched the young man's forehead. His hand was burning hot. Shang Junlin covered the young man's forehead with a wet handkerchief and continued, "I don't know how you will react when you know my true identity." In the beginning, he used this identity to get close to Xinyu for convenience. After getting close to him, Shang Junlin became more cautious. He thought that he couldn't hide it forever. Otherwise, Ayu would definitely be angry. But how could he tell her? Shang Junlin was in a difficult position. During this period of time, Shang Junlin found that Xinyu trusted him a lot. This trust was beyond Xinyu's limit for ordinary people. Otherwise, it was impossible for Xinyu to not notice his little tricks. After understanding the power of Yuezhou, Shang Junlin found out what kind of power Xinyu had in this place. The Yinghua in Xinyu's hand was like a big invisible net that covered this place. Xinyu was the center of this big net. As long as he wanted, he could know everything that happened in every place. He also knew that Xinyu had investigated his identity in the beginning. But he didn't do anything at that time, so Xinyu couldn't find anything. If he investigated again now, he would definitely find something wrong. But after the first time, Xinyu didn't investigate his background anymore. It was really unusual for Xinyu to trust a stranger who had only known him for a few days. Xinyu was in a daze because of the fever. He opened his eyes unconsciously. His vision was also blurry. He opened his mouth, but his voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Who is it?" Xinyu's hand reached out from the quilt. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and stuffed it back into the quilt. When he was about to withdraw, he found that Xinyu held his hand back. Shang Junlin calmly held Xinyu's hot hand and said gently, "It's me. The doctor will be here soon. Do you feel any discomfort?" "I'm cold," Xinyu said in a daze. Shang Junlin looked at the several layers of quilts on the bed. He felt the heat in his hand and knew that it was a symptom caused by the fever. He pulled the quilt on the bed and wrapped Xinyu more tightly. After thinking for a while, he turned over and got on the bed. He hugged Xinyu and the quilt into his arms. "Do you feel better now?" The man's tone was too gentle. Under his soft coaxing, Xinyu gradually fell asleep. Not long after, the doctor arrived. He was the doctor who often treated Xinyu. When he saw the strange man in the room, he was stunned for a moment. However, he didn't ask too much. As a doctor, he didn't need to get involved in the master's affairs. He took Xianyu's pulse and retreated to the side to write a prescription. Has his body always been like this? Shang Junlin walked to the doctor and asked. Yes. After young Master Shen came to Yuezhou, I've been treating him. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough and can't find a cure. I can only relieve it temporarily. If this continues, young Master Shen's body won't be able to bear it sooner or later. The doctor already knew from the maid that the man was Xianyu's good friend, so he said more. At this time, Dr. Wu followed the maid into the room. When he saw Shang Junlin, he bowed subconsciously but was stopped by the other party's gaze. This is a doctor I know. I was worried about you, so I invited him here without permission. Shang Junlin explained to the doctor. He knew that some doctors didn't like this and didn't want to ruin Xianyu's image in the doctor's heart. The doctor waved his hand quickly. No need. It's good to have someone to take a look at young Master Shen. If young Master Shen is always like this, I don't feel good. Dr. Wu stepped forward and took Xianyu's pulse. Before coming to Yuezhou, the emperor had already told him about the patient's condition. After taking his pulse, he found that the patient's condition was even worse. After knowing that the old doctor had been treating Xianyu, Imperial Dr. Wu discussed the treatment with the other party. I'll have to trouble the two doctors to stay here for the time being. After Yu is cured, I'll reward you greatly. Shang Junlin asked the two doctors to stay. When the medicine was served, Shang Junlin was about to ask how to feed Xianyu when the maid came forward and woke him up in a low voice. Xianyu really woke up. He took the bowl of medicine and drank it all. He didn't complain and his face didn't change at all. After drinking the medicine, Xianyu was about to lie down when he saw the tall man walk over with something in his hand. Shang Junlin sat by the bed and opened his palm. There were a few candied fruits in his hand. He fed the candied fruits to Xianyu. Brother Lin? Xianyu looked confused. Shang Junlin seemed helpless and asked gently, Isn't the medicine bitter? Eat some candied fruits to ease the pain. Xianyu opened his mouth slightly and the candied fruits were sent into his mouth. The sweetness dissolved the bitterness in his mouth. Looking at the man's obviously distressed expression, Xianyu blinked and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. It was sour and astringent, but there was also a sweetness that couldn't be ignored. Maybe it was because the man's gaze was too gentle, or maybe it was the illness that made people weak. At this moment, Xianyu felt that it would be great if Brother Lin could always be by his side. Since he was young, he had always been the one to face everything alone. He was the decision-maker and seemed so powerful that he could do anything. His opponents, his subordinates, the people he was loyal to, they all felt the same way. What are you thinking about? Shang Junlin asked when he saw him in a daze. I'm thinking. It would be great if Brother Lin could always stay. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC Shang Junlin didn't know that Xianyu was thinking about how to make him stay. A maidservant came in with hot water. Shang Junlin took the hot water and soaked a handkerchief to wipe Xianyu's face. Xianyu slightly raised his head and let Shang Junlin do whatever he wanted. Brother Lin, you are very good at taking care of people. Have you taken care of anyone before? Xianyu asked. I have only taken care of you. Shang Junlin thought, in this world, besides you, who else deserves my personal care? Xianyu's mouth curved up. No matter whether this was true or not, Brother Lin's words made him feel happy. After drinking the medicine, Xianyu was no longer unconscious. He learned from the maidservant that Brother Lin found a doctor for him. He said, my body has always been like this. Brother Lin, you don't have to take it to heart. You took me in and treated me sincerely. I have to repay him. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand that was on the quilt and said seriously. The man's hand was very warm. Xianyu, who was disturbed by the cold, was reluctant to part with this warmth. He didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he leaned back on the bed in this position. Brother Lin, thank you for your trouble. Xianyu didn't refuse the man's kindness. In his heart, it was already a kind of recognition. After Imperial Physician Wu finished discussing with the old doctor, he came to check Xianyu's pulse again. He knew that this doctor was found by Brother Lin. Xianyu's attitude towards him was very good. In order to facilitate the treatment, Imperial Physician Wu temporarily stayed. Shang Junlin remembered Xianyu's recuperation prescription. After coaxing Xianyu to sleep, he met Imperial Physician Wu alone and memorized the prescription. Imperial Physician Wu made slight adjustments according to Xianyu's body. He wrote down a new prescription and handed it to Shang Junlin. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. You just need to take good care of him. Shang Junlin took the prescription and said lightly. Don't worry, young master. When Imperial Dr. Wu saw it, he understood why His Majesty did this. Seeing that His Majesty was not interested in men and women, people in the court thought that His Majesty was going to die alone. They didn't expect that it was not that he was not interested, but that there was no one who was interested. Didn't they appear now, even though he didn't know why His Majesty didn't directly bring him back to the palace and even disguised himself to freeload at the other party's house? This wasn't something that a mere imperial physician like him should be concerned about. After waking up, Xianyu felt a lot more comfortable. Just as he was about to call someone, he saw a tall man walking over with his clothes. Lunch is ready. Ayu, do you want to eat something? After sleeping for so long, Xianyu didn't want to continue lying down. He nodded and was about to sit up. Seeing this, Shang Junlin walked to the bed, put down the clothes, and reached out to help her up. Put on your clothes first. After Xianyu changed his clothes, Shang Junlin put on a cloak for him. Xianyu glanced at it. This cloak. He didn't seem to wear it often. What's wrong? Shang Junlin lowered his head and fastened the belt at the young man's collar. The cloak was very thick and warm. Xianyu looked down at the cloak on his body. It was light blue and embroidered with dark patterns. There was a circle of fur around the collar. It was warm and fluffy, dispelling the coldness of the body. Nothing. I like it very much. Suddenly, Xianyu didn't want to find out the origin of this cloak. Lunch was light, but there were many dishes. The aroma of the dishes made people's appetite faintly wet. Shang Junlin sat opposite Xianyu and put food in his bowl. Ayu, try this dish. It tastes good. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the dishes that the man put in Xianyu's bowl were all to his taste. Unknowingly, he ate quite a lot. In the past, Xianyu would lose his appetite at times like this. He would just eat a little. This was the first time that Xianyu felt the beauty of food when he was sick. After lunch, Shang Junlin accompanied Xianyu to take a walk in the courtyard to digest the food. For the next period of time, Shang Junlin basically stayed in the residence to accompany Xianyu. If there was anything that needed to be done, he would choose to do it after Xianyu fell asleep. He had already ordered the people in Yuezhou to speed up. King Yu's power hadn't fully developed yet. He planned to take this opportunity to completely eliminate King Yu and his people. King Yu didn't know that outside his fief, the imperial army was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. Shang Junlin also sent people to sneak into King Yan's fief. He had already experienced the process of collecting evidence in the previous world. This time, it would only be easier. During the days of recuperation in the residence, Xianyu and Shang Junlin were together day and night. They were almost inseparable. Wherever Xianyu appeared, the other person's figure would definitely be seen. Imperial Physician Wu had to treat Xianyu's body, so he spent more time with the two of them. Seeing His Majesty's attitude, he was amazed. Who would have thought that His Majesty, who was in love, would show such a side? Was this still the wise, decisive, and ruthless Emperor of Dahuan? In the beginning, Imperial Physician Wu was surprised by His Majesty's attitude towards Xianyu several times a day. After a few days, no matter what His Majesty did, he was already used to it. They went in and out together, dressed, washed, ate, drank, and played together. Shang Junlin couldn't wait to take care of everything around Xianyu. Xianyu didn't like servants to wait on him. With Shang Junlin around, he didn't need these people to get close to him. In the afternoon, Xianyu and Shang Junlin were playing chess in the courtyard. Brother Lin, how long do you plan to stay in Yuezhou? After a game, Xianyu spoke first. He knew that the man came to Yuezhou for business and might leave soon. In his heart, he wanted him to stay a little longer. Maybe he didn't realize it himself. During this period of time, the distance between him and Shang Junlin had shortened infinitely. With his acquiescence, Shang Junlin had invaded every aspect of his life and left traces in every place. There was also King Yu. After that day, he didn't know what King Yu would do. He had to make some preparations. He couldn't let Brother Lin be disturbed by King Yu. It shouldn't be too long. Shang Junlin tilted his head to observe Xin Yu's expression. After I leave, will you miss me? This question was actually a bit out of line. When Shang Junlin asked it, Xin Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. He thought about it seriously and said, maybe. Sure enough, he would leave. Xin Yu didn't have time to feel depressed. He heard the man ask, if I say that I want to invite you to leave with me, will you leave with me? Why do you want to take me away? Xin Yu held a black chess piece. His fingers unconsciously clenched. Dahuan is so big. Yuezhou is just one of the many places. There are so many other places. Doesn't you want to see them? Did Xin Yu want to? In fact, he didn't feel much about it. But if he had Brother Lin by his side, this matter would become attractive. If there's a chance, I can go and see them. Xin Yu's lips curled up slightly. Brother Lin was right. Dahuan was so big. There were so many places he could go. Why should he stay in Yuezhou? Xin Yu's side was peaceful, but King Yu's side wasn't so relaxed. After returning from the auction house, King Yu ordered people to investigate the background of the person beside Xin Yu. He didn't know why, but he was very concerned about that person's appearance. Yuezhou was his territory. It was easy for him to investigate a person. Not long after, his subordinates found out. That person was a merchant from another place. There was nothing special about him. If he had to say something, it might be that the goods he sold were relatively new. The only thing that King Yu cared about was that this person was currently living in Xin Yu's manor and had a close relationship with him. How can anyone casually covet my people? King Yu frowned unhappily. He originally wanted to do something to expel this person from his fief. But before he could do anything, his subordinates were in trouble. He had to deal with more important matters. But he didn't know what went wrong. Things that could be easily solved in the past couldn't be solved this time. It also caused a bigger problem. The other forces that had formed an alliance with him were also targeted. He also lost contact with the spies in the capital. A series of changes overwhelmed King Yu. After getting busy, Shen Qingran was naturally thrown to the back of his mind. Shen Qingran wanted to see him but was stopped outside the door. King Yu was so busy that he was in a terrible fix. How could he have the mood to deal with him? Tell me, what is going on? In the study, King Yu looked at his subordinates. Your Highness, you can't even solve such a small matter. Why do I keep you? King Yu was so angry that he couldn't listen to anyone else. His subordinates lowered their heads. They didn't dare to say anything that would offend King Yu. They also didn't know how things developed like this. Everything was done in secret. No one should have found out. If this matter couldn't be solved in time and was discovered by the imperial court, it would lead to a disaster. Where is Xin Yu? Why isn't he here? After looking around, King Yu finally found that one person was missing. Young Master Shen is on sick leave. That's why he didn't come. One of his subordinates explained. Go and invite him here. King Yu turned around and walked a few steps before stopping. No, I will go and invite him personally. The subordinates let out a sigh of relief. They knew Qin Yu's abilities very well. Ever since he came to Yuezhou, he had helped King Yu solve many troublesome problems. This time, with him here, he would be able to solve this problem perfectly. Xin Yu's illness dragged on for a few days. He didn't have a good foundation. Dr. Wu only gave him milder medicine. The medicine for recuperation would be used after he recovered. Under Shang Junlin's careful care, Xin Yu didn't have a bad time. In order to take care of him, Shang Junlin stayed in the room next to him. Every day before he went to sleep, he was the last person Xin Yu saw. When he woke up, he was also the first person he saw. At first, Xinyu felt that he wouldn't be used to another person leaving too many traces in his life. Later, he found that he didn't resist men's approach at all. When he woke up one day, Xinyu saw Shang Junlin sitting by the bed and reading a book as usual. Sensing movement, Shang Junlin turned around and looked at him. You're awake. Do you want to sleep a little longer? What time is it? Xinyu sat up as he spoke. Another thing that made Xinyu dumbfounded was that Shang Junlin always asked him to sleep a little longer in the morning. After a few days, Xinyu woke up half an hour later than usual. It's still early. Shang Junlin tucked him in. You haven't recovered from the cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xinyu was about to say something when the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. He subconsciously looked outside. King Yu came early. He didn't expect that he would see such a scene. The young man who had been following him was pulling on the bed with a strange man in disheveled clothes. King Yu was so angry that he even forgot the purpose of his visit. He said coldly, Xinyu, you don't leave the Fu all day just to hang out with this kind of person? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC. Ever since he came to the fief, King Yu had never been spoken to like this. He was so angry that he was speechless. At this time, the servant who was left behind by King Yu ran over in a panic. King Yu was already terrified that he couldn't stop him. Seeing this scene, he directly knelt down. Xinyu knew that he couldn't blame the servant. King Yu's identity was not a secret in the manor. If he really wanted to do something, the servant wouldn't dare to stop him. You can leave first, Xinyu said. The servant hurriedly retreated. With this interruption, King Yu was not so angry. He looked at the man standing beside the bed. From his memory, he remembered that it was the man he saw at the auction house. His eyes darkened. After not seeing Xinyu for a few days, he couldn't help but be concerned about it now. Xinyu was his possession. Of course, he wouldn't allow others to touch him. Who is this person? Xinyu? King Yu looked away and looked at the young man who was wrapped in the quilt. This is my private matter. Your Highness doesn't need to worry about it. Xinyu's tone was slightly cold. Your identity is special. Don't be deceived by some people with bad intentions. King Yu pointed out. Not as good as your Highness. Blocking the door, are you afraid that the cold wind won't come in and worsen a Yu's condition? Shang Junlin ridiculed. King Yu also realized that something was wrong. He was a dignified king. What was he doing standing at the door? Your Highness, please leave first. Seeing Brother Lin protecting him, Xinyu's displeasure caused by King Yu's arrival gradually disappeared. It was strange. Since he got along with Brother Lin, he cared less about King Yu. He wouldn't be hurt by King Yu's actions like before. After calming down and thinking about it, he felt like he was possessed in the past. He had done so much for this person. Why am I the one going out and not him? King Yu pointed at Shang Junlin with an expression of disbelief. I'm going to help you dress and wash up. What are you doing here? Shang Junlin glanced at him indifferently. I am a prince, why would I do such a thing? Even if he had to do it, Xinyu should be the one serving him. Then why are you staying? With his back facing Xinyu, Shang Junlin did not hide his sarcasm. After learning about what had happened to Xinyu from the hidden dragon guards, Shang Junlin regarded Prince Yu as a dead man. Nothing could compare to the fact that Prince Yu had used Xinyu. This was enough to sentence Prince Yu to death. King Yu's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't be mistaken. He saw a clear killing intent in this person's eyes. Then, he looked at Xinyu. The young man's expression was calm, as if he didn't know what was happening in the dark. Killing intent. He was just a merchant. Why would he want to kill him? Was it because of Xinyu? Or was there another reason? When he looked over again, there was only provocation in the other party's eyes. It was as if the killing intent he felt earlier was just his imagination. Why are you still standing here, Your Highness? Shang Junlin asked again. Being provoked by a merchant with no status again and again, King Yu had already thought of hundreds of ways to torture this person. However, he couldn't bring himself to stay here any longer. He flung his sleeves and left. Shang Junlin walked over and closed the door. When he returned, he saw that the young man was staring at him without blinking. "Why are you looking at me like that? Brother Lin, aren't you afraid of offending him?" Others might not know, but Xinyu knew very well. King Yu seemed to be a tolerant person, but he was actually very calculative. Brother Lin had embarrassed him today, so he would definitely be targeted. What do I have to be afraid of? No matter how powerful he is only powerful in Yuezhou. Once he leaves Yuezhou, he can't reach out to the whole of Deheng. Shang Junlin didn't care. Of course, he wasn't afraid. His men had already started to take action. Soon, King Yu would be in trouble. How would he have the time to find trouble with others? Even if he really wanted to find trouble with him, there was nothing to be afraid of. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. That's true. However, you are in Yuezhou now. He is the master of Yuezhou. It would be easy for him to deal with you. Brother Lin, are you really not worried? Don't you still have a Yu? Shang Junlin helped the young man put on his clothes. If I had nothing, I would have to beg you to take me in. I am strong and can work. I can be a servant in the residence. With me around, I won't let you end up like this. Brother Lin is right. King Yu isn't the true master of Deheng. It's not easy for him to hide the truth from the masses. Other things aside, as long as he did something, King Yu wouldn't be able to deal with Brother Lin. After all, to King Yu, compared to an insignificant merchant, his career was more important. As his most trusted subordinate, Xinyu knew clearly what King Yu wanted to do. In the past, Xinyu had walked the same path until the end. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if King Yu was really suitable for that position. Suppressing all kinds of thoughts, Xinyu went to the study to see King Yu. King Yu came with a serious matter. Although he was sulking for a while, he didn't forget about it. After Xinyu finished his greeting, he talked to him about it. The two talked in the study for more than 2 hours. After King Yu left, Xinyu, who had been idle for a while, got busy again. After getting started, Xinyu found that the things King Yu talked about were really tricky. Every step he took was at their pace. It was as if someone had leaked out every movement inside the residence. Shang Junlin found that Xinyu was busy. He knew what Xinyu was dealing with these days. Since Xinyu took over, their progress had to slow down. Shang Junlin knew that Yu was extraordinary, but he was still surprised when he saw him. No wonder Shang Junlin could develop such a large-scale force in a short time. With Xinyu's help, it was not surprising. Once again, he was busy until late at night. Shang Junlin brought hot food to the study. Seeing the young man's slightly haggard face, he felt distressed. Xinyu was used to the company of a man in the middle of the night. He put down the pen and took a sip of the soup. Did anyone cause trouble to Brother Lin's shop? Shang Junlin shook his head, no. In fact, there were some who were dealt with by him. Those who wanted to attack him didn't dare to act casually. After instructing Xinyu, King Yu kept an eye on the situation for a few days. Seeing that the chaos gradually calmed down, he was relieved. Now that the urgent matter was solved, he thought of the person who made him lose face several times. It was easy to deal with a businessman without any foundation in his fief. That man gave him a strong sense of threat. If he didn't deal with him, King Yu wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The only difficult thing was to not let this matter become a barrier between him and Xinyu. King Yu summoned his confidants to discuss how to deal with this person. There were many confidants who didn't get along with Xinyu, but they all knew that now was not the time for internal strife. Take this matter for example. If it wasn't for Xinyu, they didn't know how long it would take to solve it. So at this stage, everyone didn't want Xinyu and King Yu to be at odds. After the discussion, some people who were close to Xinyu secretly remembered this matter and planned to find a chance to leak the news to Xinyu. Xinyu's influence and King Yu's power was far beyond everyone's imagination. Not long after, Xinyu received the news. The news was brought by Jiang Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing had Hua and was well informed. He had been working for Xinyu outside. Some time ago, he left Yuezhou for a period of time according to Xinyu's order. He just came back 2 days ago. After reporting what Xinyu asked him to do, Jiang Huiqing mentioned the news he just received. What do you plan to do, young master? Xianyu rubbed the teacup in his hand. I thought that he would at least not touch my people because I solved such a big problem for him. It seems that I thought too much. Qingyu has always been like this. He doesn't allow anyone to slander him. What young Master Lin did really violated his taboo. Qingyu wants to secretly get rid of young Master Lin. Jiang Huiqing had been with Xianyu for many years. He knew better than others how Qingyu treated Xianyu. Therefore, he knew that Qingyu was more possessive of Xianyu than others. Jiang Huiqing already knew what young Master Lin did from others. Except for exclaiming that young Master Lin was bold, he felt that young Master Lin was more pleasing to the eye than Qingyu. But what he did also violated my taboo. Xianyu lowered his eyes and said in a light tone, since he has the time to care about these trivial matters, let him not continue to be idle. Let some of those things leak out. It's time for these people to see their situation clearly. Xianyu was talking about how Qingyu's forces in other places in Dehuan were targeted. Xianyu had already dealt with some of them in advance. The news didn't reach Qingyu's ears. These people who were holed up in Yuezhou didn't know that their situation was far more dangerous than they imagined. Yes. Jiang Huiqing could feel that Xianyu was really angry this time. At the same time, he was more and more curious about young Master Lin. What kind of person was he that could make his master go against Qingyu? Qingyu has already given the order. Young Master Lin might be in danger. Does young master want to send people to protect him? Yes, send some people over. Xianyu also knew that Yuezhou was Qingyu's fief. His people were everywhere. Unless he could send Brother Lin out of Yuezhou in the shortest time possible, he might be in danger at any time. Furthermore, based on what had happened in Yuezhou during this period of time, Xianyu had dealt with the other party for a long time. He could more or less guess that the other party was sent by the imperial court. Other than the imperial court, no other force could do such a thing. He had already sent someone to warn Qingyu. Whether or not he would be taken seriously was not something he could control. Shang Junlin received a message from his subordinate. The message said that Qingyu suddenly became difficult to deal with. Moreover, the other party seemed to have discovered their existence and was secretly searching for them. Shang Junlin read the secret letter and burned it. He knew that Qingyu became difficult to deal with because Xingyu made a move. After tidying up his clothes, Shang Junlin walked out of the door. As usual, he planned to go out and meet the people he brought. He didn't expect to be stopped at the door. Young master, this. The servant who was arranged to serve Shang Junlin didn't know what was going on. Shang Junlin looked at the guards in front of him and said with a strange tone, "Your young master doesn't allow me to leave the residence?" These two guards were also unfamiliar. Shang Junlin was sure that he had never seen them before today. One of them nodded, "Yes, young Master Lin, please don't leave for now." "Your young master didn't say the reason?" The guard shook his head, "Young Master Lin, please go back." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Xinyu thought that his behavior would make the man unhappy. He didn't expect that the man would say something like this when he saw him. He observed the man's face and couldn't find any displeasure. He was a little confused. "Brother Lin, you're not angry?" He didn't say why he was angry. Both of them knew very well. You thought that I would be angry. Why did he do this? How could Shang Junlin be angry because of this? As long as Xingyu wanted, he was willing to do anything. However, he was more concerned about one thing. Did he imprison him in the mansion simply to protect him from Qingyu, or did he find out something? With Xinyu's intelligence, Shang Junlin didn't think that his behavior could be hidden from him. He didn't suspect him before because he trusted him for some unknown reason and didn't investigate carefully. Now that Xingyu had fought with his men, it was inevitable that he would find some clues. Xingyu looked at the man deeply. He seemed to want to say something. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Xingyu didn't know why he was hesitating. He didn't intend to imprison Brother Lin in the mansion. If it was just Qingyu, he could just send someone to protect him. However, when he was dealing with those troubles, he found some clues that pointed to Brother Lin. Brother Lin was a businessman. How could he be involved in these things? Xinyu didn't have time to think about it. He directly got rid of these traces. He didn't know what role Brother Lin played in this matter, but he knew that he didn't want Brother Lin to be killed by King Yu. What does you want to say? Seeing the change in the young man's expression, Shang Junlin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something was wrong. However, he wanted the young man to jump out of the mud pit of King Yu. It didn't matter if he found out. It would be convenient for his next action. You offended King Yu before. Yuezhou is his fief. If you don't leave Yuezhou, you won't be safe outside. Just stay in the mansion for a while. Xinyu had mixed feelings, but he didn't show it on his face. Shang Junlin had been paying attention to Xinyu's expression. After hearing Xinyu's words, he was unsure again. He suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his heart and said bluntly, "You wants to put me under house arrest? Brother Lin, didn't you just say that I'm hiding a mistress in a golden house?" "Let's take it that way then," Xinyu said calmly as he put away the various thoughts in his mind. Of course, he knew that Brother Lin was joking, but he felt that this excuse was gentler than the naked truth. He did not tear open the truth when he just felt the warmth, so he would just treat it as him deceiving himself. Hearing this, Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He took a few steps forward and approached Xinyu. The distance between them was infinitely shortened, and the young man's thin body was shrouded under his body. "I'll take Yu's words seriously." The man's eyes were filled with strong emotions, and his voice was low and hoarse. For a moment, Xinyu felt a strong sense of oppression, but it was only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated without a trace. Xinyu raised his eyes and stared at the man. The man's eyes seemed to be filled with stars, and it was very tempting. "Yu, do you know what this sentence means?" The man lowered his head and moved closer. His breath sprinkled on Xinyu's exposed skin, causing him to tremble. Xinyu calmed down. "Brother Lin's appearance really makes people want to hide a mistress. It's a pity that my mansion is not a golden house, so I'll have to trouble Brother Lin to condescend. Do you like my current face?" Catching the strange expression on the man's face, Xinyu was puzzled. "Why, then do you like Prince Yu's face?" Shang Junlin asked again. Xinyu was even more puzzled. Does Brother Lin care about this? How could Shang Junlin not care? He appeared in front of Xinyu in a disguise. His current face was very different from his original appearance. He had never thought about what to do if Xinyu liked his current face more. "Young master, someone outside the mansion wants to see you." The appearance of the servant broke the deadlock between the two. Xinyu pushed the man. "I'll deal with other things first." Shang Junlin let go of him. He was still thinking about the problem just now. Once again, he felt that it would be better to deal with Prince Yu's matter as soon as possible. He just didn't know if Yu would be angry after knowing the truth. The person who came to see Xinyu was one of Prince Yu's confidants. He worked for Prince Yu before Xinyu. Before Xinyu came, he was very important. After Xinyu appeared, Prince Yu didn't use him as much as before. Therefore, he had been very dissatisfied with Xinyu. This time, he came here because he knew that the people around Xinyu had offended Prince Yu, so he came to look for trouble. "We are supposed to share Prince Yu's worries. You've worked for Prince Yu for so long. How can you not understand this? I think, since Prince Yu didn't say anything, it's not up to you to interfere in this matter, right?" Xinyu didn't give a good face to this person. "I will deal with my people. I don't need you to say anything. If there is no other business, I have a lot of business to deal with recently. Forgive me, I don't have so much free time to waste here." The person who came wanted to find trouble with Xinyu. As a result, he was so angry that he fell on his back. He regarded Xinyu as a competitor, but he didn't know that Xinyu didn't put him in his eyes at all. Servants couldn't hide secrets. In less than a morning, everyone in the mansion knew about what happened in the morning. "Young master, have you thought it through? You don't want Prince Yu anymore and want young Master Lin? What's so good about Prince Yu? He's not as handsome or considerate as young Master Lin. If young master really wants to be with someone, he should be with someone like young Master Lin." "Yes, but young master's behavior is really unexpected. What did young Master Lin do to make young Master Lin unhappy? Now he doesn't even let people out of the mansion. It's better for us not to guess too much about the master's affairs. Today, when I was serving in the hall, I heard that the person beside Prince Yu came to find trouble with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin said that young Master Lin is his person. Maybe it won't be long before there will be a happy occasion in the mansion. The words of the servant's discussion reached Shang Junlin's ears and also reached Imperial Physician Wu's ears. After Imperial Physician Wu knew, his admiration for Xinyu deepened. In this world, there was only one person who dared to imprison His Majesty and come out unscathed. Shang Junlin's people couldn't go out of the mansion, but he didn't stop what he ordered. Prince Yu still encountered trouble from time to time. These troubles were not a big deal, but when they spread to a certain extent, it was enough to destroy Prince Yu's many years of operation. Xinyu was still busy and spent more time away from the mansion. Shang Junlin felt distressed and felt that it couldn't go on like this. Yu was already sick, but he still had to drag his sick body to work for Prince Yu. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Prince Yu wasn't worth it. Imperial Physician Wu would take Xinyu's pulse every day. After taking the medicine prescribed by Imperial Physician Wu, Xinyu could feel that his body was getting better. So, he hired Imperial Physician Wu to stay and nurse his body with a large sum of money. Xinyu raised the flowers brought back from the auction house in his room. Under the careful care of Xinyu, they grew well and became one of Xinyu's favorite flowers. In the carriage, Xinyu was telling Jiang Huiqing what to do next. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, followed by severe pain, as if a blunt knife was cutting his nerves. Xinyu clenched his teeth to stop himself from groaning. Jiang Huiqing immediately found that something was wrong. He stopped talking and supported the young man who almost fell. "Young master, are you okay?" Xinyu put one hand on Jiang Huiqing's arm. Blue veins stood out on the back of his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a bloody taste in his throat. "Young master," in Jiang Huiqing's anxious voice, Xinyu's vision turned black and he fainted. Jiang Huiqing knew that his young master's health was not good. It was common for him to have an attack. He supported the young man and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the young man's lips. Then, he ordered the coachman to return to the mansion immediately. Shang Junlin was waiting for Xinyu to come back. Since he was imprisoned in the mansion, he had less and less time to see Xinyu. The young man left early and returned late. If he didn't see him when he came back, he might not see him for several days. The carriage did not stop outside the gate. Instead, it went all the way to the mansion. Shang Junlin realized that something was wrong. So, he walked over and asked, "What happened?" "Young master fainted." Jiang Huiqing knew that Xinyu was special to him. So, he did not hide it. How did he faint? Shang Junlin did not care about anything else. He got on the carriage and carried the young man out. "Go and call Dr. Wu." Jiang Huiqing stood aside and watched the man carry Xinyu into the house. Then, he called the doctor. It was as if he was the master of the mansion. He could not intervene at all. At this time, Dr. Wu was still awake. When he heard the maidservant that Xinyu had fainted, he hurried over. Xinyu had already been placed on the bed by Shang Junlin, and his blood-stained clothes had been taken off and placed to the side. Even though he was unconscious, the young man still frowned, and beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, indicating that his master was in great pain. Dr. Wu didn't say anything. He stepped forward and checked Xinyu's pulse. As time passed, Dr. Wu also frowned. "Who did young Master Shen meet today? What kind of food did he eat? What's different about you? Tell me everything in detail." Jiang Huiqing has been following Xinyu. So, he carefully recalled everything that happened today. Everything else was the same as usual. But today, in Prince Yu's mansion, young Master Shen asked if he had changed the incense. Is young Master Shen's illness caused by this incense? It is reasonable to say that young Master Shen has been recuperating with my prescription. So, he shouldn't be like this. Just now, when I checked his pulse, I found something that triggered his illness. Dr. Wu explained. I will check it out. Jiang Huiqing's face became very ugly. He calmed down and said to Dr. Wu, "Young Master Shen, please. I will do my best." Imperial Dr. Wu came here to treat Xinyu, so naturally, he wouldn't be careless. He thought for a moment and continued, "If possible, I hope this young master can bring that incense for me to take a look, so that I can know whether young Master Shen's illness has anything to do with it." "I know. Jiang Huiqing did not stay for long and left. As he said, he needed to check whether the illness was an accident or deliberately caused by someone. He also needed to find out the origin of the incense. Compared to Prince Yu, he certainly cared more about Xinyu. Dr. Wu went to write a prescription. Shang Junlin sat by the bed and held Xinyu's hand that was outside the quilt. He felt distressed. Xinyu had fallen ill twice in such a short time. The flesh that he had painstakingly gained was gone. His wrist was so thin that it could be easily wrapped around. After writing a prescription, Shang Junlin sent someone to buy the medicine. After the medicine was bought, Dr. Wu personally decocted it and brought it in. We have to find a way to make young Master Shen drink it. Shang Junlin had been holding Xinyu's hand. Once he let go, the young man would unconsciously clench his fist. His fingernails would sink into his flesh, leaving bloody marks. Leave the medicine. I will feed it to him. You can leave first. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu without turning back. Yes. Dr. Wu put down the bowl of medicine and left. Shang Junlin wrapped Xinyu with the quilt and supported him to sit on his body. He picked up the medicine, scooped a spoonful, and blew on it until it was not hot. Then, he fed it to Xinyu's mouth. It won't hurt anymore after you drink the medicine. Xinyu was unconscious, so naturally, he could not hear what Shang Junlin said. Shang Junlin pursed his lips and clenched his teeth. He tried several times, but he could not feed him. Shang Junlin put down the bowl of medicine and pinched Xinyu's face. Why don't you take care of your body? You are already in this state, yet you still work for the king of you. Is he that good? Xinyu opened his eyes in a daze. The touch on his face had not disappeared. He looked around and was a little confused. Brother Lin? I am. Shang Junlin did not expect that Xinyu would wake up at such a coincidental time. He brought the bowl of medicine. You fainted in the carriage. Drink the medicine first. Brother Lin, what were you saying just now? Xinyu vaguely remembered hearing a man's voice when he just woke up. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. Why do you suddenly mention this? Xinyu squinted his eyes and looked at Shang Junlin. Dr. Wu said that a used body is not suitable to work so hard. If he wants to get better, he needs to rest for a while. Shang Junlin raised his hand and brushed Xinyu's long hair behind his ear. Because he just woke up, the young man's long black hair was draped behind his back. His face was pale as if it will break at any time. Xinyu looked at the young man without blinking his eyes and smiled. Just because of this, Shang Junlin's facial expression remained unchanged. Do you know why you got sick this time? My body has always been weak. Every year, I get sick a few times. Is it because of someone? Shang Junlin didn't answer, but his facial expression showed everything. Xinyu sat up straight. His mind was getting clearer and clearer. His facial expression gradually became dignified. As he said, his body has always been weak. So, he never suspected that his illness was deliberately caused by someone. If that was the case, then his weak body will become a weapon for someone to control him. I want to see Dr. Wu. Shang Junlin had no objection. The sooner Xinyu knew about this matter, the better. He was still thinking about how to persuade Xinyu to go with him to the Ji family. But now, he had a good reason. Not long after, Imperial Dr. Wu was brought in by a servant. He reported his findings to Xinyu. Xinyu listened without saying a word. His facial expression did not change because of this sudden news. However, Shang Junlin could feel the anger in his body. It was better if Xinyu did not know about this matter. But once he knew about it, he will definitely catch the person who tried to control him. As long as he was suspicious, some clues that were usually ignored will be found again. Xinyu was a very active person. So, he will not just sit and wait for death. His Xinhua has developed to a very large scale. Moreover, Shang Junlin asked the hidden dragon guards to give him the information they found. So, some secrets that were deliberately hidden can no longer be hidden. Xinyu found a person called Zhu Wang. He found out what he said to Prince Yu. He also found out why Prince Yu deliberately approached him. Jiang Huiqing also found out the origin of the incense. The incense in the manor was sent by one of His Highness's aides. This aide is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. His Highness is also very secretive about his existence. If it weren't for this incident, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered that there was such a person behind His Highness. Jiang Huiqing reported the information he had found. Xinyu rubbed the wall of the cup. His eyes were obscure. Does Wang Ye know the use of the incense? Xinyu remembered that he had smelled the incense more than once in the Wangfu. Without exception, he would fall ill. But when he recovered, he would subconsciously ignore this matter and think that he was just sick. How could he ignore such a big matter? Besides this matter, was there anything else that was done to his body? Did Prince Yu do it on purpose or not? Questions filled his mind one after another. Some kind of barrier began to loosen. Xinyu did not realize this. He was thinking that it was not important whether Prince Yu knew about it or not. No matter whether he knew about it or not, what happened to him could not be faked. Xinyu also thought of the man who suddenly appeared beside him. All the changes started from this person's appearance. Did he know something? For what purpose did he do all this? I want to know what happened in the Wangfu when I first came to Yuezhou. Also, Brother Lin, go and investigate his background. Xinyu's suspicions had increased to 10. At this time, he no longer thought that Brother Lin was just an ordinary businessman. The time he came to Yuezhou was the time when Prince Yu's power was damaged. If he did not think deeply, he would not have realized it. But after thinking deeply, there were flaws everywhere. Wang Ye should not know about it. From the information that I have gathered these days, at least Wang Ye did not know that the incense would cause you to fall ill. Young master, what should we do next? With Yinghua, Xinyu was very clear about the turmoil in the outside world. It was obvious that the imperial court was determined to do something to Prince Yu. If it was in the past, Xinyu would have solved this matter for Prince Yu without hesitation. But now he hesitated. Let's put aside the outside world first. Before I give the order, tell them not to confront the imperial court. Prince Yu should have some unknown power behind him. This is the right time. It's time to let them come out and meet us. Xinyu always knew that other than them, there was someone else behind Prince Yu. But this power was hidden too well. Even Prince Yu did not know their real background. Xinyu had never dealt with them before. He did not know the specific scale of this power. Tell others that I am sick and will not see any guests during this time. Since he found out that something was wrong, Xinyu must get to the bottom of this matter. Shang Junlin still could not leave the mansion. Before, Xinyu was worried that Prince Yu would do something to him. But now Xinyu was not so worried about Prince Yu. But he had doubts about him. He could not tell what he was feeling. After Jiang Huiqing left, Xinyu sat alone in the study for a long time. He had felt that Brother Lin was special to him. He even had the idea of keeping Brother Lin forever. If Brother Lin was just an ordinary businessman, he would not be involved in these disputes. And he would not be like Prince Yu, who approached him with a purpose. When they were together, Xinyu did not show any abnormality. They were still close. Even under Xinyu's intention, they looked closer than before. In the evening, Xinyu washed up and came out with water vapor. Shang Junlin was sitting in his room reading a book. Xinyu asked the maid to invite him. Xinyu looked at Brother Lin's side profile. No matter what purpose he had for approaching him, since he had bumped into him, he could not blame him for not letting him go. A person who had touched his heartstrings, even if he had bad intentions, he could only deal with him personally. Ayu, why did you call me over so late at night? Is there something important? Hearing the noise, Shang Junlin put down his book and looked over. The young man had just taken a bath. His face was still red from the steam. Under the candlelight, his black hair and snow-white skin looked even more gentle and charming. Brother Lin, didn't you say that you would take care of me? How about taking care of me personally? Xinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. No matter how good a person was at disguising, it was impossible to disguise perfectly all the time. It would be easier to find flaws if he kept Brother Lin by his side. Xinyu admitted that he had done it on purpose. He thought viciously. Was Brother Lin really close to him or was he pretending? If it was the latter, then he would let the illusion be true forever. Shang Junlin never thought that Xinyu would say such a thing. He knew that with Xinyu's ability, when he started to suspect Prince Yu, he would definitely not be able to escape. And once the seed of suspicion was planted, he would definitely be discovered. After all, he wasn't a real businessman. His fake identity couldn't stand up to repeated scrutiny. What's wrong? Brother Lin, are you unwilling? No, I'm extremely happy to take care of you personally. Xinyu nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. He walked to the bedside and sat down. Shang Junlin consciously took out a dry handkerchief to dry his hair. Dry your hair before sleeping. Otherwise, you will have a headache. The man's movements were skillful and his strength was just right. Xinyu slightly closed his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder why the other party's movements were so skillful. Before meeting him, who had he taken care of in the same way, he thought that he would not care about this, but the truth was not so. After drying his hair, Xinyu sat at the table and ordered the maid to bring the chess. Play a game with me? Shang Junlin put the handkerchief aside and sat opposite Xinyu. The maid quickly brought the chessboard. Xinyu played the black pieces. This time, he did not hold back. Shang Junlin was familiar with Xinyu's chess style. He also knew that the other party's strength could not be underestimated. Under the other party's pressure, he had to show his true strength. Xinyu did it deliberately. He wanted to use this game to force the man's true strength. Only when the other party showed his true strength could he infer the other party's true character. For people like him, there were too many things that could be seen through a game of chess. The two played back and forth, reversing the game again and again. The white pieces were surrounded by the black pieces. In the adversity, the white pieces fought back and the black pieces retreated. It seemed that they were at a disadvantage, but they could always make a comeback at the last moment. 2 hours passed, but there was no clear winner. Xinyu had not played chess so freely for a long time. In the end, he almost forgot his original intention and was immersed in the game. His mind was full of the chess game. When it ended, it was already late at night. Xinyu was not sleepy at all. He was also sure that the person playing chess with him could not be an ordinary businessman. That decisive style of chess was not something that an ordinary person could have. He just did not know what the other party's identity was in the imperial court. It's late at night. Brother Lin, you can sleep here. You said that you would take care of me, so naturally, you can't be too far away from me. Xinyu ordered someone to bring a soft bed over. Although he found out that the man might be someone sent by the imperial court, Xinyu was in a good mood. Imperial physician Wu had always thought that there would be nothing that could shock him again until he saw with his own eyes that the most powerful emperor in Dahuan personally took care of Xinyu's food and daily life like a manservant. He almost suspected that His Majesty had been poisoned by a venomous insect. He found an opportunity to take His Majesty's pulse before he breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax completely, he became anxious again. His Majesty was not affected by external forces, which meant that His Majesty was sincere. As the ruler of a country, would nothing happen in the future, no one knew about Imperial Physician Wu's worries. Xinyu had been living well during this time. Even if the news from the King of Yu was not good, it did not affect his good mood. Every day, he went in and out with Shang Junlin. He could feel that the other party's closeness to him was sincere. Since this was confirmed, some things should be made clear. Thunder rumbled, and it started to rain heavily outside. Shang Junlin put away his umbrella and walked into the house. He had not shown himself for a long time. He had just thought of a way to go out and meet the people he brought with him. The deployment of the King of Yu was almost done. It was time to close the net. As soon as he entered the house, Shang Junlin felt that something was wrong. His heart sank. He walked into the inner room and saw a young man in blue sitting by the window. He was playing with an unopened secret letter in his hand. Hearing the footsteps, Xinyu looked up. You went to meet the people from the imperial court? Sure enough, he couldn't hide it for long. Shang Junlin sighed in his heart. You found out. Then, how does you plan to deal with me? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, MBiku50. Xinyu felt an aura from this man that a businessman would never have. He raised his head and looked into the man's eyes. His eyes were filled with vigilance. What if I say that I will? You don't have to look at me like that. Even if you want to hand me over, I won't do anything to you. Shang Junlin raised his hand and touched the young man's cheek. He naturally couldn't bear to hurt Xinyu, but he had no scruples when it came to Qingyu. Xinyu stared at the man for a while and suddenly smiled. If I wanted to hand you over, why would I keep you trapped in the mansion? As long as Xinyu didn't care, with Qingyu's personality, he wouldn't let him go easily no matter what the man's real identity was. Yuezhou was Qingyu's territory. It was easy for him to make everyone in this place disappear. I knew that you wouldn't do that. You kept me in the mansion to protect me, right? Shang Junlin's movements were gentle. His hot breath sprinkled on the young man's face and successfully dyed his fair skin red. When he knew that Xinyu was protecting him, Shang Junlin's feelings were indescribable. Therefore, he sped up his plan to deal with Qingyu and revealed a flaw to let Xinyu find out that something was wrong. If he wanted to pull Xinyu to his side, he couldn't always maintain his identity as a businessman. Xinyu's eyes flashed when his thoughts were exposed. Soon, he thought of something and asked, "Did you let me find out on purpose?" He came here today because the man's servant told him that the man was looking for him. When he arrived, he didn't see the man. He only saw a secret letter on the table. Xinyu didn't open the letter. It wasn't that he didn't expect this. Before the man came back, he had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. In his heart, he didn't want a third person to know about this. He also never thought of telling Qingyu about it. Before she could come up with an appropriate solution, the man came back. When she saw him, Xinyu was displeased that she had been deceived. She questioned him without thinking. Feeling the constant warmth from the man's body, Xinyu suddenly realized that the two of them were too close to each other. He didn't like this position where he was at a disadvantage, so he skillfully pressed the man against the wall. You felt that you couldn't hide it any longer, so you deliberately let me find out. Xinyu's tone gradually turned cold. Brother Lin, no, since you used a fake identity to approach me, this name must also be fake. What, is it fun to play with me? Xinyu's arm was pressed against the man's chest. Her eyes were burning. When she thought that their interactions these days were all intentional, Xinyu's heart was extremely irritated. Except for this identity, I have never played tricks on you, you. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and placed it on his chest. This heart has never deceived you. Badump, badump, the heartbeat under his palm was steady and powerful. Xinyu knew that what the man said was true. Otherwise, what awaited the man today would not be such a simple confrontation. His treatment would not be good enough to eat, drink, and live in the mansion. You didn't approach me to deal with Prince Yu? Xinyu lowered her eyes and asked. Why would you think that Prince Yu is worth it? I approached you only because of you. There is no other reason. This was very important. Shang Junlin didn't want Xinyu to misunderstand. Is the Imperial Court planning to take action against Prince Yu now? Yes, and the Imperial Court is determined to win this time. Shang Junlin spoke bluntly. Why would the Imperial Court suddenly want to take action against Prince Yu? In fact, Xinyu could more or less guess that the Imperial Court was aware of Prince Yu's movements. The current emperor didn't have any brotherly affection for his brothers. Since Prince Yu threatened him, he certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Shang Junlin, because his hands are stretched too far. Xinyu, did you know my identity long ago? Shang Junlin, I did know your identity, but this has nothing to do with me approaching you. I wanted to approach you only because you are Xinyu. Xinyu, didn't you want to deal with Prince Yu through me? Shang Junlin shook his head. He pointed at the secret letter that Xinyu casually placed on the table. You doesn't want to see the contents inside? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. You want to surrender to me? Since he wanted to show it to him, Xinyu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He let go of the man, walked to the table, and opened the secret letter. The more he read, the lower the pressure around Xinyu's body became. This secret letter was full of things that Prince Yu had done. Everything he did stepped on Xinyu's bottom line. Some of them even passed through Xinyu's hands. But at that time, Xinyu seemed to have no bottom line. As long as Prince Yu ordered him to do it, he would do it, even if it was against his original intention. Shang Junlin walked behind Xinyu and pressed his hands on the table, trapping him between himself and the table. Does you really think that such a person who would do anything to achieve his goals is suitable to sit on the throne? Xinyu's fingers unconsciously tightened. Of course, he knew that a person who didn't care about the lives of the people was not suitable to be the emperor. Prince Yu sacrificed countless people for a little benefit today. Who could guarantee that when he sat on the throne, what would he do? The former emperor of Dahuan was like this. If the current emperor didn't turn the tide, who knows what would happen to Dahuan now? I admit that Prince Yu is not suitable for that position. Xinyu turned around and looked at the man with a faint smile. So, is this your real purpose? Prince Yu is destined to lose. Why should you sacrifice himself for such a person? Moreover, does you really not mind at all what Prince Yu did? For example, in order to ensure your obedience, he gave you a hint. What do you mean by this sentence? You should have noticed that something is wrong. Shang Junlin picked up a strand of hair that fell on the young man's chest and played with it in his hand. You, think carefully. Where did your loyalty to Prince Yu come from? As the legitimate son of Zhenbei Ho, why did you give up everything in the capital and come all the way to Prince Yu's fief to serve him? Xinyu thought for a while and realized that he really couldn't find the reason. His face became uglier and uglier. One of the things that Xinyu hated the most in his life was being controlled by others. He thought that everything he did was out of his own free will. In the end, he realized that this was just his imagination. It was just like how he gradually realized that there was something wrong with his understanding of Prince Yu's feelings after he met Brother Lin. Xinyu thought of the incense in Prince Yu's residence that induced his illness. He didn't believe that Prince Yu was not involved from the beginning to the end. At this time, Xinyu couldn't care less about the man's background and purpose. He had to figure out what happened to him first. Shang Junlin left hurriedly. He stood there and watched the young man's back as he left. When he couldn't be seen, he knocked on the table. A hidden dragon guard silently appeared in the room. Send the captured people to Yu's men. Remember, don't leave any traces of your involvement. Yes. After Xingyu went back, the first thing he did was to summon a few people in charge of Yinghua and ask them to investigate. As for Prince Yu, he didn't reveal any flaws for the time being. If they found out that it was really done by someone, he would definitely make the person who was involved pay the price. Yinghua acted quickly. With the help of the hidden dragon guards who secretly passed on clues, they received news not long after. There were some things that, unless they weren't done, would definitely leave traces once they were done. Xinyu knew that Jin Yan had appeared in Prince Yu's fief. Yinghua also captured a few people. These people revealed a shocking secret. It turned out that his serious illness when he first came to Yuezhou was not an accident. It was caused by someone who gave him a hint. The room was silent. No one expected that they would find out such a secret. Xinyu sat in the main seat, the expression on his face was unclear, and the silence spread. The subordinates sitting below all knew that this time, their master was really angry. Didn't you find out the people from the imperial court? Send them a message. Tell them that I want to meet their person in charge. I believe that they will be very interested in Prince Yu's power. Xinyu's tone was very calm. Only he knew how angry he was. Part of it was towards Prince Yu. The rest was towards himself. He always thought that he was smarter than others. He didn't expect that he had been plotted against for so long and still didn't realize it. He fixed. Will. Good. Return. Report. You. After that day, Xinyu removed the restriction on the man. He knew that the man had the ability to protect himself. Xinyu felt that he didn't need to do anything else. Although the man also lied to him, Xinyu still wouldn't know that someone had done something to him if it wasn't for him. Counting the days, Xinyu hadn't seen him for several days. No matter what happened before, Xinyu felt that he should thank him for this matter. When he went to find him, the servant said that young Master Lin had left for several days. Xinyu stood at the door for a while and turned to leave. The imperial court replied quickly. Xinyu got on the carriage and went to the appointed place to meet the man. Under the pressure of the imperial court, Prince Yu's power was constantly shrinking. Except for the part that Xianxia was in charge of, the other forces were greatly affected. Prince Yu wanted to meet Xianxia several times, but he found excuses to avoid it. Prince Yu didn't dare to make Xianxia unhappy at this juncture, so he could only follow his wishes. The appointed place to meet the man from the imperial court was a restaurant. Xianxia got off the carriage and found that he had been here with Brother Lin. Thinking that he didn't know where Brother Lin went, Xianxia frowned. Jiang Huiqing followed him into the restaurant. The guard waiting at the door led them to a private room on the second floor. Our lord only wants to see young Master Shen. Xianxia nodded to Jiang Huiqing indiscernibly. Jiang Huiqing and the guard left together. Looking at the place where he had been before, Xianxia felt a surge of complex emotions. Pushing the door open, Xianxia saw a man in black standing by the window with his back to them. Hearing the sound, the man turned around. Young Master Shen, please come in. The man was wearing a black mask, covering the upper half of his face, revealing a sharp jaw and thin lips. Xianxia stared at the man's face for a while, feeling that he was a little familiar. After sitting down, the servant waiting at the side poured tea for them. Xianxia held the teacup and glanced at the man from time to time. This man gave him a very familiar feeling. Young Master Shen, why do you keep looking at me? The man asked in a low voice. I just feel that you are a little familiar. Xianxia's only request when meeting with the imperial court's people was to meet the person who had the most authority. Why are you wearing a mask? To reduce some trouble. Young Master Shen, are you curious? The man put down the teacup and looked at the young man. Today Xianxia was wearing an indigo robe, which made his skin look fairer. His temperament was very different from the light clothes he usually wore. His whole person looked sharper. I'm not curious. It's just that I sincerely invite you, but you don't seem to be sincere enough. The man was right. Xianxia was curious. He was curious about why he suddenly had a good impression of the man when he saw him. He was also curious about why he felt that the man was familiar. If it was in the past, he would not be so curious. As long as he achieved his goal, it had nothing to do with him. Xianxia himself did not know why he cared so much. Xianxia seemed to see the man smile, and then he saw the man slowly relax. The man's face was a little similar to King Yu's. But compared to King Yu, the man was more handsome, and the aura around him was stronger. With such an appearance, and on behalf of the imperial court, needless to say, Xianxia could guess the man's identity. The king of Great Huan, Shang Junlin. Why did he appear here? Now, is our sincerity enough? Shang Junlin chuckled and put the mask back on. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. No matter how calm Xianxu's mind was, he couldn't help but feel strange at this moment. He didn't expect that the person who appeared in front of him would be the revered emperor of De Huan. Xianxu's understanding of this person came from the King of Yu. It wasn't hard to imagine what he had heard from the King of Yu. Now that he had met him, he felt that many things could only be taken seriously by his own eyes and ears. Xianxia raised his wine glass and toasted Shang Junlin with mixed feelings. Since you came here personally, we can naturally feel your sincerity. Surprised by the other party's identity, Xianxia completely ignored the familiar feeling that surged in his heart when he saw the man. He pulled his mind back to the business. Let's eat first. There are a few dishes in this restaurant that are not bad. Shang Junlin clinked his glass with the young man and drank the wine in his glass. The wine was mellow. The dishes were ordered by Shang Junlin, who arrived first. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He didn't talk about business at all during the meal. Xianxia wasn't in the mood to eat. He was thinking about the purpose of the man's visit. If it was only to deal with the King of Yu, Xianxia felt that it was worth it for the man to come here personally. Then, other than the King of Yu, what else in Yuezhou was worth this young man's personal visit? Xianxia thought about the matters in Yuezhou carefully. He couldn't find anything strange. While he was thinking, there was an extra piece of fish in his bowl. It had no bones. Xianxia paused for a moment and looked up. The man in black was looking at him with a smile. He didn't feel that his behavior was inappropriate. Sir, you don't have to do this. Xinyu lowered his head and looked at the fish in his bowl. The fish in this restaurant is different from the ones in the capital. I like it very much. Young Master Shen, please try it. Shang Junlin said lightly. Xinyu slowly put the fish into his mouth. The fish was delicious. After he finished the fish in his bowl, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Xinyu could react, there was an extra dish in his bowl. After that, whenever Xinyu was about to finish eating, there would be one more dish in his bowl. The strange feeling in Xinyu's heart became even stronger. It was one thing for the dignified emperor to personally come to see him, but why did he have to take on the responsibility of serving him food? After finishing the meal with complicated feelings, Xinyu and Shang Junlin talked about business. After knowing that everything was premeditated, Xinyu could no longer work for the Prince of Yu without any grudges like before. King Yu's hand has stretched too far. He covets what he shouldn't covet, so he has to pay the price. What do you think, young Master Shen? Xinyu felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, so he said, De Huan has another master. The King of Yu is ambitious, but he doesn't have the ability to match it. If he really succeeds, it will be a disaster for the people of De Huan. What about young Master Shen? Shang Junlin put down his wine glass. What does young Master Shen think? I am willing to contribute to the imperial court. In order to show his sincerity, Xinyu brought a lot of information about the King of Yu. In these years, he worked for the King of Yu, so he knew more about the King of Yu's power than the imperial court. Then, Xinyu talked about what he had prepared long ago, about the King of Yu's power, and what he was going to do next. The former was something he had originally planned to tell the imperial court, while the latter was something he had accidentally said when he was having too much fun with Shang Junlin. Xinyu could already feel that his good impression of Shang Junlin was too high. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the two finished talking. Xinyu looked at the sky and said goodbye. Shang Junlin didn't stop him. He sent him to the door and said, Young Master Shen, if you have anything to do, you can go here. They will follow your orders. Xinyu didn't refuse. Shang Junlin watched the young man leave until he couldn't be seen. When he returned to the house, there were 2 more people in the house. Next, you have to cooperate with young Master Shen. Shang Junlin sat where the young man sat just now and said. Yes. These 2 people were the officials of the imperial court who were supposed to negotiate with Xinyu. Unexpectedly, Shang Junlin went to see them directly after learning about this matter. No matter how confused they were, they couldn't change His Majesty's mind. When His Majesty talked with young Master Shen, they were next door. They came out after His Majesty left. After Xinyu went back, he asked his people to come here. Since he had reached an agreement with the imperial court, it was time for him to take action. With his help, the collapse of the King of Yu's power accelerated rapidly. The King of Yu finally panicked. If the previous chaos only affected the external forces, this time it really affected the core of the King of Yu's power. King of Yu had to ask for help from the person who had been helping him behind the scenes. He didn't know that the person was too busy to take care of himself. King An's side was solved unexpectedly smoothly. After all, in the other world, Shang Junlin had figured out all of King An's arrangements. This time, the sudden attack was even more unexpected. King An didn't know how he was exposed until he was defeated. King An was already under control. As for how to deal with him, he only needed to wait for Shang Junlin's order. With Xinyu's help, the King of Yu's side was also very smooth. After the cooperation, Xinyu realized how well prepared the imperial court was this time. No matter how hard the King of Yu struggled, he would only be a grasshopper after autumn. Xinyu, who was busy, didn't have time to think about too many miscellaneous things. When the matter was over, he realized that he hadn't seen Brother Lin for a while. On the contrary, because of the cooperation, he met Shang Junlin more and more often. There was another strange thing. He didn't see Brother Lin among the people sent by the imperial court. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be, unless Brother Lin was deliberately avoiding him. What was there to hide? Xinyu sneered in his heart. Could it be that Brother Lin felt that it wasn't good to appear in front of him again after his identity was exposed? Xinyu was used to being alone. This time, he just returned to the state of being alone again. He shouldn't care about it. However, every time he was free, Xianyu's figure would appear in his mind unconsciously. He also missed the feeling when they were together. Young Master Shen, what are you thinking about? Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes when he saw that the young man was distracted. This wasn't the first time. As long as the two of them were together, Shang Junlin's attention would always be on him. Xianyu might not have realized it himself, but Shang Junlin had already noticed it. Who was the young man thinking about? Why was he showing this expression time and time again? Was it the king of Yu? Every time he thought of this possibility, Shang Junlin's ruthlessness would increase. He had already found out what those people did to Xianyu. He also asked the hidden dragon guards to speed up the search for the Ji family. He didn't know how much Xianyu was affected. Even if it was only a small effect, he didn't want to let those people off easily. Xianyu didn't know what the man opposite him was thinking. He stopped thinking and said, I'm not thinking about anything. We caught a few people recently. Would young Master Shen be interested in meeting them? Shang Junlin also restrained his emotions and said. Who is it? Xianyu was curious. For Shang Junlin to mention it, the person who was captured must be extraordinary. They are the people who have been secretly controlling King Yu's actions. Young Master Shen should have heard of a saying that spread in Yuezhou a few years ago. This person is related to this matter. Xianyu and Shang Junlin went to the dungeon together. The dungeon was modified from a dark room. It couldn't see the sun and the only light came from the torches on the wall. Hearing the footsteps, the person locked in the dungeon raised his head. When he saw who it was, he subconsciously stepped back to hide. He seems to be afraid of you. Xianyu noticed and said. Shang Junlin curled his lips and said, if you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Xianyu walked over and squatted down. I'm very curious. What kind of hatred do you have against me that you have been plotting for so many years? The man had been tortured once and was already honest. He answered, you and I really don't have any hatred. You are that person's child. She ruined everything we planned and caused us to lose our home. Now she is dead. You are her only child. If I don't take revenge on you, who else should I take revenge on? You are also the one who controlled me to work for King Yu. Xianyu's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that this matter would involve his mother who had passed away many years ago. I don't have such great ability. The thing that controlled you was planted in you by your mother. We were just making use of it. The man's tone was full of malice. Shang Junlin walked over and said coldly, you still don't want to be honest? Hearing his voice, the man shrank back and didn't dare to have any evil thoughts. He said honestly, the thing in your body is the Ji family's sacred object, the ring. It was indeed passed on to you by your mother. Your mother was the Ji family's holy maiden. She wasn't supposed to get married and have children. There has never been a precedent of a holy maiden giving birth. It wasn't until we confirmed that you had the ring in your body that we knew that it could be passed on from mother to child regardless of gender. Then, Xianyu heard a story from the man about more than 10 years ago. It was about the Ji family, about his mother, and about the ring in his body. Xianyu had never found out about these things. When he came out of the dungeon, his expression was still a little absent-minded. The sky was already dark and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Xianyu was digesting the news he had just heard. He didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped. Be careful. A strong arm supported him. Xianyu stood up and turned to look at the man walking beside him silently. Thank you. Are you thinking about what happened just now? Shang Junlin asked. Xianyu nodded. I've always been curious about my mother's identity. After investigating for so long, I still couldn't find any clues. It turned out that she was from the Ji family. Even the name I knew was fake. Xianyu couldn't tell what he was feeling. He sighed. What are your plans after Prince Yu's matter is over? Shang Junlin deliberately revealed this matter to Xianyu. In order to solve the hidden danger in Xianyu's body, the Ji family had to take action. Instead of explaining things at the last minute, it was better to let Xianyu discover the truth himself. Xianyu did find out some news about the Ji family's involvement these days. When he heard those words, he didn't feel that it was too unbelievable. He just didn't expect that he was also involved with the Ji family. As for his future plans, Xianyu's eyes flashed for a moment. Is young Master Shen willing to enter the court as an official? Without waiting for Xinyu to think of a result, Shang Junlin continued, with young Master Shen's talent, you will definitely become a pillar of the Great Huan dynasty. Xinyu didn't expect to hear these words from the emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. The blankness in his eyes was replaced by shock. Under the moonlight, he stared at the handsome young emperor. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. He didn't even notice that the other's arm was still supporting him. The shadows of the two people were intertwined. From a distance, it looked like the young man was being held in the arms of the tall man in black. Your Majesty, the official who came to report something important stopped and stared in front of him, dumbfounded. So, the real reason why His Majesty personally came to Prince Yu's fief was because of young Master Shen? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC Hearing the voice, Xinyu came back to his senses. He noticed that the distance between him and Shang Junlin was too close, so he quietly took a step back. Since there was someone coming over, he couldn't do anything. Shang Junlin let go of his hand and a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. If you have something else to do, I'll take my leave first. Xinyu bowed his head and turned to leave. Shang Junlin didn't stop him. He stared at the direction where the young man left. The official who interrupted the two stood aside. Feeling the displeasure from the man, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He really didn't mean to disturb them. If he knew that the emperor had such thoughts, he wouldn't dare to come over at this time no matter how bold he was. After a while, Shang Junlin closed his eyes and suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart. He said lightly, "What's the matter?" The official quickly explained the purpose of his visit. He came to report to Shang Junlin about the progress of King Yu's matter and the news from King An's fief. Now that King An was under control, Shang Junlin still had to give orders as to what to do. As for King Yu, he wouldn't have known if he didn't investigate. After a careful investigation, he found out that King Yu had secretly planned many things over the years. When these things were spread back, it would definitely shock the imperial court. Under the night sky, Xinyu walked out of the courtyard alone. The carriage was already waiting outside the residence. This was Shang Junlin's residence in Yuezhou. King Yu would never have thought that in the bustling area of Yuezhou, the person he regarded as his lifelong enemy had been living here for a long time. After getting into the carriage, Jiang Huiqing poured a cup of tea for him. Xinyu took a sip and asked, "Why are you here?" "After finishing my work, I saw that you hadn't returned, so I came to see you," Jiang Huiqing said. "Have you heard of the Ji family?" Since he had clues about his mother, Xinyu had to investigate further. "I've only read a little about them in books. According to the records, the Ji family has been good at medicine for generations. They have been in seclusion for many years. It won't be easy for you to find traces of the Ji family. It's fine. Get someone to investigate. The person behind King Yu might be related to the Ji family." Xinyu didn't say anything definite. When he heard the news today, his first reaction was to send his own people to investigate. With the example of the Prince of Yu, it was difficult for him to completely let down his guard. Even though he had a better impression of Shang Junlin than expected. After instructing his subordinates, Xinyu returned to his room to rest. His movements these days were not small. The King of Yu might have noticed it. There was a pot of flowers by the window. Xinyu walked over, picked up a small kettle, and watered it. This flower was given to him by Brother Lin. Now, it was here, but Brother Lin was not. Thinking about it, Xinyu was a little lost in thought. Yu Wangfu. Everyone in Prince Yu's mansion was busy. The matter that had been solved was in a deadlock again, especially those that were directly or indirectly handled by Xinyu. More or less, there were problems. The King of Yu was not a fool. At this point, it was impossible for him to not notice the problem. However, he refused to believe that Xinyu would betray him. After all, he had done something to Xinyu from the beginning. In the study, the King of Yu anxiously paced back and forth. A few of his confidants stood below, but no one spoke. These days, the King of Yu was in a bad mood because they said something they shouldn't have. Too many people were punished by him. Whether it was his aides or servants, they tried to speak less in front of him, so as not to lose their lives because of a word. A servant came in and whispered a few words to the king of Yu. The king of Yu waved his hand. That's all for today. You can leave now. We will talk about other things another day. Yes. The confidants bowed their heads and left. In the blink of an eye, only the king of Yu was left in the large study. He stood alone for a while. The door of the study was opened and a middle-aged man came in. Your Highness. The king of Yu turned around. After a few polite words, he asked directly, you said before that the person who used that thing would never betray me. Now, I ask you, is there really no accident? Normally, there won't be. But I feel that the person has already betrayed me. What do you want, Your Highness? This is your mistake. You should solve it. When we made the deal, you promised that this matter would be foolproof. I don't care what method you use. You must solve this matter properly. Yes, we will help Your Highness. Xinyu was still busy. After knowing that he had been controlled by someone, he couldn't remain indifferent. Finding the person who controlled him became the most important thing. Without waiting for him to come up with a result, the imperial court sent someone again, saying that they had found some information about what happened when he first came to Yuezhou. After tidying himself up, Xinyu once again appeared in the house where Shang Junlin was temporarily staying. The tall man sat by the table, playing with a wooden token in his hand. When he saw Xinyu, Shang Junlin handed the token to him. Young Master Shen, have you seen this before? Xinyu took the token from the man's palm and looked at it carefully. There were complicated patterns engraved on the token, and they looked familiar. Xinyu rubbed the token with his fingers, searching for such patterns in his memory. Shang Junlin didn't say anything to disturb him. After some time, Xinyu's eyes flashed. He remembered. When he first came to Yuezhou, when he was unconscious and sick, there was a person who followed the king of Yu who had a token like this on his waist. Xinyu told him about his discovery. He asked, where did you get this token? Do you still remember the person who was locked up in the dungeon? We managed to get a lot of useful information from him. Following these clues, we managed to capture some people. These people were the ones who carried the tokens with them. We specially invited young Master Shen over because we learned something about you from these people, Shang Junlin said. Xinyu sat down and put the token on the table. I'd like to hear more. Young Master Shen, when you first came to Yuezhou, you were seriously ill. It was done by these people. They made a deal with the king of Yu to help him control you. They wanted the king of Yu to help them destroy the Ji family after he succeeded. These people betrayed the Ji family, so it was not strange for them to have such a request. Xinyu smiled, but there was not much of a smile in his eyes. The king of Yu is willing to work hard for me. Originally, we caught these people to get rid of the hidden danger in your body, but... Shang Junlin paused for a moment. The people who attacked you at that time had already passed away. The people who left behind don't know how to remove the seal on your body. Passed away? Yes, it is not so easy to control someone. The two people who attacked you at that time have both died. According to the confessions of those people, this kind of control was irreversible. Shang Junlin did not believe in these people's nonsense. Xinyu was already out of control. When the hidden dragon guards found the traces of the Ji family, the seal on Xinyu's body would no longer be a threat. Without Shang Junlin saying it, Xinyu understood that the two people's deaths were the price they paid for trying to control him. You don't have to worry. I will find the Ji family and let them remove the seal for you. Xinyu was not worried. He had lived with this illness for so long and was already used to it. After knowing that he did not do things for the king of Yu, he was confused about the future for a moment. But it was only for a moment. No matter what the future would be, he knew what he had to do now. Your Majesty, don't you think that you are too concerned about me? Xinyu rested his chin on his hands and looked at the man sitting opposite him. It was really strange. Based on their experiences together, Xinyu found it hard to associate the man in front of him with the rumored ruthless emperor. You work for the imperial court. Of course, I have to be concerned about you. Shang Junlin did not say anything and allowed the young man to look at him. Your Majesty, do you treat every official like this? Xinyu continued to ask. Of course not. If this was said to any official in the imperial court, they would definitely laugh at the person who said it. What if I say that I only treat you well? Shang Junlin looked into the young man's eyes. The man's eyes were dark and deeper than the night sky. At this moment, Xianyu saw himself in the other party's eyes. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. What did he mean by "only treat me well"? Xianyu did not want to think about the deeper meaning of this sentence. Silence spread, and the room fell into silence. He was the one who spoke first and tentatively lifted the layers of curtains in the dark night. But when he saw the truth, he was also the one who was speechless. Don't think too much, Shang Junlin suddenly said, there is one more thing. King Yu is already suspicious of you. He might do something in the next few days. Xianyu pulled back his thoughts, I know. With such a big movement, even if King Yu is a pig, he should have realized that something is wrong. From the moment he decided to cooperate with the imperial court, Xianyu expected that such a day would come. If he was afraid because of this, he would not be him. Shang Junlin did not feel the young man's fear, but it was not strange. The young man dared to go against him because of King Yu. Now that the enemy was King Yu, what was there to be afraid of? Using the excuse that King Yu was going to cause trouble and was worried about the young man's safety, Shang Junlin and Xianyu got closer and closer. After interacting with him, Xianyu felt more and more that De Huan, the young emperor who ascended the throne, was very different from the rumors. What he felt most was that De Huan seemed to be very skillful in taking care of him. Occasionally, when he met the officials sent by the imperial court, Xianyu could feel the surprise from them, especially when Shang Junlin took care of him. After interacting with him more, Shang Junlin gave Xianyu a stronger sense of familiarity. Xianyu had doubts in his heart. He wanted to figure out where this sense of familiarity came from. Gongzi, do you want to put away the things in Gongzi Lin's room? The maid walked in and asked. Xianyu put down his pen. Speaking of which, Brother Lin had left for a while. At first, Xianyu would think of him. Later, when things got busy and he had frequent contact with Shang Junlin, he did not think of this person. After the maid reminded him, he suddenly realized that the sense of familiarity that Shang Junlin gave him was almost the same as that of Brother Lin. What was the connection between these two people? Don't touch the things in that room first, Xianyu said. Xianyu did not think that two different people could give him the same feeling. When he interacted with Shang Junlin with suspicion, he felt that there were many similarities between them. For example, their height was about the same. There were also some small details when they interacted. Some things were like this. When you did not realize it, you did not feel anything. When you had doubts, it would reveal that there was something wrong everywhere. Some habits were engraved in the bones. Xianyu and Shang Junlin had interacted for a long time, so it was hard not to notice it. But it was also because of this that Xianyu felt it was very inconceivable. If his guess was true, the dignified emperor of De Huan had disguised himself to get close to him, and he had almost been kept in a golden house by him. He had to endure his arrogance and order. When he took care of him, he had to take care of him no matter how small the matter was, no matter which one it was. An ordinary man might not be able to accept it. But not only did he accept it, he even accepted it well. What did he want? This was the thing that Xianyu could not understand the most. It was also the important reason why he felt that his guess was a whimsical one. Why are you looking at me? Shang Junlin felt the gaze on him, so he asked with a smile. I feel that you are a bit similar to an old friend of mine. Xianyu retracted his gaze, and there was a trace of nostalgia in his tone. Is that person very important to young Master Shen? Shang Junlin's hands, which were hanging in his sleeves, unconsciously clenched. Could it be that someone had approached Xianyu when he was not aware? As if he did not feel the man's gloomy face in an instant, Xianyu nodded. Yes, it's a pity that he left without saying goodbye. You don't have to take it to heart that he left without saying goodbye. I call him Brother Lin. He also works for the imperial court. Do you know where he is now? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Xianyu turned to look at the man and nodded. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have realized that I was being controlled by Prince Yu so quickly. Xinyu had been thinking about when he realized that something was wrong these days. The result was obvious. Everything happened after Brother Lin appeared. He didn't know if Brother Lin did something to make him realize that something was wrong. No matter what, he owed Brother Lin a favor. Of course, if Brother Lin lied to him, he wouldn't let it go easily. Xinyu clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would never confuse kindness with resentment. He watched the man's expression, not letting go of any changes. Even if it was impossible, Xinyu still felt that his guess was right. At this moment, Shang Junlin's mood was very complicated. Is this young Master Lin very special to young Master Shen? If you knew that he lied to you, what would you do? That depends on what he's hiding from me. If it's not important or necessary, I won't say anything. Shang Junlin began to think about what his behavior was. After saying so much, you still haven't told me where he is now. Noticing the change in the man's expression, Xinyu continued. Shang Junlin didn't know how to answer. His intuition told him that he couldn't lie. He didn't think that Xinyu would ask this question for no reason. The gap between him and Xinyu meant that Xinyu wouldn't ask unless he knew something and was testing him. After figuring this out, Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu again. The young man didn't look anxious. If you looked carefully, you could even see a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Why didn't your majesty say anything? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. You already know. Why are you still asking me? Shang Junlin was helpless. Does your majesty admit it? Xinyu blinked. He just wanted to test him. He didn't expect the other party to admit it directly. Since you've already guessed it, wouldn't it be an additional crime for us to hide it from you? After speaking, Shang Junlin no longer suppressed himself. This time, there was no need for Xinyu to verify. The man in front of him and Brother Lin's figure completely overlapped. Xinyu felt a long-lost emotion from him. The two of them walked to a small pavilion and sat down. Shang Junlin sat opposite Xinyu. He personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to a Yu. Zhen apologizes to a Yu for lying to you before. Xinyu paused in his action of taking the tea. The two words "Are you" coming out of Brother Lin's mouth gave him a completely different feeling from Shang Junlin's. He had to admit that he treated Brother Lin differently from others. He had also thought about how the two of them would get along in the future. However, when this person was Shang Junlin, he had no choice but to consider his true identity. After this day, Xinyu began to deliberately alienate Shang Junlin. He couldn't understand the messy relationship between the two of them, so he had to numb himself with other things. The process of Prince Yu's side had reached a critical juncture. Xinyu's actions were no longer as smooth as before. Sometimes, he could feel that someone was secretly watching him. Xinyu knew that these people were most likely sent by Prince Yu, indicating that Prince Yu had become suspicious of him. Young Master Shen, Prince Yu invites you. Xinyu was about to return to the mansion, but he was stopped halfway. Did Prince Yu say what's the matter? Xinyu stopped. Young Master Shen, you'll know when you get there. The person's tone was cold. Xinyu glanced around with the corner of his eyes. He saw a few people dressed as common people staring at him. It seemed that Prince Yu couldn't sit still anymore. Xinyu didn't make any unnecessary resistance. He nodded and followed the person into the carriage. These people didn't notice that the young man made a subtle gesture with his hand behind his back. The carriage rushed all the way, and soon they arrived at Prince Yu's mansion. After Xinyu got off the carriage, two powerful bodyguards followed him, one on the left and one on the right. The person who brought him here retreated, and a maid took his place to lead the way for Xinyu. They didn't speak a word along the way. Xinyu was taken to the study. Xinyu had walked this road countless times, but there was no time like today when he was watched by someone in the dark. Xinyu was very familiar with Prince Yu's forces. He knew that the person hiding in the dark was a secret guard of Prince Yu. He pulled the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the threat he brought to Prince Yu was not small. Prince Yu even sent the secret guard. In the study, in addition to Prince Yu, there were several trusted aides of Prince Yu. They had worked together for many years, so Xinyu was familiar with these people. Seeing him come in, the study was quiet for a moment. Xinyu didn't seem to feel anything unusual. His every move was as usual, which made people who were suspicious of him hesitate. "I don't know why your highness called me here." His performance was too normal. Prince Yu looked at him deeply, as if he wanted to peel off his disguise. Before Xianxia came in, his performance along the way had been reported by people who were secretly watching him. Because of this, Prince Yu, who was originally certain, was shaken. Prince Yu knew that Xianxia was a very cautious person. If the other party really betrayed him, it was impossible for him to come to Prince Yu's mansion without any precautions. Because he was a smart person, he knew what it meant to come here. "Today, I called you here to ask about the progress of your subordinates. Previously, I didn't consider it thoroughly. You are not in good health, so I gave you all the work to do." Xianxu's behavior made the king of Yu change his strategy. He only said that he was worried about Xianxu's health and wanted others to share his worries. Xianxia was not confused by his flowery words. No matter how nice his words were, it could not change the fact that the king of Yu wanted to take back the power in his hands. The spy had been planted. Xianxia didn't care about it and directly handed over the power. His action reduced the suspicions of Prince Yu and the others. After the handover, it was already late at night. Prince Yu sent Xianxia out and said, "The mansion has cleaned up the courtyard where you used to live. I found a famous doctor to take a look at your health. You can stay in the mansion for these 2 days." His tone was full of meaning that he couldn't refuse. Xianxia looked at the sky. It turned out that Prince Yu was waiting for him here. He also wanted to know what Prince Yu was planning to do, so he didn't refuse. "Your Highness, you have troubled me." Prince Yu's face softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He ordered the maid to take Xianxia to rest. The maid took Xianxia to a small courtyard. Xianxia was not unfamiliar with this place. When he first came to Yuezhou, he lived here for a while. He only moved out when his health was better. The layout of the courtyard was almost the same as before. Xianxia went back to his room. After washing up, he lay on the bed. After Xianxia left, the confidants who had left came back to the study room again. Prince Yu sat on the main seat and said, "What do you think?" He asked what they thought of Xianxu's behavior. Prince Yu called Xianxia here because someone had evidence that Xianxia was disloyal. However, the evidence was not sufficient. Originally, he should have interrogated Xianxia today. Unexpectedly, Prince Yu changed his mind halfway. The person who reported Xianxia was angry. "At this time, why does your highness still care about old friendship?" "Because this prince doesn't want to disappoint everyone. Xianxia has worked for this prince for so many years, and everyone recognizes his ability. Everyone also doesn't want this prince to be estranged from him because of some specious evidence, right?" "Your highness is right. I will leave the things that Xianxia is in charge of to you. If it is proven that he is disloyal, I will punish him impartially. If not, I don't want the same thing to happen again." Why did Prince Yu let him go so easily? It was not that he believed that Xianxia would not betray him. It was because he valued Xianxu's ability. He did not want to lose such a useful subordinate. In addition, those people had promised him that they would give him an obedient and loyal Xianxia. Before he succeeded, he would not care about this small mistake. Xianxia also knew that Prince Yu would not do anything to him. That was why he dared to go to the appointment alone. He came here because he wanted to find out why he was seriously ill when he first came to Yuezhou. Prince Yu did not plan to fall out with Xianxia. He still wanted to use him. Therefore, Xianxia was treated the same as usual in Prince Yu's residence. After Xianxia did not appear for a few days, Shang Junlin could not wait any longer. He went to Xianxu's residence but was told that his master was not there. He sent the hidden dragon guards to investigate and found out that Xianxia had gone to Prince Yu's residence. Moreover, it had been a few days since Xianxia went to Prince Yu's residence. The backup plan that Xianxia left behind had been in action. The people sent by Shang Junlin had already obtained the evidence of Prince Yu's crimes. Everything had been arranged. Only the last step was left. In addition, after that day, Xianxia consciously distanced himself from Shang Junlin. As a result, he did not discover that Xianxia was trapped in Prince Yu's residence. "Your Majesty?" The time of the plan had been set. They were only waiting for Shang Junlin to give the order. Then, they would be able to uproot Prince Yu's forces. However, at this time, Shang Junlin stopped them. "Let them be prepared and wait for my news." At night, Xianyu put down his book and planned to sleep. A slight noise came from the window. He paused, walked over and opened the window. "Don't move." Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared from behind and pulled Xianyu away from the window. There was only a small gap in the window. The moonlight came in through the gap. Xianyu saw the overlapping shadows on the wall. His hand unconsciously held the dagger in his sleeve. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The distance between the two of them was shortened again. Xianyu closed his eyes in discomfort and quickly calculated in his mind who had sent the person behind him. The man's voice was low and hoarse. Xianyu was sure that he had never heard such a voice before. Of course, this could be a deliberate disguise to avoid being discovered. "Young Master Shen, how did you get yourself into such a situation?" The man was taller than Xianyu. In order not to be discovered by the people patrolling outside, he had to bend down slightly and whisper in the young man's ear. When he spoke, his breath hit the sensitive ear. Xianyu was caught off guard. A cold light flashed and his wrist was grabbed by the man. This time, they were in a face-to-face position. Xianyu was lying in the man's arms. He smelled a familiar scent. His struggling movements suddenly stopped. The man was afraid of hurting him, so he didn't dare to use too much strength. He had a headache because of the young man's struggling. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly stopped. The noise made by the movement attracted the attention of the people outside. Xianyu was about to say something when he heard the approaching footsteps. "Young Master Shen, what happened?" The voice of the guard came from outside the room. These people were arranged by Qianyu. In the name of protecting Xianyu, they were actually monitoring him. Xianyu knew this. Hearing this, he frowned. Xianyu's waist was tightened. He heard the man's low voice, "Young Master Shen, are you going to hand me over?" If Xianyu was still doubtful before, now he was sure. The man's voice and tone were exactly the same as when Brother Lin said this sentence. How can the emperor of a country come to my room in the middle of the night to be a gentleman? After confirming who it was, Xianyu laughed angrily. "Do you have such a special hobby?" Genius. 1 second. Remember this site, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC. What did he mean by "stole your treasure"? Xianyu pursed his lips, but reality didn't give him much time to think about it. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. If he didn't make a sound, the people outside might rush in. Xianyu gave him a "I'll deal with you later" look and said, "Nothing, I accidentally bumped into the table." The footsteps stopped. Xianyu was still trapped in the man's arms. They stood by the window. If someone pushed the door open, they would be able to see their intimate posture at first glance. In the darkness, Xianyu felt his heart beating faster. The people outside seemed to be thinking about something and didn't leave immediately. Xianyu didn't know the situation outside. In order not to let Shang Junlin be discovered, he could only maintain the current posture. Neither of them spoke. In the silence, time passed quietly. After a long time, the sound of footsteps sounded outside. Xianyu unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and found that the two of them still maintained the original posture. "They have left. Your Majesty should let me go, right?" Shang Junlin didn't seem to have the slightest intention of letting him go. He lowered his head and whispered in the young man's ear, "You didn't say anything just now. Was it to protect me?" Xianyu's eyes flashed. "I just don't want the dignified emperor to be discovered to have such a hobby." Shang Junlin didn't expose Xianyu's duplicity. Today, Xianyu's behavior was enough to show that he had feelings for him. This knowledge made Shang Junlin's heart warm. The uneasiness caused by the young man's deliberate alienation slowly disappeared. "Yes, you was thinking about my reputation." Shang Junlin reluctantly let go of the young man. There was one more person in the room. In order not to be discovered by the subordinates of Qianyu, Xianyu got up and extinguished the last candle. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "I heard that you were taken away by Qianyu. I was worried, so I came to see." Shang Junlin didn't say anything. When he received the news, he almost impulsively ordered his men to take action. However, he was worried that he would hurt Xianyu, so he suppressed the thought. "I did it on purpose. Qianyu had been suspicious of me for a long time. I also wanted to know what happened when I first came to Yuezhou, so I played along. Have you ever thought about what would happen if King Yu really wanted to kill you? Shang Junlin interrupted Xin Yu. I didn't come to the Yu Wangfu without any precautions. Xin Yu curled his lips. Is your majesty worried about me? Yes, Shang Junlin admitted directly. I don't want to see you get hurt. Xin Yu didn't expect Shang Junlin to be so direct. He was silent for a while. What does your majesty plan to do? Xin Yu wasn't stupid enough to think that Shang Junlin did all this just because he wanted to surrender. Whether it was when he pretended to be Brother Lin or now, Xin Yu could feel his sincerity. However, his thoughts were too chaotic and he didn't want to completely break the barrier that was no longer strong. I won't come here for nothing. I've prepared for so long. It's time to take action. Just you wait. After tonight, King Yu will no longer be a threat. After he finished speaking, Xin Yu vaguely heard the noise outside. What he didn't know was that a large number of imperial soldiers had rushed into the Yu Wangfu. It was chaotic. Only the small courtyard he was in was as quiet as before. Do you want to rest for a while? Shang Junlin stood by the window. When you wake up, it should be over. Xin Yu shook his head. He wanted to witness the failure of King Yu with his own eyes. The front courtyard of King Yu Wangfu was in a mess. King Yu couldn't figure out why the imperial army rushed into the Yu Wangfu when he was just sleeping. He couldn't figure out why he didn't receive any news when so many people entered his fief. After being escorted out of the warm bed, King Yu was restrained by the soldiers. He could only watch helplessly as an endless stream of people poured in. In front of the army brought by Shang Junlin, the power he was so proud of was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. I am King Yu who was appointed by the former emperor. What do you want to do? No one answered him. Shen Qingran, who lived in King Yu Wangfu, was also taken out. He was treated the same as King Yu's aides. He knelt on the ground and watched the people who were valued by King Yu being taken out. He couldn't help but wonder if Xin Yu would also be taken out in such a sorry state. As long as he thought of Xin Yu's sorry state, the fear in Shen Qingran's heart decreased a lot. He didn't know where these soldiers came from, but it didn't stop him from wanting to see Xin Yu's sorry state. He waited and waited. Everyone in the Yu Wangfu was taken out, but Xin Yu still didn't appear. Shen Qingran felt uneasy. He was sure that Xin Yu was locked up in the Yu Wangfu. Why was everyone controlled, but Xin Yu still didn't appear? King Yu also noticed this. He tried his best to raise his head and looked around to make sure that Xin Yu didn't appear in the crowd. These soldiers didn't even let go of the servants. It didn't make sense that Xin Yu was safe and sound. Thinking of what his subordinate said about Xin Yu being disloyal, King Yu's heart sank. In the only undisturbed small courtyard, Xin Yu and Shang Junlin walked out together. The moonlight was bright, casting a layer of silver light on the ground. The guards in the courtyard had unknowingly changed. They were the hidden dragon guards brought by Shang Junlin. They hid in the dark to protect the safety of the people in the courtyard. A soldier wearing armor walked in, knelt on one knee, and reported the progress outside. With the clues provided by Xin Yu's defection, the plan went smoothly. No matter what kind of disguise the forces of the Yu Wangfu used, they were all eliminated. The Yu Wangfu suffered heavy losses, and the imperial court's losses were minimized. The general who came to report the situation was one of the generals who had gone on an expedition with Shang Junlin. He knew more about Shang Junlin's visit to the Yu Wangfu's fief than the others. He also knew that Shang Junlin took action in advance today because of a young man. He carefully glanced at the young man standing beside Shang Junlin. The general admitted that the young man had a very outstanding appearance, but he didn't think that His Majesty was a person who valued beauty. Otherwise, how could His Majesty's harem be empty until now when there were so many beauties in Dahuan? Xin Yu didn't know what the general was thinking. He was thinking that tonight didn't seem to be the time they planned to take action. Did Shang Junlin take action in advance because of him? The front courtyard was still noisy. King Yu was shouting about his identity. However, his identity was completely useless tonight. No matter what he said, the guards didn't respond, as if they were deaf. King Yu hated the feeling of being controlled by others. Ever since he came to the fief, he had never been humiliated like this. He wasn't even sure who was the one who did it. The fear of the unknown swept over him. After a long period of smooth sailing, he almost forgot that there was a stronger force above him. Where is Xinyu? Qingyu gritted his teeth. There is another person in my residence. Are you looking for me, Your Highness? A cold voice sounded. Qingyu subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. A young man in blue stood beside the man in black and slowly walked over. He didn't have any shackles on him. Qingyu could faintly feel the respect of others wherever he went. Qingyu's eyes widened and he suddenly lost his voice. How could he not understand that Xinyu had indeed sought refuge with others? He was so shocked that he didn't realize how long he had been staring at Xinyu. Shang Junlin said unhappily, have you seen enough? The familiar yet strange voice pulled Qingyu's thoughts back. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the man beside Xinyu. Why did he come here? And he was with Xinyu? Qingyu's heart was filled with all kinds of questions. These questions were tangled up and became more and more confusing. Why are you two together? Qingyu heard Shen Qingran's incredulous voice. Shen Qingran had been waiting for Xinyu to be escorted out. He wanted to see Xinyu's battered and exhausted appearance with his own eyes. He waited and waited. Indeed, he waited, but the scene he waited for was completely different from what he imagined. Xinyu was carefully protected by the tall man beside him. Not only was she not hurt at all, but there was only respect wherever she went. As for that man, Shen Qingran had been to the palace before. Even if he had never been in contact with the status of De Huan, he could still recognize that the man in black was the emperor of De Huan. The man who refused to look at him and was dismissive of him only showed gentleness in front of Xinyu. Why? Why? Shen Qingran clamored in his heart. No matter where, Xinyu would always get more attention. It was like this when he was beside Qingyu, and it was also the same when he was the emperor. Xinyu tilted his head and looked at Shen Qingran. You know him? Shen Qingran suddenly woke up. With his current identity, he shouldn't know the emperor of De Huan. In order to escape from the palace, he gave up the identity of Shen Qingran. If he admitted it, just this point alone was enough to sentence him to death. No, I'm just curious. Isn't young Master Shen the prince's man? Why are you with someone else? Shen Qingran gritted his teeth and asked with concern. Xinyu retracted his gaze and casually glanced at Qingyu. I'm just correcting some mistakes. Qingyu's heart trembled. Why did Xinyu say that? Did he know something? Soon, he knew that he wasn't overthinking. When Xinyu looked at him again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Qingyu, why don't you say it yourself? Am I your man? At the same time, Qingyu felt a cold gaze fall on him. It was from Shang Junlin. Qingyu didn't doubt that if looks could kill, he would have been killed by Shang Junlin countless times. Xinyu didn't expect him to really answer. He continued, in order to make people listen to your orders, Qingyu didn't hesitate to drug them. How many people in the world can do such a thing? Feeling the hand hanging in his sleeve being wrapped by a warm big hand, Xinyu paused and changed the topic. Qingyu was unwilling to submit to others and tried to overthrow the imperial court. I've been with Qingyu for several years. Today, I want to accuse Qingyu of plotting rebellion. Your Majesty, please investigate carefully. Qingyu's face changed greatly when his voice fell. No matter how many protective umbrellas the previous emperor left for Qingyu, once he was convicted of treason, there was no possibility for him to rise again. Xinyu, do you really want to be so ruthless? Don't forget that you've been working for me for many years. You've been in charge of all these things. If you accuse me of treason, don't think you can escape. Seeing that there was no way out, Qingyu's face was ferocious. At this moment, his hatred for Xinyu was greater than anything else. His many years of planning were ruined. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Xinyu down with him. Xinyu's face didn't change. Of course, he knew the consequences of his actions. No matter what the reason was, he did those things himself. He wouldn't refute or defend himself. He would do whatever he wanted. From the moment he decided to cooperate with the imperial court, he had expected his end. There was nothing to regret. Compared to letting the person who manipulated him ascend to a position that shouldn't be coveted, this result was exactly what Xinyu wanted. It was a pity that he was destined to be unable to respond. Xinyu used a little strength to break free from the man's hand. He wouldn't delve into what kind of feelings this was. Was it friendship? Or love? It was no longer important. The young man's hand broke free from his palm. Shang Junlin's heart suddenly sank. He had planned to remove Xinyu from this matter. Who would have thought that the other party already had an idea in his heart? There were so many people present. He directly said it out loud. Did he not care about his own future at all? Pulling Xinyu's arm, Shang Junlin glanced at Qingyu without the slightest emotion. Then, he dragged him away. The man was tall and had long legs. His strides were big. Xinyu stumbled behind him. He could feel that the man was angry. Why? Was it because of what he said? Suddenly, the man stopped and pressed him against the wall. Xinyu snorted, "Your Majesty is angry?" Yes, the man's dark eyes seemed to be hiding a cluster of fire. From now on, without my permission, no one can touch you, including yourself. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. The man was like an enraged lion. Xinyu could feel the dangerous aura coming from the man, but strangely, he was not afraid at all. Why is he so angry? Is it because of me? There was no need to verify, the answer was obvious. Xinyu raised his head and met the man's gaze. He saw a burning flame in the man's eyes, and this flame was burning because of him. Realizing this, his heart started to beat violently, uncontrollably. After a long time, Xinyu looked away, but Shang Junlin did not allow him to escape. He pinched his chin and made him maintain his original position. You, remember my words? Xinyu chuckled and raised his eyelids. Why is your Majesty angry? I'm just an insignificant person. Now that Qinyu's matter is over, I have no other use. If it's just an act, this play should be over. You think I'm acting? The burning flame burned even more fiercely. Shang Junlin almost laughed out of anger. Do you think it's necessary for me to go through so much trouble to deal with Qingyu? Even to the extent of sacrificing myself? The smile in Xinyu's eyes did not diminish, otherwise? I'm doing this for you. Shang Junlin said angrily. When his voice fell, the expression on Xinyu's face froze for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it. For me? Yes, Shang Junlin rubbed the delicate skin on the young man's chin with his fingers, slightly narrowing his eyes. From the beginning to the end, I came for you. As long as you are here, even if Qingyu is not here, I will come in person. As if he was shocked by the man's words, Xinyu did not respond for a long time. Looking at the young man who seemed to be in a daze, Shang Junlin felt distressed. He softened his tone and said, "You have made a great contribution to Qingyu's matter. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for such a person. Take good care of your body and leave the rest to me, okay?" Sacrificing himself for Qingyu, Shang Junlin sneered in his heart. How could he allow such a thing to happen? Whether he lived or died, Qingyu could forget about having anything to do with his Ayu. Xinyu stared fixedly at Shang Junlin. He saw the stubbornness, dominance, and deep affection in his eyes. This man was the Emperor of Daheng. He had everything, but he was willing to put down his status for him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but Xinyu was also very clear-headed. He was a monarch, a minister who worked for a traitor. There were too many things between them. Even if His Majesty doesn't pursue the matter, the court officials won't treat it as if nothing happened. If he didn't care about Shang Junlin, he could let him do whatever he wanted. However, Xinyu cared. He didn't want this young emperor to bear a bad name because of him. Shang Junlin's heart softened when he felt the young man's softening. Ayu, don't worry. No one will say anything. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. I will take responsibility for what I did. Before Xinyu could finish, Shang Junlin interrupted, Ayu betrayed Qingyu because of me. If I don't do anything, I will feel uneasy. Hearing this, Xinyu looked at him with a complicated expression. Your Majesty's ability to invert right and wrong is beyond my reach. Shang Junlin wasn't disturbed at all. Isn't that so? Then Ayu, tell me, why did you suddenly agree with the court halfway? Xinyu was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this matter indeed had something to do with Shang Junlin. If Shang Junlin didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't have turned to the court so easily. You did these things because of me. He also helped me solve a big problem. His merits far outweigh his faults. There's no need to mention the past. The court acted too quickly. King Yu didn't even have time to react before his forces were uprooted. The news of King Yu and King An's attempted rebellion caused an uproar in the court. At this time, the ministers in the court finally knew what the emperor had been doing during this time. They thought to themselves, "Your Majesty really doesn't make a move. Once you make a move, it's like a thunderbolt." Xin Yu didn't know what Shang Junlin had done. His identity directly became a person who was ordered to find evidence of King Yu's rebellion in the fief of King Yu. The key was that no one objected to it. After King Yu was arrested, the imperial army cleaned up the remaining forces in the fief of King Yu. After leaving a few officials to deal with the aftermath, Shang Junlin returned to the capital with his people. Xin Yu didn't have time to react before he was packed up and taken into the returning team. Shang Junlin was very busy these days. After that day, Xin Yu didn't see him for several days. However, he was invited by many officials from the imperial court. They didn't have any reaction to his change of identity. It seemed that this was how it should be. Xin Yu began to doubt whether he had really received such a secret edict before he came to the fief of King Yu. Not only him, but his subordinates also had the same doubts. Jiang Huiqing was appointed as a representative to inquire about this matter. On the carriage back to the capital, Jiang Huiqing poured tea for Xin Yu. "Young master, those rumors," Xin Yu only knew what Jiang Huiqing asked. Shang Junlin said that he would deal with this matter. Xin Yu didn't care about the follow-up. Unexpectedly, the other party directly made a big move. With the premise that he was ordered to come here, no matter what he did for King Yu before, he couldn't be investigated. Xin Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. It doesn't matter whether the rumors are true or not. When everyone believes it, the false will become true. Just like now, Xin Yu's resume had become beautiful. When he returned to the capital, he could accept the reward and start over in the capital. "I didn't expect that His Majesty would be so considerate for young master." As Xin Yu's confidant, Jiang Huiqing already knew that the young master Lin who interacted with Xin Yu before was His Majesty in disguise. With his understanding of the Emperor of Dahuan, if this matter didn't really happen to Xin Yu, he wouldn't believe it. The more he knew, the more he couldn't doubt His Majesty's intentions. However, Jiang Huiqing was still very worried about his young master. Since ancient times, emperors were fickle. Who knew if today's affection would become a sharp blade that pierced the vital point in the future? "Huiqing, what are your plans in the future?" His Majesty already knows the inside story of the imperial examination. "Do you want to take back the achievements you deserve?" "It's good for me to follow young master. It's boring to enter the imperial court as an official." Jiang Huiqing was stunned for a moment and answered. "Don't worry. You can think about it slowly. Tell me when you've made up your mind." The young man held the hot tea with both hands. The dense steam rose and blurred his delicate eyes. Jiang Huiqing's stirred emotions slowly calmed down. He really didn't want to continue to enter the imperial court as an official. After such a thing happened, it was impossible to say that there was no knot in his heart. The current situation was very good. Xin Yu wouldn't force his subordinates. After all, he wouldn't treat them unfairly. "When I return to the capital this time, I don't know what expression Count North will have when he sees me and Shen Qingran. His favorite child became a criminal who plotted a rebellion, and his son, who was not favored since childhood, became a great hero who quelled the rebellion." Thinking of the wonderful expression that might appear on the face of Duke Shenbei, Xin Yu became expectant. Before he returned to the capital, the deeds of Xin Yu had been spread in the capital. The officials who didn't know the truth came to congratulate Count North. "Like father, like son. We haven't heard from young Master Shen for a long time. Who would have thought that he quietly made such a great contribution? It's really enviable that Count North has such a son. Count North has a successor." "You flatter me. It's just a small contribution. It's not worth mentioning." Count North was happy, but his feelings were very complicated. He had never paid much attention to Xin Yu, his son. The relationship between the two fell to the freezing point because of the incident of entering the palace. This time, Xianyu made a great contribution. For Count North, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The residents of Count North became lively again because of Xianyu. Outsiders didn't know the inside story and only thought that with such a great contribution in hand, the residents of Count North had a promising future. Some people even asked about Xianyu's marriage situation, wanting to use the marriage to further deepen the relationship with the residents of Count North. Xianyu knew nothing about this. On the other hand, Shang Junlin was furious when he heard the news from the capital. The hidden dragon guard who delivered the news knelt down. He felt the pressure around him getting lower and lower. He didn't even dare to breathe. Shang Junlin rubbed the letter in his hand. He had indeed neglected this point. Xianyu was old and had made a great contribution. It was not strange that the old foxes in the imperial court would be tempted. After a long time, the hidden dragon guard heard a voice that was neither happy nor angry. Tell Count North that I have my own ideas about young Master Shen's marriage. Tell him not to make a decision on his own. When the emperor's order came, Count North was already looking for Xianyu. The marriage was a matter between the two families. He saw a few families who had made great contributions in the imperial court. If they were successful, Count North could use this opportunity to improve. The emperor said. Count North had no choice but to suppress his reluctance. Count North, you don't have to worry. Since His Majesty said so, we can see that he thinks highly of young Master Shen. If His Majesty thinks highly of young Master Shen will definitely make great contributions in the imperial court. Moreover, the marriage arranged by His Majesty will only be better than what we see. You're right. Count North ignored the uneasiness in his heart. He ordered people to tidy up the biggest courtyard in the Count North's residence for Xianyu to live in. Madame Ru, who originally wanted to do something to Xianyu's marriage, was so angry that she smashed everything in the house when she heard the news. Not many people knew that Shen Qingran had escaped from the palace. Shang Junlin didn't care if there was such a person in the palace. Even the people in the Count North's residence didn't know about it. This time, Shen Qingran would return to the capital with a criminal record and give them a big surprise. The carriage was shaking. It was getting closer and closer to the capital. On this day, the weather was clear. The carriages stopped by the river for a short rest. Xianyu had stayed in the carriage for many days. He took the opportunity to come out and get some fresh air. Several ministers who were returning to the capital with him saw him and wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, they saw a man in black walking over and pulling his companions away. Shang Junlin didn't hide his preferential treatment of Xianyu. After getting along with him for many days, it was hard for them not to know. When they saw Shang Junlin coming over, they naturally avoided him and left some space for the two of them. Ayu. Xianyu turned around. Has His Majesty finished his work? Shang Junlin was busy dealing with the affairs of Prince Yu and Prince An. They hadn't seen each other for many days. Shang Junlin nodded and walked towards Xianyu. I heard some news from the capital. Ayu's father is looking for a suitable wife for Ayu. What kind of wife does Ayu want to marry? He's quite a busybody. Xianyu leaned against the tree. Did His Majesty come just to talk to me about this? I came to tell you that I have passed down the order. Your marriage will be arranged by me. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Xianyu stared at the man for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the man's collar and pulled hard. What kind of marriage does His Majesty plan to arrange for me? Shang Junlin put one hand on the trunk behind Xianyu and covered the young man under his body. What kind of wife does Ayu want? The two of them were too close. Their breaths were intertwined. Except for Shang Junlin, Xianyu had never been so close to anyone. When the man spoke, his warm breath sprayed on the young man's face. Xianyu subconsciously tilted his head. He didn't know what to think, but he stopped himself from tilting his head. Is His Majesty really willing to arrange a marriage for me? Xianyu didn't know why he asked this question, but this question had undoubtedly broken the barrier that the two of them had tacitly erected between them. Their relationship had been maintained at a very subtle point. If they took a step forward or a step back, the result would be different. Before, the two of them tacitly stopped their relationship at this subtle point and didn't break it. Today, Xinyu tentatively took a step forward. He stared at the man's face and saw that after he said this sentence, the man's eyes instantly darkened. His dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck the person in front of him in. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC Xinyu curled his fingers in his sleeves. Although he had expected this, he was still shocked when his expectation came true. You is so smart. You can see my intentions. I admit that I don't want to see you get married and have children. Shang Junlin lowered his head and said in a low voice. What does your majesty plan to do? Let me enter the palace? Xinyu raised his eyes. Does you want to enter the palace? Shang Junlin threw the question back. If you doesn't want to, I won't force you. Xinyu had to admit that when he heard this answer, he was moved. Shang Junlin was the emperor. As long as he wanted, he could get anything. If he wanted Xinyu, he only needed to give a signal and a lot of people would be willing to do it for him. Xinyu's opinion was not important. However, Shang Junlin did not do this. He had been restraining himself. He only revealed a hint at certain times. After some time, he would restrain his feelings and leave the choice to Xinyu. Xinyu was right. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who decided to start. Similarly, once he chose to start, the end would not be decided by him. I don't want to enter the palace. Shang Junlin's connivance made Xinyu have presumptuous thoughts. He stepped on the tip of the knife and tested Shang Junlin's bottom line little by little. Okay. Shang Junlin agreed without any reluctance. He was not surprised by this result. Other than entering the palace, I can consider other things. Xinyu was satisfied with Shang Junlin's attitude and continued. What? Before he finished speaking, the young man had already raised his head and covered his lips. A light kiss caused his chest to vibrate violently. Xinyu bit his lower lip. He did not dislike this feeling. For a long time, Xinyu did not feel the man's movements. He looked up and saw the man staring at him. The man's dark eyes showed a rare blank expression. It seemed that he still hadn't realized what had just happened. Xinyu pushed the man's shoulder and said, I'm done talking. Your Majesty, can you let me go now? The man was pushed away a little. Suddenly, he pulled Xinyu into his arms. His strong arms firmly shackled the young man in his arms. Shang Junlin buried his head in the young man's neck. His voice was filled with joy that could not be ignored. Is you the same as Zhen? The man was too strong, and Xinyu was a little hurt. He struggled, but couldn't break free, so he didn't care. You've already kissed me. What do you think, Your Majesty? Shang Junlin was overjoyed. He wanted to run a few laps with the young man in his arms. However, he did not do so in consideration of the people around them. Instead, he slowly let go of the young man and lowered his head to kiss him. It was no longer just a touch. This kiss was wrapped in a man's strong feelings, attacking Xinyu like a storm. Her lips and teeth were pried open, and another person's breath invaded. Everywhere it passed, it was carefully occupied. Xinyu closed his eyes and immersed himself in the kiss. Under the shade of a tree, the tall man hugged the young man in his arms tightly, as if he was hugging his only treasure. He would never let go. After a long time, Xinyu was released. He leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and slowly calmed down. How does you want to deal with the Count of Xinbei's mansion? Shang Junlin's expression was full of satisfaction after getting what he wanted. At this moment, Shang Junlin was like a fatuous emperor who wanted to win the beauty's smile. It seemed that as long as Xinyu asked, no matter what request he had, he would satisfy it. I want to leave the Count of Xinbei's mansion first. Count of Xinbei should be responsible for raising a child like Xin Qingran. Mentioning the Count of Xinbei's mansion, Xinyu's eyes were cold. Shang Junlin knew what kind of life Xinyu had lived in the Count of Xinbei's mansion since he was a child. He caressed the young man's cheek lovingly and said, You can do whatever he wants. Don't worry about anything else. After speaking, Xinyu and Shang Junlin got along with each other. Shang Junlin didn't want to be separated from Xinyu for too long. He ordered Xinyu to accompany him, saying that he wanted to discuss the details of the Prince of Yu's case. He also ordered people to move Xianyu's luggage over. The people traveling with them were well aware of the truth, but they couldn't change the behavior of the emperor, Shang Junlin. They could only let him do as he pleased. A few days later, they arrived at the capital. The officials of the imperial court who had already received the news came to welcome them with great momentum. Xianyu stood beside Shang Junlin and looked at the officials who were saluting. He slowly raised the corner of his mouth. On the day he was forced to leave the capital in a defeated state, he never thought that he would return with such a scene. The Prince of Yu and the others had already been sent to prison. With irrefutable evidence, there was no possibility of a comeback. What happened this time could be said to be shocking. Shang Junlin changed his previous style and ordered people to spread the news of the crimes committed by the Prince of Yu and the Prince of An. Everyone in Dehuan knew that the Prince of Yu and the Prince of An had attempted to rebel, as well as various other crimes. For a time, the condemnation of the two was rampant. Compared to this big event, the news of Xianyu leaving the Count of Xinbei's residence was not as eye-catching. It wasn't until Shen Qingran's crimes were announced and the Count of Xinbei's residence was convicted that everyone realized that Xianyu and the Count of Xinbei had already reached the point where they couldn't tolerate each other. At this time, Xianyu had already gained a firm foothold in the imperial court. Moreover, he had made a great contribution in the Prince of Yu's case. The emperor expressed that he wouldn't pursue the matter, so no one dared to use the Count of Xinbei's residence to attack him. Rebellion was a serious crime that could lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. What's more, Shen Qingran had committed more than one crime. The Count of Xinbei had been an official for so many years, and he wasn't innocent. When he was convicted, no one in his family was left behind. After Xianyu returned to the capital, this was the first time he went to see the Count of Xinbei, and it would also be the last time he saw this person. The Count of Xinbei was wearing a prison uniform, and his hair was messy. He was no longer the person Xianyu remembered. "Do you really hate me that much?" the Count of Xinbei asked in a hoarse voice. He raised his head and looked at his son who was respectfully brought in by the jailer. At this moment, he had a feeling that he had never understood this child. "There's nothing to hate. I just don't know how you feel about Shen Qingran, who you have painstakingly cultivated, being implicated by him and your entire family being convicted?" Xianyu knew how to poke at a person's sore spot, so he spoke without mercy. Sure enough, the Count of Xinbei's face became extremely ugly after hearing his question. "You really don't care about your blood relations? Today you destroyed the Count of Xinbei for power. How do you know what will happen to you in the future?" The Count of Xinbei's eyes were about to burst. He was determined to strengthen the Count of Xinbei, but now the Count of Xinbei's family ended up like this because of the child he had loved since childhood. "You can rest assured that no matter what, I won't end up like you." The calmer Xianyu was, the more the Count of Xinbei wanted to break his calmness. He couldn't accept the current result, especially after he knew that it was all thanks to Xianyu. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he couldn't change anything. Things were already a foregone conclusion. Xianyu only saw the Count of Xinbei. No matter how much the Count of Xinbei wanted to see him, he didn't go to see him again. Under the large-scale actions of Shang Junlin, the imperial court was in need of people. Xianyu had real talent and knowledge, so he played the biggest role here. His promotion speed made the officials stunned. However, he did make great contributions one after another. As long as the things were handed to him, he could complete them with the fastest efficiency. The Prime Minister and several other ministers also praised him. After the court, Xianyu walked out of the palace while talking with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was very optimistic about him. He didn't hide anything when he took him to do things. Xianyu learned a lot from him and respected him very much. "Lord Shen, please wait." Xianyu stopped. Eunuch Meng trotted over. "His Majesty has something to discuss with Lord Shen." "Lord Shen, please come with this slave. Since His Majesty has something to do, you can go first." It was not the first time that the emperor asked someone to stay after the court. The Prime Minister was not surprised. Shang Junlin didn't hide his feelings for Xianyu, and Xianyu didn't hide it either. Most of the people in the imperial court who were sensitive had already seen the relationship between the two. The Prime Minister was one of them. The Prime Minister was very optimistic about Xianyu. He didn't want Xinyu to get hurt because of this, so he hinted at him. Xinyu knew that he was doing it for his own good. He accepted the Prime Minister's kindness and said bluntly that the relationship between the two wouldn't affect him. Later, the Prime Minister saw that it was true, so he didn't say anything more. Xinyu was led by eunuch Meng to the destination. Since the incident of Prince Yu, there had been a lot of changes in the imperial court. Some suspicious old cases were reopened and retried. Those who shouldn't have been convicted were cleared. This included Jiang Huiqing's involvement in the imperial exam fraud case. There was also Imperial Physician Gu, an innocent person who was involved in a big case and almost lost his life, and his younger brother who was picked up by Imperial Physician Gu. Several of these cases were handled by Xinyu. After clearing the innocence of these people, Imperial Physician Gu was reinstated to the Imperial Institute of Medicine. He was ordered to nurse Xinyu's body. With the help of Shang Junlin, Xinyu was reunited with his relatives on his mother's side. The Jinling in his body had been removed. The Ji family moved to the capital and many of their disciples were admitted to the Imperial Institute of Medicine. This doesn't seem to be the way to the imperial study. Xinyu looked at the path around him and said, "The flowers in the palace have bloomed. His Majesty invited you to come and admire the flowers." Eunuch Mei replied. Although Xinyu didn't enter the palace, the servants in the palace all knew that he had an extraordinary relationship with Shang Junlin. They had to treat him as another master. It was spring, the season when flowers bloomed. Xinyu followed eunuch Meng around a few corners and saw a man wearing an emperor's robe standing under a flower tree. Eunuch Meng quietly retreated. Xinyu stood in the same place and didn't move. A gentle breeze blew and the petals fell. Under the flowers, the young and handsome emperor walked towards him step by step. "His Majesty, why did you invite me to admire the flowers today?" Xinyu put his hand on Shang Junlin's outstretched hand. Shang Junlin held his hand and walked inside. "Didn't you say that he wanted to paint a spring scene? The scenery here is good. You can paint it." Xinyu remembered that he had said this to someone before. The person he was talking to wasn't Shang Junlin, and the place he planned to paint wasn't the imperial palace. "Where did your Majesty hear this from?" "No matter where I heard it from, Yu hasn't painted for me before. How can he paint something else first?" Xinyu laughed. "Your Majesty, why do you want to take the lead in this?" Shang Junlin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Xinyu poked his face. "Okay, I will paint here." The painting tools were prepared in advance. Xinyu sat down and waved his brush. First, it was the spring scene in the garden. Then, it was the two people standing in each other's arms. Xinyu painted seriously. The feelings of the painter were injected into the painting. The two people in the painting were surrounded by tenderness. The expression of the young man outside the painting became softer and softer. "Ayu." As soon as he put down the brush, Xinyu was hugged by the man. Her lips were covered and sucked. The two people's breaths blended together. The petals fell and sprinkled on the top of the two people's heads and shoulders. It was a spring scene inside and outside the painting. Xinyu woke up from her dream and felt the warmth of the man hugging her. The smile in her eyes didn't fade away before it gathered again. The sky was not bright yet. Xinyu didn't intend to get up. She moved her body and found a comfortable position in the man's arms. She planned to sleep for a while. Her movements woke Shang Junlin up. Feeling the familiar warmth in his arms, the man opened his eyes. The layout of the bedroom was very familiar to him. Looking down, Shang Junlin saw the smile on the young man's face. He got up. "Ayu, what are you smiling about?" "I had a very good dream." Xinyu hugged the man's waist and rubbed against him. "What kind of good dream made you smile when she woke up?" This dream was indeed very good. It was so good that Xinyu remembered her previous life. It was no longer a gloomy dream. Xinyu couldn't help but think, if the Xinyu in the other world met Shang Junlin at a different time, would it develop into a good ending? "Your Majesty, if I didn't enter the palace that year, would we still be together?" "Of course. As long as it's Ayu, I will be attracted." Shang Junlin thought of his dream and said firmly, "No matter where Ayu is, I will find you. And then, I will fall in love with you." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, MBQ 50. CC. During the drought for 3 months, the young emperor personally led people to Xianxia to pray for rain. After the complicated rain prayer ceremony, the young emperor stepped into the back hall, followed by the palace servants trembling with fear. The young emperor had fought his way out of the battlefield. He was ruthless and stood by his words. No one dared to offend him easily. You want me to come in person? I'm here. When will it rain? Shang Junlin frowned unhappily. Your Majesty, the ceremony is over. You just need to wait. The state preceptor, who had a sage-like demeanor and white hair and beard, stroked his long beard and said, It's ridiculous to say that the drought is caused by my violence. Originally, the state preceptor could arrange the rain prayer ceremony. However, recently, there were rumors that the drought was a punishment for some of the new emperor's actions. In order to prevent the rumors from getting worse, Shang Junlin came to Xianxia at the request of the state preceptor. The sun was scorching and the sky was clear. Even if the rain prayer ceremony ended smoothly, there was no sign of rain. Shang Junlin looked at the sky with deep eyes. He knew that the rumors had developed like this because of man-made traces. Since he ascended the throne, none of his good brothers had been peaceful. He had found out that this matter was related to them. He came to Xianxia, on the one hand, to reduce the vigilance of those people. On the other hand, he really wanted rain to fall from the heavens. The drought for several months had seriously affected the people's livelihood. In the long run, there would be trouble. The young emperor was looking forward to rain. After nightfall, Shang Junlin dismissed the palace servants and walked alone in the night. The dark night sky was dotted with stars. The stars were shining. It was a beautiful picture, but for people who wanted rain, they only felt disappointed. There was no wind, no clouds, and no rain. Shang Junlin looked back with slight disappointment. It seemed that it would not rain tonight. The man in the gorgeous imperial robe turned around and walked back. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a young man in white. Shang Junlin knew very well that there was no one here when he came. This courtyard was the temporary residence of the emperor. It was heavily guarded. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. It was impossible for someone to enter without being noticed. What was more, Shang Junlin frowned. This young man was very strange. His body was surrounded by a clear radiance, and his ankle-length hair was whiter than snow. The small part of his face that was exposed was porcelain white, without a single blemish. If such a person had appeared in Mount Shi, it was impossible for Shang Junlin not to have received any news. Hearing the commotion, the young man turned his head around. Shang Junlin stood rooted to the ground. He could not bring himself to ask the question that was on the tip of his tongue. The young man had a beautiful appearance. Under the moonlight, his exquisite facial features were so perfect that he didn't seem like a real person. His long hair that was like snow added a touch of mystery to him, making him look like an immortal who was untainted by the mortal world. I heard someone praying for rain. Is it here? The young man's voice had a strange rhythm, but Shang Junlin didn't have time to think about it, because the meaning of the young man's words was worth pondering. What did he mean by heard someone praying for rain? He asked tentatively, Are you here for the rain? The young man nodded. Xianxia is a god that was born from heaven and earth. He had been sleeping for many years and was awakened by a rain-praying ceremony in the mortal world. He woke up from his sleep and was about to find a place that needed rain when he met the emperor of the mortal world. If Xianxia had met the state preceptor who was in awe of the gods, he would have been treated like a god. However, he met Shang Junlin, the emperor of the mortal world. The emperor didn't intend to treat the immortal with respect. He just wanted to drag the immortal into the mortal world and dye him with his own colors. The hands behind his back moved slightly, and the hidden dragon guards that were hiding in the dark quietly retreated. In an instant, the young emperor's mind was full of thoughts. No matter whether the immortal was real or not, he had to keep him. Xianxia was invited into the emperor's courtyard. The best tea before the rain was served. Shang Junlin personally poured a cup for the immortal sitting opposite him. Since the immortal was born, he had never entered the mortal world. Out of curiosity about the things in the mortal world, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. He frowned slightly. You don't like it? Shang Junlin, who had been observing him, asked. Is the water you drink so bitter? Xinyu didn't like bitter water. He put the jade teacup aside and refused to touch it again. I didn't think it through. Shang Junlin didn't expect the immortal to be afraid of bitter water. He laughed and ordered the servants to bring in all kinds of snacks. All kinds of snacks were placed on exquisite plates. Some were in the shape of small animals, and some were in the shape of flowers. Xinyu's eyes were immediately attracted. They are all prepared for you. Try them. Xinyu reached out and wanted to take one of the peach blossom-shaped snacks. He thought of something and put down his hand halfway. You are praying for rain. Where is the drought? He hadn't forgotten the reason why he woke up. He couldn't take the tributes of the mortals as he wished. Shang Junlin mentioned a few places. Without exception, they were all places with severe drought, including the capital. He didn't know how many places the immortal in front of him could rain, so he only mentioned the most severe places. If it's difficult, don't force yourself. The drought has been going on for a long time. There's no need to rush. Shang Junlin couldn't help but remind him. He didn't know why, but he didn't want the immortal in front of him to get hurt because of the rain. I know. Xinyu nodded. Because of the long sleep, his power wasn't at its peak. However, the rain he made in these places wasn't affected. Do you need an altar? No, it'll be done soon. Xinyu wanted to end this quickly. Everything that happened next was like a magnificent dream to Shang Junlin. Silver light that was brighter than the moonlight poured out from the young man's hand and spread around. The young man was in the air. His white clothes fluttered without wind, as if they were one with the silver light. The wind started to blow. Dark clouds gathered and blocked the moon and the galaxy. The young man became the only light between heaven and earth. No one could refuse such a beautiful scene. No one except Shang Junlin knew about such a strange phenomenon. Even though it was the first time Xinyu did such a thing, he knew that some things shouldn't be revealed to mortals. After making sure that every place was taken care of, Xinyu slowly stopped. At the same time, the land that had been dry for a long time welcomed the first heavy rain. It's raining? Countless people ran out of their houses and cheered. It's really raining. His Majesty just went to the mountains to pray for rain today, and it's raining tonight. God is really blessing Dahuan. The people were cheering. They knelt down to thank God and the Emperor who brought the rain for Dahuan. The power of faith that mortals couldn't see gathered towards the two people in the courtyard. Seeing the power of faith enter Shang Junlin's body, Xinyu was surprised. However, after thinking about it, Shang Junlin was the emperor of the human world. It was not difficult to understand why he was different from others. Xinyu didn't think too much about it. After fulfilling the wishes of these people, Xinyu didn't have any psychological burden to bear when he accepted the tribute. After happily eating a plate of snacks, Xinyu was a little unsatisfied. Shang Junlin saw it and wanted to order another plate for him. After thinking about it, he changed his mind and said, "It's late now. If there's anything you want to eat, you can ask the servants to make it tomorrow." Xinyu nodded reservedly. He was an immortal. He shouldn't be greedy for the taste of mortals. I should leave. Since the rain had fallen and the tributes had been accepted, Xinyu felt that there was no need to stay. Don't you want the snacks tomorrow? Shang Junlin suppressed his irritation because the young man wanted to leave and said softly, "Besides the snacks, there are other kinds of food." After listing several delicacies, he successfully saw hesitation on the young man's face. Shang Junlin continued, "In fact, the drought in Daheng is not limited to the previous ones. There are other places that need your help." Xinyu decided to help him to the end. Shang Junlin lived in this courtyard alone. There were no other bedrooms. Shang Junlin arranged for the young man to stay in his room and stayed in the study for the night. After settling the young man, Shang Junlin called for the servants and asked them if they had seen anything unusual just now. The servants didn't know what was going on, but they still answered Shang Junlin's question honestly. After asking several people, Shang Junlin confirmed that he was the only one who saw the scene just now. Realizing this, Shang Junlin's heart skipped a beat. The feeling of being treated differently was too good. He couldn't help but want more. Before dawn, good news of rain came from all over the country. Shang Junlin stood in the study and listened to the reports from his subordinates. The places where the rain fell were mentioned by him to the white-haired young man. Your Majesty, the state preceptor asks for an audience. Shang Junlin was about to see Xianxia. He ordered people to guard around the bedroom. Without his permission, no one was allowed to go in and disturb the people inside. If the people inside came out, they must report to him immediately. Come in. Not long after, the state preceptor came in with excitement. Your Majesty, great news. I divined yesterday that Daheng will survive this disaster safely. I know. Shang Junlin thought of the immortal who was placed in his room, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. There has been heavy rain in the places where the drought is the most serious. After this, the rumors among the people will be dispelled. The state preceptor talked a lot. He was too excited. After praying for rain yesterday, he was worried and divined, but the divination was not good. After nightfall, he was worried and divined again. The divination changed from the past to great luck. The state preceptor came to discuss with Shang Junlin the follow-up matters of praying for rain. At the beginning, they made two plans. Whether the praying for rain was successful or not, there would be corresponding countermeasures. The rain prayer ceremony is over. Your Majesty can go back to the palace first. I am here. No, Shang Junlin refused without thinking. There are so many places in Daheng that are affected by the disaster. Now only some places have been alleviated. How can we give up halfway? Your Majesty, what do you mean? The rain prayer ceremony will continue. You go to check the ancient books and do everything according to the highest specifications. Your Majesty. The state preceptor did not understand why His Majesty, who had always been dismissive of the gods, suddenly cared about this matter. However, since His Majesty was willing to pray for rain sincerely, he was naturally happy to see it happen. Does the state preceptor think that there are really immortals in this world? According to the records, there should be, but immortals do not easily enter the world. It is difficult to see them under normal circumstances. The two talked for a long time. Because Shang Junlin suddenly became interested in the gods, the state preceptor talked for a long time. It was not until there was movement outside that he stopped. What's the matter? Eunuch Meng went out and came back with a young man behind him. White clothes, white hair, and an extraordinary temperament. Just by standing there, he could attract everyone's attention. The state preceptor stood up abruptly and looked at the young man in white in disbelief. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC Your Majesty, this. The state preceptor was trembling and felt that he could not stand properly. This was a real immortal, not recorded in the ancient books, but standing in front of him. The state preceptor had been intelligent since he was young. He was able to take over the position of state preceptor from the previous state preceptor, which showed his ability. Therefore, he clearly realized that the white-haired young man who followed Eunuch Meng was the immortal recorded in the ancient books. State preceptor, you should leave. The state preceptor did not want to leave at all, but the emperor had spoken and there was no room for negotiation. He could only suppress the excitement in his heart and leave. Feeling the pure and majestic power of faith, Xianxia could not help but look at the state preceptor. Shang Junlin walked down and stood between the two of them. The meal is ready. Shall we eat first? Xianxia was here for this, so he gently nodded. Eunuch Meng immediately went down to serve the meal. He did not know the origin of the white-haired young man, but from the emperor's attitude towards him, he concluded that he must serve him well. This place is a little small. Come with me. Shang Junlin naturally held the young man's wrist and led him out. The feeling of being in contact with someone for the first time was very strange. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at the man. What's wrong? Shang Junlin did not seem to feel the problem, and his expression did not change. He did not know that it took all the self-control of the emperor to maintain such an expression. Shang Junlin ascended the throne at a young age and held the power of the world. It was destined that there would be people who would try their best to give him whatever he wanted. Only the white-haired immortal was not bound by the mortal world and could only take things slowly. The man's expression was so calm that Xianxia felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. He looked at the hand that was holding his wrist and slowly withdrew his gaze. Shang Junlin felt relieved when he saw that the emperor did not intend to blame him for his bold behavior and did not dislike it. Are you mortals always so close to each other? Xin Yu's fingers, which were hidden in his wide sleeves, curled up unconsciously as he felt a steady stream of heat passing through his clothes and into his skin. Only people who are close to me are like this. While they were talking, Shang Junlin had already led them to the dining hall. Everything used by the emperor was of the highest standard. Under Shang Junlin's instructions, the emperor was given the highest quality equipment. The immortal who had been sleeping for many years had never seen such a scene. Looking at the table full of dishes, he couldn't take his eyes off it. After dismissing the servants, Shang Junlin personally explained to the immortal, for this dish, use the freshest part of the belly of the fish, as well as the dishes were introduced one by one, Xin Yu tasted them one by one. Since Shang Junlin was not clear about the young man's preferences, he ordered his men to make a variety of flavors. When he introduced them to the young man, he took note of the young man's preferences. In contrast to Xishan's relaxed mood, the atmosphere in the princely's mansion was gloomy and gloomy. Why is it really raining after this prince's good brother went to Mount Xi? Prince Li, who was sitting on the main seat, had a malicious look on his face. Could it be that even the heavens are helping him? Your Highness, please calm down, said a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. How can this prince calm down? It was you who vowed that it would not rain in the near future, so this prince thought of a way to let this prince's good brother go to Mount Xi in person. And the result? On the night of the rain prayer ceremony, there was heavy rain in several places where the drought was the most serious. The result of this poor Taoist's divination is that there will be no rain in a month, no, 2 months, and the drought will only get worse and worse. Su Daozhang, it's not that this prince doesn't believe in your ability, but the news sent back by a fast horse can't be false. It was not easy to have such a good opportunity to take advantage of it. How could Prince Li let it go easily? Your Highness, don't worry. Don't you still have that thing in your hands? As long as you have that thing in your hands, how can a mere rain solve the drought? Su Daozhang said unhurriedly. Daozhang is right, Prince Li suppressed the anger in his heart. I'll have to trouble you for the next matter. Su Daozhang waved his horsetail whisk. About what this poor Taoist said before, Your Highness, I agree. As long as this plan can be carried out smoothly, you can do whatever you need to do. Shang Junlin heard about the abnormal situation in Prince Li's mansion through the mouth of the hidden dragon guards. Find out the secret they are hiding. I want to see what gives Prince Li confidence. Shang Junlin stood by the window with his hands behind his back, and his tone was indiscernible. Yes. As if they had appeared, the hidden dragon guards quietly retreated. Is it going to rain today? Since that day, Xin Yu felt that he had been worshipped by the emperor of the human world, so he should solve the emperor's problems. But before he could do anything, he was stopped by the other party. Therefore, the rain stopped after a day and a night. The next few days were as before, with the sun shining high in the sky. But, at least there was a rain, which meant that they were not rejected by God, and brought infinite hope to the people. No hurry. Seeing Xin Yu, the expression on Shang Junlin's face instantly softened. What do you want to eat today? I can't just accept the worship and not do anything. Xin Yu thought that he was a very practical god, and was different from the other gods who did not do anything. It's just some food, how can it be considered worship? The real worship is still being prepared. When the time comes, it won't be too late for you to reign. Shang Junlin had already ordered the preparation of the worship. The immortal who was worshipped by him should naturally enjoy the best offerings in the world. After a few days of interaction, Xin Yu realized that Shang Junlin could be very stubborn in certain areas, but if he showed even the slightest dissatisfaction, Shang Junlin would quickly change his mind. Until now, Xin Yu had been living very comfortably in this place. He believed that Shang Junlin would arrange everything well, so he did not say anything more. It was just raining. To him, it was very easy, and it could rain any time. What he did not know was that Shang Junlin squeezed out a lot of time to accompany him, intentionally or unintentionally preventing others from getting close to him. It was reasonable to say that the news of the miracle in Mount Xi should have spread out long ago, but until now, only the emperor, the state preceptor, and the close servants knew about Xin Yu's existence. Anyone who tried to leak the news was directly executed. The hidden dragon guards surrounded the palace to ensure that no news would spread out. 7 days after the first rain prayer ceremony, Mount Shi was busy again. The state preceptor calculated the second auspicious day and prayed for rain again. This time, it was not only for rain but also for peace and prosperity. The ceremony was even grander than the first one. With the progress of the ceremony, a steady stream of faith power poured into Xianyu's body. Xianyu stood in the courtyard and could see that the entire Mount Shi was shrouded in the golden power of faith. The ancient sacrificial language communicated with the gods, and all living things worshipped devoutly. This was a huge blessing. As a god, Xianyu naturally knew how to repay this power of faith. The sacrificial process lasted for 4 hours. Except for the beginning, when Shang Junlin was in charge, the state preceptor was in charge of the rest of the process. How do you feel? Shang Junlin walked to the white-haired immortal and asked. Xianyu turned to look at the man. In order to show his sincerity, Shang Junlin wore the ceremonial robe used for the sacrificial ceremony today. It was red and black, showing the demeanor of an emperor. Do you want a miracle? Xianyu suddenly asked. After asking, without waiting for Shang Junlin to answer, Xianyu raised his hand. For a moment, with the altar as the center, the light shone brightly. The soft golden light was not dazzling, and those who were shrouded in it only felt warm all over. It was as if their old diseases were cleared in an instant. Those who were kneeling on the ground widened their eyes and looked at the scene unfolding in front of them in disbelief. Those who were originally standing knelt down in panic. Their hearts were filled with confusion. They could not explain what was happening in front of them. They could only watch in horror and shock. Shang Junlin and eunuch Meng, who were closest to Xianyu, felt it more clearly. Others did not know, but eunuch Meng heard it with his own ears. All this happened after the white-haired immortal spoke. It was self-evident who created the miracle. This is God's will. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. God bless His Majesty, God bless Da Huan. The golden light spread. Looking from afar, the entire Mount Shi was wrapped in gold. In less than a quarter of an hour, the news of the miracle in Mount Shi spread. The state preceptor, who was standing in the center of the altar, looked down after being shocked. As expected, he saw the white-haired immortal standing beside the emperor. The immortal should have been highly worshipped. The state preceptor began to prepare when he knew the existence of the white-haired young man. Unexpectedly, he was mercilessly refuted after he mentioned it to the emperor. The state preceptor could still remember the expression of the young emperor at that time. His words were full of possessiveness. While he was shocked, it was not that he did not remind him, nor did he not try to change it. In the end, the immortal was protected by the emperor. Even he could not meet him in private. The immortal was willing to send the miracle. It seemed that the emperor did not anger him at present. The state preceptor's heart slowly relaxed a little. From the moment the emperor ordered to change the rain prayer ceremony to a more grand blessing ceremony, the state preceptor knew that the emperor was concerned about the immortal who suddenly appeared in Mount Shi. He did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. The state preceptor sighed heavily in his heart and continued to preside over the ceremony. In any case, this miracle brought them too much benefit. Because of the miracle, the ceremony was carried out more enthusiastically. Xianyu felt the continuous power of faith, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. You don't like it? Noticing Shang Junlin's complicated eyes on him, Xianyu whispered. No, I like it very much. Shang Junlin restrained the complicated emotions in his heart and couldn't help but reach out and touch Xianyu's head. Thank you. The young man may not realize what kind of change his spontaneous behavior would bring. As the beneficiary of this change, Shang Junlin would never forget it. Xianyu couldn't help but rub the hand on the top of his head. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he had been treated well, but he didn't do anything. He felt very apologetic. Now, he finally did something for his mortal friends. After the ceremony, the golden light did not dissipate for a long time. Xianyu's hand was held again. Will the miracle cause harm to your body? Shang Junlin held the young man's hands and asked him to stop immediately if it would affect him. No. Xianyu looked at the crowd bathed in the golden light. This light is good for the body. You can shine more on it. The golden light around Shang Junlin was more intense than other places. The preferential treatment of the immortal was visible to the naked eye. Shang Junlin felt it, which made him want more. Genius 1 second remember website, www.bq50. CC Literature mobile version reading URL, mbq50. CC Xinyu didn't think much about being called a you. 2 days ago, after Xinyu and Shang Junlin got closer, the other party asked for his name. Xinyu told him his name, and Shang Junlin started to call him a you. He said it sounded intimate. Xinyu knew that the other party was the emperor of the mortal world, so he followed the others and called him Your Majesty. You don't belong to the mortal world, so you don't have to follow the rules of the mortal world. You can just call me by my name. Shang Junlin told him his name. I think Your Majesty suits you very well. In Xinyu's eyes, a man wearing a black emperor's costume was born to be a king. He didn't care too much about how to address him. He just called him whatever he was used to. Shang Junlin couldn't persuade him. Seeing that there was no reluctance in Xinyu's expression, he let him be. Your Majesty, do you want me to go back to the palace with you? Xinyu was tempted. These days, he didn't do anything else but accept the feeding of the emperor of the mortal world. It was also at this time that he realized that there were so many delicious foods in the mortal world. It was completely different from what he remembered. Seeing that he was tempted, Shang Junlin tucked the young man's hair behind his ear and said, Not only the palace, but there are also many restaurants in the capital. They gather all the delicacies from all over the world. As long as you wants to eat, you can eat it. As an emperor, he was best at reading people's minds. Although Xinyu was an immortal, he was more good-looking and knowledgeable than ordinary people. Shang Junlin slowly threw out the bait and waited for the immortal to answer. Ayu's reign helped me a lot. According to the rules of the mortal world, I should treat you well to show my gratitude. In order to coax the immortal to go back to the palace with him, Shang Junlin said, Or Ayu has other places to go? Do I have other places to go? Xinyu thought about it. It seemed that he didn't. Gods didn't like to live together like mortals. Everyone lived their own lives. He had been sleeping for many years, and he didn't know where his former friends were. He originally planned to continue sleeping, but now, I have nowhere else to go. Since that's the case, how about you follow me back to the palace? Shang Junlin's eyes suddenly lit up. Xinyu didn't want to break the silence, so he replied, Sure. Shang Junlin immediately gave the order to prepare to return to the palace. At the same time, he sent the news back to the palace. When he asked Xinyu, he had already made 2 plans. If Xinyu was unwilling to go back to the palace with him, he would think of a way to stay in Mount Shi for a while. If Xinyu agreed, then he wouldn't need to stay any longer. As the head eunuch who served by the emperor's side, Eunuch Meng was the first to receive the news. He was extremely surprised. He naturally knew that the white-haired youth had an extraordinary identity and could also see that the emperor treated him differently. However, he did not expect that the emperor would have the intention of abducting him back to the palace. That was a true immortal. Eunuch Meng, who could vaguely sense His Majesty's thoughts, was horrified. Gongzi, you can take a look. If there's anything else you want, tell me and I'll arrange it. Shang Junlin didn't trust anyone else to handle Xinyu's matter, so he sent Eunuch Meng to personally arrange it. Eunuch Meng prepared things according to Xinyu's preferences and came to inquire. In any case, Xinyu had just woken up a few days ago, so he didn't know much about the mortal world. Seeing that Eunuch Meng prepared things that he liked, he said, You can arrange it as you see fit. Eunuch Meng didn't dare to disturb him too much, so he took his people and left. Xinyu sat by the window and raised his arm. A white bird flew over and landed on his finger. Xinyu combed its feathers with his fingers. The white bird intimately rubbed against his fingertips. If the state preceptor was here, he would find that the white bird that landed on Xinyu's finger was a very intelligent bird. It wouldn't easily get close to anyone. The bird chirped a few times, and Xinyu took the dessert crumbs from the plate and fed it. When Shang Junlin came in, he saw the scene. As he came closer, the bird flapped its wings and reluctantly flew to the side. Is this a spiritual sparrow? Shang Junlin had heard of this kind of bird from the state preceptor. The spiritual sparrow was snow white, only its beak was red. This kind of bird symbolized auspiciousness. It carried spiritual energy and could ward off evil spirits. Of course, when Shang Junlin heard about it before, he didn't take it seriously. After all, at that time, he didn't believe that there were gods in the world. Now, the gods themselves had descended in front of him. The emperor, who used to be dismissive of gods and ghosts, had changed his mind. Xinyu opened his hand and released the spiritual sparrow. The white bird hovered by the window for a while and then flew up into the sky. "Your Majesty, you like it?" Xinyu turned to look at Shang Junlin. "It's the state preceptor. He always said that he wanted to raise one." Shang Junlin walked to the other side and sat down. Xinyu knew that the state preceptor was the one who presided over the sacrifice. The power of faith from him was different from others. Xinyu had a good impression of him and silently remembered this. "Let's not talk about this. Meng Chong said that he asked you. You don't want anything in particular. When you arrive at the palace, if you want anything, just tell me or ask him." "Okay." Xinyu agreed. However, he didn't think that he wanted anything. Shang Junlin had already arranged everything very well. 2 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning of the day of departure, Mount Shi was busy. The arrival and departure of the emperor were big events, not to mention that there was another person with a special identity. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and boarded the emperor's carriage. One morning, Shang Junlin woke up to the sound of birds chirping. Following the sound, he found a young man in white standing by the stream in the woods. Several familiar white birds were flying around him. "Why are they following us?" Shang Junlin often saw white birds flying around the young man since he saw the spiritual sparrows around Xinyu on the first day. "Didn't His Majesty say that the state preceptor wanted to raise one?" "I asked them. These two are willing to be raised." Shang Junlin found that there were 2 white birds in the young man's hand. The 2 spiritual sparrows were round like 2 white glutinous rice balls. Their feathers were fluffy and round. They fell on the young man's palm and enjoyed the young man's behavior of combing their feathers. "Are they for the state preceptor?" Shang Junlin felt a little uncomfortable. He hadn't received anything from the young man. "They are willing." Xinyu corrected him. "Okay, they are willing to be driven by the state preceptor." Although the spiritual sparrows were small, they were very beneficial to practitioners. The state preceptor woke up from his sleep and saw Eunuch Meng beside the emperor. "State preceptor, hurry up." Eunuch Meng rarely urged people like this. The state preceptor didn't dare to delay. He quickly tidied himself up and went to see Shang Junlin under Eunuch Meng's lead. When he arrived, Shang Junlin was talking to the white-robed deity with his head lowered. They were very close to each other. The state preceptor frowned and thought to himself, "Isn't His Majesty a little too close to the deities?" Of course, he hoped that His Majesty would pay attention to the existence of the deities. He hoped that he was overthinking. "State preceptor, you are here?" Shang Junlin turned around. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The state preceptor bowed respectfully. Xinyu also turned around. As soon as he turned around, the state preceptor saw the spiritual sparrow resting on his arm. "I called you here because you heard that you want to raise spiritual sparrows. Coincidentally, there are 2 spiritual sparrows in Xishan who are willing to be raised." Shang Junlin stretched out his hand in front of the spiritual sparrow. The spiritual sparrow reluctantly jumped onto his hand. "In the future, you must treat them well." Shang Junlin held the spiritual sparrow and walked in front of the state preceptor. The state preceptor took the spiritual sparrow in a daze. The spiritual sparrow that he had wanted for most of his life was now in his hands. "I will definitely treat them well." "All right, you can leave now," Shang Junlin said lightly. The state preceptor's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. Subconsciously, he wanted to thank the deity who fulfilled his wish. However, he did not know if it was his illusion, but His Majesty seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally preventing him from talking to the deity. "Is Your Majesty unhappy?" After the state preceptor left, Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin and asked. Shang Junlin could not say that he was giving gifts to the deity because of Xinyu. "The state preceptor is Your Majesty's man. If you fulfill his wish, he will work even harder for your majesty. Xinyu stroked the man's slightly furrowed brows. He did not want to see Shang Junlin's frown. The young man's hand was very cold, but it lit a fire for the man who was touched. The fire started a prairie fire and burned everything. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu with a deeper gaze, as if a storm was brewing. Xinyu's animal instincts felt the danger and he subconsciously wanted to escape. He was caught. Where did you know all this? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand with a deep gaze. 2 days ago, Meng Yuan read this to me in the storybook that he read to me. He changed his appearance when he was satisfied. He felt a little strange when he was too aggressive. He frowned and wondered if he had done something that he should not do. Shouldn't I do this? Shang Junlin closed his eyes and suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart. He did not expect the young man to give the spiritual sparrow to the state preceptor for his own good. How could he let go of the deity who was inexperienced in the world but always considerate of him? He could not scare him. Shang Junlin slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes again, the emotions that should not have appeared were completely suppressed. He touched Xinyu's hair and said, "You did not do anything wrong. You did very well. The state preceptor is very happy, and I am also very happy." It just made the delusions in his heart deepen. If this continued, sooner or later, he would not be able to satisfy his desires. He hoped that he would not scare the young man at that time. The carriage swayed for a few days and finally arrived at the foot of the capital. The news of the miracle in Mount Shi had also reached the ears of Princely and the others. The news of Xinyu was still kept a secret. The outside world only knew that the emperor brought someone back from Mount Shi and hid him in the palace. No one was allowed to see him. Countless people wanted to find out the identity of the person brought back by the emperor, but they failed. Xinyu lived in the emperor's palace. The guards outside the palace were changed and the leader of the hidden dragon guards was personally in charge. The servants in the palace were also reselected by eunuch Meng. At night, Shang Junlin came back after finishing his work in the court. A white-haired young man walked towards him. "Why did you come out?" "I heard from Meng Yuan that there is a big bath in the palace. I want to take a look." It was the first time Xinyu came to the palace. Everything was new to him. Shang Junlin stopped in his tracks and said, "Why didn't you ask the palace servants to take you there?" "I don't want to go with anyone else. I only want to go with you," Xinyu answered without thinking. During the day, he stayed in the palace and did not go out. Only when he was with Shang Junlin, he could completely relax and try new things. Shang Junlin was stunned by his answer. He asked jokingly, "You like me that much?" "Yes." Xinyu nodded. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. It's not the right time yet. Shang Junlin warned himself in his heart. Of course, he knew that the young man didn't like him, but this kind of trust was too hard to resist. The young emperor didn't intend to resist. "Meng Chong, go and arrange it." "Yes." Eunuch Meng bowed his head and left. "I'll go and change my clothes first." Shang Junlin took Xinyu to the bedroom and asked, "Are you used to staying in the palace?" "It's good here." After receiving Shang Junlin's orders, the palace servants who were transferred to serve in the sleeping quarters all knew that the identity of the people living inside was extraordinary. Because they had been warned in advance, they did their best. Knowing that Xinyu was curious about things in the mortal world, Shang Junlin also sent him a lot of books and folk toys. Shang Junlin went into the inner room and changed into a set of light clothes. Xinyu looked at him and asked, "Do I need to change my clothes? I thought you wouldn't wear mortal clothes." Shang Junlin didn't think about changing Xinyu's clothes, but he was afraid that it would be disrespectful. Since the young man appeared, he had been wearing a white robe. Shang Junlin asked the state preceptor, and the state preceptor said that the immortals' clothes were all transmogrified with magic, so they wouldn't be stained with the filth of the mortal world. Shang Junlin also touched Xinyu's clothes. It was cold to the touch, like touching a cloud. He couldn't feel the real touch. This kind of material couldn't be produced in the mortal world. Xinyu looked down at his clothes, which were transmogrified according to the description of the mortal world. My clothes are not the same as yours. Shang Junlin saw that Xinyu didn't feel offended, so he found a set of clothes that he hadn't worn before and handed it to him. I haven't worn these clothes yet. If you like them, I'll ask the Imperial Household Department to make a few new sets for you tomorrow. Xinyu took it over. Shang Junlin's clothes were mostly black, and the one in Xinyu's hands was also black. She curiously turned it over a few times, and a soft white light flashed. When the white light was extinguished, Xinyu had already put on the clothes. Shang Junlin wanted to ask, "Do you need my help?" but he could only swallow his words. Shang Junlin was a little taller than Xinyu, so the fitting clothes were a little too big for Xinyu. Shang Junlin walked closer and lifted the hem of the clothes for him. Jiaohua Palace. The huge bathtub was located in the center of Jiaohua Palace. Steam was rising from the bathtub. Eunuch Meng led a few palace servants to sprinkle flower petals into the bathtub. After everything was ready, Eunuch Meng asked the others to leave and waited alone for the arrival of Xinyu and Shang Junlin. When they came closer, Eunuch Meng couldn't help but open his eyes wide, because he saw the clothes of the young man walking beside the emperor. As the emperor, even if he was wearing casual clothes, Shang Junlin's clothes were embroidered with dragon patterns that symbolized his status. And the young man's clothes were embroidered with dark dragon patterns. It was obvious that the young man's clothes belonged to Shang Junlin. His Majesty actually let the immortal wear his clothes. After a moment of surprise, Eunuch Meng quickly adjusted his emotions. No matter how many waves were in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. You can leave first. Walking into the main hall, the hot air hit their faces. The bathtub was in the center of the main hall, and it occupied a large area. The bathtub was filled with flower petals, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Seeing the bathtub full of flower petals, Shang Junlin sighed in relief. At the same time, a faint sense of loss emerged in his heart. Shaking off this feeling that shouldn't have appeared, Shang Junlin said, "Take off your outerwear before you go in." Hearing this, Xinyu, who was squatting by the bathtub, stood up. "You don't have to wear everything, no." In order to prevent him from saying something more damaging, Shang Junlin hurriedly pulled him up and took off his outerwear, shoes, and socks. "Okay, just go down like this." Barefoot, Xinyu stepped on the jade steps and walked step by step into the bathtub. The temperature of the bathtub was just right. His body submerged in the water, and a soaked black robe stuck to his shoulders. The water droplets slid down and meandered down, and below his shoulders were covered by the red flower petals. "It's so comfortable." Xinyu found a place near the edge and squinted comfortably. "Is His Majesty not coming down?" Shang Junlin took off his outerwear and went into the water. He chose a place not far from Xinyu and waited. After soaking for a while, Shang Junlin felt movement beside him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the young man swimming to his side, bringing with him a burst of hot air. Xinyu felt that Shang Junlin was too far away from him. Seeing that the man was resting with his eyes closed, he swam over and used the man's shoulder as a support point to lean on. Soft hair rubbed against the side of his face. Shang Junlin tilted his head, picked up a strand of silver hair floating on the water, and twirled it around his fingertips. Ayu's hair is so long. Are all immortals like this? This was the first time Shang Junlin had asked him about immortals. Xinyu lifted a strand of his hair and replied, "The length of hair can be changed for us. In fact, my real hair is a little longer than it is now, but it's inconvenient if it's too long. Ayu's hair has already reached his ankles. If it's longer, won't it reach the ground?" Shang Junlin remembered the stories about immortals that he had heard from the state preceptor. He asked curiously, "There's a saying in the world that the length of an immortal's hair represents the immortal's power. Ayu has such long hair, can summon the wind and rain, and solve many droughts. It's obvious that he's a very powerful immortal." It was unknown whether it was because of the hot air or because of Shang Junlin's praise, but the young man's skin was dyed red. His originally white skin looked even fairer under the black robe, like the first snow falling on the branches. Shang Junlin watched the young man's snow-white skin slowly being dyed red, and his throat moved. This was the torture of happiness. However, the young man was unaware of the changes on Shang Junlin's body. He still rubbed against his shoulder and shook his head slightly. "He's not that powerful." Shang Junlin couldn't help but rub the young man's head. You will always be the most powerful in my eyes. With the power of the country, he would let the young man enjoy the best of everything. Xianxia was happy to be praised by his friend. He raised his head, and his eyes sparkled. Your Majesty, do you want to see how I look with my long hair? Are you as willing to show it to me? Shang Junlin's eyes gradually darkened. After having the idea of making an immortal stay, Shang Junlin, who didn't care much about ghosts and immortals, spent a lot of effort to understand these things. It was rumored that immortals wouldn't easily reveal their real names, nor would they reveal their true identities in front of the world. However, Xianxia didn't hide these 2 points from him. He could feel Xianxu's trust and dependence on him from their interactions. Although it was strange for an immortal to rely on a mortal, even if the mortal was the son of heaven, Shang Junlin clearly felt it. He didn't think it was his illusion. Some of Xianxu's actions clearly showed his trust and dependence on him. Xianxia didn't intend to hide it at all, such as now. I'll show it to your Majesty after the bath. Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with showing it to others. However, why did Shang Junlin's emotions fluctuate so much after hearing his answer? In addition to being happy, there seemed to be many other emotions that he couldn't understand. Mortals' thoughts were so complicated and hard to understand. After soaking for a while, Shang Junlin got out of the bath first. On one hand, it was bad for the body to soak for too long. On the other hand, he was worried that he would make a fool of himself if he continued to soak. After Xianxia swam to his side, he didn't intend to leave. His breath lingered around him. The person who made him feel tempted was still wearing his underwear and didn't guard against him at all. Shang Junlin walked behind the screen to change his clothes. He felt that he had used up all his patience at this moment. After Shang Junlin left, Xianxia lay on the edge of the bath. He felt that soaking alone wasn't as interesting as soaking with Shang Junlin. He brushed away the petals in front of him and stepped on the jade steps. The sound of water could be heard. Shang Junlin was worried that Xianxia would have an accident if he left him alone, so he hurriedly tidied himself up and walked out. He saw a white-haired young man in black walking barefoot up the jade steps. The loose clothes were soaked and stuck to the young man's body, outlining his perfect figure. His slender waist was like snow, and even his hair was pure white without a speck of dust. Only the clothes on his body were black, the color that belonged to him. Shang Junlin's unquenchable desire surged again. He smiled bitterly in his heart, picked up the cloak on the screen, and walked over to wrap the young man up. What's wrong? Xianxia didn't understand. You're not soaking anymore? Shang Junlin tried not to let his gaze fall on the young man. Your Majesty isn't soaking anymore. Why should I? It's my fault. If you want, I'll accompany you next time. Change your wet clothes first. Xianxia originally wanted to say that he could dry his clothes, but seeing how busy Shang Junlin was for him, he silently swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and obediently changed his clothes. The two soaked for a long time. When they returned to the bedroom, it was already late at night. Shang Junlin helped Xianxia settle down and turned to leave. It's late. Your Majesty, aren't you going to sleep? Xianxia saw that Shang Junlin was about to leave and asked. During the day, he had learned from the palace servants that this bedroom belonged to the emperor. Before he came, Shang Junlin lived here. He wasn't an ordinary person and didn't need to sleep every day. If Shang Junlin gave him the bedroom and caused him to have no place to sleep, he wouldn't be happy. This is your bedroom. If you don't have a place to sleep because of my arrival, I'd better leave. I'm going out for a while. Shang Junlin hurriedly interrupted him when he heard that he was about to leave. How can I not have a place to sleep? I'm just busy with something. I'll be back soon, okay? Xianxia stared at the man, as if he was judging whether his words were true or not. It's true. You can wait for me for a while. If I don't come back, you can go find me. Yu is an immortal. It won't be too difficult for him to find me. Xianxia nodded hesitantly. He knew that to be a good emperor in the human world, he would be very busy. After Shang Junlin returned to the palace from Mount Shi, he had been busy with government affairs. After comforting Xianxia, Shang Junlin walked out of the bedroom and sighed. He didn't lie to Xianxia. Just now, the state preceptor came to the palace and asked to see him. He said that Princely had made a new discovery. Of course, he urgently needed to find something to divert his attention. Otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do something when he was in the same room with Xinyu in this situation. Your Majesty. Finally, the emperor came. The state preceptor was about to speak when he was interrupted. State preceptor, I want to ask you. If I want to keep an immortal for a long time, what should I do? Your Majesty, you can't. When His Majesty said that he wanted to bring an immortal back to the palace, he faintly guessed that it was true. The state preceptor was so shocked that he even forgot the purpose of his visit. Blasphemy is a serious crime. Your Majesty, please think twice. I don't want to hear this. I just want to know how to keep an immortal. Genius 1 second remember website, www.bq50. CC Literature mobile version reading URL, mbq50. CC this. The state preceptor looked troubled. He had been in this position since before His Majesty ascended to the throne. Of course, he knew that His Majesty was a man of his word. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he really didn't know. He was devoted to Tao, so why would he think about how to force an immortal to stay in the mortal world? In his heart, it was already a great blessing to see an immortal in his lifetime. How could he have such a rebellious idea? What? Seeing that the state preceptor refused to say, Shang Junlin lost his patience. There are so many capable people in the world. Even if the state preceptor doesn't want to say it, I believe there will be someone who can tell me. Your Majesty, please calm down. Feeling Shang Junlin's anger, the state preceptor knelt down. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I'm not sure if there's a way. I'll go back and read the ancient books. Whether I succeed or not, I'll give Your Majesty an answer. I'll give you 7 days. It's best if you can give me a satisfactory answer. Shang Junlin's index finger tapped on the armrest of the chair. The heavy pressure disappeared, and the state preceptor breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Your Majesty. Get up. Tell me about Princely. Shang Junlin didn't forget the reason why the state preceptor came to the palace. The state preceptor stood up and said, in the past few days, I've found the evil figure who caused a disaster 10 years ago around Princely, combined with the disappearance of young girls in and around the capital. It's very likely that this evil figure is behind it, including this large-scale drought. State preceptor, are you saying that this drought is man-made? Shang Junlin sat up straight and narrowed his eyes dangerously. But didn't the state preceptor say that this is a tribulation that should happen to Dahuan? Previously, because it involved the fate of the country, the mysteries of heaven couldn't be easily seen. The result of my divination was correct, but some details were blurred. This time, after returning from Mount Shi, I did another divination. The divination showed that someone wanted to take advantage of the natural disaster to harm Dahuan and Your Majesty. Due to the blessing of the gods, the imperial preceptor's cultivation had improved a lot after the trip to Mount Pars. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover the hidden danger. That evil cultivator is unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. He should have been killed 10 years ago, but I don't know why he escaped. This time he came back and stood on the side of Princely. Your Majesty must be careful. We will pay attention. After witnessing the existence of immortals with his own eyes, Shang Junlin would no longer be as dismissive as before. The state preceptor reminded him of some precautions and left with a worried look. To Dahuan, being able to obtain the help of an immortal was the most fortunate thing. Throughout history, which dynasty had encountered such a thing? Unfortunately, the current emperor had designs on immortals that he shouldn't have. No one knew whether this matter would lead to a happy ending or become an even greater disaster in the end. If an immortal was angered, how could a mortal bear the wrath of an immortal? No one knew about the state preceptor's worries. After sending the state preceptor away, Shang Junlin returned to his bedroom. Xinyu hadn't fallen asleep yet when he heard the approaching footsteps. He opened the curtain and asked, Your Majesty, why have you been gone for so long? There was an imperceptible anger in his tone. Shang Junlin's footsteps paused. The young man was wearing his pajamas. The white pajamas were a little too big, revealing his snow-white skin. The young man knelt on the bed. His long white hair hung down, covering the black mattress embroidered with golden dragon patterns. The man's eyes darkened and he sat on the edge of the bed. We made you wait for a long time. It's not that long, Xinyu moved over. Is it something difficult? No, it's not a big deal, Shang Junlin touched the young man's long hair. He didn't want these dirty things to dirty the young man's ears. It's very late. You should rest first. Note, mortals needed to sleep at night. It was indeed late. Xinyu nodded and stepped back into the bed. Your Majesty, come up quickly. The dragon bed for the emperor was very big. It was more than enough for Xinyu and Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin asked the palace servants to prepare 2 quilts. After covering Xinyu with one of the quilts, he went to sleep. Xinyu lay on the bed and felt Shang Junlin's breath come and go. He blinked and looked sideways at the man lying on the other side. When Xinyu saw Shang Junlin for the first time, he felt that this man's appearance was not worse than any of the gods he had seen. His facial features were sharp, and his eyebrows and eyes were sharp. He was the type of appearance that Xinyu liked the most. The man closed his eyes. His long eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes. Xinyu couldn't help but move closer to count his thick eyelashes. Not long after lying down, Shang Junlin heard a rustling sound. Then, another person's breath came closer. What's wrong? Shang Junlin opened his eyes and looked sideways at the young man who had already moved closer to him. Xinyu was stunned. He didn't understand why he suddenly moved closer. He looked at the quilts that covered him and Shang Junlin separately. He asked in a puzzled tone, why do we need to cover ourselves with 2 quilts? You want to share a quilt with me? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xinyu to answer. He reached out and pulled Xinyu into his quilt. Is this okay? His scalding body temperature came through the thin clothes. Xinyu didn't know why he wanted to shrink back, but this time, the man didn't follow his wishes. He firmly locked him in his arms with his strong arms. Don't move. His voice was slightly hoarse. Xinyu lowered his eyes and leaned on the man. His body was infected with another person's warmth. His heart gradually calmed down and he fell asleep unknowingly. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the man looked at him with a complicated gaze for a long time. Then, he gently and reservedly kissed his forehead and fell asleep with him in his arms. It was a dreamless night. When he woke up in the morning, Shang Junlin looked at the young man who was sleeping soundly in his arms and the white hair that covered his chest. He moved back a little. Unexpectedly, before he could move back, the young man leaned closer to him and rubbed his head against his neck. Shang Junlin took a deep breath and calmed his restless body. It was too exciting in the morning. Shang Junlin looked down at the young man's peaceful sleeping face. He had an impulse to touch his forehead. However, he was the one who made the decision to let the young man live in his bedchamber. This kind of accompanying sweet torture could only be endured by him. Eunuch Meng walked in with light steps. Your Majesty, it's time to get up. Shang Junlin carefully pulled Xinyu out of his arms and got up to put on his clothes. After putting on the heavy imperial robes, the man turned back into the decisive young emperor. Only when he looked at the young man did a touch of gentleness appear in his eyes. Don't wake him up. This slave understands. Eunuch Meng lowered his head and tidied up Shang Junlin's imperial robes. He didn't dare to look at him. When Xinyu woke up, Shang Junlin had already gone to court and he was the only one on the bed. Xinyu, who had just woken up, was a little confused. The bedchamber was quiet. After a while, Xinyu remembered that he followed Shang Junlin to the Dehuan Imperial Palace. Not long after he woke up, Shang Junlin came back from court. In order to be able to spend more time with Xinyu, he moved his official business to the bedchamber to deal with it. Recently, the imperial court was very busy. In addition to the drought, there was also the case of the missing young girls. Since a month ago, young girls had been disappearing one after another. In recent days, the number of missing people had increased exponentially. Shang Junlin knew from the state preceptor that this matter was related to evil, so he asked the state preceptor's residents to send people to help deal with it. These things didn't affect Xinyu, who lived deep in the palace. Those who had the opportunity to get close to him were screened over and over again to ensure that there was no problem with their identity. The bedchamber was also protected by layers of protection. Those who wanted to inquire about Xinyu's news all returned without success. Prince Li's residence. After so many days, there is still no news at all? Prince Li looked at his kneeling subordinates with displeasure. Your Highness, please forgive us. The subordinates' foreheads touched the ground. Cold sweat soaked their backs. It wasn't that they were weak, but this time the emperor blocked the news too tightly. No matter what they did, they couldn't find any news about the miracle of Mount Parting. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the use of me raising you? Your Highness, you don't have to be angry about this. In order to block the news, even the state preceptor went out this time. It's normal that your people can't find anything. Su Daozhong walked in slowly. Prince Li took a deep breath and said to his subordinates kneeling on the ground, you go first. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Prince Li said, Su Daozhong, you came here. Is the matter done? Don't worry, Your Highness. This humble Taoist has already brought it. As long as you place it beside that person, it will be able to absorb his luck for Your Highness to use. With that, Taoist Su took out a piece of black jade that glowed faintly from his sleeve. When the horsetail whisk brushed it, the dim light became golden. The originally strange jade was suddenly filled with auspicious qi. Seeing this, Prince Li's knitted brows loosened. Thank you, Daozhong. The next thing he had to think about was how to deliver this jade stone to his good brother. As if he knew what he was worried about, Su Daozhong smiled mysteriously. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Soon, there will be an excellent opportunity to present the jade. In the afternoon, Shang Junlin took Xianyu to walk around the imperial palace. Shang Junlin found that if he didn't take Xianyu with him, Xianyu would rather stay in the palace than go out for a walk. He had to prepare all kinds of toys to put in the palace. There were all kinds of toys, including all kinds of toys suitable for children to play with. This caused people to begin to speculate whether the imperial palace was going to welcome another owner. In a way, this conjecture was partially true. In addition to these, Shang Junlin also asked people to buy a lot of storybooks because he found that Xianyu liked to listen to stories. If he had time, he would read them. If he didn't, eunuch Meng's godson, Meng Yuan, would read them. The scenery in the imperial garden was beautiful. The pavilion in the middle of the flowers had been decorated comfortably. The stone bench was covered with a thick blanket, and the pavilion was surrounded by gauze. There were all kinds of snacks and fruits on the stone table. When Xianyu came to the imperial palace, Shang Junlin used the excuse that the imperial palace had a lot of delicious food. After bringing him back to the imperial palace, in order to fulfill his promise, he ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare different dishes every day. Xianyu had lived in the imperial palace for a few days, but he hadn't eaten the same dishes. Shang Junlin was holding a storybook in his hand, which was said to be very popular recently. The man's voice was low as he narrated the story in the book. Xianyu supported his chin and looked at the man, listening very carefully. He saw the fox-eared boy sneak into the prime minister's bedroom. At the most important part, Shang Junlin suddenly stopped. Xianyu waited for a while, but didn't hear anything else. He opened his eyes slightly. Why did your majesty stop reading? Shang Junlin tightened his grip on the book. He glanced at the young man who was still in a daze and continued, take off your clothes and walk straight to the bedside. Your Excellency saved this servant's family. This servant should repay your kindness. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature mobile version website, mbq50. CC Shang Junlin almost blurted out his agreement, but he stopped himself and asked, if that's the case, is you willing to accept it? The man's dark eyes stared unblinkingly at the young man in front of him. His eyes were filled with stars, and they were the most beautiful eyes Xianyu had ever seen. Being stared at by such a focused gaze, Xianyu rarely felt restrained. He thought, would he be willing? That kind of intimate contact. In the novel, the fox-eared young man and the prime minister went to Mount Wu to have sex. Outside the novel, the emperor in black was focused, and the young man in white was slightly lost in thought. After a long time, just as Shang Junlin was about to break the silence, Xianyu opened his mouth. If the person who saved the little fox demon's family wasn't the prime minister, would he be willing to use this method to repay his kindness? The little fox demon admires the prime minister, that's why he was willing to do this. Shang Junlin answered. Xianyu was deep in thought. Shang Junlin touched the young man's head and explained, they are both in love with each other, that's why they used this method to repay their kindness. If it was someone else, they might have used another method to repay their kindness. Shang Junlin's remaining conscience made him tell the truth. Although he was moved, he didn't want to use this method to keep Xinyu. What he wanted was never some kind of greed. Xinyu nodded as if he understood. He had never thought about love in the human world. Since he was born, he had spent most of his time in deep sleep, so he knew very little about the mortal world. This time, he appeared in Mount Shi, and it was the first time he took the initiative to enter the mortal world. How's the drought in Dahuan? Xinyu asked when he remembered the reason he was awakened. Some places have already started to rain, but there are some places that haven't shown any signs of rain except for a light rain after the ceremony. Originally, the capital was also affected by the drought. After Xinyu appeared, there were several heavy rains in the capital. The drought had been resolved, and it was the same in several other places. However, there were still some places where the drought had not been alleviated. For example, the situation in Qingzhou, the last place affected by the drought, had not improved at all. Shang Junlin did not hide anything and told him the truth. In the end, he said, you don't have to worry. She's much better now. Xinyu lowered his eyes and pondered. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He was very confident in his own ability. After he cast the spell, the result should not have been like this. The news brought by the imperial tutor confirmed this conjecture. Your Majesty, I found a strange place in Qingzhou. Several of my disciples died there. The disciples who escaped brought back news that one of the sources of this year's drought is in that place. In the imperial study, the imperial preceptor brought the latest news. Qingzhou. If I remember correctly, Qingzhou is part of King Li's fiefdom, right? Shang Junlin tapped his index finger on the table. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Yes, half of Qingzhou is part of King Li's fiefdom. That place is in King Li's fiefdom. Not only that, I also heard from Lord Feng that some of the missing girls had gone there. Lord Feng nodded, that's right. Your Majesty, if it were not for the imperial preceptor's disciples, I would not have been able to find these clues. Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes. Feng Jun, I order you to lead a group of hidden dragon guards to Qingzhou. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll have to trouble the imperial preceptor to continue working on this matter. Only a cultivator like the imperial preceptor could solve this problem when it involved inhuman factors. Shang Junlin always knew how to make good use of people. After returning to the bedroom, Shang Junlin reported the progress of this matter to Xinyu. On the day I woke up from my deep sleep, I felt that this drought was a little unusual, Xinyu said after listening. You was also the result of divination? Shang Junlin was curious. There's no need for divination. It's just a kind of feeling. The gods can communicate with the heavens and earth and can sense some of the heavenly secrets. However, this drought is indeed a tribulation that Dahuan should face. It involves the fate of the country and cannot be easily sensed. Shang Junlin understood. It was no wonder that the imperial preceptor could not divine the exact answer after so many divinations. The imperial preceptor was a little anxious recently. It was not because of the Qingzhou matter, but because of another order from Shang Junlin. The imperial preceptor could not find a way to make the immortals stay after going through the ancient books. This was not strange. People only had two attitudes towards the immortals. Who would have such a rebellious idea just to keep the immortals by their side? The movements in the imperial preceptor's residence were reported back to the Prince Li's residence by well-hidden spies. Are there really gods in this world? In the study, Prince Li asked Su Daozhong, who was dressed in a Taoist robe. Su Daozhong, of course there are. Did your highness forget that there are gods in Qingzhou? Prince Li, the emperor asked the imperial preceptor to find a way to imprison the immortals. Could it be that the miracle in Mount Shi was really brought by the immortals? Then the person he secretly brought back to the palace was not a prisoner, but an immortal? Su Daozhong, if so, your highness, isn't this our chance? Prince Li, what do you mean? Su Daozhong, your highness, think about it. The imperial preceptor can't do it, but I can. It just so happens that the one in Qingzhou can't hold on for long. Now that a new god is sent to our door, isn't it a good thing for us? Princely, even so, how can you be sure that the immortal can be controlled by us? Besides, the immortal is in the hands of my good brother. We can't even see him. Su Daozhong, the emperor did not announce this matter to the world, but concealed the news of the immortal. Your Highness, do you think the immortal is really willing to do this? A dignified immortal is imprisoned in the palace by the emperor of immortal world. What is this? Princely, in that case, I will think of a way to meet the immortal first. As for the rest, I will leave it to Daozhong. Su Daozhong, Your Highness, don't worry. No one knew the secret of the two. Xinyu was somewhat concerned about the matter in Qingzhou, so he proposed to Shang Junlin to go to Qingzhou to have a look. I have already sent someone. You and I will wait for the result together, okay? Shang Junlin didn't want Xinyu to leave at this time. Now he regretted telling Xinyu about Qingzhou. I will be back soon. For an immortal, going back and forth was just a matter of a moment. Shang Junlin certainly knew, but he didn't want Xinyu to leave. He was afraid that after he left, he would feel that he didn't need to come back. If Xinyu didn't come back, what should he do? The world was so big, where could he go to find him? For the first time, Shang Junlin felt the weakness of a mortal. So what if he was the emperor? If Xinyu really wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. He should lock him in a place where only he could see him, so that he could only see him in his heart. Suppressing the dark emotions in his heart, Shang Junlin said in a deep voice, I will go with you. No need. Seeing the firm expression on the man's face, Xinyu swallowed the words of refusal. This time, Shang Junlin went on a private tour. The matters in the imperial court were handed over to the prime minister and the others. He secretly went to Qingzhou with Xinyu. When the state preceptor in Qingzhou received the news, Shang Junlin had already arrived near Qingzhou with Xinyu. How can His Majesty act so recklessly? Official Feng didn't know about the existence of immortals, so he didn't understand why His Majesty would take such a risk. His Majesty chose to come in person, so he naturally has his reasons. With the immortals around, the state preceptor wasn't worried about His Majesty's safety. In order to not attract attention, Xinyu turned his white hair black and changed into the clothes prepared by Shang Junlin. He looked more like a pampered son of an aristocratic family. When he met up with the state preceptor and the others, the state preceptor was surprised to see the black-haired young man in blue who acted so intimately with Shang Junlin. Since he knew His Majesty's thoughts, the state preceptor had been worried that the immortals would be disturbed one day. Now that he saw the two of them getting along, it seemed that he worried too much. The provincial governor of Qingzhou came to greet His Majesty in fear and trepidation. After knowing Shang Junlin's true identity, he didn't dare to neglect him. Greetings, official. The provincial governor of Qingzhou was told in advance that Shang Junlin came with a hidden identity, so he didn't call out his identity. No need to make a big fuss, just do what you need to do. Since Shang Junlin came in person, he must ask about the progress here. Xinyu wasn't interested in these things. After dinner, he was led to rest by the servants. When they passed by the garden, Xinyu stopped in his tracks. The garden here was certainly not as good as the imperial garden, but it could be seen that the owner took good care of it. The flowers bloomed and were full of vitality. These were planted by Madame. Seeing that he was interested, the servant girl who led the way explained, Madame likes to take care of these things, so Master went around looking for flowers to plant. Can I take a look? Young Master is a distinguished guest, of course you can. Xinyu walked into the garden. The rich fragrance of flowers assailed his nostrils. All kinds of plants were stretching their bodies. Xinyu could feel that they were being treated with care. Miss, please slow down. When they passed by the corner, a small child suddenly appeared from another road and bumped into Xinyu's leg. Xinyu held the child. The child looked up and saw Xinyu. He exclaimed, "It's pretty brother." At this time, the servant girl rushed over. When she saw the young miss beside Xinyu, she didn't know what to do. I want to play with pretty brother for a while. The servant girl looked at Xinyu for help. The servant girl who followed behind Xinyu introduced, "This is the second young miss of the Shi household. She has a lively personality, please forgive her, young master." This was a distinguished guest that the provincial governor specially ordered to be treated well, so the servant girl didn't dare to neglect. It's fine. The little child was about 4 or 5 years old. He was indeed lively. He followed Xianyu and chattered nonstop. Xianyu didn't get tired of it. He only took him away when the provincial governor's wife came. Can I play with pretty brother next time? Being stared at by the little child's sparkling eyes, Xianyu couldn't bear to refuse. After getting a response, the little child was satisfied and went back with the provincial governor's wife. At night, Shang Junlin returned to the courtyard. I heard that the youngest daughter of the Qingzhou provincial governor pestered you to play today. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. Someone would tell Shang Junlin everything that happened around Xianyu. She's very cute. The next morning, a small guest came to the courtyard. Pretty brother, I'm here to play with you. The child's clear voice broke the silence of the courtyard. Xianyu pushed the door open and didn't say anything. Shang Junlin, who followed him out, asked, "Is this the child who pestered you?" Shang Junlin looked down at the child in front of him. The little child was wearing festive red clothes. There were 2 buns on his head and his eyes were clear. He was a very likable child. Of course, for Shang Junlin, no matter how likable he was, if he disturbed Xianyu's time with him, he wouldn't be likable. The man was tall. For the little child, who was less than 5 years old, the pressure was too strong. The little child looked up at Shang Junlin, who was between him and Xianyu. He curled his lips and said, "I'm here to look for pretty brother." Xianyu bypassed Shang Junlin and took the little child to the side. "Why are you here so early?" "I have to learn how to read from the teacher, so I can only come early to play with pretty brother," the little child answered. Xianyu took the little child to the stone table and sat down. He took out the snacks he brought from the capital and asked, "Do you want to eat some?" "Yes." The little child's black eyes looked at Xianyu and the tall man behind him. "Are pretty brother and this big brother also husband and wife?" "Why do you say so?" Xianyu's hands paused. "I saw it. Yesterday, when you got off the carriage, big brother helped pretty brother. When you ate, big brother would pick up food for pretty brother. You two also live in the same house. My father and mother are also like this. My father told me that only husband and wife can live in the same house." Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature mobile version website, mbq50. CC we are not. Xianyu opened his mouth to explain. Although he hadn't been in the mortal world for a long time, he still knew what a husband-wife relationship was. "Pretty brother, you don't have to explain. I promise I won't tell anyone." However, Xiao Tuanzi firmly believed that they were husband and wife. She only thought that Xianyu's explanation was a cover-up. Xianyu had no choice but to look at Shang Junlin for help. Shang Junlin now found Xiao Tuanzi more pleasing to the eye. He said to Xianyu, "Children are like this. They have their own set of principles and can only follow. Big brother, you have to be good to pretty brother." Xiao Tuanzi looked at Shang Junlin. He was such a fierce big brother. She didn't know what pretty brother saw in him. "I will. I won't treat anyone badly, but I won't treat you badly," Shang Junlin replied seriously. Xiao Tuanzi was very satisfied with Shang Junlin's awareness. She was not as afraid of him as before. Half an hour later, Xiao Tuanzi reluctantly bid farewell to the two after being reminded by the maid, "After I finish learning today's calligraphy, I will come back to play with pretty brother." The servants of the provincial governor's mansion served a sumptuous breakfast. Shang Junlin put Xianyu's favorite dishes into his bowl as usual. Xianyu naturally picked up the dishes in his bowl and put them into his mouth. Xiao Tuanzi's words suddenly floated in his ears. Xianyu paused. "What's wrong? The dishes are not to your liking?" Xianyu shook his head and suppressed the strange emotions in his heart. It was just a human cub's words. He couldn't take it seriously. After breakfast, Shang Junlin took Xianyu out of the mansion. Qingzhou was a relatively prosperous place in Dahuan. After dealing with official business, Shang Junlin wanted to take Xianyu to sightsee. There were stalls selling all kinds of things on the street. This was the first time that Xianyu had experienced such things, so he was curious about everything. Shang Junlin was happy to accompany him. Whenever Xianyu took a second look at something, he would buy it. The Great Huan dynasty's folk customs were open, and the streets were filled with pairs of men and women. In order to do business, the street vendors had already trained a pair of discerning eyes, and all kinds of pleasantries were spouted out as if they didn't cost money. Both of you are so handsome. I can tell that you are a loving couple at first glance. Look at this pair of hairpins. It suits your temperament very well. I'm sure it will look even better after you wear it. It can also reflect your deep feelings for each other. The stall owner could tell at first glance that Xinyu and Shang Junlin were not people who lacked money. Thus, he kept on introducing them. We are not, at first, Xinyu would explain seriously. However, after he explained, the person who spoke would only show an "I understand" expression. Although he restrained his words, the meaning in his words didn't change much. After a few times, Xinyu gave up. Xinyu didn't know the language of the mortal world, so he was coaxed to buy a lot of things. Shang Junlin liked it when the stall owner said that he and Xinyu were a couple. He only hoped that they would say more. Naturally, he wouldn't expose them. After a few hours, the two of them had a lot of gains. The hands of the hidden dragon guards who were disguised as ordinary guards behind the two of them were full of things. Other than Xinyu, even Shang Junlin had a lot of things in his hands. At this time, a young couple walked past the two of them. The man's hands were full, while the woman was only holding some light things. She raised her arm and used her sleeve to wipe the sweat on the man's forehead. Xinyu looked at himself and then looked at Shang Junlin. The man's body was dry, and there was no sign of him sweating. Why don't I take some too? Xinyu was a little embarrassed. Shang Junlin slightly raised the corner of his lips. No. Need. I can still carry these things. If you is worried, why don't you wipe my sweat for me too? He was just joking. In short, it wasn't difficult for him to carry these things. After he finished speaking, he wanted to continue walking forward. Unexpectedly, the young man beside him suddenly stopped. Then, a gentle breeze blew past his face. The young man looked up and wiped his forehead seriously. Even though the two of them knew that he wasn't sweating at all. Shang Junlin only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. The beast in his heart was impatiently grinding its claws and getting restless. Shang Junlin, who was originally not hot at all, started to heat up from inside out. Xinyu wiped his forehead for a while and stopped. He couldn't understand why he would suddenly do such a thing. It was as if he saw someone else doing the same thing. There was an impulse in his heart. By the time he reacted, it was already done. His raised arm froze for a moment. He was about to withdraw it. Shang Junlin quickly grabbed him with his free hand. His eyes were shining. Now I'm not hot at all. Thank you, you. Of course not. The burning temperature in the palm of his hand passed through his clothes to the place where the man grabbed Xinyu. Then, it spread all the way up. The immortals who were originally unaffected by the temperature of the mortal world felt hot for the first time. The man's burning gaze fell on him. It was as if he had lit an invisible fire on him. Xinyu lowered his head and said softly, I didn't do anything. Do you still want to walk around? Shang Junlin asked. In fact, it was not suitable for him to continue walking around. The young man had lit a fire on him, making him want to do something. Xinyu shook his head. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything in public. Shang Junlin closed his eyes and suppressed the roaring beast in his heart. He let go of the young man's hand. Let's go back first. If you isn't satisfied, we can come out to play next time. When they returned to the provincial governor's mansion, Shang Junlin was called away. Xinyu stayed alone in the courtyard and breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Xiao Tuanzi came as promised. After playing for a while, she found that Xinyu was not in high spirits. Xiao Tuanzi curiously asked, Did Big Brother make Pretty Brother angry? Why do you say that? As soon as she spoke, Xinyu remembered what happened in the morning. He also remembered the misunderstanding of his relationship with Shang Junlin outside the mansion. Because Pretty Brother seems to be in a bad mood. Every time Mother is in a bad mood, it's because Father made her angry. Xiao Tuanzi answered matter-of-factly. Xinyu laughed, It has nothing to do with him. I'm thinking about something. He was just thinking about the relationship between him and Shang Junlin. When he promised Shang Junlin to go to the imperial palace, he didn't think so much. He just wanted to play for a while and leave when he got tired of it. He could go to other places to play, or go back to Mount Shi to continue sleeping. He never thought that he would develop a relationship beyond friendship with the Emperor of the mortal world. On the second day after Shang Junlin secretly left the capital, Prince Li received the news. According to the information sent back by our spies, this time when we left the capital, this prince's good imperial brother brought a beautiful man with him. Taoist priest, do you think that person could be the immortal who was tricked into entering the palace from Mount Shi? Su Daozhong pinched his fingers and said, the immortal is no longer in the imperial palace. That's good. I was worried that I couldn't find a chance to get close to the immortal who was secretly protected in the imperial palace. Since he's out of the imperial palace, it's much more convenient to do things. Prince Li smiled and felt that even the heavens were on his side. I've already sent people to get close to him. It would be best if we can reach a cooperative relationship with the immortal. Su Daozhong said. The state preceptor has brought people to Qingzhou. Will there be any problems? Your Highness, don't worry. They won't find out. Thinking of the special nature of the item, Prince Li was a little relieved. I've already told the people to take care of the jade you gave me. In a few days, it will be sent to the Emperor. Of course, he couldn't personally deliver such a thing. Fortunately, there were many people who wanted to please the Emperor. As long as the news was spread, there would be a lot of people who wanted to get it. If they presented it to the Emperor and got the Emperor's favor, it would be just a matter of a word. Under the secret control of Prince Li, the jade fell into the hands of an official in Qingzhou. Coincidentally, he got the news that the Emperor was in Qingzhou. A few days later, the jade was sent to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin didn't care about these things before, but after seeing the existence of the immortal with his own eyes, he changed his mind. He handed the jade to the state preceptor to see if there was anything wrong with it. For the time being, he didn't have the mood to play with the jade because he found that Xinyu was intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from him these days. Previously, under his subtle influence, Xinyu wouldn't resist getting close to him. But these 2 days, when he wanted to get closer to him, Xinyu would silently avoid him. Xinyu came to Qingzhou to investigate what was wrong in Qingzhou. This time, Shang Junlin couldn't hide him from the state preceptor. When Xinyu deliberately avoided him, he met the state preceptor more often than he did. Shang Junlin was dissatisfied. Every time Xinyu met the state preceptor, he would take time out no matter how busy he was. His dissatisfaction wasn't directed at Xinyu. After a few times, the state preceptor couldn't stand it anymore. Not everyone could withstand the cold air of the Emperor. After another meeting with the immortal, the state preceptor stopped the Emperor who was about to leave with a dark face. Your Majesty, did you do something to make the Emperor unhappy? The state preceptor suspected that the Emperor couldn't help but do something that made the immortal unhappy. After all, from the previous situation, the Emperor didn't seem to intend to endure it for long. I didn't do anything. Shang Junlin also didn't understand why Xinyu suddenly avoided him. It was very strange that he didn't do anything. From the time he spent with the immortal, it wasn't difficult for the state preceptor to see that the immortal treated the Emperor differently from others. Your Majesty, you can ask directly. The immortal's heart doesn't beat around the bush. No matter how you guess, it's better to ask directly. The state preceptor made this suggestion based on the immortal's attitude towards the Emperor. The most important thing was that if the two didn't reconcile, he would be the one who would be hurt. After listening to the state preceptor's words, Shang Junlin thought for a long time and felt that he really should talk to Xinyu. He didn't want the two of them to be in a deadlock. That night, Shang Junlin had originally planned to go and talk to Xinyu, but who would have thought that something big would happen in Qingzhou? He only had time to get someone to inform Xinyu before bringing people to deal with it. Late at night, Xinyu's courtyard welcomed an uninvited guest. It was a small paperman. My lord, the Emperor has been held back by our people. If you want to leave, now is the best chance. The paperman said in a strange tone. Xinyu didn't take this little thing seriously, but its words attracted his attention. This time, it was your master who did it? The paperman didn't answer this question. Instead, it said, this is a rare opportunity. Are you willing to be trapped by a mortal forever? You should be an immortal above the ninth heaven, unrestrained by anything, but now you have to pretend to be obedient. Xianyu made a gesture, and the paper man suddenly quieted down. You are too noisy, Xianyu said. Xianyu's face turned cold after he sensed it. He moved his fingers, and the paper man instantly turned into ashes. Shang Junlin was injured. Xianyu stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. At this moment, there was a noise and approaching footsteps in the front yard. There was a faint smell of blood and an imperceptible stench in the air. Xianyu looked up. Where is the doctor? Have you sent someone to invite him? There was an anxious voice in the crowd. I have already sent someone. He is still bleeding. Why can't it be stopped? There was obvious panic in the voice. Not long after, Xianyu saw Shang Junlin, who was supported by someone. The man's face was pale, and his breath was much weaker than it was during the day. Xianyu also felt that Shang Junlin's vitality was constantly flowing away. The smell of blood and the unknown stench was even stronger. Suddenly, there was an extra person in front of him. Everyone noticed it. Seeing that it was Xianyu, Shang Junlin struggled to stand up straight. He subconsciously pretended that his injury was not serious. He didn't want the young man to worry. In fact, he didn't look so bad now. His black clothes were soaked with blood, and it was hard to see it in the night. However, Xianyu is a god, and he could feel that the man's vitality was constantly weakening. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Xianyu walked towards Shang Junlin. I'm fine. Don't worry. Shang Junlin saw the worry on his face and comforted him softly. You lost so much blood. How can you be fine? Xianyu stretched out his hand without thinking. Shang Junlin shook his head at him and said, let's go back first. He didn't want Xianyu to expose himself in such a situation. His hand was held tightly. Xianyu had no choice but to follow Shang Junlin's wishes. Shang Junlin didn't let go of Xianyu's hand until he was placed on the bed. The doctor came quickly. The subordinates stepped aside and the unimportant people were sent out. Shang Junlin used a lot of willpower to keep himself from fainting. The man leaned against the bed. His lips were pale. Because of the loss of blood, he felt dizzy. The doctor carefully cut open the man's clothes on his chest, revealing the hideous wound. It seemed that something had scratched him. There were 3 deep scratches on his chest. Dirty blood kept oozing out. Even with the best medicine, it didn't work. The doctor had never seen such a strange injury. He stroked his beard and pondered. Xianyu knew that the wound didn't heal because it was contaminated. It was this dirty aura that nibbled away the man's vitality. Xianyu stood up suddenly and said, you guys go out first. Those who stayed were Shang Junlin's confidants. They knew that Shang Junlin valued Xianyu. They looked at Shang Junlin immediately. You guys go out first, Shang Junlin said. In a short time, Shang Junlin's condition worsened. Xianyu knew that he had to get rid of the residue on the man's wound as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. The doctor was also taken out. In the blink of an eye, only Xianyu and Shang Junlin were left in the room. Shang Junlin stared at Xianyu without blinking. He knew that his condition was very bad. From the moment he was injured, he knew that the injury this time was different from the previous ones. That kind of overbearing power was constantly wreaking havoc in his meridians, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Just as he was about to say something, a metallic taste rose up in his throat, and he could only swallow back the words he had yet to say. Although Shang Junlin tried his best to restrain himself, Xianyu could still feel the intense pain he was suffering. Without further delay, Xianyu walked to the bedside. At the same time, a white light gathered in his hand. The white light was sent to the wound on his chest and slowly sank in. The burning sensation of being burned by the fire faded away, and Shang Junlin only felt a cool energy spreading through his body, repairing the places that had been destroyed one by one. After doing all this, Xianyu's furrowed brows didn't loosen because the white light could only repair the wounds on the body, but it had no effect on the loss of vitality. I'm much better now. You don't have to worry anymore. Shang Junlin raised his hand and stroked the young man's eyebrows. Xinyu thought of something and stretched out his hand. The white light flashed, and a wound appeared on his white wrist. "What are you doing?" Shang Junlin didn't care about his injury and sat up straight. The wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, but because of his violent movements, blood gushed out again. Xinyu put his bleeding wrist to Shang Junlin's lips. "Drink a little." Shang Junlin was shocked. He wanted to refuse, but Xinyu didn't give him a chance. He moved his wrist forward and put it on Shang Junlin's lips. As if it had a life of its own, his lips touched the skin on his wrist. In an instant, the blood was poured into Shang Junlin's mouth. With just a little bit, Xinyu withdrew his hand. The blood of immortals was very nourishing for mortals. If Shang Junlin's vitality hadn't been damaged too badly, Xinyu wouldn't have fed him his own blood directly. Shang Junlin swallowed the blood. He didn't taste the blood, and only a sweet taste remained in his mouth. The effect was immediate. Not long after, Shang Junlin's face was no longer as pale as paper, and his lips gradually became rosy. The doctor was called in again to bandage Shang Junlin's wound. He was very curious about how the young man standing beside the bed stopped the bleeding, but he didn't dare to ask. Before he came, he had been warned that the person he was treating was a big shot, and he couldn't say a word about what happened tonight. After bandaging the wound, the doctor checked the man's pulse and then went to prescribe medicine. Many of the people Shang Junlin brought with him were killed, and some of them were injured. Like Shang Junlin, they were injured by an unknown thing. They were bleeding profusely, and their wounds couldn't heal for a long time. The state preceptor rushed over when he heard the news. When he saw that Shang Junlin's wounds were treated, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, your majesty is fine." Shang Junlin was lying on the bed, and his expression was obscure. "The monster was hiding in the dark and followed me all the way. I only noticed it after it attacked me." Shang Junlin told him what happened tonight. He had finished his business and planned to come back, but he didn't expect to encounter a thick fog after entering a forest. In the fog, an indistinct monster appeared and attacked them. Many of the people who came back with me were injured. State Preceptor, please take a look at them later. This monster can devour a person's vitality. A white flower appeared on Xinyu's fingertip. He manipulated the flower to fly in front of the State Preceptor. "Put this flower in the water and let them consume it. It will heal their injuries as soon as possible." It was a flower of an unknown species. Its petals were layered, and the edges of the petals were shining with white light. It didn't look like an ordinary flower. The State Preceptor hurriedly kept the flower. "Thank you, Immortal." Seeing that Shang Junlin didn't need him, the State Preceptor took the flower and left. Before he left, he couldn't help but look back, wondering if the conflict between His Majesty and the Immortal had been resolved. He happened to see His Majesty holding the Immortal's hand, so the State Preceptor quickly looked away. "Why did you feed his blood to me?" Shang Junlin stared into Xinyu's eyes, trying to find an answer. He could still feel the young man's skin on his lips. It was delicate and cool. "My blood can replenish the vitality lost in your body in the shortest time possible." Other than the Immortal's blood, there were other things that could do this, such as the flower he had conjured. However, these things were not as effective as his blood. At that time, Xinyu didn't think much about it and did it directly. "Next time, don't give your blood to others so easily." Shang Junlin sighed in his heart. He didn't want to push people too hard. Moreover, Xinyu's performance tonight gave him some confidence. Xinyu treated him differently. "I know. If it weren't for His Majesty, I wouldn't have used this method so easily." Shang Junlin drank his blood, so he was bound to him. From now on, he would no longer be free and unfettered in this world. Hearing this answer, Shang Junlin's heart softened. "Is you worried about me today?" "He's still very unhappy." Xinyu nodded. He told Shang Junlin about the paper figurines that appeared in his room before he came back. "Does His Majesty know who did this?" Shang Junlin's face turned cold. "They still want to make a move on you?" Shang Junlin could tolerate any kind of ambition in the struggle for power and profit. However, they wanted to take Xinyu away from him. This was his reverse scale that couldn't be touched. Touching it would mean death. I will never do anything that goes against your wishes. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand tightly. He was scared. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if those people succeeded and Xianyu left him. The boiled medicine was served. Xianyu wanted to get up, but he was stopped by the man. "You, don't leave me. I won't go." Shang Junlin was seriously injured. Even though he drank Xianyu's blood, he still felt a little warm. Xianyu could feel that the hand holding his wrist was much warmer than usual. "His Majesty, drink the medicine first." Shang Junlin refused to look away. Even if he drank the medicine, he still had to look at him. Sick people were unreasonable. Xianyu had no choice but to sit by the bed and accompany him. When everything was done, the sky was almost bright. Shang Junlin's complexion was a lot better, but he still looked a little tired. "You has also been busy all night. Sleep with me for a while?" Shang Junlin held Xianyu's wrist and rubbed the center of it with his fingers. The wound here had already healed, but Shang Junlin would never forget what Xianyu had done for him. "I'm not sleepy," Xianyu said. He didn't need to sleep. Staying up all night didn't affect him. "Just treat it as keeping me company. I can only be at ease with you by my side." The man looked at him eagerly like a big dog begging for its owner's love. Xianyu couldn't resist such a gaze, so he softly said, "N." Xianyu took off his outer shirt and lay down beside Shang Junlin. "Now, Your Majesty, can you have a good rest?" Shang Junlin moved to Xianyu's side and hugged him. Feeling the cold aura of the young man, his thoughts gradually calmed down. The sick person was the most important. Xianyu didn't push him away. He laid in the man's warm arms and fell asleep not long after. Whether it was the attack this time or the attempt to take Xianyu away from him, Shang Junlin wouldn't let it go. With Xianyu's help, his injury recovered quickly. However, Shang Junlin didn't show it. Instead, he quietly sent the hidden dragon guards to act in the dark. He didn't know if it was Shang Junlin's misconception, but he always felt that Xianyu was too obedient to him during the recuperation period. The previous alienation seemed to be his own misconception, and his relationship with Xianyu suddenly returned to the past. No, it wasn't accurate to say that it was the past. It should be more accurate to say that they were even closer than before. No matter if it was day or night, Xianyu would always be by his side. When he slept, he would also obediently sleep in his arms. When he woke up early in the morning, the feeling of having his sweetheart in his arms was too good, except for some awkward moments. To Shang Junlin, this was considered sweet torture. The hidden dragon guards found more and more clues, and the mastermind was gradually revealed. Shang Junlin didn't act immediately. He was waiting for the best opportunity. He wouldn't leave any traces behind. Xianyu originally wanted to find the monster that hurt Shang Junlin and get rid of it. However, he was too involved with Shang Junlin now. Moreover, Shang Junlin was the emperor of a country. He couldn't predict the result directly. He could only wait for Shang Junlin to find out more about the monster. When the hidden dragon guards reported the news, Xianyu was also listening at the side. "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry anymore after we get rid of the monster that threatens your life." Xianyu had been inseparable from Shang Junlin for the past few days. He was worried that Shang Junlin would get hurt when he wasn't paying attention. "When that time comes, I can leave with peace of mind." Xianyu stood by the window and said calmly. Shang Junlin hugged the young man from behind and trapped him between himself and the window. His eyes were gloomy and unclear. "Why does you want to leave? I can't always be by your side. You might be annoyed one day." Xianyu tilted his head. He didn't feel any danger. "I won't be annoyed." Shang Junlin rubbed Xianyu's ear. "Don't leave, okay?" Xianyu's mind was in a mess. These days, he realized that he cared too much about Shang Junlin. He wanted to calm down alone. However, Shang Junlin's life was threatened. He couldn't leave without caring about him. If Shang Junlin got hurt or something worse happened after he left, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. He hesitated and said, "No matter how good a friend is, there will be a day when we have to part. I won't allow it." Shang Junlin's arms unconsciously tightened. It was as if he wanted to pull the person in his arms into his body. At this time, do you still think that I only treat you as a friend?" The news that Xinyu wanted to leave made Shang Junlin lose his mind. He couldn't think calmly and blurted out his true thoughts. You fed me your blood because you were worried about me, and you didn't feel repulsed by my closeness. I've never treated you as a friend. It was me who was reckless and had delusional thoughts, wanting to embrace an immortal. His hot breath sprayed on the side of her neck. What followed was an extremely gentle kiss. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature website, mbq50. CC Xinyu's heart was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. The man's embrace was scorching hot. Xinyu leaned against the man's chest and could feel the violent heartbeat behind her. A gentle kiss with a scorching breath fell on the side of her face. Xinyu tilted her head, wanting to see the expression of the man behind her. His movements were stopped. Shang Junlin hugged him tightly with his strong arms, so he could only maintain his initial movement. Another kiss fell on her face. This time it was on her lips. Her breath trembled slightly. Her master's state of mind was not as relaxed as he looked. Does you hate it? Shang Junlin's voice was low and gentle. Like this. Does you hate it? From the first time they met, Shang Junlin wanted to possess her fiercely. However, he knew how to be a qualified hunter and had enough patience to lure Xinyu into his arms. At this moment, Shang Junlin's heart was nervous. Even when facing thousands of enemy troops, he did not feel as nervous as he did now. His movements seemed to be strong, but in fact, he left enough room for Xinyu to resist. If the young man in his arms was really unwilling, he would let go and slowly make up for it. While testing, he paid attention to the young man's reaction. Perhaps because of nervousness, the young man put his hand on Shang Junlin's waist. However, Shang Junlin did not feel any resistance. The joy in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He could not help but do more excessive things. One by one, he kissed the young man's face and neck. He watched as the young man's exposed white skin was dyed red inch by inch. Xinyu did not answer his question, but wasn't his indulgent attitude also a kind of answer? Shang Junlin had an idea in his heart. The huge stone hanging in his heart fell little by little. You. Shang Junlin buried his head in Xinyu's neck and whispered softly. Xinyu was a little itchy from his breath. If Shang Junlin could see his eyes at this time, he would find that there was a rare confusion in the young man's eyes. What is like? Xinyu didn't understand. I just want to be with you all the time. I want to be close to you. If I'm away from you, I won't be able to eat or drink. Shang Junlin's deep and pleasant voice spoke of his love. He wished he could truly possess the young man in his arms at this moment. But he couldn't. He didn't know if being a little more intimate would cause the immortal to dislike him, but he couldn't bear the consequences of losing the person he loved midway. Shang Junlin knew that immortals did not understand love. He was the one who was delusional and tried to pull down immortals who were untainted by the mortal world. He did not expect Xinyu to respond to him. It was fine as long as she did not leave him. He could restrain his desires for the rest of his life as long as the immortal above the 9 heavens was willing to stay by his side. Xinyu didn't know what the people behind him were thinking. He was thinking about Shang Junlin's words. To be honest, he didn't dislike Shang Junlin's intimacy. Even if Shang Junlin didn't greet him and directly kissed him, he didn't feel offended. He just felt a little helpless. Since he was born, he had been alone for countless years. Now that there was one more person by his side, Xinyu's heart was filled with joy. At this moment, Xinyu could feel the strong feelings that Shang Junlin deliberately restrained. The confusion in his heart suddenly dissipated. Memory, I don't know if my feelings for you are the same as yours for me, but I can answer your question just now. I don't hate or dislike your majesty being close to me or kissing me. I also like the feeling of being close to your majesty. Xinyu slowly spoke out his thoughts. Shang Junlin could no longer restrain the joy in his heart after receiving an unexpected response. He loosened his hand and turned the young man in his arms to face him. Xinyu raised his eyes and looked at Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin was also looking at him. The young man was undoubtedly extremely beautiful, as if he was created by the creation of heaven and earth. There was still a blush on his face, as if he had applied a thin layer of rouge, which reduced the cold temperament of an immortal and made him look more human. Xianxia was forced to look up when his chin was lifted. He directly looked into a pair of deep eyes. The overwhelming affection enveloped him. Xianxia looked at the man's enlarged face and subconsciously closed his eyes. This was undoubtedly an attitude of acquiescence. Shang Junlin, who didn't intend to do anything, couldn't control himself anymore. Their lips touched. The young man's breathing intertwined and his eyelashes trembled. Shang Junlin restrained the rising desire in his heart and maintained the position of their lips touching. He didn't continue. Only the arm around the young man's waist continued to tighten, indicating that the man's heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. This kind of kiss was different from simply being kissed on the face. Xianxia felt a little thirsty and couldn't help but lick his lips. But he seemed to have forgotten the position he and Shang Junlin were in at this moment. Shang Junlin only felt that his lips were swept by something soft and warm. There was a roar in his head and he couldn't control himself anymore. He chased after it. How could the simple-minded immortals know that their unintentional actions would awaken the sleeping ominous beast? His lips and teeth were pried open, and the breath of another person swept over. He was kissed thoroughly. This was something that Xianxia had never experienced before. Even a groan in a daze could greatly stimulate a man and bring about an even more violent storm. After a long time, Xianxia was finally released. The water stains on his lips were gently sucked away. The man who finally tasted meat was satisfied. He hugged the young man who hadn't come back to his senses and leaned on his body. "Are you feeling better?" Xianxia came back to his senses and only felt that his tongue was numb. "I didn't control myself well." "Are you hurt?" The man's voice was gentler than usual. Xianxia felt that his ears were beginning to numb. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine." But he buried his head in the man's arms and refused to raise his head. Hearing Xianxia's voice, Shang Junlin was relieved. He was afraid that his behavior just now had made the young man unhappy. It seemed that the young man was more indulgent to him than expected. How could he be willing to let go like this? Unconsciously hugging the young man tighter, Shang Junlin thought that he might really never let go. After this day, everyone in the residence discovered that the relationship between Xianxia and Shang Junlin had become even closer. It was easy to see the relationship between the two of them in that state where no one could interfere. The people who were originally doubtful about the relationship between the two were now sure that the relationship between His Majesty and the handsome young man was indeed as they had guessed. The state preceptor was even more shocked. He knew Xianxu's real identity and knew the emperor's disrespectful thoughts. He never expected that the emperor would get what he wanted in just a few days. After receiving Xianxu's response, Shang Junlin would bring Xianxia with him wherever he went. It was true that he did not want to be separated from Xianxia for even a moment. A few days later, with the help of Xianxia, the state preceptor found the hiding place of the monster that attacked Shang Junlin and his men. Xianxia was not supposed to interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. But that thing had hurt Shang Junlin, so he could not let it go. The group of people arrived at the location that the hidden dragon guards had found. It was a wasteland. The trees were withered and there was not even a blade of grass. Looking around, there was a layer of gray fog that shrouded the surroundings. It was impossible to see further. The evil spirit here is very strong. The state preceptor's face was solemn. Based on the fight between Shang Junlin and that thing, the other party was very strong. It appeared and disappeared mysteriously in the fog, making it hard to guard against. Xianxia stood beside Shang Junlin and focused on sensing the movements around them. In order not to alert the other party, Xianxia suppressed his breath to the maximum. Otherwise, that thing might not come out if it sensed his presence. Soon, everyone felt that the sound of the wind was not right. There was a sharp and ear-piercing sound coming from all directions. "It's here." The hidden dragon guards formed a well-trained formation. The state preceptor's men assisted them. Everyone was alert to the movements around them. Shang Junlin was alert to the surroundings. He shielded Xianxia behind him and said, "Be careful." Xianxia smelled the same stench that Shang Junlin smelled when he came back with injuries. He knew that the thing that hurt Shang Junlin had been lured out. The sky suddenly darkened. It was gray and blurred there. Vision. In the gray fog, the monster attacked the humans. To it, these humans were just food that was difficult to deal with. The stench was mixed with the smell of blood. It was the smell of human blood. Xinyu grabbed Shang Junlin's sleeve with one hand and slashed down with the other hand. A glaring white light cut through the gray fog. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Before they could react to what had happened, they heard the monster screaming in pain. Then, there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. All the sounds disappeared. The gray fog gradually dissipated. The sunlight that had disappeared unknowingly reappeared on the ground. Not far in front of them, a strange-looking beast was lying on the ground. It was surrounded by white flames. The monster struggled fiercely, but it could not break free from the white flames. The unknown black fog on its body was constantly being burned. Every time it burned, the monster would feel more pain. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand tightly. He knew that the white light and the white flames in front of them were the work of Xinyu. Xinyu looked at the burning monster and frowned slightly. He felt a very faint aura of God from the monster, which was almost disappearing. "What's wrong?" Shang Junlin asked when he saw that Xinyu's expression was not right. Xinyu told him what he had found. "I can't be wrong. It does have the aura of God." "Well, I may know the reason," the state preceptor, who was standing not far away from them, said. I've been reading ancient books these days and found an ancient forbidden technique. It can pollute a weak god with the resentment of humans. It can make the god lose his divinity and become a monster that only knows how to kill." The state preceptor briefly explained the effect of the forbidden technique. Everyone who heard it gasped. The monster in front of them, who was neither human nor beast, was actually a deity? It's not a god now. Xinyu looked in the direction of the monster and raised his hand. In an instant, it was as if an invisible gust of wind blew out the white flames. The monster let out a soundless roar and slowly stopped moving. No one spoke, and the surroundings fell into an extreme silence. Compared to the news that the monster in front of them was a god, the fact that Xinyu could kill it effortlessly was obviously more frightening. What was the origin of this young man who had a close relationship with the emperor? The state preceptor was also shocked. He only knew that the young man was an immortal, but he did not know that he was so strong. The monster was a fallen god. Even if it lost its divinity, its strength should not be underestimated. However, the young man just moved his hand and killed it. "Who ordered you to hurt His Majesty?" In the silence, the young man's emotionless voice made people shudder. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. The monster was on the verge of death and had completely lost its ability to attack. "This thing has no consciousness. I'm afraid you won't be able to get anything out of it," the state preceptor said under the pressure. Xinyu naturally knew this. He was not asking about the monster itself, but the trace of divinity left in the monster's body. Gods could communicate with heaven and earth. Xinyu could understand everything he wanted to know through the divinity left in the monster. Soon, everyone saw a shadow appear above the monster. In the shadow, a person's figure gradually became clear. The state preceptor gasped. "Is this the person who controlled the monster to attack His Majesty?" Xinyu nodded. "You know him?" "He's a Taoist priest by King Li's side." Shang Junlin glanced at the shadow and said. "It seems that King Li has something to do with this. How should we deal with this monster?" The state preceptor looked troubled. It was already a great favor that the immortal was willing to help. Logically speaking, the immortal shouldn't have to worry about the rest. It's a contaminated god. Returning to heaven and earth is the best ending. Xinyu raised his hand. An invisible wind wrapped around the monster and the shadow disappeared. In the air, the monster's figure faded with the wind. The wind stopped. "It's over?" someone said in a daze. At the same time, somewhere in Qingzhou, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up again, his face was extremely ugly. He had suffered an extremely serious backlash. "Taoist priest, what happened?" The guard outside the door heard the noise and asked. "Nothing." Taoist priest Su wiped the blood from his mouth. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Go and inform His Highness. Yes. Taoist priest Su sat alone in the room, his eyes gloomy. He didn't know who ruined his plan, but he was seriously injured now. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. He also had to worry about the imperial court's people who could appear at any time. He had to recover quickly. He looked at the guards outside the door. It was just a few lives. It was their fortune to help him recover his cultivation. Bang, after a few sounds, Taoist priest Su's pale face became rosy. The tightly shut door was pushed open. Su Daozhong didn't even look at the people lying by the door and walked straight out. There weren't enough people. Right now, the mastermind behind all of this is in the Azure province. Furthermore, he is heavily injured. Follow his directions and you will be able to capture him. In the provincial governor's office, Xianxia summoned an ice blue flower. He raised his hand slightly and the flower floated in front of the leader of the hidden dragon guards. Shang Junlin stood beside Xianxia and nodded. Go ahead. The leader of the hidden dragon guards left with his men. What had happened today had shocked them greatly. When only the two of them were left in the room, Shang Junlin hugged Xianxia and asked, "Is you so angry because that monster hurt me?" Since that day, the two of them had become much closer. Xianxia had already gotten used to Shang Junlin's behavior of sticking to her all the time. Xianxia nodded seriously. They shouldn't have hurt you. Shang Junlin stroked Xianxia's hair gently and looked at him tenderly. You don't have to worry about them. I will take care of everything. Your eyes, your attention, only need to be on me. The hidden dragon guards were very fast. In less than a day, they caught Taoist priest Su who was in hiding and stopped him from hurting the innocent. There was a breakthrough in the case of the young girl that had been troubling the imperial court for a long time. Taoist priest Su's cultivation was damaged and there was a flaw in the illusion that he placed on the jade stone. When the state preceptor discovered this, he immediately reported it to Shang Junlin. When the state preceptor brought the jade stone to the study room, Xianxia was there too. Regarding this, the state preceptor was initially in disbelief. Now, he was emotionless. He didn't know how the emperor did it. He actually won the immortal's heart and achieved his wish. Your Majesty, I am talking about this jade stone. The state preceptor presented the jade stone to the emperor. The jade stone was placed in a brocade box. When the brocade box was opened, a golden light could be seen shining. However, it was unknown what the problem was, but this golden light did not give people a feeling of auspiciousness. Instead, it gave people a strange feeling. Xianxia could tell that something was done to the jade stone. He waved his hand and removed the illusion on the jade stone. This is the luck stone. Luck stone? The state preceptor had heard of this stone before. It is said that the luck stone can transfer the wearer's luck to another person. This stone is presented to His Majesty as an auspicious object. The person who sent this stone is truly despicable. Shang Junlin's aura turned cold. Only a few people have the guts to covet my luck. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven chosen by the heavens. Not everyone's fate can bear such a huge amount of luck. If they have evil thoughts, it will only backfire on them, Xianxia said lightly. Will this item affect Your Majesty? The state preceptor was more worried about this. As a cultivator, he knew better than others how important a person's luck was. I am afraid that this stone also contributed to Your Majesty's injury. Xianxia took the jade stone out of the brocade box. Otherwise, Your Majesty wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. The state preceptor understood. He had cultivated for many years and naturally knew that the Son of Heaven was blessed by the heavens. Ordinary evil things couldn't get close to him. How should we deal with this item? Just destroy it. Xianxia closed his fingers. When he opened them again, the strange aura on the jade stone disappeared. However, we can't just let go of the matter of scheming against Your Majesty. That person has been caught. What does you want to do? Hearing Xianxia's protective tone, Shang Junlin felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Just let him have a taste of having his luck taken away, Xianxia replied. Let me handle this matter. It was my negligence that I didn't discover anything wrong this time. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. The state preceptor said. Yes, I will leave this matter to you. Shang Junlin still remembered that the state preceptor had said that immortals couldn't have too much karma with the secular world. Xianyu's karma was enough for him. After handing over the matter, Shang Junlin took Xianyu to play in Qingzhou for a few days. He wanted to show the youth the prosperity of the human world and give the youth the best he could. After the matter in Qingzhou was over, Shang Junlin's injury was almost healed. The group set off for the capital. Prince Li waited in his mansion for a long time, but he didn't receive any good news from Su Daozhong. Instead, he was getting more and more unlucky. He was injured when he went out. Finally, he met the cold imperial army. The conspiracy of many years was exposed. The imperial army came too quickly. Prince Li was not prepared at all. Prince Li colluded with Su Daozhong to harm the innocent. His crime of plotting rebellion was announced to the world. For a time, everyone wanted to punish him. Xianyu and Shang Junlin returned to the palace. This time, Shang Junlin didn't continue to hide his existence. After the matter of Prince Li came to an end, the courtiers found that there was one more young man in the palace. He ate and lived with the emperor. Their posture was intimate. He even lived in the emperor's bedroom. What does your majesty mean? What is the origin of the person in the palace? Why does your majesty, who has always been averse to beauty, behave like this? All kinds of questions appeared in their minds. All kinds of memorials about Xianyu flew to the palace like snowflakes. What surprised the courtiers was that the state preceptor, prime minister, and other courtiers didn't do anything. They didn't persuade or ask about it. It was another memorial about the young man. Shang Junlin just glanced at it and threw it aside. Did someone embarrass your majesty? Xianyu took a piece of chestnut cake and walked over. Shang Junlin still dealt with official business in the imperial study. Unlike before, he packed Xianyu and brought him here. The imperial study, which used to be serious, was full of things Shang Junlin prepared for Xianyu. Gadgets, stories, snacks, fruits, everything. For Xianyu, it was the same everywhere. Shang Junlin wanted him to stay by his side. He said that it was lonely to deal with government affairs alone. Xianyu thought that when he was alone, he wasn't as happy as when he was with Shang Junlin, so he agreed. Xianyu asked this because in the story he read 2 days ago, the main character, the emperor, was restrained by his courtiers and couldn't issue any government orders. Xianyu didn't know how Shang Junlin got along with the courtiers. He thought that Shang Junlin was like the main character in the story and was bullied. Shang Junlin wanted to explain, but then he thought that misunderstandings might not be a bad thing. He patted the seat next to him and said, "You, come and sit." Xianyu sat down and said, "You are the emperor. How can you be bullied?" "They didn't bully me." Shang Junlin stretched out his long arms and hugged the young man. "It's just some small things that annoy me. For example, Xianyu's matter." Shang Junlin didn't intend to tell the world about the young man's true identity. It wasn't necessary. It was enough for him to know. But those people didn't let it go and insisted on asking for an explanation. Shang Junlin kept these things a secret. He didn't let anyone reveal it in front of Xianyu. A high and mighty immortal didn't need to worry about such things, but... You agreed to be with me. Shouldn't you give me a status? What status? Xianyu didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed to a status. In fact, the courtiers kept sending memorials to me because of the matter between you and me. In the mortal world, people who are close to each other will be married. I and you are so close, but we haven't made our relationship known to the public. Xianyu was stunned. Your Majesty wants to marry me? Xianyu remembered that when Shang Junlin made it clear, he said that he liked him so much that he wanted to marry him. But the other party didn't say anything, so he didn't continue to think about it. I really want to. It's best to let the world know that you and I are a couple. Shang Junlin intimately rubbed Xianyu's cheek. Is you willing? Eunuch Meng stood at the side and looked down, secretly saying, Your Majesty is really tricking immortals. Xianyu imagined that he would be accompanied by Shang Junlin in the future. It didn't seem impossible. After nodding, Xianyu was kissed fiercely by the man who couldn't control himself. Xianyu's breath was stolen. The man was so strong that Xianyu had to hook his neck. After the kiss, Shang Junlin didn't let go of the young man in his arms. He kept pecking the other party's face. Ayu, how lucky I am. The ministers didn't wait for an explanation from His Majesty. Instead, they heard that His Majesty was going to get married. They looked at each other. What's going on with His Majesty? What's the identity of this young man that His Majesty brought back from Mount Shi? It's only been a few days, but His Majesty already has the idea of getting married? Before this, no matter how they wrote, His Majesty wouldn't agree to confer the title of Empress and take in concubines. The state preceptor, prime minister, and others who knew Xianyu's true identity felt even more complicated. Will His Majesty really be okay? The prime minister looked worried. From the looks of it, the immortal doesn't seem to have no feelings for His Majesty. What's more, if the immortal isn't willing, even if His Majesty wants, it won't happen. If the immortal is willing, His Majesty will announce it to the world with great fanfare. The state preceptor comforted the prime minister. Actually, when he first found out what His Majesty was thinking, the state preceptor was also very worried. However, after what happened in Qingzhou, he could tell that the immortal was not completely uninterested in His Majesty to be tricked by His Majesty. Xianyu didn't know about the thoughts of outsiders. He was sitting on the bed in his bedroom, waiting for Shang Junlin to come back. After returning to the palace, Xianyu returned to the appearance of an immortal. His white hair reached the ground, and it was blasphemous to look at him. He didn't have to wait long before Shang Junlin pushed the door open and came in. He was holding a palm-sized jade box in his hand. Xianyu curiously looked over and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" "A gift for you," Shang Junlin said as he opened the jade box. Inside the box, there was an anklet that glowed with silver light. The anklet was very thin and made of an unknown material. Under the candlelight, it glowed with a faint silver light. A small bell of the same color hung on the anklet. The anklet was taken out by the man's big hand, and the bell made a slight sound. "Do you like it?" Shang Junlin asked in a low voice. "I like it." Xianyu reached out to take it, but the man dodged him. "I'll put it on for you." Shang Junlin squatted down beside the bed and held Xianyu's foot. The young man's foot was fair, and the back of his foot was slightly arched. His toes were round and smooth, and his fingernails were slightly pink. There were no flaws at all. Shang Junlin's eyes gradually darkened. Xianyu's palm was getting hotter and hotter. He couldn't help but move his foot and asked, "Is it done?" "Wait a little longer." The man's voice was hoarse. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's foot again and placed it on his bent leg. He lowered his head and carefully put the anklet on for him. The silver anklet covered the anklet, as if it was an immortal who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. Xianyu moved his foot curiously, and the bell hanging on the silver anklet made a crisp sound. "Why is it still ringing?" "This way, as long as Ayu appears, I'll know." Shang Junlin stood up and sat beside Xianyu. Xianyu looked up and directly met the man's eyes that were as deep as the night sky. "Ayu, I want you." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC. Their surroundings became hot and dry. The man's eyes were deep, like a bottomless abyss with a burning breath. His gaze was like silk, entangling Xianyu little by little. Xianyu also became hot. The crimson color crawled up her fair skin. Her skin that was as translucent as snow was dyed red, making her appear even more alluring. Xianyu's heart was filled with an indescribable nervousness. He knew what Shang Junlin's words meant. Even if he hadn't experienced it personally, he had read a lot about it in novels. The man had already lifted his chin and leaned over to kiss him. The kiss interrupted Xianyu's words. The man's actions were gentle. It wasn't the first time they had been so intimate. Xianyu adapted well and responded meekly. Xianyu's response was the best catalyst. Shang Junlin threw away his last scruples and hugged him tightly. "If you can't accept it, just say stop." Shang Junlin ended the kiss and gently stroked the young man's cheek. His actions were in sharp contrast to the bright flames burning in his eyes. Xianyu nervously grabbed the hem of his clothes. Ding-ling-ling, the sound of the bells surrounded them, composing a moving song. The bed curtain fell and the red candles were burning. The light and shadow swayed, and the bells rang intermittently throughout the night. When he woke up the next day, the sky was already bright. Xianyu turned over and tried to sit up. He didn't know where he pulled, but it hurt so much that he gasped. Uncomfortable? The man's low and pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Xianyu didn't want to talk to him. Last night, he begged him to stop several times. The other party agreed, but in the end, his actions became worse and more ruthless. Shang Junlin supported his head with one hand and looked at the young man who was throwing a tantrum with his back facing him. His expression was full of satisfaction. He reached out and pulled the young man back into his arms. The young man tried to dodge, but he couldn't. He could only let the man hug him. Are you angry with me? Shang Junlin leaned close to the young man's ear and said gently. As he spoke, his hot breath sprayed on the sensitive earlobe. The pink color spread, and Xianyu's body unconsciously trembled. The man chuckled and sucked her earlobe into his mouth. Let go of me. Xianyu reached out and tried to push the man away. The exposed wrist was covered with red marks and teeth marks. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He still remembered how he had imprinted these marks on it. Letting go of the earlobe that had been bullied enough, Shang Junlin grabbed the hand that came to him and kissed it lovingly. I saw you this morning and you didn't get hurt. If you really don't feel well, I'll get the imperial physician to take a look at you. No need. Xianyu buried his face in the quilt and said in a muffled voice. Xian got what he wanted, so it's inevitable that he's a little excited. Don't be angry. It won't happen again. Shang Junlin hugged her and coaxed her gently. What he said was the truth. In that situation, he couldn't control himself to stop. He just wanted to tear her apart and swallow her whole, never to be separated again. It was Xianyu's first time experiencing this kind of thing. What he encountered was a ferocious beast that was extremely hungry. Now that he finally got what he wanted, wouldn't it eat him up completely? Are you thirsty? Drink some water first? Xianyu felt that it was okay. When he was half awake, the man seemed to have used his mouth to pass him some water. Now, there was still some sweetness in his mouth. The water was prepared early in the morning. Shang Junlin brought it over and supported Xianyu to lean on his body to feed him the water. Xianyu drank the water from Shang Junlin's hand and licked the water stains on his lips. The water is sweet. I added honey. Shang Junlin put down the cup, lifted Xianyu's chin, and kissed him. Why did you? Xianyu's mouth was still a little painful from being kissed. He was still angry and was kissed by the man again. So, he pushed him hard. Shang Junlin kissed him for a while before releasing him. Xian only kissed you. What did you think Xian was going to do? The young man's cheeks were red, and the corners of his eyes were dark red. He glanced at the man and said, Your Majesty has no credibility in my heart. It's Xian's fault. Shang Junlin actively admitted his mistake. As for whether he would change or not, that was another matter. It's very late now. Your Majesty, don't you need to go to court? Shang Junlin was a good and responsible emperor. Xianyu had lived in the palace for so long, and he always went to court on time. He never slacked off. When he woke up today, he was already there. It had been so long, but he didn't show any signs of leaving. Xianyu couldn't help but be curious. Did he not plan to go to court? Would the ministers be dissatisfied? The more Xianyu thought about it, the more he felt that this was not right. If the other party didn't go to court because of him and caused the ministers to be dissatisfied, wouldn't it be his fault? He adjusted his position in the man's arms and placed his hands on the man's chest. He looked up at him seriously and said, Your Majesty, you can't not go to court because of pleasure. It's not good. When did Jin say that Jin didn't go to court? Shang Junlin looked at the young man who was seriously persuading him and laughed in his heart. At this time, the court has already finished. Don't worry. Even if it's for you, Jin will not become a fatuous emperor who doesn't go to court because of a beauty. Jin can't bear to let you be criticized by the world because of Jin. Xianyu was ashamed and angry that he had made such a big mistake. He buried his head in the man's arms and refused to lift it up no matter what. Shang Junlin looked at the young man's ears that were dyed red, and his heart felt warm. He dug out the young man who was avoiding the truth from his arms and said, Good at you, Jin won't laugh at you. Why are you hiding? Zhen is happy. That you are worried that Zhen is not doing his job. Then you didn't sleep at all? Last night, he was a god, but he couldn't stand such a crazy thing. The other party was just a mortal, how could he be so energetic? Xianyu couldn't figure it out. There was nothing to do in the morning court today. Zhen came back to sleep for a while after the court. I woke up not long before you woke up. Prince Li's matter had been solved. The evidence was conclusive, and he had committed a monstrous murder. No one dared to exonerate him. During this period of time, there was nothing else to do in the court. Shang Junlin announced the news of his wedding during the morning court. He remembered Xianyu, who was in the palace, so he didn't care about the reaction of the courtiers and directly announced the end of the tide. The news of the emperor's wedding had been revealed some time ago. The courtiers weren't surprised. Combined with the emperor's actions during this period of time, they could see that the emperor was determined to do this. Shang Junlin didn't want to waste time in the morning court. He hurriedly finished the morning court and returned to the palace. Xianyu hadn't woken up yet. Looking at the sleeping face of the other party, Shang Junlin changed out of his court clothes and went back to sleep with the other party in his arms. Xianyu was, after all, a god. He recovered relatively quickly. After a day, the discomfort had subsided. The marks on his body had also dissipated a lot. Shang Junlin looked at the fading marks and really wanted to reprint them. But he also knew that he didn't know how to control himself the first time. He had to give Xianyu some time to recover. With the breakthrough of their intimate relationship, Xianyu and Shang Junlin got along even better. No matter where they went, as long as Xianyu was willing, Shang Junlin would bring him along. The drought was completely solved. It wasn't known when it started, but rumors began to spread among the people that the drought was solved because the heavens were dissatisfied with Prince Li and Su Daozhang's evil deeds. The messenger was now in the palace and was about to tie the knot with the emperor. The two of them were destined to be married. One of the reasons the messenger appeared in Dahuan and solved the natural disaster there was to keep the appointment with the emperor. So miraculous. Is it true? Someone questioned. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why didn't the messenger go to other countries? Why did he come to Dahuan? Dahuan isn't the only country suffering from drought this year. I heard that the messenger first appeared in Mount Shi. Before that, there were no traces of the messenger's existence in the world. Some officials in the court didn't believe it and sent people to investigate. Indeed, they couldn't find any traces of the messenger's previous life. This can't be fake. The news spread, and the people were looking forward to the wedding. The officials also felt that it was inconceivable. They didn't believe the words of the people at first, but the results of the investigation made them believe it. The imperial preceptor, the prime minister, and other officials didn't object at first. Was it because they received the news in advance? Since he has such an identity, why didn't he tell us in advance? He made us wait for the memorial. I don't know if it will make the messenger unhappy. Under Shang Junlin's arrangement, the voices of opposition disappeared. With the celebration of the entire nation, the day of the wedding finally arrived. It wasn't the coronation ceremony, but the wedding of Shang Junlin and Xianyu. On the day of the wedding, the officials saw the real face of the rumored messenger for the first time. It was no wonder that they didn't know. The emperor was too protective. Many officials felt that if it wasn't for this wedding, they might never see the messenger's face. After seeing the messenger, no one doubted Xianyu's identity anymore. There was no other reason. Xianyu's appearance was too convincing. With his white hair reaching the ground and his otherworldly temperament, he suddenly looked like an immortal. Some people would even believe that he was a real god. As one of the few people who knew the real identity of Xianyu, the imperial preceptor once asked the emperor why he used the name of the messenger. Shang Junlin told him that it was decided after discussing with Xianyu. On the one hand, Shang Junlin didn't want Xianyu to be disturbed. On the other hand, the real name of the god couldn't be known by too many people. Until the end of the wedding, everyone only knew that the one marrying Shang Junlin was the messenger sent by the heavens. As for the other party's name and other information, they didn't know anything. On the day of the wedding, Xianyu and Shang Junlin both changed into red wedding clothes. Both of their appearances were outstanding. When they stood together, they looked very compatible. The imperial preceptor participated in the whole process of the wedding. It was different from the previous weddings of the emperor and the empress. This wedding had some ancient rituals. After all, this was a wedding between a god and a human. As the officiator of this wedding, the imperial preceptor was very excited. After he finished reading the congratulatory words, the auspicious signs from the heavens enveloped Xianxia and Shang Junlin. Those who witnessed this wedding no longer had any thoughts of questioning Xianxia's identity. After the wedding, Xianxia's life didn't change much. Other than having to deal with Shang Junlin, who was in high demand, Xianxia himself also enjoyed the feeling of intimacy with his lover, so he didn't think much of it. After the wedding, it seemed to prove that De Huan was blessed by the heavens. Under the leadership of Shang Junlin, De Huan developed better and better. Its territory expanded, and its national strength became stronger and stronger. 10 years later, Shang Junlin selected an excellent child from the imperial clan to be his successor. 15 years later, Shang Junlin gradually let go of his power. Every year, he would take Xianxia to tour the mountains and rivers. 25 years later, a new emperor ascended the throne. Shang Junlin and Xianxia disappeared in front of the people. Some people said that they had seen the two figures in the beautiful mountains and forests. Some people also said that they had seen the white-haired immortal on the top of the snowy mountains. However, there was no trace of the other person beside him. 100 years passed in a flash. Xianxia sent his lover away and returned to Mount Shi alone. Once again, he walked through the place where they first met. When Shang Junlin was still on the throne, he ordered that everything here should remain the same. After the new emperor ascended the throne, this order was upheld. Therefore, when he revisited the old place, everything was the same as before. Xianxia looked at the blooming flowers. It was as if he had returned to the day when they first met. Xianxia had never told Shang Junlin that he was awakened by him. After so many years, he had also thought of keeping Shang Junlin. However, even if he was a god, he could not change the lifespan of a mortal at will. If he forced it, he would be punished by the heavens. He could force people to stay for a while, but he could not force people to stay for a lifetime. Without Shang Junlin, there was nothing in this world that could attract him. Xianxia returned to this place just to take a look at the place where they first met. His eyes were slightly closed. A steady stream of power was emitted from the handsome god's body and fed back to the world. "What are you doing?" A man's urgent voice sounded behind him. Then, Xianxia fell into a familiar embrace. "Sorry, I'm late." One kiss after another fell on the young man's face and neck, with a strong sense of comfort. "Why are you so stupid?" Shang Junlin was scared when he thought of the scene he saw when he hurried over. Xianxia was actually dissipating the power of the origin. Was it because he was no longer here, so he used this method to force himself into a deep sleep? Gods would not die. However, once they lost their power of the origin, they would fall into a deep sleep and would not know when they would wake up. They might also disappear from the world during their deep sleep. Shang Junlin did not dare to imagine if he had been a step late. Fortunately, he had rushed over as fast as he could. Shang Junlin hugged the white-haired immortal tightly in his arms. He was very distressed. Xianxia opened his eyes. The familiar handsome face came into view. Xianxia hugged him tightly and could not wait to kiss him. "Don't be afraid. We will never be separated again," Shang Junlin replied gently and patted his back to comfort him. "Why are you?" Xianxia's voice choked. "It's all thanks to you that I finished my tribulation in advance." Shang Junlin hugged him and roughly explained the cause and effect. Xianxia could not listen to this now. "Are you really back?" "Yes. From now on, even if you does not want me, I will not let go." Xianxia rubbed against the man's arms. "I will not abandon you." Under the bright moon, the two loving figures hugged each other tightly. There was nothing in this world that could separate them. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. In the hallway, the agent strode to catch up with the young man in front. "Brother Shen, are we just going to let this go?" "What do you mean by let it go? Do you think I'm the kind of person who will swallow the bitter pill?" The young man in front paused and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of flirtatious foxy eyes. The young man had a very outstanding face. Even though the agent often saw it, he was still dazzled by it. He was indeed the top god of the entertainment circle. With just a face, he could attract countless fans. But now, your endorsements and scripts have all been secretly manipulated by the company and given to Zhou Qing. It's the former company that is about to terminate the contract. Xianxia corrected the agent. Okay, the former company. What do you think the people in that company are thinking? They didn't support you, who had a bright future, but supported Zhou Qing, who is inferior to you in every aspect. The agent became more and more indignant. Since the beginning of his career, he had been guiding Xianxia. Not to mention other things, Xianxu's face alone was enough to make him thrive in the entertainment circle. Not to mention Xianxu's natural acting skills. All the directors he had worked with said that he was born to be in this industry. In the beginning, the company had indeed poured its resources into Xianxia. Because of Xianxia, a mediocre agency had become one of the hottest companies in the industry. Just when everyone thought that the two sides could continue to maintain a harmonious and friendly relationship, Zhou Qing's appearance broke everything. Hearing the agent's words, Xianxu's mouth curved into a smile. Isn't the reason obvious? Zhou Qing hooked the new boss's heart and gave him whatever he wanted. It's just a few resources. It's not troublesome at all. Xianxia wasn't someone who would be bullied easily. After knowing that the resources that should have belonged to him were secretly manipulated and given to others, he directly complained to the higher-ups of the company. The new boss felt that he had lost face and said that unless he was willing to admit his mistake, he wouldn't accept any jobs for the time being. It was equivalent to directly freezing him. I'm afraid it's not just that. He wants to use this to force you to submit. The agent looked at the young man's face and sighed heavily. In the entertainment circle, with such a face, it was good to be successful, but it would also bring a lot of trouble. Is the new CEO really trying to support his new lover? But that wasn't necessarily the case. He just wanted to take out his anger on Xianxia because he failed and was taught a lesson instead. Fortunately, Xianxu's contract was about to expire. They still had a way out. Hello, are you Mr. Shen and Mr. Wang? A young man in a suit walked over. Yes, the agent replied. I'm Mr. Shang's secretary. My surname is Du, please follow me. Secretary Du led the two of them to the private elevator that led straight to the top floor. Along the way, the manager was extremely nervous. They had come here because they had no other choice. Xianxu's original company, Fengsheng Entertainment, had a lot of say in the industry. They said that no one dared to take the risk of offending Fengsheng Entertainment to take over Xianxia, only Xingyao. Xingyao was a new entertainment company that had risen in the past 2 years. Backed by the Shang Corporation, even if it was a new company, no one dared to provoke them. After all, as one of the leading enterprises in the country, the Shang Corporation wasn't something that anyone could afford to offend. Needless to say, the Shang Corporation had always been cooperating with the country. They were involved in a wide range of industries. No one would be stupid enough to provoke such a giant. In the elevator, Secretary Du quietly sized up Xianxia. He remembered that he was Mr. Shang's special assistant. This Mr. Shang didn't refer to Xingyao CEO, but the entire Shang Corporation's CEO, Shang Junlin. Xingyao had been established for 2 years. It had always been managed by Shang Junlin's cousin. Shang Junlin rarely asked about this company, until Xianxu's incident happened. The news that Xianxia was being harassed by Fengsheng Entertainment wasn't a secret in the circle. After Shang Junlin knew about it, he asked Xingyao to extend an olive branch to Xianxu's agent. He also specifically told him that if Xianxia came, he should bring him to see him directly. Therefore, the person who appeared in Xingyao CEO's office today wasn't Xingyao CEO, but Shang Junlin. Secretary Du didn't know what his boss was thinking, but when he saw Xianxia for the first time, he knew that this was an existence that could make countless people go crazy. The elevator stopped, and Secretary Du led him straight to the largest office area. Knock knock. The office door was knocked regularly. Come in. A man's deep and majestic voice came from the office. Secretary Du pushed the door open and made an inviting gesture. Xianxia and his agent stepped into the office. Seeing the man sitting behind the desk, Xianxia was stunned. He had seen Xianxia CEO before. Obviously, the man in front of him wasn't. Compared to his impression of Xianxia CEO, this man was younger and more handsome. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His facial features were well defined. Under his chiseled face, he gave people a sense of distance. This is? His agent also noticed that something was wrong. It's Mr. Xiang, the CEO of the Xiang Corporation. Secretary Du explained. I have understood Mr. Xiang's situation. Mr. Wang, you can talk to Secretary Du about the cooperation. The man said in a cold tone. Mr. Wang, please come with me. Secretary Du led the dazed agent to the next room. Compared to his agent, Shen Yu's performance was much calmer. After looking around, Shen Yu walked to the desk, put his hands on the desk, and looked down at the man. Mr. Xiang, you asked me to stay alone. Do you have something to say to me? Or, you promised to help me. What do you want from me? Shen Yu never thought that there was a free lunch in the world. After being in the entertainment industry for a long time, this sentence was even more true. After he fell into a low point, it wasn't that no one had offered to help him, but these people had obvious motives. If it was so easy to give in, Shen Yu wouldn't have gotten himself into such a situation. These people were all blacklisted by Shen Yu. When he received the olive branch from Xianxia, Shen Yu didn't think that the other party would help him for no reason. He just didn't expect that the person behind the scenes would be the CEO of the Xiang Corporation. The CEO of the Xiang Corporation was very mysterious. The outside world didn't know much about him. Shen Yu had only heard about him occasionally from others. It was said that he was an unreasonable and ruthless person. The image of the man in the mouth of others was very different from the person he saw in person today. What do you think I want? Shang Junlin looked up and met Shen Yu's sharp eyes. It's said that Mr. Xiang doesn't do business without benefits. I can't bring any benefits to Mr. Xiang right now, right? Shen Yu knew himself well. Not to mention his current achievements, even if he stood at the top of the entertainment industry, the benefits he could bring to the CEO of the Xiang Corporation were limited. What if I say that I want you? The man relaxed and leaned against the back of the chair. His hands were folded in front of him, and his eyes were direct. The strange thing was that the man's expression didn't change even though he said such words. Only the fire in his eyes showed his master's true intentions. He's looking at me seriously, and I don't hate it. Shen Yu had a strange feeling in his heart. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, he had encountered all kinds of gazes. Some were jealous, some were admiring, some were envious, and some were disgusting. The man's gaze didn't belong to any of them. It was as if he was just answering his question seriously and didn't make him feel uncomfortable. I don't think that the CEO of the Xiang Corporation would lack a bed warmer. Shen Yu raised his eyebrows. Not a bed warmer. The man frowned. Did someone ask you for such a thing? Shen Yu felt that he could hear the displeasure in the man's tone. He smiled. Isn't this kind of thing normal in the entertainment industry? Who? The man pressed his lips and his aura became cold. Shen Yu was really sure this time that the man was angry. Why? Mr. Xiang, why are you asking this? Are you going to help me teach them a lesson? They shouldn't have been so rude to you. Only Mr. Xiang can do it, right? For some reason, Shen Yu wanted to tease the man who was angry because he was offended. I can't do it either. Shang Junlin looked up at Shen Yu and explained seriously. I didn't mean that. I like your works very much. I don't want those people with bad taste to hinder your career. Shen Yu stood up and put his sunglasses on the desk. He walked to the sofa and sat down. I thought I had charmed Mr. Xiang and made him come to Xianxia personally. It seems that I was overthinking. Since that's the case, let's do business according to the rules. The man who had always been good at strategizing in the business world was at a loss. He didn't understand why Shen Yu's attitude suddenly became cold. He stood up subconsciously and walked to Shen Yu. I'm not. If someone else said that, I would be angry. But if it's Mr. Xiang, I don't think there's anything to be angry about. Shen Yu suddenly interrupted Shang Junlin. He looked up at the man who had walked in front of him. If I bribe Mr. Xiang, can those people from Fengshan Entertainment get their retribution? How do you want to bribe? Seeing the sly look in the young man's eyes, Shang Junlin knew that he had just been teased. Well? Xinyu blinked. It depends on what kind of bribe Mr. Shang wants. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He put one hand on the back of the sofa behind Xinyu. Anything? The man didn't hide his aggression. Xinyu smiled. Didn't Mr. Shang say that you don't have those people's intentions? It's not that I don't. I just don't want to show it and scare you. But Shang Junlin found that the young man didn't seem to be scared. He didn't show any disgust at his real intentions. He had been paying attention to the young man for a while. Naturally, he knew that the young man was different from some people in the entertainment industry. If he was really someone who would do anything to achieve his goals, he wouldn't be embarrassed like this. Brother Shin, we're done here. Come and take a look at the contract. The agent was halfway through his words when he saw the young man being pressed on the sofa by Mr. Shang. After he reacted, he quickly turned his head. I didn't see anything. You can continue. Shang Junlin let go of his hand and stood up. A trace of regret flashed in his heart. Xinyu stood up as well. He didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed that his good deed had been exposed. He glanced at his manager, who was emitting a bleak aura with his back facing him. Before Shang Junlin could react, he quickly kissed the man on the face. Give Mr. Shang some interest first. The agent couldn't stay for another minute. He hurriedly left with Xinyu. Shang Junlin looked at the closed door and touched the place where Xinyu kissed. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. On the way from Xingyao to Xinyu's apartment, the agent wanted to ask something but hesitated. Ask whatever you want. Back at the apartment, Xinyu relaxed and threw himself on the sofa. You and Mr. Shang. The agent opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Haven't you always hated this kind of relationship? Ever since he entered the entertainment industry, the agent had been by Xinyu's side. With such a face and in a place like the entertainment industry, it was easy to imagine what kind of things he would encounter. Xinyu had put in a lot of effort to get to where he was now. Even the crisis this time was the result of his unwillingness to compromise. What kind of person do you think Mr. Shang is? Xinyu didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked another question. Cold and powerful, the agent answered without hesitation. If such a person really wants something, why does he have to take such a big detour? You've seen the contract. It's very beneficial to us, and it doesn't mention anything about me needing to pay extra. That's true, but... The agent was still worried. He knew better than anyone how attractive Xinyu was. The development of the situation this time was beyond his expectations, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Next, it's time for Zhou Qing to spit out the benefits he took from me with interest. Xinyu curled his lips, and a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. Xinyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and clicked on it. It was a friend request. Xinyu's finger swiped. Just as he was about to ignore this message, he saw the other party's name, Shang Junlin. Xinyu paused and accepted the other party's friend request. He wasn't surprised that the other party had his contact information. When he left, he also got the other party's business card. Xinyu found the business card. It was black with gold embossing. It was simple and elegant. Xinyu rubbed the business card and saw a string of numbers on the back. He tentatively entered the number. It was the number that had just added him as a friend. Did he give him his private contact information? Xinyu found it funny. He picked out a cute greeting from the emoji pack and sent it over. Not long after, the other party replied. Shang, home, cutie you, here we are. Is this Mr. Shang's private contact number? Shang, yes, if anything happens, send me a message directly. Cutie you, Mr. Shang, do you think I will be bullied? If I am bullied, will the Chamber of Commerce help me? Cat head gif, Shang, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Cutie you, boss Shang, you're so nice. Then you have to keep a close eye on me. Don't let me get bullied in a place you can't see. Shang, okay. His serious answer made Xinyu want to chat with him. Unknowingly, he talked a lot with him. When the manager turned around and saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, he asked curiously, "What did you see that made you so happy? Zhou Qing is in trouble?" "It's just a small joke." The agent's words reminded Xianxia. "Send a copy of the information we collected before to your subordinates. Also, contact the people in Xingyao. We haven't signed a contract with Starshine yet. Isn't it inappropriate to look for them now?" "It's okay. You just have to tell them." After talking to his manager, Xianxia continued to reply to Shang Junlin's messages. "Cutie you, Mr. Shang, I have some evidence about Fengshang. I asked my manager to send it to Xingyao. Shang, I'll get someone to deal with it." After replying, Shang Junlin dialed the internal line. "Fengshang Entertainment. Investigate this company in the past few years." The secretary was surprised for a moment, but he quickly agreed. After developing in the entertainment industry for so many years, Xianxia had a team that specialized in serving him. With the help of the people in Xingyao, the negative comments about Xianxia on the internet instantly reversed. "Shaking Rabbit, have you seen the latest news? Fengshang is too low. They actually used SY's resources to promote ZQ. Particles light, I saw it. It's all solid evidence. This melon has reversed too quickly. ZQ's fans are still angry. Why don't they take a look at their boss? He's nothing compared to SY. Wind and Rain, SY is one of the founding members of Fengshang Entertainment. Why is he being treated like this? Fate, it's like this." According to the internal news, the new boss of Fengshang wanted to do something to SY, but SY refused. They had a falling out and ZQ took the opportunity to get close to the new boss. So, Wind and Rain, there's actually such a big melon? Buying chopped hands. Not only that, Fengshang also joined forces with other companies in the entertainment industry to suppress SY. The netizens passionately ate the melon. Soon, this news became a hot topic. Some resourceful netizens summarized which resources Zhou Qing had snatched from Xinyu. After the news was released, the netizens almost attacked Zhou Qing and Fengshang Entertainment's Weibo. When the new boss of Fengshang received the news, he was so angry that he smashed the things on his desk. "What are you doing? How can you let this kind of news climb to the top of the search? This?" "We contacted the platform immediately, but they refused to take it down." The person in charge was in a difficult position. Who was helping him behind the scenes? Who was even willing to go against Fengshang? The new boss of Fengshang's face was gloomy. In order to force Xianxia to submit, he had put in a lot of effort this time. He was about to succeed, but who knew that there would be a sudden reversal? Seeing the duck that was about to be in his hands fly away, the new boss of Fengshang was very anxious. This time, the one who was affected the most was undoubtedly Zhou Qing. At first, there were still fans who fought for him, but they didn't expect that the more they fought, the more it became true. In the end, the partners that they had agreed to cooperate with also called and hinted that they couldn't continue the cooperation. Xianxia also received a lot of calls from people who wanted to cooperate with him again, but they were all rejected by him. "This is the new plan that we have made for Mr. Shen. Of course, Mr. Shen can tell us if there's anything wrong with it." After receiving instructions from the higher-ups, the person from Xingyao who was in charge of liaising with Xianxia was very respectful to him. In the bright and clean office, Xianxia sat on the sofa, holding the development plan that Xingyao had sorted out overnight. Xianxia read it very carefully. Although it didn't take long, Xianxia could see that this plan was carefully made. It considered all the possible aspects that might appear in the future. Each of them maximized the benefits for Xianxia to the extreme, and gave him enough time to rest. After reading it, Xianxia put forward some of his own ideas and made some adjustments to this perfect plan. After the discussion, the person in charge talked about the termination of the contract. "Mr. Shen, your contract with Fengshang will expire in a month. Do you want it to expire automatically, or?" "I intend to terminate the contract voluntarily. After the termination, I will sign a contract with your company. Also, I have a team of people who will continue to work for me. Mr. Shen, don't worry. We won't interfere too much in your affairs." This discussion went very smoothly. When he left, Xianxia was in a good mood. His agent walked beside him and sighed. Xianxia is indeed under the Shang group. They are so generous. All kinds of treatment and resources were far from what Fengshang Entertainment could compare with. Xinyu used to fight for a lot of resources by himself. After Fengshang became bigger, they thought that they could allocate those resources at will and gave them to others. Several of the collaborations that Zhou Qing had accepted were all won by Xinyu. Xinyu's phone vibrated. He took a look at it and said to his agent, "You go back first." The agent still wanted to talk to him in detail about the future development, but he was surprised. "What's wrong?" Xinyu shook his phone. "I have an appointment." Shang Junlin sent a message on the phone, saying that he was free and invited him to meet up. "Who is it? Shall I send you there?" Xinyu shook his head. "He will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a Maybach slowly stopped beside them. The car window rolled down, revealing the handsome side profile of a man. The agent closed his mouth. He understood. "In that case, I will go and talk about the work you arranged earlier." The car door opened. Xinyu got in and sat beside the man. "Mr. Shang, are you not busy today?" It was the first time Xinyu saw Shang Junlin since that day. The man was still in a suit, and the sapphire cufflinks at the cuffs added a touch of elegance. "I'm not busy." Shang Junlin didn't say a word about the fact that he had postponed several meetings just to see the young man. "Mr. Shang, where are you going to take me?" Xinyu looked at the scenery flashing by the window and asked. "To eat." Shang Junlin seemed to be worried that Xinyu would think that he was too cold. He added, "The owner of a private restaurant is good at cooking. I want to take you to try it." "Is Mr. Shang so considerate to everyone?" Xinyu asked knowingly. Shang Junlin looked at him deeply. "Mr. Shen, do you think I am such a person?" Xinyu shook his head honestly. The two chatted casually, and the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Half an hour later, they arrived at the private restaurant Shang Junlin mentioned. Shang Junlin had booked a table in advance. After the two got out of the car, the waiter led them all the way inside. After taking their seats, the two of them didn't have to wait for long. Dishes were served one after another. "I ordered some first. See if they are to your liking." Every dish was delicious. Under the attack of the aroma, Xinyu had long forgotten about other things. He couldn't wait to taste it. Xinyu sighed with satisfaction. "Only when I don't need to work can I enjoy delicious food at will." During the meal, Xinyu found that Shang Junlin was very good at taking care of people. For example, Shang Junlin would pick food for him according to his preferences, help him pick out fish bones, and peel shrimp and crab shells. Xinyu only needed to be responsible for eating. "Mr. Shang, you are so good at taking care of people. Your partner will definitely be very happy in the future." Shang Junlin stopped peeling the crab shell. "You don't know how to take care of people." After eating a mouthful of crab meat, Xinyu narrowed his eyes. "How lucky am I to be able to enjoy such thoughtful care from Mr. Shang?" During the meal, both the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. Xinyu ate happily, and Shang Junlin also served him happily. After the meal, Shang Junlin sent Xinyu back. "If you like it, why don't you come again next time?" Shang Junlin asked in a low voice in the car. "As long as Mr. Shang doesn't find it troublesome." After this interaction, Xinyu found that Shang Junlin was a very easy person to get along with. When he was with him, he could completely relax. Xinyu hadn't felt this comfortable with anyone for a long time. The security of Xinyu's place was very good. There was no need to worry about paparazzi. When they came back, it was already late. The fiery red sunset hung on the horizon, softening the eyebrows of the people around him. The Maybach stopped slowly. Shang Junlin got out of the car first, and Xinyu followed behind him. "I'm very happy with today's dinner, Mr. Shang." Shang Junlin's tense expression completely relaxed after hearing this sentence. "As long as you're happy." He was afraid that his arrangement wouldn't satisfy the young man. Shang Junlin was tall. Even though Xinyu was 1.8 meters tall, he was still half a head taller than Xinyu. Xinyu looked at him. The man lowered his head slightly. His eyes were full of tenderness and unconcealable love. Xinyu suddenly stepped forward and hugged the man. Feeling the man's body suddenly tense, he chuckled and whispered in the man's ear, "Mr. Xiang, I'm also very happy that you helped me vent my anger." Shang Junlin only felt something brush his ear. It was soft and slightly cold. Before he could feel it carefully, the young man had already moved away. There was a flash of disappointment in his heart. Under the tall trees, the young man in a beige sweater hugged the man in a suit. The atmosphere was warm. Xinyu saw that the ear that he had bullied was gradually dyed red. His heart was slightly moved. The CEO of the Shang Corporation was surprisingly innocent, and surprisingly, a little tasty. "Mr. Shang, you helped me. It's time for me to repay you." "No need," the young man's refusal was stopped. He put his index finger on the man's lips, raised his head slightly, and kissed his finger. Their breaths mingled. Shang Junlin could feel the young man's breath invading him little by little. There was only the young man's finger between their lips, as if they were really kissing. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Xinyu retreated a little from the man's embrace and smiled at the man's face that suddenly deepened. "What is this?" Shang Junlin's voice was slightly hoarse. "Just a small reward." Xinyu seemed to be unaware of the dangerous aura of the man. She smiled and said, "I can't let Mr. Shang work for nothing." "Do you know what this means?" Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. "Mr. Shang, I'm an adult and an artist who has worked in the entertainment industry for many years. I'm not a baby who lives in an ivory tower." Xinyu's eyes were slightly provocative. Shang Junlin no longer restrained himself. He reached out and pressed the back of Xinyu's head, pressing her towards him. Xinyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her lips were hot. Their lips touched. This time, there was no obstruction between their lips. A strong sense of invasion swept over. Her lips were sucked, nibbled, and her breath was robbed. The surrounding temperature rose. Xinyu couldn't help but grab the man's clothes. Wrinkles appeared on the ironed suit jacket. In a trance, Xinyu heard footsteps approaching. She panicked and pushed the man. "Someone's coming." "Oh," Shang Junlin sucked the young man's lips fiercely before letting him go. "There seems to be someone." Xinyu lowered her head and leaned her forehead on the man's shoulder. She was panting slightly. The footsteps were getting closer. Xinyu didn't dare to expose her relationship with Shang Junlin in this situation. She couldn't help but nervously grab the man's clothes. Shang Junlin lowered his eyes slightly. He could see a red color spreading from the young man's neck. He hugged the young man in his arms and said, "Don't be afraid." The two of them hid between the black car and the tree. Every approaching footstep seemed to step on Xinyu's heart. Shang Junlin patted Xinyu's back comfortingly and said, "No one will come." Sure enough, not long after, Xinyu heard the footsteps stop. The owner seemed to have turned around. Not long after, the footsteps gradually faded away. He wouldn't be discovered. Xinyu heaved a sigh of relief and leaned against the man. Shang Junlin was considerate and did not ask further. However, this accident had ruined the romantic atmosphere between the two of them. Xinyu was not in the mood to do anything else. Getting up from the man's arms, the young man had returned to his usual appearance. Looking at Shang Junlin's wrinkled coat, Xinyu frowned. "Do you want me to go up and deal with it?" Shang Junlin did not refuse. After entering the house, Xinyu asked Shang Junlin to take off his coat and take care of it himself. He would iron his own gowns occasionally, so he was not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. "There's water on the table. You can pour yourself some if you want." Fortunately, only a small part of the coat was wrinkled by him, so it wasn't troublesome to deal with it. After ironing it, Xinyu came out with the coat. "I only did a simple job. I'm not a professional, so I'll have to trouble Mr. Shang to make do with it." Shang Junlin took the coat and put it in the crook of his arm. The man was wearing a white shirt with the buttons buttoned to the top. A dark patterned tie was meticulously tied around his neck. Every part of his body exuded an air of abstinence. On the contrary, Xinyu was dressed much more casually. A loose beige sweater added a lazy temperament to him. When he stood next to Shang Junlin, not only did he not look out of place, but they also complemented each other. Shang Junlin did not stay for long. After he left, his agent pushed the door open and came in. The work over there has been decided. You can shoot it directly in 2 days. The agent knew that Xianxia had a plan in mind and would not ask about his private affairs. I know. How are the preparations for the termination of the contract going? Xianxia leaned on the sofa, his posture lazy. Don't worry. Your good President Shang has even arranged a lawyer for you. Once we handle the evidence here, we can directly terminate the contract. Speaking of this, the agent sighed in his heart. He was also used to seeing big waves in the entertainment industry. He had never seen anyone like Shang Junlin. Not only was he generous, but he also considered every detail. If Xianxia had met him earlier, he would not have had to take so many detours. By the way, Director Yuan sent an invitation for the film. Do you want to take it? It's Cloud Top? Yes, Director Yuan is aiming for an award this time. The cast is good. If you agree, you will be the male lead. Didn't Director Yuan already have a candidate for the male lead? When he first found out about this script, Xianxia had the idea of taking it. But at that time, he and Feng Sheng were in a deadlock. When he heard that Director Yuan already had a candidate in mind, he gave up. Director Yuan originally wanted you to take the role. He already sent the invitation. Who knew that Feng Sheng would take it? They wanted to use the same trick and push Zhou Qing over. Director Yuan was not willing, so he said those words. The agent pouted. He was very disdainful of Feng Sheng's actions. Who is the investor of Cloud Top? It's Xianxia Technology and Xianxia. Take it. Okay, I will send you the script later. Take a look first. Also, if you accept this script, you will have to join the cast in a few days. Okay, I will take a look first. Cloud Top was a big production fantasy drama. From the moment the news was released, countless people had their eyes on it. Xianxia had not yet terminated his contract with Feng Sheng. His agent and the cast discussed and decided not to announce that he would be taking part in the drama. After contacting Director Yuan, Xianxia sent a message to Shang Junlin. Yu, did Director Shang help me get the male lead role in Cloud Top? A long time had passed since the news of Cloud Top was released. All the preparation work was done. The main actors and supporting roles were announced one by one. As soon as the male lead was in place, filming could start immediately. Xianxia did not think that the other party would wait for him for so many days in vain. He knew that he did not have the charm. The other party's reply confirmed Xianxia's thoughts. Shang, if you don't like it, you can find another one. Although Xianxia had not officially signed the contract with Xianxia had done a lot of preparation work. Other than Cloud Top, Xianxia also received a few high-quality scripts. Without exception, all of them were invested in by Xianxia. Yu, it's not that I don't like it. I just think that Director Shang will spoil me. Shang, you deserve the best. Xianxia stared at the phone screen and covered his face. The straightforward Director Shang was really irresistible. With the legal team provided by Shang Junlin, the termination of Xianxia's contract with Feng Sheng went very smoothly. It was even smoother than Xianxia had imagined. As soon as the termination was announced, it immediately became a hot search. Yu's big wife, Yu has finally terminated his contract with Feng Sheng. Repost this Weibo post and choose 10 people to give the latest intelligent robot from Xianxia Technology. The repost below was the termination notice that Xianxia had posted on Weibo. The notice was very long. It stated in detail how much resources Xianxia had taken away from Feng Sheng and how much pressure they had put on him. After the fans saw it, they were furious. They tore apart Feng Sheng Entertainment and Zhou Qing's company into the hot search. The most eye-catching comment was Yu's big wife. The fans all reposted it and commented, "Rich woman, please forgive me." Xianxia also saw the situation in the comment section. It's her again. His agent glanced at him and said, "This fan is also very loyal to you. Remember." I remember her. Of course he remembered her. When Xianxia first entered the entertainment industry, this rich woman was already there. Other than being rich, she was also very cold. Other than drawing prizes, she was also very generous. At one point, people suspected that she was Xianxia's own account. When Xianxia saw the prize, he paused for a moment. Sinew Technology. He remembered that Sinew Technology was one of the investors of Cloud Top. It must be a coincidence. Xianxia shook his head and threw out the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. The day after the termination of the contract, Xianxia signed the contract with Xingyao. That night, Xianxia updated his Weibo and Xingyao's official Weibo reposted it. The comment section was full of congratulations. The fans thought that this was already good news among good news. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, the official Weibo of Yundian posted Xianxu's Weibo and announced the male lead candidate under the anticipation of netizens. Bells in the wind, oh my god, SY is too awesome. First, they signed Xingyao, then the male lead of Cloud Top. This series of actions caught people off guard. Love fish for a lifetime, no wonder they are my idol. They never disappoint. Because of this series of actions, Xianxia almost became a hot topic. The netizens were enjoying the drama. Xianxia had already packed his things and was ready to go to the set. His agent and Xianxia were both signed under Xingyao. In addition to his agent, Xingyao also arranged 2 assistants for Xianxia. This time, they would be filming in M-City for about 3 months. Coincidentally, Xianxia didn't have any other jobs. There weren't any investors in the set, so the atmosphere was very good. Xianxia had already familiarized himself with the script before coming. With his talent, he could almost pass it in one go. Director Yuan was full of praise for him. Brother Shin, someone is visiting. After filming that day, one of the assistants ran to Xianxia and said mysteriously. Brother Shin is so popular, isn't it normal for people to visit? Why do you look like you haven't seen the world? The agent laughed and scolded. When the agent sent Xianxia to the lounge, he knew why the assistant had such an expression. It was because the person who came to visit was none other than the head of the Shang group, Shang Junlin. Xianxia had yet to change out of his costume. Before he came to film, he had met Shang Junlin quite a few times. Basically, it was Shang Junlin who invited him every time. If Xianxia had nothing to do, he would go to the appointment. He had always been curious as to why the dignified CEO of the Shang Corporation had so much free time to eat with him. But every time he asked, the answer he got was I'm not busy. The agent silently left and left the space for the two of them. Xianxia walked to the sofa and sat down. He was wearing a moon-white ancient costume. It seemed that he hadn't come out of his role yet. His every move revealed the unique elegance and alienation of the character. Shang Junlin stared at him almost without blinking. Xianxia poured 2 cups of warm water and handed one to Shang Junlin. Mr. Shang, why are you here? Xianxia had been on set for more than a month. During this month, he hadn't stopped contacting Shang Junlin. Every day when he was free, he would chat with him. Before today, Shang Junlin had never revealed that he was coming to M-City. I'm here to deal with some matters at the branch. Shang Junlin's words were true, but he didn't say that it was usually not his turn to deal with such matters. If Xianxia hadn't been filming in M-City, he wouldn't have made a special trip here. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Xianxia took a sip of the tea. Mr. Shang, are you planning to give me a surprise? Are you surprised? Shang Junlin didn't comment. Yes, I am. Xianxu's eyes curved slightly. His cold temperament was broken, like the melting of spring snow. Mr. Shang, did you come to visit me because you miss me? It must be known that the filming of Top of the Clouds was completely closed, and visitors were not allowed to visit. Genius 1 second remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature mobile version website, mbiku50. CC knock knock. Just as Shang Junlin was about to say something, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The manager walked in under Shang Junlin's unfriendly gaze. He didn't want to disturb them at this time, but he had something important to do and couldn't afford to delay it. Brother Shen, Director Yuan changed the script a little and said that he wants to reshoot a scene. He wants you to go over. Originally, there was no more filming for Xianxia today, but Shang Junlin specially came over. He had planned to go out for a meal with Shang Junlin, but now it seemed that it wasn't possible. President Shang, do you want to watch me film? Just like that, Xianxia had a big tail following behind him. Seeing Xianxia coming over, Director Yuan immediately called him over and explained the scene to him. As he was busy, Xinyu didn't have time to care about Shang Junlin. The manager followed beside Shang Junlin and explained to Xinyu in a low voice, "Brother Shen is like this when he is filming. He is completely immersed in the scene, I know." Shang Junlin looked at the young man on the set without blinking. The young man put on a new costume. Under the camera, he seemed to be a different person. The immortal who cared about the world seemed to have walked out of a book under his acting. Under the camera, Xinyu seemed to be glowing. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look away. It was already an hour later when the scene ended. Xinyu got out of character and saw the man sitting on a small stool at a glance. The man was tall and had nowhere to put his long legs. Sitting on the small stool, Xinyu didn't know why, but he gave off a sense of grievance. Xinyu smiled at him and lowered his head to take off the props. The director was very satisfied with the new scene. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's call it a day." Suddenly, there was a commotion on the set. Shang Junlin's appearance didn't lose to any celebrities. His sudden appearance on the set was too eye-catching. Many people had been secretly sizing him up for a long time. If they didn't know that Director Yuan had strict rules, they would have made a scene just now. Now that the filming was over, they were secretly trying to find out the identity of the newcomer. The manager frowned. Worried that Shang Junlin would be unhappy, he said, "Brother Shen, do you want to go to the waiting room after the shoot?" Xinyu was about to walk towards Shang Junlin when he heard the director calling him. "Xinyu, come and take a look." Helplessly, Xinyu gave the man who had been waiting for a long time an apologetic look and went to the director. A fan came to visit and gave a lot of things to the crew. "Let's split it up, everyone will get a share." The stage supervisor raised his megaphone. Behind him, there were a few men in waiters' clothes. Each of them was holding something in their hands. There were various snacks and drinks, as well as the main course. "Is this the food of Zhonglingji?" The person who received the food looked at the food in his hand in astonishment. The packaging was exquisite, and the exquisite logo couldn't be ignored. It was indeed Zhonglingji. "Whose fan is it?" "How generous." Zhonglingji is a high-end food brand under the Shang Group. Their food is delicious, but it's also very expensive. Everyone will get a share. They have all kinds of staple and non-staple food. "Oh my God, how much did this cost?" The crew usually doesn't allow people to visit the set. Today, it seems that only Brother Shen has a fan. Everyone's attention was captured by the food. After being curious for a while, they didn't care about the extra person in the crew. Xinyu and the director chatted for about 10 minutes. The director saw that he had something on his mind and mercifully let him go. Go. "Director Yuan, I want to take a day off tomorrow." Xinyu didn't have many scenes tomorrow, so he could squeeze a day off. Director Yuan glanced at him and then looked at the extraordinary man whose eyes were fixed on Xinyu. "Okay, I'll give you a day off." He had a good impression of Xinyu. After working together, he could understand why Xinyu could achieve so much at such a young age. He never acted like a big shot, treated his work seriously, was willing to work hard, and had a good understanding. Working with him was simply too worrisome. After getting a day off, Xinyu was happy. After saying goodbye to Director Yuan, he walked to Shang Junlin. "Mr. Shang, I've made you wait for a long time. This time, I'll treat you to a meal." "Shang Junlin, I've already booked a hotel. You can treat me next time." "Xinyu, that's fine too. If Mr. Shang comes to visit again, let me know in advance. I'll ask Director Yuan to adjust the time." "Shang Junlin, you don't have to adjust the time for me. It's good to watch you film." "Xinyu, what do you think of my acting, Mr. Shang?" "Shang Junlin, it's very good." Xinyu went to remove his makeup and change his clothes first. Then, he left the set with Shang Junlin. The black car stopped at the side of the road. Shang Junlin opened the door and let Xinyu get in first. After the two of them sat down, the car started slowly. Xinyu glanced at the driver's seat. The driver was a man he didn't know. "This is my other secretary. His surname is Tan." After satisfying his curiosity, Xinyu relaxed and leaned against the back seat. "If Mr. Shang didn't come, I might have to wait 3 months before I can leave the set. Director Yuan is willing to let me go." Did Mr. Shang do something? I told him in advance that I'll take you out for a meal. Before coming, Shang Junlin had learned about Xianyu's schedule from the crew. Xianyu didn't have a lot of work to do today. If it wasn't for the sudden change of scenes, he would have finished filming for the day. This time, Shang Junlin took Xianyu to an old hotel under the Shang Group. Xianyu had heard about this hotel a long time ago. Standing at the entrance of the hotel, Xianyu looked at the man and said, "Will I get special treatment if I follow Mr. Shang, the big boss behind this hotel? Does it count if you can complain to him face to face?" Shang Junlin took out a scarf from the car and put it on Xianyu. After entering autumn, the weather was getting colder by the day. The warmth brought by the scarf instantly spread all over Xianyu's body. Xianyu looked down. "Is this a gift from Mr. Shang? I'll give you the real gift when we go in." Shang Junlin led him into the hotel. When the big boss arrived, the person in charge of the hotel personally came out to welcome him. He knew the big boss's habits. He didn't say a word along the way. After arranging everything, he turned around and left. Shang Junlin chose to eat at the top floor. It was a completely transparent restaurant. Standing in it, one would feel as if they were in the clouds. Xianyu knew this place. It was known as the Cloud Restaurant. It was a very famous scene in the hotel. It was said that eating there was like being in a fairyland. Even though the price was ridiculously high, there were still many people who wanted to experience it. But today, the restaurant, which was supposed to be full, was only occupied by Shang Junlin and Xianyu. The surroundings were filled with blue flowers. The lights were also adjusted to the corresponding blue color. The crystals refracted beautiful light. It was a beautiful scene. Xianyu and Shang Junlin sat opposite each other. Shang Junlin took out a small exquisite box and put it on the table. He pushed it to Xianyu. "See if you like it." Xianyu opened the box. A pair of sapphire cufflinks came into view. The cufflinks were exquisite. The sapphire lay on the black velvet cloth. Under the light, it emitted a faint light. It was like the deep sea that one couldn't see the bottom of. With just one look, Xianyu fell in love with it. Seeing the love in his eyes, Shang Junlin's tense nerves relaxed. He lowered his eyes and cut the steak in his hand. After cutting it, he naturally swapped it with the one in front of Xianyu. "Try it." The steak was fresh and tender. Xianyu unknowingly finished half of the plate and put down his fork. "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Shang Junlin put down his fork. "No, it's delicious. But I can't eat too much now." Xianyu sighed. "After this movie is finished, President Shang, please treat me again." Not filming meant that he didn't have to worry about gaining weight. It meant that he could eat as much as he wanted. Shang Junlin chuckled. "It's my fault. Have some fruit." Xianyu forked a few pieces of fruit and said while eating, "When I first joined the crew, Feng Shang's people came to find me. Later, they stopped." "Did President Shang do something?" "Don't worry. They can't even take care of themselves now. They won't affect you," Shang Junlin said calmly. He didn't even need to do anything to deal with a company like Feng Shang. Just tax evasion alone was enough to make them suffer. Shang Junlin handed over the evidence that he ordered people to find. How could Feng Shang still care about Xianyu? "Thank you, President Shang." Cheers. Even if Shang Junlin didn't say it, Xianyu also knew that his troubles were solved by this man. His agent had told Xianyu more than once that with President Shang's protection, he could do whatever he wanted in this circle. It was reasonable to say that if Shang Junlin had any plans for him, he should have told him about it. But the fact was that Shang Junlin had helped him solve many problems in silence. He never said or hinted at anything. He gave him an environment where he could do what he liked with peace of mind, so he didn't have to worry about any external factors. Xianyu poured himself a glass of wine and shook the glass. Through the transparent red liquid in the crystal glass, Xianyu saw his own smiling eyes. He took a sip, and the taste of wine spread in his mouth. Unknowingly, the master finished the glass of wine. Xianyu's eyes were also stained with drunkenness. Slightly tipsy, Xianyu stood up. He didn't know if it was because of the dazzling light or because he was really drunk, but he staggered. Shang Junlin quickly stood up and supported him. Xinyu leaned into the man's arms. I'm a little dizzy. Shang Junlin sat down and held him in his arms. He rubbed his forehead. Why is your alcohol tolerance so low? Do you feel better? While the man wasn't paying attention, Xinyu picked up the glass in front of the man and took a big gulp. Shang Junlin wanted to say something, but Xinyu had already pulled his tie and leaned forward to kiss him. Shang Junlin swallowed unconsciously when the strong wine was poured into his mouth. The wine passed through his throat with the young man's breath, bringing a burst of heat. Shang Junlin put his arms around the young man's waist and took the initiative to deepen the kiss. The taste of the strong wine spread in their mouths. After some time, Xinyu felt that he was even more drunk, and the root of his tongue was also very numb. He pressed his right hand on the back of the man's neck and struggled to escape from the man's lips. Shang Junlin slowly let go of Xinyu's lips. He lowered his eyes and stared at the young man's lips that had been brutalized. His eyes were deep. I'll send you back. His voice was full of uncontrollable desire. Xinyu felt something. He leaned into the man's arms and panted slightly. Before coming out, I asked for a day off from Director Yuan. Shang Junlin's forehead twitched, and his voice was hoarse. Do you know what you're talking about? I'm not so drunk that I don't know anything. Or does Mr. Shang not want to? Xinyu laughed softly. His soft lips gently rubbed the man's neck, and he said meaningfully, but Mr. Shang's body doesn't seem to say that. Shang Junlin suddenly picked up Xinyu, turned around, and walked towards the elevator. His footsteps were messy. The door of the presidential suite was pushed open and then slammed shut. Shang Junlin carried him all the way to his bedroom and put him on the bed. He leaned over and said with a deep gaze, Genius 1 second remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature mobile version website, mbiku50. CC Xinyu lay on the bed and put his hands on the man's shoulders. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, what do I regret? At this point, even if Xinyu wanted to go back on his words, Shang Junlin couldn't stop. Shang Junlin kissed Xinyu's forehead and slowly left his mark on her body. Xinyu raised his head high and his Adam's apple was sucked into the man's mouth. He gently nibbled on it. The fire spread like a raging prairie. It was as if he was in a prairie of fire. Every part of his skin was burning and his blood was boiling. In a daze, Xinyu felt that the light above his head was shaking nonstop. His slender fingers grasped the dark patterned bedsheet. Before he could exert any force, his fingers were pulled apart and another person's body temperature covered his fingers. Their fingers were intertwined. The mist dispersed and everything around them was shaking. Xinyu had to hold on to Shang Junlin's shoulders to stabilize his body. Red plum blossoms bloomed on the white snow. When the wind and snow stopped, Xinyu was sweating all over. He lay on the bed lazily and didn't want to move. Shang Junlin hugged him and kissed the skin on the young man's shoulder and neck. Xinyu felt that Shang Junlin wanted more. I want to take a bath, Xinyu said lazily. Shang Junlin's movements were careful. Except for the initial discomfort, Xinyu was quite satisfied with this experience. I'll go turn on the hot water first. Shang Junlin kissed Xinyu's lips and casually put on a shirt and got out of bed. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Xinyu slightly propped himself up and looked around. Their clothes were thrown messily on the ground. It seemed that they couldn't wear them anymore. Xinyu touched his forehead. He didn't bring any clothes. When Shang Junlin came out, he changed into a bathrobe and had a similar one on his arm. President Shang seems to have ruined my clothes. Xinyu pointed at the pile of clothes on the ground and joked. I'll ask my secretary to send 2 sets of clothes over later. Here are my clothes, you can wear mine first. Shang Junlin wrapped the young man in a bathrobe and carried him horizontally. Xinyu was carried to the bathroom and put into the bathtub with the water temperature adjusted. The bathtub was very big, more than enough for a Xinyu to lie in. The temperature of the water was also very suitable, but the water was too clear. The hot water relieved his tiredness. Xinyu put his arms on the edge of the bathtub and invited the man who was making bubbles for him, Mr. Shang, do you want to join us? Shang Junlin's eyes darkened as he stepped into the bathtub. With one more person, the extra water overflowed from the edge of the bathtub. Shang Junlin held the young man in his arms and carefully washed every part of him. In the bathroom, the temperature was getting higher and higher, and Xianyu's face was getting redder and redder. Ripples appeared on the water surface. More than an hour later, Xianyu changed into a clean bathrobe and was completely exhausted. Xianyu lay down on the clean bed and fell asleep quickly. Shang Junlin didn't go too far as Xianyu still had to film. Even so, Xianyu still lay in bed for half a day the next day. He wasted his good rest time just like that. Xianyu was lying on the bed with a tablet in his hand and reading the news. He caught a glimpse of Shang Junlin coming in with fruits and asked, "President Shang, aren't you here to deal with official business? Isn't it bad to stay in the hotel all the time?" When Xianyu woke up, Shang Junlin was having a video conference with the company's staff. When he heard the commotion, he quickly ended the conference. Until now, Xianyu hadn't seen him ask about the company's affairs. In the middle of the conference, the secretary came and brought Xianyu's clothes. However, Xianyu was too lazy to get up, so he was still wearing the bathrobe that Shang Junlin put on him before he went to bed yesterday. Shang Junlin came over and put the fruit plate beside the bed. He put it on Xianyu's face and felt that his body temperature was normal. He said, "I'm free for a day." Not to mention that he was here for Xianyu, and dealing with official business was just a side trip. Even if he was here for the company's affairs, he wouldn't leave Xianyu alone in the hotel at this time. Shang Junlin put a soft pillow behind Xianyu and helped him sit up, eat something. All kinds of fruits were washed and cut into small pieces and placed on the fruit plate. Xianyu didn't hesitate and asked Shang Junlin to feed him. "I don't want to eat this." Xianyu was very picky sometimes. If he said he didn't want to eat something, he wouldn't eat it no matter what. He would only eat what he liked, and Shang Junlin would eat the rest. "Where are my cufflinks?" Xianyu suddenly remembered the gift he received in the restaurant. Here, Shang Junlin took out an exquisite gift box from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to Xianyu. "After we left yesterday, the staff put it away." The two of them stayed in the hotel for the whole day. After dinner, Shang Junlin sent Xianyu back to the set. Xianyu didn't let Shang Junlin send him to the set, so he went back to the set in a low-key manner. Shang Junlin watched his back disappear from his sight, then he signaled the driver to drive, go to the branch office. Since he came here in person, he would deal with the matter here as well. Xianyu's agent waited for the whole day. When he saw Xianyu coming back, he hurriedly went to greet him. When he saw Xianyu, he stopped in his tracks. The young man's complexion was ruddy, and there was a touch of beauty between his eyebrows. When he thought of Director Yuan suddenly telling him to give Xianyu another day off, his agent could roughly guess what happened last night, and his mood was a little complicated. Xianyu wasn't surprised when he heard from his agent that he had an extra day off. During the day in the hotel, Shang Junlin had asked him if he wanted to rest for a few more days. After this time, the crew received food from the rich fans of some celebrities from time to time. Sometimes it was food from Zhonglingji, sometimes it was food from other restaurants. There was a wide variety of snacks and drinks, and the crew's meals were greatly improved. Later, Shang Junlin came to visit again. This time, the two of them didn't do anything, because Xianyu's filming had reached a critical stage. He had to be hanging from a wire almost every day, so he couldn't squeeze out a holiday. Shang Junlin felt sorry for Xianyu's hard work, but he also knew that this was Xianyu's favorite career, so he couldn't interfere. He only massaged Xianyu to relax after every filming. In the lounge, Xianyu enjoyed the massage service from CEO Shang. After the massage, he leaned over and kissed the man's face. "Thank you for your hard work, President Shang." Shang Junlin pressed him down and kissed him before letting him go. "Pay attention to rest, don't tire yourself out." Shang Junlin acted in a low-key manner. After he came, he accompanied Xianyu to film for a few days. The crew had some guesses about the relationship between the two, but they didn't know if Shang Junlin had done something, so no one talked about it. 2 months later, Xianyu finished filming and returned to B City. When he left, the weather was still warm, but when he came back, it was already snowing heavily in B City. Xianyu wore a coat, a scarf, and a mask as he walked out of the airport. A black Bentley was parked on the side of the road. Xianyu narrowed his eyes and walked straight over. The car window rolled down, revealing the man's familiar side profile. "Why are you alone? Where are your agent and assistant?" Shang Junlin got out of the car and saw the familiar scarf around Xinyu's neck. His eyes overflowed with a smile. They went to deal with the fans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out for a while. Xinyu got in the car, and Shang Junlin also got in. He held his hands in his palms. Are you cold? I'm fine. Shang Junlin's body was very warm. Xinyu relaxed and nestled into the man's arms. Shang Junlin took the opportunity to hug him. I booked a restaurant. I'll take you to eat first, and then I'll send you back. I've also reserved seats for your agent and assistant. Okay. Xinyu didn't object. There was still some time before the new year. During this time, Xianxia didn't arrange any work for Xinyu, so he could have a good rest for more than a month. A few days after returning to B City, a series of bad news about Fengsheng Entertainment broke out on the internet. The end of the year was a good time to watch the drama. Netizens moved when they heard the news. Fengsheng Entertainment and its artists almost dominated the entire hot search. But this time almost all the news was negative. The disguise was torn apart, revealing the dirty inside. Tax evasion, contract problems, forcing artists, unfair competition, grass-eating rabbit, it's really an eye-opener. I used to think that Fengsheng Entertainment was a good company. It turns out that they did so many shady things behind the scenes. Yu loves me. Fortunately, my Xinyu got out of the quagmire early. With their attitude, they still have the nerve to say that Xinyu became popular because of them. They should be thankful that they didn't drag her down. Bright starry sky, exactly. It's a rotten company from the root. That Zhou Qing is also funny. He snatched SY's resources, and he still has the nerve to criticize them every day. After this incident, whether it was Zhou Qing, Fengsheng Entertainment, or other people who had taken Xinyu's resources, they all lost their popularity. The CEO of Fengsheng Entertainment was also facing jail time because of the company's illegal activities. I heard some insider news that Fengsheng Entertainment's accounts are not clean. The company's upper management has improper transactions with foreign companies. I'm afraid that this time, they will suffer a big fall. In the future, these people will not bully you anymore. Although he was happy, the manager felt a little complicated. He didn't believe that Shang Junlin was not the one who dug up such a deep inside story. Why would the head of the Shang Group want to deal with Fengsheng Entertainment? Other than Xinyu, there couldn't be any other reason. You and CEO Shang, I don't think we are just playing around. If CEO Shang is just playing around with you, then there is no sincerity in this world. Even if he was Xinyu's manager, he couldn't find any fault with CEO Shang. A person's sincerity could be felt. Shang Junlin's feelings for Xinyu couldn't be more sincere. I'm asking you, what do you think? It's not easy to get away from someone like CEO Shang. When did I say that I want to get away? But the manager's words reminded Xinyu that he and Shang Junlin should talk things out. Xinyu picked up his phone and sent a message to Shang Junlin. Cute you, I said that I wanted to treat CEO Shang to a meal. Is CEO Shang free? The reply was almost instantaneous. CEO Shang, I am free. Where is the place? Xinyu thought for a while and sent the address of his apartment. Cute you, do you want to try my cooking? CEO Shang, okay. Since he invited Shang Junlin, Xinyu sent his manager to buy groceries. You have never been willing to cook by yourself. Why do you want to cook by yourself this time? The manager was puzzled. If I cook once, CEO Shang will cook for me in the future. Since I know how to cook, I should let CEO Shang try it. Xinyu walked into the kitchen. He knew how to cook, but he didn't know how to cook many dishes. After he entered the entertainment industry, he cooked even less. I hope that my cooking skills haven't deteriorated. Don't worry. No matter how the food tastes, CEO Shang will eat it without batting an eyelid, the manager said angrily. The manager went out to buy groceries without complaint. Xinyu cleaned up the kitchen. Xinyu only knew how to cook when he was in the mood. After knowing what happened to Feng Shang and Shang Junlin behind the scenes, Xinyu was in a good mood. The manager came back with groceries soon. I bought the groceries for you. I guess you don't want me to disturb the two of you. I'll go back first. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, I'll give you a big red packet during the new year. After the manager left, Xinyu saw that it was almost dinner time. He took out the apron at home, put it on, and started to cook. When he was halfway through, the doorbell rang. Xianyu went to open the door. Shang Junlin stood outside the door in a suit. When he saw Xianyu's appearance, he was stunned for a moment. The young man was wearing home clothes and an apron. He had a strong aura of life. Shang Junlin felt that Xianyu was waiting for him at home. He couldn't help but feel a throbbing in his heart. CEO Shang, why are you looking at me? Come in. As he spoke, he stepped aside to make it easier for Shang Junlin to enter the house. After entering the house, Shang Junlin smelled a strong fragrance. You can cook? A little, Xianyu said. CEO Shang, why are you here so early? The dishes aren't ready yet. Since you're here, CEO Shang, let's cook together. Okay, what do you want me to do? Xianyu thought that Shang Junlin more or less knew how to cook. Who would have thought that this man, who had always been successful in business, was really clueless when it came to cooking? Xianyu had to send him to wash the vegetables. After washing the vegetables, Shang Junlin walked to Xianyu. I'm done. You, what else do you want me to do? In fact, there wasn't much for Shang Junlin to do. However, the man didn't want to leave. Xianyu had no choice but to let him help by his side. The two worked together to cook a table of dishes. Xianyu directed the man to bring the dishes to the table. My culinary skills are not as good as those of other chefs. I hope CEO Shang doesn't mind. After sitting down, Xianyu looked at Shang Junlin, who was sitting obediently at the table like a dog waiting for its owner to call for dinner. Xianyu picked up a few dishes for him with his chopsticks. I worked hard for a few hours to make this. CEO Shang, try it. Xianyu was being modest when he said that his culinary skills weren't good. If he really wasn't good, he wouldn't have shown his culinary skills. The dishes on the table emitted a tempting aroma. They tasted good and looked good. Ayu's cooking is better than anyone else's. Shang Junlin's tone was serious. He didn't say it to please Xianyu, but he really felt so. CEO Shang, no matter how nice your words are, I won't cook for you every day. Xianyu poured red wine for the two of them. He put one of the glasses in front of Shang Junlin. However, if CEO Shang is willing to be my boyfriend, I can cook for you occasionally. Shang Junlin's heart skipped a beat. He held Xianyu's hand. His eyes were deep. I'm very greedy. Ayu, what I want is not only the title of boyfriend, but also a legally recognized relationship that will never be separated. CEO Shang, you want to marry me? Xianyu was stunned. This was something he had never thought of. A few years ago, the country opened the policy of allowing same-sex marriage. However, there weren't many same-sex couples who actually went to register for marriage, especially those who had a big family like Shang Junlin. Xianyu himself had never considered marriage. Yes, I'm serious about Ayu from the beginning to the end. In this world, the only thing I want is Ayu. I wanted to bring it up at a formal occasion, but the man's expression was sincere. There was no trace of a joke. Xianyu knew that because he had started it first, he only wanted to clarify the relationship between the two of them with Shang Junlin. However, what he didn't expect was that Shang Junlin already had a deeper plan in his heart. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. Xianyu looked down at the man. He could feel the anticipation and the nervousness hidden under the man's anticipation. If I don't agree, what do you plan to do? I'll ask you again after a while until you agree. Shang Junlin never wanted a moment of pleasure. He wanted to have it for a long time. Mr. Shang, are you so sure that I'll agree? Xianyu narrowed his eyes. Then, will you agree? The man's tone had a hint of uneasiness. I can let you try it out first. If I'm satisfied, I'll agree. What do you think? What else could Shang Junlin think? He was already very satisfied that Xianyu agreed to try it out instead of rejecting it outright. Okay, Mr. Shang, please get up. We haven't finished eating yet. Xianyu stretched out his hand. Shang Junlin took it and stood up. For the rest of the time, Xianyu was a little absent-minded. When he first developed a relationship with Shang Junlin, he didn't know that Shang Junlin was planning to get married. He was not even 25 years old now. If there were no accidents, he would become a married man soon. Xianyu smiled at the thought of his marriage partner being Shang Junlin. It didn't seem to be a bad thing. After the meal, Xianyu instructed Shang Junlin to clean up the dishes. There was a dishwasher at home, so Shang Junlin didn't have to do it himself. "Mr. Shang, do you want to stay today?" Xianyu leaned against the kitchen door and asked the man who was busy in the kitchen. In order to make it easier for him to move, the man rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his smooth forearms. Xianyu knew how strong his arms were. After all, he had personally experienced it. Hearing Xianyu's question, Shang Junlin's hands paused for a moment. "I'd love to." Xianyu chuckled. He walked over and hugged the man's waist from behind. "Mr. Shang, how do you feel on your first day with a boyfriend?" Shang Junlin dried his hands and turned around to hug Xianyu. "It feels good. It would be better if we could do this every day in the future." "Even Mr. Shang has to do housework every day?" Xianyu was held in the crook of the man's arm as if he was holding a child. He looked down at him. "Yes, you doesn't have to do anything. Just do what you like. I'll do everything else." Xianyu was very satisfied with this answer. She lowered her head and kissed the man's forehead. "A reward from my new boyfriend." Shang Junlin carried her out of the kitchen and into the bathroom. He placed her on the sink and kissed her. Xianyu responded enthusiastically. The two of them hadn't been intimate for a long time. Once they started, they couldn't stop. Xianyu never gave in to himself. He did whatever he wanted. The shower was turned on and the hot water poured down, soaking their clothes. The hot air filled the room and everything in the mirror became blurred. Shang Junlin hugged the young man and whispered in his ear, "You, look back." Xianyu turned his head and saw himself and Shang Junlin in the mirror. The young man's face was flushed and his eyes were filled with tears. There was a touch of crimson at the corners of his eyes, which was extremely attractive. "You is so beautiful," Xianyu heard the man's low and hoarse whisper. Xianyu suddenly withdrew his gaze and a low moan came out of his throat. The sound of the water splashing and the young man's sobbing voice and the man's gentle coaxing could be faintly heard. When Xianyu was carried out, he had no strength. However, the night was still long. After this time, Xianyu clearly realized how restrained Shang Junlin was the first time. When he woke up, the bedroom was dark. The curtains were tightly closed to create a comfortable sleeping space for the people in the bedroom. Xianyu felt like his body was run over by a car. He was in pain everywhere. Memory, he stretched out a hand from the quilt with difficulty and touched the phone on the bedside table. Xianyu turned on the phone and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. There were several missed calls and unread messages on his phone. They were all from his agent. Xianyu opened the messages and saw that there was nothing important, so he replied with a message. The bedroom door was pushed open. Xianyu heard the noise and looked up. He saw Shang Junlin walking in with a glass of water. You're awake? Drink some water to moisten your throat." Shang Junlin walked to the bedside and helped Xianyu up and held him in his arms. With Shang Junlin's help, Xianyu drank the glass of water and felt that his throat was not so uncomfortable. "Sorry, I lost control last night." Shang Junlin's tone was gentle and he looked satisfied. Xianyu glared at him and snuggled back into the quilt. "You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Shang Junlin knew that he was angry, but he did not get angry. He gently coaxed him. "It's your boyfriend's first day. I was too excited. It won't happen again." Don't be angry." Xianyu was not angry because of this. After all, he was partly responsible for last night. After Shang Junlin coaxed him for a while, he changed the topic. Shang Junlin did not go to the company that day. Instead, he accompanied him in the apartment. He had an important meeting the next day, so he left reluctantly. Xianyu walked Shang Junlin to the door. Seeing that he was not very happy, he raised his head and kissed him on the lips. "Mr. Shang, you have to work hard so that you can support me in the future." Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu's waist and deepened the kiss. After a while, Shang Junlin left. Xianyu stood by the door and touched his lips. Thinking about the time he spent with Shang Junlin yesterday, he felt that it would be good if they could stay like this in the future. Xianyu's agent got the news and came to look for him with a work plan for the next year. As soon as he walked in, he noticed the red marks on the neck of the young man who was nestled on the sofa and his rosy complexion. "Don't tell me that you and Mr. Shang fooled around for a day and a night?" The agent had a complicated expression. "Even if you are still young, you can't withstand such. Can an adult's mind not be so dirty?" Xianyu interrupted the agent angrily. "Look at the marks on your neck. Fortunately, you don't have any work to do during this period. Otherwise, you will be on the hot search list every day." The agent poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Xianyu. Then, he sat on the other side of the sofa. Xianyu held the glass in silence. He later checked his body. It could be said that he was in a terrible state. There were all kinds of marks on his body. Not to mention the places that couldn't be covered by his clothes, there were even more places that were covered. It was only at home that he was too lazy to cover up. "It's not that I'm talkative, but if the matter between you and Mr. Shang is leaked, it will be very unfavorable for you." Having been in this circle for a long time, the agent knew better than anyone that news like this would often have a great impact on the weak side. He didn't want Xianyu to be hurt because of this matter. "Mr. Shang said that he wants to marry me." Hearing this sentence, the agent almost spat out the water in his mouth. He swallowed the water in his mouth with difficulty and said in disbelief, "Marry? You are only 25 years old. Why are you getting married?" The agent instantly exploded, as if he was an old mother who had been cheated of her child. "Don't be so agitated. I haven't agreed yet." Xianyu slowly drank a mouthful of water. Without waiting for the agent to relax, he continued, "However, it should be soon. You can start preparing." "Preparing for what?" Of course, it was something that was public. The agent couldn't bear this blow. He didn't understand how in just one day, Xianyu and Shang Junlin had developed to the point that they were going to get married. "Let's not talk about this first. What is Xianya's arrangement for me next year?" In order to prevent the agent from getting too agitated, Xianyu took the initiative to change the topic. Speaking of business, the agent reluctantly calmed down. He was very satisfied with Xianya's arrangement for Xianyu. However, when he thought that it was because of Shang Junlin, he felt very dissatisfied. After the new year, Xianyu immersed himself in his busy work. Xianyu gave Xianyu an endorsement for a big foreign brand. Xianyu flew abroad for more than a month and even made a cameo appearance in a veteran singer's new MV. Without Fengsheng Entertainment's interference, and with Shang Junlin's protection, Xianyu's stardom skyrocketed. In the new year, Xianyu was very busy. Shang Junlin was also very busy. The two rarely met up. However, no matter where Xianyu was, as long as Shang Junlin was free, he would go to see him. In April, the promotion of Top of the Clouds began. As the lead actor, Xianyu needed to follow the crew. Shang Junlin, who finally got to spend some time with Xianyu, had to face separation again. Xianyu knew that he was reluctant to part with Xianyu. He kissed the man's cheek and said, "Why don't I accompany you to the company these few days?" Shang Junlin's response was to kiss Xianyu excitedly. The next day, the people working at the headquarters of the Shang Group found that their CEO had brought someone with him. However, this person was very mysterious and no one knew his identity. Xianyu and Shang Junlin directly took the elevator to the top floor. The Shang Group was rich and imposing. The entire commercial building belonged to the Shang Group. The entire top floor was Shang Junlin's office area. Other than a few important people, ordinary employees would not come up. The entire office area was bigger than Xinyao's. The facilities were also more complete. There was an office, a lounge, a leisure area, everything. Shang Junlin took Xianyu to walk around. Xianyu was surprised to find that there was also a video room. In it was the latest film equipment developed by Xianyu Technology. Xianyu curiously took a few more glances. Xianyu Technology was another investor of Top of the Clouds. Xianyu looked at the equipment that was more advanced than the ones on the market and asked, "What is the relationship between President Shang and Xianyu Technology?" Xianyu Technology was a new company that had been established for less than 8 years. It had only been 3 years since it started from an unknown company. The boss behind the scenes was very mysterious. The outside world was very curious about its founder. However, every time Xinyu Technology showed up, it was only the person in charge. Until now, no one knew who the real owner was. Xinyu was established before I entered the Shang group, Shang Junlin replied. Xinyu realized that he was not surprised by this answer. It was as if to him, Shang Junlin should be so powerful and omnipotent. If that's the case, isn't President Shang the biggest investor of Top of the Clouds? No wonder President Shang could ignore the rule of not allowing visitors to visit me on set. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Shang Junlin caressed Xinyu's face. Is you unhappy? No, my boyfriend is so powerful. I'm only happy. Xinyu rubbed his face against the man's hand. Shang Junlin had a meeting in the morning. After settling Xinyu in his office, he said, if you're bored, you can ask Secretary Du to show you around. I'll wait for you here. Xinyu refused. He knew how famous he was. If he went out for a walk, the news of him being here would be exposed. I'll be back soon. In order to go back to the office to accompany Xinyu, Shang Junlin pushed the meeting to an hour. After it ended, he handed the rest of the matters to the person in charge and returned to the office first. Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other. President Shang, do you have something to do today? It was not Shang Junlin's usual style to shorten the meeting time and leave as soon as it ended. I heard that President Shang brought someone here today. It must be related to this person. Why didn't I hear that President Shang would bring someone to the company? Okay, let's not talk about this. There are a lot of things waiting for us to do. When Shang Junlin returned to the office, he saw the young man sitting on the sofa at first glance. A faint sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. He couldn't help but think how good it would be if he could see Xinyu in the office every day. Finished so soon? Xinyu looked up when he heard the door open. It's nothing important. What's more, Shang Junlin couldn't leave Xinyu alone in the office for too long. Shang Junlin had official business to attend to, so Xinyu sat aside and played with his phone. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Shang Junlin raised his wrist and looked at the time. Do you want to eat out or in the company? Let's eat here. Try what President Shang usually eats. Shang Junlin instructed Secretary Du to deliver 2 servings of food. After Secretary Du delivered the food, he quietly left. The food in the Shang family was good. Xinyu ate with satisfaction. Is there a charger? My phone is out of battery. Xinyu looked at the dangerously low battery and asked. Shang Junlin found a charger and took out a tablet. You can play with this for a while. The password is your birthday. I'm almost done with my work. I can go back in a while. Xinyu turned on the tablet. Obviously, this tablet wasn't used by Shang Junlin. There were very few things on it. Seeing the familiar Weibo icon, Xinyu clicked on it. The homepage was full of his own posts. It seemed that President Shang not only used Weibo, but also followed him. Xinyu curiously clicked on the Weibo homepage. When he saw the name, he was stunned for a while. You use first wife. He was very familiar with this ID. Since his debut, this ID had always been with him. Was this person actually Shang Junlin? Xinyu felt that it was incredible. After browsing Weibo for a while, Xinyu was almost certain that You Use First Wife was really Shang Junlin. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Reason told him that he shouldn't disturb Shang Junlin at this time. However, Xinyu couldn't help it. He wanted to do something. He took the tablet and walked behind Shang Junlin. President Shang, have you been following me for a long time? Shang Junlin looked away from the computer screen. What's wrong? Xinyu put the tablet in front of Shang Junlin. President Shang, is this the most successful case of chasing after a celebrity? Shang Junlin laughed. He gently pulled Xinyu into his arms. Indeed, I've already won a Yu's heart. President Shang, you've always helped me out of selfishness, haven't you? Xinyu lowered his eyes. It was hard to see the emotions in his eyes. Shang Junlin gently pinched Xinyu's chin and looked at him with deep eyes. I admit that I've had ulterior motives for you since the beginning. Will you be angry? He didn't know when this hurried glance had completely engraved this person in his heart. Before he fell in love with Xinyu, Shang Junlin scoffed at love and love at first sight. However, Xinyu's existence told him that love was never controlled by reason. Falling in love was falling in love without any reason. The man's eyes were filled with deep love. Usually, Xinyu could feel Shang Junlin's love for him from his words and actions. He never doubted that Shang Junlin loved him. Xinyu wrapped his arms around the man's neck and looked at him seriously. I won't be angry. On the contrary, I'm very happy to know that the person I like has liked me for a long time. Shang Junlin couldn't hold back anymore. He kissed Xinyu's lips. This kiss was full of plunder and strong aggressiveness. It was firmer than before and couldn't be refused. After he was released, Xinyu leaned on the man's shoulder and gasped. He felt the change in the man's body. Xinyu leaned over to Shang Junlin's ear and whispered, President Shang, do you want to go to the lounge? The meaning of this sentence at this time was self-evident. Shang Junlin's eyes instantly darkened. He stood up with Xinyu in his arms and knocked open the door of the lounge. When the door was closed, the two of them were kissing. The manager found that Xinyu and Shang Junlin were even more clingy when they were together. He appeared between the two of them like a huge light bulb. The manager, who was exhausted, decided that if it wasn't for something important, he wouldn't disturb the two of them. Peak of the Clouds was scheduled to be released during the summer vacation. After it was released, the box office was very good. In just 2 days, it broke the record of the previous years. Peak of the Clouds and Xinyu were on the hot search list almost every day. Xinyu's outstanding acting skills were unanimously recognized. The praise on the internet was endless. Xinyu's popularity increased again, and he was constantly invited to appear in the movie. On the first day of Peak of the Clouds, Xinyu and Shang Junlin went to watch the movie together. In the movie, the moment when the protagonist was in pain, Xinyu felt his hand being held tightly. He pulled himself out of the movie and patted Shang Junlin's hand to comfort him. He lowered his voice and said, I'm fine. It's all in the movie. Fortunately, there were many sobs in the theater at this time, so no one noticed them. After watching the movie, Shang Junlin's mood was still very low. Xinyu had to comfort him. Shang Junlin was comforted, but his waist was also crippled. After washing up, Xinyu was held in Shang Junlin's arms. Ayu, come back to the Shang family with me this year, okay? Xinyu was very sleepy. He just didn't want Shang Junlin to disturb his sleep, so he just answered. When he woke up the next day, he found that there was an extra ring on his finger. President Shang, does this count as acting first and reporting later? Xinyu waved his hand with the ring on it. Shang Junlin hugged the young man from behind. Does you agree? I put it on, so it's mine. What about the other ring? Xinyu lowered his head and looked at the ring on his finger. He didn't know when Shang Junlin ordered it. The size of the ring was just right, and the design was not complicated. Xinyu liked it very much. Shang Junlin took out the other ring. Xinyu saw his initials engraved on the inner wall. Under the man's expectant gaze, he put it on for him. From now on, President Shang is mine alone. Yes, it will always be a use. That year, Xinyu's love life was a double success. Top of the Clouds was nominated for the Gold Award, and Xinyu won the Best Actor award with his outstanding acting skills. During the award ceremony, Xinyu went on stage to receive the award. The sapphire cufflinks on his wrist reflected a mysterious light. There was a lot of jubilation on the internet. Today is also a day to scream crazily for Yu. His clothes are so handsome. Is there a brand that will claim the dress? So handsome, so handsome. I'm licking the screen crazily. Did anyone notice you use cufflinks? It's a pair of rare gemstones. Some big shots took it away. They said that it was the finale of an auction, and it was bought by the Shang Corporation. After the award ceremony, Xinyu posted on Weibo to announce his relationship with Shang Junlin. Soon, this Weibo post was reposted by Shang Junlin and the Shang Corporation's official Weibo accounts. Weibo exploded. One after another, Xinyu was trending. The news that had been suppressed before was also released one by one. The netizens dug out the sweets from the news. I announce that I'm KDL, it's too sweet. Sob sob sob. Sisters, did you see that? It turns out that Yu Yu's first wife is President Xiang. President Xiang has been secretly watching Yu Yu for a long time. The people on the set of Top of the Clouds said that when President Xiang visited Yu Yu on set, he was always with Yu Yu. Yu Yu was the main focus of everything. If you don't believe me, look at the link. Link attached. After receiving the award, Xianxia announced their relationship in a high-profile manner. After that, he didn't hide it anymore. Fans could often see the two of them showing off their love on Weibo. At the end of the year, Xianxia went to visit the Shang Corporation with Shang Junlin. The Shang Corporation's people liked Xianxia very much. Xianxia's mother was also a fan of Xianxia. It could be said that Xianxia was the favorite of the Shang Corporation. On New Year's Eve, Xianxia stayed up with the Shang Corporation's people. Do you want to watch the fireworks? The Shang Corporation's old house wasn't in the main city. Every winter, they could see large-scale fireworks. When Xianxia and Shang Junlin came to the courtyard, the fireworks had already started. The beautiful flowers bloomed in the sky, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xianxia's lips. They would spend the rest of their lives together. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC End of Chapter 290. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.